Plundering the Heavens chapter 1717 to chapter 1770. For the little foxes, it was a keepsake that contained the inheritance of the nine-tailed fox king, and for the old phoenix of the nine-ridged phoenix heaven, it was the key to open the last demon vein. But in Fangxing's heart, the green fox ghost mask only had one use, and that was to enhance his combat power. Long ago, he knew that as long as he wore it, he could gain great power by consuming immortal essence. Now, he naturally understood that it was actually borrowing the power of the remnant soul of the great Tao in the mask. And now, with his cultivation, he didn't even need immortal essence, he could directly borrow the power of the remnant soul. To a certain extent, this was the principle of the immortal name on the Tianyuan investiture of the gods. Wearing the mask, borrowing the name of the immortal king's great Tao, and now, he could also borrow the remnant soul of the nine-tailed fox king to kill the great hell demon master, Baishur. Boom, at the instant the mask was placed on his face, Fangxing immediately sensed something different from before. It was as if he had seen another kind of life after putting on the mask, felt another person's Tao, and possessed another person's wisdom, and at this moment, he only felt that the infinite power of the laws in his body seemed to have found a vent. He himself had infinite power of the laws, which was simply unimaginable to ordinary people. It was just that he had not cultivated the great Tao, so it was not easy for him to exert that potential. Now, with the shadow of the great Tao and the green fox ghost mask, he found a way to exert it. Roar, with an earth-shattering tiger roar, Baishur had already rushed over with the power of the great Tao. The great Tao of slaughter wrapped around him, like a huge tiger descending from the sky, attached to his body, and rushed towards Fangxing. But at this moment, facing the ferocious and irresistible Baishur, Fangxing suddenly turned around. With the green fox ghost mask on his face, he looked like an expressionless fox demon. The blood cloak behind him fluttered with this movement, then, he raised the heaven-deceiving brute blade in his hand. In contrast, the aura and immortal chi on his body actually formed a huge man's figure behind him. That man was dressed in green and was exceptionally handsome. Without saying a word, he also turned around and gently lifted his finger. Then, he moved his finger directly towards Xianxia's seemingly unstoppable great Tao of slaughter bit by bit. It was like the great Tao, leaving no traces behind, and the heaven-deceiving brute blade in Fangxing's hand also followed that finger and slashed towards Baishur. You were the person I admired the most when I was young. Later, you became my master and guided me in my cultivation. When Baishur saw the back of the green robe, he seemed to instantly lose control and cried out in grief. There seemed to be a kind of heart-palpitating unwillingness in the tiger's eyes. The power of the great Tao of slaughter suddenly became stronger, almost allowing the emperor essence to explode in his meridians, allowing the heaven-deceiving brute blade to destroy his body. He only wanted to add his strongest power to the great Tao of slaughter. Together with that sentence, he roared fiercely. But why do you want me to die? Boom, the great Tao of slaughter collided with the heaven-deceiving brute blade in Fangxing's hand, producing a fierce sound of metal colliding. The formless fragments of the great Tao splashed out, tearing through the surrounding void like bolts of black lightning. And the result of the collision was a tie. Baishur's great Tao of slaughter was still terrifying, and the heaven-deceiving brute blade in Fangxing's hand was not broken, although the power of the heaven-deceiving brute blade was obviously a lot weaker than the great Tao of slaughter. His blade seemed to accurately kill the weakness of the great Tao of slaughter. It was like slashing the weak point of a snake, weakening a lot of the power of his magical power. I just want to live, Yixichen said. Since Bai Shaoji's first attack missed, he didn't even think about it and fiercely attacked a second time while shouting loudly. And Fangxing also fiercely clenched his teeth and slashed again. Who doesn't want to live in the world? Why is it wrong when I want to live? Could it be that if I don't do that thing, the monster domain will continue to be preserved? I just accelerated the speed of its destruction, why do you have to kill me? At this moment, Baishur's ferocious nature was completely revealed, and his ferocious might rose steadily as he shouted loudly. As he shouted as if he was venting, he had already exchanged countless blows with Fangxing. The ferocious might of the grand Tao of slaughter had simply been fully displayed by him, and he possessed the strength to tear the heavens and the earth apart. But it just so happened that before Fangxing's heaven-deceiving barbaric blade, the grand Tao of slaughter was like a subdued enormous dragon. Even though it contained boundless divine might, it just so happened that it was unable to display it, and it was only by relying on the strength of its innate nature that it bitterly endured under the heaven-deceiving barbaric blade. During this process, there were still some blood god guards in the surroundings who were waiting for an opportunity to attack, but they couldn't find a chance. In a fierce battle of this realm, they would die almost as soon as they got close. They could only try their best to avoid being swept up by the aftermath and being torn into pieces. Even the two immortal dukes could only use their magic treasures from afar and attack from the side. Boom, 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 and in this fierce battle, the ones who suffered the most were the Dachi Heaven's immortal servants who had set up a big formation around the palace. They controlled the big formation to ensure that the palace was separated from the highest paradise, so that no one would find out what was happening inside. But in the fierce battle inside the big formation, the aftershocks kept sweeping towards the big formation, and they suffered great pressure again and again. Every time the aftershocks hit the big formation, their bodies trembled, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Puff. After this happened a few times, there were already some with weaker cultivation who couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood. The thick smell of blood gradually filled the air, and at this time in the palace, after fighting with Baisher for more than a dozen rounds, even Feng Xing, who was wearing the green fox ghost mask, felt a little weak. This fierce white tiger, the great purgatory heavenly demon master, was clearly fighting fiercely with his injured body, but the more he fought, the braver he became, as if he had infinite power. After all, Feng Xing was borrowing power, and there was a hindrance in the operation. It looked like he couldn't hold on any longer and was about to be defeated by Baisher. Baisher also noticed this, and immediately became ferocious. He laughed loudly and suddenly roared. "Old thing, after all, you are still dead. No matter how strong you were when you were alive, how much wisdom do you have now?" Roar. He once again crazily raised the power of the Great Way, and was about to rush towards Feng Xing, Crown Prince. The two Dachi immortal lords realized the danger and were so frightened that their hearts trembled, and they shouted desperately. But at this moment, they suddenly heard two puff sounds, and the ferocious power that Baisher had just raised suddenly dissipated. At this time, Feng Xing clearly did not make a move, but he staggered a few steps and then retreated. The two immortal lords and a group of blood god guards looked at him in surprise, only to find that there were two terrifying wounds on his chest, abdomen, and back, as if there was some kind of power bursting out from inside. After thinking about it, they suddenly understood that it was the Emperor Essence and the deceiving Heaven Tyrant Barbarian Blade. Baisher should have circulated most of his immortal energy in his body to suppress these two internal and external injuries, but in order to take down the Crown Prince as soon as possible, he ignored these two injuries and forcibly raised all his immortal power to fight. However, the strength of their Crown Prince was unexpected. He actually fought with him for more than 10 rounds, and did not show any signs of losing. Instead, he stimulated his internal and external injuries to become more violent, and finally broke through the limit, and exploded in an instant, causing serious damage to him. This kind of injury was no less than 2 full blows of the power of an immortal venerable. Baisher, who was still ferocious just now, suddenly became dispirited and indescribable, struggling at death's door. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Feng Xing suddenly shouted, waved the deceiving Heaven Tyrant Barbarian Blade, and rushed up again. The two immortal lords also suddenly reacted, and each used their great Dao and magic treasures to attack Baisher fiercely. And the blood god guards, who had been lurking around and waiting for an opportunity, also rushed out one after another, like shadows. Roar. Baisher was clearly seriously injured, but at the critical moment of life and death, he suddenly roared, and a tiger's roar shook the surroundings. He forcibly used his remaining strength to retreat, and crashed into 4 or 5 blood god guards, and then hit the magic treasure in the hands of an immortal lord, causing it to fall to the ground. The other immortal lord couldn't dodge in time, and was directly hit in front of him. When he wanted to escape, he was already hugged by Baisher, and with an awe sound, half of his head was directly bitten off. That scene was simply disgusting, and it was so fierce and violent that it made people tremble uncontrollably, but in the next breath, Feng Xing's deceiving Heaven Tyrant Barbaric Saber had already slashed over, directly cleaving the immortal monarch in his arms into pieces, and directly cleaving Baisher's body, like a broken cloth bag, directly smashing the door, and like a meteor falling straight out, directly colliding with the great formation that was set up outside. With a loud boom, the great formation shook, and immediately countless immortal monarch and immortal servants of Dachi heaven who were using their lives to suppress the great formation spat out blood, almost unable to withstand it, and Baishur was obviously not well. He was trapped inside and outside, and more than half of his physical body had collapsed. Then, he was swept by Fang Xing's blade qi, and the treasures that were originally kept in his sleeve by his magical power were also spilled out, crashing to the ground. He even slid to the ground covered in blood, and a pair of ferocious and unpredictable tiger eyes just stared at the red-skinned gourd that had slipped out of his sleeve. There seemed to be endless regret in his eyes, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He smiled bitterly. You used this gourd of Emperor Molasses to exchange for my life. The Emperor Molasses is still mine. Fang Xing looked down, picked up the gourd, and continued to walk towards Baishur, pointing his blade at him. But your life is not yours anymore. The Emperor Molasses is still mine, but your life isn't yours anymore. It was hard to describe the despair Baishur felt when he heard this sentence. There were many reasons why he had fallen into such a situation. For example, he did not have the flesh and blood of Han Tu, so he listened to the words of the great firmament emperor's daughter, Lu Xiaojun, and went into the pure paradise alone to be a lobbyist. For example, the nine-tailed fox king refused to let him go even after 800 years. For example, he underestimated the courage and strength of the great Scarlet Heaven Emperor. But in the end, it was all because of the Emperor Molasses. If the great Scarlet Heaven Emperor had not directly given him a gourd of pear white wine mixed with Emperor Molasses, he would never have had the idea of meeting him privately. If he had not seen the pure Emperor Molasses as soon as he entered this hall, he would not have been poisoned. It was ridiculous that he, the great purgatory heavenly demon lord, one of the 6 great demons of the 33 heavens, actually lost his mind because of half a gourd of Emperor Molasses and repeatedly made stupid moves. As a result, he was forced to this point by an emperor who was not even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. That was why he had the idea that the emperor had used half a gourd of Emperor Molasses in exchange for his life. However, the emperor's son's words had instantly destroyed all of his rationality. The Emperor Molasses was still someone else's, it was just in his hands. How ridiculous, how ridiculous, how ridiculous, how ridiculous. Even Baishur, who had betrayed the demon race and his master, could live well, could not help but think at this time that if he really died here, wouldn't he be the laughing stock of the world when others talked about the cause of his death in the future? This thought caused Baishur's heart to twitch. Good disciple, the tiger's head is ready, come and cut it. Fang Xing didn't care about what he was thinking in his heart. He stared coldly at Baishur and ordered in a low voice. Yes, master. Behind Fang Xing, the little foxes, who had been well protected, finally gathered their courage, whispered, and walked forward. You actually let these ants kill me. There seemed to be a fire burning in Baishur's heart, but he had no strength in his body. A feeling called despair welled up in his heart. Your Highness, can you show yourself? However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Judging from the fact that the voice could penetrate the formation and enter the palace, the other party had already used his divine power. Judging from the voice, it was the blissful demon master, Mo Chi. Inside the palace, Great Red Sky and Zhuxiu were stunned. Their expressions were a little gloomy. They did not expect Mo Chi to suddenly appear at this moment. On the other hand, a hint of joy appeared on the face of the great hell demon master, Baishur, and his eyes lit up. Mo Chi smelled the stench of blood in the air. He was worried about the prince's safety and came to pay a visit. Seeing that there was no reply from inside the palace, Missouri Chi frowned and asked again. Only now did Fang Xing and the others understand how she was drawn over. In order to ambush Baishur, Great Crimson Sky could be said to have used all the trump cards he brought, and sacrificed an unknown number of lives to lay down this grand formation, isolating the palace and forming a world of its own. This way, unless the grand formation was broken, even if the sky was broken inside, the outside wouldn't notice. Logically speaking, it was enough to not be discovered by Mo Chi, but what they didn't expect was that Baishur was just too powerful. In the fierce battle, his might overflowed in all directions, shaking those immortal attendants who were suppressing the grand formation to the point of vomiting blood, causing the surroundings of the palace to be filled with the smell of blood, as if it was a battlefield. Blissful demon master Mo Chi was also attracted by the stench of blood. Speaking of which, the reason why she came was because she was worried that something had happened to the Prince of Great Red Sky. Great Fairy Mo. Save me. In the palace, Baishar was slightly stunned because of the arrival of Mo. He suddenly gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly shouted. At the same time, his body was torn into pieces, and his blood was burning. A terrifying magical power that was not inferior to his full strength was unleashed, and it actually tore a hole in the formation. An unparalleled power surged towards Fang Xing and a bunch of little foxes, forcing Fang Xing to pull up his blood cloak and turn into a sea of blood to block in front of them. Then, in the heart of Baishar's broken forehead, there was already a spiritual light in the shape of a little white tiger that flew out. This demon is so powerful. He actually wants to live even at the risk of destroying his own body. Seeing this scene, the remaining immortal Lord of Great Red Sky could not help but exclaim. If he had destroyed himself normally, how could he tear this formation apart? Baishar was about to die, but when he heard Mo's voice, a ray of hope appeared in his despair. He self-destructed his body and all his cultivation, and tore a hole in this formation. Then, his true spirit escaped with the remaining light of the Great Tao. It was somewhat similar to the escape method of immortal King Xianxia. After doing this, the price he had to pay was simply terrifying. His cultivation would completely disappear, and he would no longer have any power to defend himself. He was only lucky to survive. However, he was still not willing to destroy his own Great Tao. He kept this Great Tao. In the future, if he found a suitable host, or even reincarnated, with the help of this Great Tao, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort, and his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, the reason why he was willing to do this was because he believed that Mo would save him. Although he and Mo were mortal enemies for 1,000 years, this was the territory of the High Paradise Heaven. If he died, Mo would not be able to escape the responsibility. For the sake of his reputation, the Great Heaven would not let Mo go. Therefore, he believed that as long as his spiritual light escaped, Mo would definitely protect him and stop the Emperor of Great Red Sky from continuing to kill him. In your dreams, at this moment, Fang Xing chased after him, and the saber intent of the heaven-deceiving tyrannical saber skyrocketed. Great Fairy Mo, save me! Baishar's spiritual light escaped into the air, and he hurriedly swept his gaze towards Mo. However, when he was outside the formation, he was shocked to find that Mo was in the northern sky, and he was fleeing towards the south. He wanted to turn around and rush towards Mo, but he found that the Emperor of Great Hell had already caught up with him with his saber. He was scared out of his wits. Now that only his spiritual light was left, he could not even withstand a single saber from the Emperor of Great Hell. He did not dare to let the Emperor of Great Hell get close to him, so he hurriedly continued to flee towards the south. He cried as he fled. For the dignified Great Hell Demon Master, this was something that had never happened before. What? Blissful Demon Master Mo originally came to check on the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven because she was worried about the safety of the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven. The reason why the smell of blood attracted her was because the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven had a noble status, but his cultivation was the weakest. She was really afraid that something would happen to him in her High Paradise Heavens, and she would have to bear the consequences. However, she never expected that when she came to take a look, she would see a completely different scene. The Emperor of Great Hell was holding his saber, and a strand of spiritual light was fleeing in front of him. It was actually the Great Hell Demon Master Baishar? What's going on? Mo was stunned by this scene, and she could only find it hard to believe. The Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven was not even a great overarching golden immortal, so how could he have the ability to order Baishar to run around? Logically speaking, it should be the other way around. Sister Mo, if White Tiger Lord dies in your High Paradise Heavens, it will be really troublesome. Why don't you save him? But at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly sounded from the side. It was the Emperor's wife from Taishan Heaven. She had obviously noticed that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven's palace was surrounded by the smell of blood. She was just gloating, hoping that something bad would happen to the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, so she had only been secretly watching. When she saw the formation around the palace break, Baishar's spiritual light escaped, and the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven chased after it, she suddenly realized what was going on. The one who was unlucky wasn't the Emperor of Great Hell Demon Master, but the Great Hell Demon Master Baishar. How would he be able to kill Baishar? how did Baishur get to the temporary imperial residence of that prince? The emperor's wife of Taishan Heaven could not understand all of this, but she suddenly realized a problem. If Baishur died in the high paradise heavens, then things would be troublesome. Not only would the blissful demon master be forced to serve Great Scarlet Heaven, but it would also be difficult for her to escape, so she reacted even faster and urged Mochi to save him. Behind her, the few old men who had remained silent had already rushed out without saying a word. Like 4 meteors, they tore the sky and earth apart in an instant, heading straight for the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven who was chasing Baishur. "Your Highness Emperor Lu, please stop," with a loud shout. The blissful demon master Mochi also reacted instantly. Before she could answer, she rushed out and shouted, urging Fangxing to stop. But her figure seemed to be faster than her voice, and she caught up from behind. Almost in an instant, the dreamy red light had already surpassed the 4 meteors that the elders of Taishan Heaven had turned into, heading straight for the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven. Haha, if I could stop, why did I have to do it in the first place? Fangxing paid no attention to her shouts, and he smiled ghastly as he arrived behind Baiji's corpse before swinging his saber to slash. Boom! Mochi and the 4 elders of Taishan Heaven were all shocked. Seeing that Fangxing was not listening, they could not care less. Almost at the same time, the 5 of them used their great Dao techniques. Like 5 divine dragons, they attacked Fangxing at the same time. This was the strategy that they had used in desperation, besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. If the emperor insisted on killing the last of Baishur's spiritual soul, he would be killed by their 5 great Dao. Haha, Emperor Lu, you still dare to kill me? Baishur saw this scene and was surprised and happy. He could not help but laugh crazily. The situation had become extremely grim and terrifying in an instant, although the blissful demon master, Mochi and the elders of Taishan Heaven did not understand what was going on. They would never sit idly by and watch great hell demon master Bai Shao be killed. Otherwise, it would cause a series of consequences and troubles, which would greatly affect their plans. Therefore, when they saw that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven was determined to slash down with his saber, they did not hesitate to attack. They bombarded the saber with their great Dao magical power, forcing the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven to retract his saber. If he did not retract his saber to save himself, he would be killed by the great Dao magical power. If he retracted his saber to save himself, he would have no choice but to watch Bai Shao escape. No one was willing to exchange their life for the life of such a demon who was struggling at death's door. This was also the reason why Bai Shao laughed like a madman. However, his laughter only rang out halfway before it stopped abruptly, because he suddenly found that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven's face was taut, and he continued to rush towards him fiercely. The heaven-deceiving barbarian saber in his hand was raised high, and celestial might gathered. Then, it whistled down, and he had no intention of retracting his saber or retreating. This made Bai Shao lose the slightest bit of joy, and he screamed in horror, "Di Lu, you dare to kill me?" The meaning of his words was obvious, you dare to risk your life to kill me. On the other hand, Fangxing grinned at him with a cold gaze. That will depend on whether they dare to kill me or not. Boom, the saber slashed down. In Bai Shao's horrified eyes, the yang essence on the heaven-deceiving barbarian saber destroyed his demonic qi. Then, the saber swept past, and it was like a lake of blood had descended. Countless ghosts in the lake struggled and screamed, and they all grabbed at him, as if they wanted to tear him apart and drag him directly into the lake of blood. This made Bai Shao truly fall into despair. At the same time, a kind of anger rose within him, and he looked at Fangxing like a sword. Is it worth it? You actually disregarded your own life in order to kill me. There is no real blood feud between us. Why do you have to go to this extent? And you, since you've done this much, then let's all die together. At this moment, when his spiritual soul was about to be obliterated, he just stared straight at Fangxing and the great Dao mystique that was coming at him from behind. In his heart, he had lost all desire. He just wanted to see the moment when this emperor was torn apart by the great Dao mystique. If I can perish together with you, the crown prince, then it will be worth it, but in the end, he still miscalculated. Why is this emperor's son so cruel? Blissful demon master, Mochi and the other elders of Taishan Heaven were stunned when they saw Fangxing, even though the great path theurgy was on him. This was completely beyond their imagination. They couldn't understand why the great path theurgy of Great Scarlet Heaven would allow the great path theurgy to hit him and still slash at all costs. Did he really want to perish together with corpse by she? But in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. They watched as the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven's blade slashed down, and their own great Dao mystiques were about to land on him. However, they hurriedly used all their strength to pull back their mystiques. This was because they had all realized a problem. Bai Zhao was doomed to die after being struck by that blade. Were they really going to let the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven die with him? Firstly, this was the great path theurgy of Great Scarlet Heaven. Who would dare to kill him? Secondly, they weren't that familiar with this white tiger. To kill an emperor to avenge him, whoosh, hence, the situation changed in an instant. Fang Xing's slash landed squarely on corpse by Shi's spiritual soul. In an instant, his spiritual soul was disrupted and his spirituality was completely wiped out. As for the 5 great path theurgy that were about to hit his back, Mo Qi and the 4 elders of Taixian Heaven gritted their teeth and controlled them. 3 of them were forcefully retracted, and the other 2 were forcefully changed directions. They brushed past Fang Xing and hit the distant starry sky. From afar, it could be seen that the stars were directly wiped out. It was also at this moment that Fang Xing released a seal that he had been secretly holding. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he didn't need to expose himself. He had already won the bet. When Corpse by Shi saw this scene, he finally understood the meaning behind Fang Xing's words. This emperor was not afraid of the great path theurgy because he was a dignified emperor. He didn't believe that Mo Qi and the others would really dare to kill him, and in his eyes, he was just a helpless demon. Even if he wanted to kill him at all costs, who would really dare to use his life to threaten him to stop? Even if it was the great heaven, they would probably only exchange it for some benefits afterwards. It was destined that no one would really care about his life or death. It was also destined that no one would help him take revenge. This was because those who could have done so had already died many years ago. This thought made Corpse by Shi suddenly feel endless regret at the last moment before his spirituality was extinguished. It wasn't until he had mingled with the immortals of the 33 heavens for so long that he finally felt a sense of alienation. I don't belong to the 6 demon heavens. I'm only here to drag out an ignoble existence. I don't belong to the 33 heavens. In the eyes of the immortals, I'm just a demon, but I don't belong to the demon clan either. Because I've already betrayed them, then, where do I belong? In the future, if there are people who do not have enough food and clothing, those who ask for it are obedient, or have many illnesses, or have many misfortunes, or their families are not in peace, or their families are scattered, or something unexpected happens, or they are disobedient, and in their dreams, there are many fears. Such people, upon hearing the name of Xitigarbha and seeing Xitigarbha's form, their hearts would be filled with respect. After chanting the name 10,000 times, all unsatisfactory things would gradually be eliminated, and they would be happy. They would have abundant food and clothing. Even in their sleep, they would be happy. At this moment, Bai Shan had experienced a bitter flight, and he'd long since lost track of where he was. He only knew that there was a raging sea beneath him that surged with waves, and it caused despair to arise in his heart. Not far away was an expanse of black mountains that were like black swords that pointed straight into the sky, and it was extremely like the sorrow and unfathomable danger of life. It even caused him to feel despair in his heart. But it just so happened that right at this moment, a faint sound of chanting suddenly sounded out from within the expanse of black mountains. The voice was benevolent, vast, deep, and broad-minded, and it seemed to contain boundless calm and joy. It was also because of the unexpected sound of this scripture that caused Bai Shi, who was filled with countless negative emotions such as despair, grief, remorse, slaughter, revenge, and so on before his soul dissipated, to suddenly have a sense of calmness in his heart. A bitter smile appeared on his face, then, with a bitter smile on his face, he slowly disappeared from this world. The great purgatory sky demon master died just like that? In the distance, the blissful demon master, Mo Qi and the others, who had retracted their great Dao mystique, stared blankly as the spiritual light dissipated. They knew that this meant that the great purgatory sky demon master, Corpse by Shi, had truly disappeared from this world. A demon master would not die so easily. Even in the most tragic battle, he would definitely be able to leave a way out for himself. It was a pity that he had come to the blissful heavens with his real body to show his sincerity. It was also because of this that he had truly died here. Even his soul had dissipated. This meant that the great purgatory sky demon master was truly dead. The 6 demons of the 6 demon heavens had been together for thousands of years and had experienced countless storms. Everyone knew that as long as one of the 6 demons died, the 6 demon heavens would definitely usher in a day of chaos. Now that all the imperial palaces had entered the 6 demon heavens, it was because the abominable demon master, Xianxia, was seriously injured and could die at any time. However, probably no one expected that the great purgatory sky demon master would suddenly die so cleanly before Xianxia died. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? For some reason, Mo-Chi, who had fought with the great purgatory sky demon master for thousands of years, suddenly felt a sense of resentment when she saw his soul dissipate. Perhaps it was because she knew that once the great purgatory sky demon master died, she would not be able to shake off the responsibility no matter what and would definitely be embroiled in endless trouble. Or perhaps it was because she felt a little sympathy for the death of the great purgatory sky demon master. After a moment of silence, her expression suddenly changed. She stepped on the void and walked straight towards Fangxing. There was an irrepressible hatred in her voice. What do I mean? Fangxing turned his head and looked at Mo-Chi's angry face. He laughed and said, "What else can I mean? I see that the great firmament and the greater darkness heaven are rushing to give you gifts, so I can't always be empty-handed. Haha, you have fought with the White Tiger Lord for thousands of years and have always hated him to death. Now, I am giving you his head. Are you satisfied with this gift? You have really given me a big gift." Mo-Chi gritted her teeth in hatred. Her eyes flashed fiercely as she stared at the indifferent Fangxing. "Sister Mo, this great scarlet sky prince is simply full of evil intentions." It was at this time that someone came through the void. It was the cold-faced Taishan sky prince's concubine. She walked not far from Mo-Chi, looked at Fangxing with hatred in her eyes, and said coldly, "I don't know what tricks he used, but he actually killed the great purgatory sky demon master in front of us. In this way, there will be rumors everywhere. How many people will believe that you have nothing to do with this? Who will believe that the greater darkness heaven is not involved? How hateful, how hateful. I didn't think that the great scarlet sky prince, who is famous in the 33 heavens, would be such a despicable person. He killed the White Tiger Lord without caring about the big picture. In fact, he is forcing you to side with the great scarlet sky. He is also pouring dirty water on the greater darkness heaven and sowing discord between us and the great firmament. You must not be fooled. What do you know?" Fangxing looked coldly at the Taishan sky prince's concubine and opened his mouth to speak. "You shut up." But before he finished speaking, the Taishan sky prince's concubine's expression changed drastically. She screamed and stopped him from continuing. Fangxing was stunned and did not continue speaking. Instead, he looked at the blissful demon master and Mo-Chi with a sinister smile and said in a sinister voice, "Since the deed has already been done, why don't the blissful demon master help me as well? Let's kill this Taishan sky prince's concubine together, shall we?" What? The blissful demon master was not the only one who was shocked by Fangxing's words. Even the crown prince's wife of Taishan heaven's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly took a few steps back. In the distance, the 4 elders of Taishan heaven appeared in a flash and stood in front of the crown prince's wife. Everyone looked at Fangxing warily and slowly backed away. Fangxing laughed heartily. The immortals could not be blamed for having such a big reaction. What happened today was simply too shocking. Even the white corpse of the great purgatory heavenly had been killed by him. Who could guarantee that he would not kill the crown prince's wife of Taishan heaven and have the ability to do so? Your Highness Di Lu, you've caused enough trouble. The blissful demon master, Mo-Chi, looked at Fangxing and said coldly, "After all, White Tiger Lord was from the 6 demon heavens. How could you kill him just like that? I think it's not right if you don't give us an explanation this time. You want an explanation from me?" Fangxing smiled faintly and turned to look at Mo-Chi, his eyes full of disdain. Mo-Chi said lightly, "You killed White Tiger Lord. Of course, you have to give us an explanation." Fangxing sneered and did not continue talking to her. He turned around and said lightly, "Celestial Lord Tingyang, spread the word that it was Di Lu, the the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, who killed Great Purgatory Heavenly White Sheba in front of the blissful Demon Master and the Crown Prince's wife of Taishan Heaven. I was the only one who did it. It had nothing to do with the blissful Demon Master and the Crown Prince's wife of Taishan Heaven. They even tried to stop me before I killed White Tiger Lord. Haha, but with their cultivation, they could not stop me. I succeeded in the end. This lowly official obeys. Below, one of the two immortal monarchs of Great Red Heaven, Tingyang Immortal Monarch, who had survived, replied in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Beside him, there was a pool of flesh and blood. It was none other than Taiyin Immortal Monarch, who had come to High Paradise Heaven with him. Just now, Great Red Heaven had paid a great price to kill the Great Hell Devil Lord. Almost all of the Blood God guards had died, and many of the immortal servants had been seriously injured, and even more had been killed. As for his good friend, Taiyin Immortal Monarch, his head had been crushed by the crazed Great Hell Devil Lord, Bai Zhaoji. Then, the Emperor of Great Red Heaven, who was eager to kill his enemy, slashed at him with a saber and shattered his body, leaving only a ray of spiritual light. It could be said that his cultivation had been destroyed, and only his spirit remained, but even then, the heaviness in his heart was indescribably heavy, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. The faces of the blissful Demon Master and the concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven grew even darker after hearing the words of the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. That Crown Prince's last order wasn't an explanation at all. It was pure slander. Although it seemed that he was telling the truth, his words hinted that the two of them were somehow involved. However, the two of them could not say a word at this time. They were deeply worried and secretly felt that they would not be able to clear up this matter for a while. After all, even if they had witnessed everything with their own eyes, they still could not believe it. How could Bai Zhaoji die so easily? The Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven clearly had not broken through to the next realm. Even if the two immortal monarchs who came with him were Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, they had only cultivated the most ordinary Great Tao. They could deal with Tai Supreme Immortals, but how could they have killed Bai Zhaoji? It was hard to believe that they had used some kind of trick or scheme. Who was Bai Zhaoji? He was a dignified demon master. Not only did his cultivation reach the heavens, he was also cunning. The blissful demon master, Mo Chi had fought with him for many years and knew him too well. She had thought of countless ways to make this great demon master suffer a loss. But in the end, no matter how hard she tried, the two of them were evenly matched. No one gained an advantage, and no one suffered a loss. How could such an old fox be tricked by the young Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven? Could it be that the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven hid his cultivation? Behind the blissful demon master, Jun-yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Fool!" The blissful demon master, Mo Chi snorted coldly and reprimanded him mercilessly. Even if that Crown Prince hid his cultivation, can't I tell whether he is a Tai Supreme Immortal or a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? He has not cultivated the Great Tao, and is only a Tai Supreme Immortal. Even if he can hide his cultivation, how much can he hide? Even if he breaks through the heavens, do you think he will be able to defeat Baishur? Jun-yi nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Even the immortals of Taishan Heaven nodded secretly. They did not think that it was possible that the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had hidden his cultivation. After all, at their realm, how could anyone hide their cultivation by a whole realm? Just like the two immortal monarchs of Great Scarlet Heaven. Although they had also hidden their cultivation, anyone could tell their true realm at a glance. This was only to hide their cultivation from the world. Just like the Crown Prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven, the four elders behind her were all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, but in front of outsiders, they could only say that they were Tai Supreme Immortals. This was because the dignity of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals was very important. Or, some expert from Great Scarlet Heaven came with him? The Crown Prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven suddenly looked at the blissful demon master with a probing look in her eyes. But the blissful demon master, Mo Chi immediately shook his head and said faintly, "If he could kill Lord White Tiger without us noticing, then his cultivation must be a whole realm higher than Lord White Tiger's." But in Great Scarlet Heaven, apart from the immortal emperor who is currently in seclusion, only one of the three immortal venerables, immortal Lord Ling Su, has the ability to do so. But he must stay in Great Scarlet Heaven to guard Red Emperor and cannot leave. Moreover, with his cultivation, if he came to blissful heaven, I'm afraid the heavenly will would have been affected. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven frowned tightly. She understood that the blissful demon master's words made sense, but it was impossible. How did Di kill Lord White Tiger, the great purgatory demon master? What exactly happened behind this sudden massacre? What made them feel helpless was that even they couldn't figure out these questions. How could they convince others? After a long time of silence, Mochi suddenly sneered and said faintly, after thinking about it carefully, even I feel that he managed to keep Baizhua in the blissful heaven with the help of you and me, Sister Mo, you can't. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven seemed to have sensed something different from Mochi's words. She hurriedly advised, this is the viciousness of great scarlet heaven's prince. Didn't he kill Baizhua so openly just to force Sister Mo to submit to great scarlet heaven? Don't be fooled by him. Otherwise, with his violent and ruthless character, how can you find peace in great scarlet heaven? Then, she forced herself to slow down and said in a low voice, also, before I came here, I've already sent you a few letters. In the letters, I've already stated the sincerity of great scarlet heaven clearly. Sister Mo, if I follow you to great scarlet heaven, are you sure Yan Zhaoge will believe that I didn't kill Baizhua? The blissful devil master suddenly smiled and interrupted the crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven was stunned. Then, she couldn't help but smile and said, Sister Mo, what are you talking about? It's not like I didn't see everything that happened here. Even if Yan Zhaoge suspects something, I'll explain it for you. Do you think you won't believe me? The blissful devil master Mochi smiled faintly and said, then, can you be sure that when the great firmament heaven doesn't believe that this matter has nothing to do with me and forces great scarlet heaven to give them an explanation, Yan Zhaoge won't hand me over to be the scapegoat? This, the crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven was stunned again. Her expression was a little awkward. She forced a smile and said, how is this possible, Sister Ziying? After you became the crown prince's concubine, you're no longer the same person as before. The blissful devil master Mochi said faintly. Then, she lightly stepped on the clouds and flew forward. Sister Mo, the crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly called out and wanted to explain something. However, the blissful devil master Mochi didn't even turn her head back. Only a few words floated back to her. Forget about the time I saved your life by the abundant water. Forget about the 10 years we spent practicing the zither together. Since you despised my bad reputation after marrying into great scarlet heaven and haven't written to me for 100 years, why do you still make things difficult for yourself and come to the blissful heaven to see an unchaste woman like me? As her figure went far away, her voice gradually faded. When her last sentence came, it was already so soft that it couldn't be heard anymore. From now on, don't call me Sister Mo. I'm the blissful devil master. Remember it. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven's expression changed slightly. There seemed to be tears at the corner of her eyes. She didn't say anything and just stood there for a long time. Elder Shubo, has she already made up her mind? After Mochi had gone far away for a long time, and not even a trace of her shadow could be seen, the crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven suddenly said coldly. Behind her, an old elder raised his head and said coldly, it's highly possible. Good. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven said the word good several times, and her voice was cold. Then don't blame me anymore. In this voice, there was not the slightest bit of affection, only endless coldness. But at this moment, another elder suddenly interrupted, Prince's concubine, you still have to be careful. Before we came, the prince said that if this demon knows what's good for her, we will give her a place, and if she doesn't, we will directly join forces and find an opportunity to kill her. Now that Baishur is dead, it doesn't seem to matter if she is one more. However, that prince of great scarlet heaven is an accident. No matter how I think about it, I can't figure out how he killed Baishur. I'm afraid that he will come out and cause trouble when we kill Mochi. The crown prince's concubine of Taishan heaven's voice was cold, and she frowned. Even so, we can't wait any longer. I must immediately send a letter to tell Yan Zhao about this. The situation in the blissful heaven is far more serious than he imagined. Only he can deal with this crown prince of great scarlet heaven. didn't you say to be merciful? Mochi the blissful demon master, was deep in thought. She wandered around the mountains above the bitter sea of the blissful heaven after she parted ways with the princess of the Prince of Taishan heaven. For some reason, she found herself in front of a black mountain on the bitter sea of the blissful heaven. She stood in front of the mountain for a long time before she finally gritted her teeth and stepped into the mountain. She stood on the black stone platform and looked up. Her eyes fell on the opposite side of the platform. She saw the white-robed monk, who was covered in blood and chanting calmly. He was covered in thorns, but he was still calmly chanting. She looked at the white-robed monk, and emotions surged in her eyes like tides. There was pity, hatred, disgust, and even an indescribable fear. But after a long period of fluctuating emotions, she finally calmed down. The words that came out of her mouth were inexplicably sarcastic. "Don't think I'm a fool. Do you really think that you don't know magical powers? Just now, the great hell demon by Xianxia escaped to the sea, and the prince of great scarlet heaven was pressing on. Even the elders of Taishan heaven and I couldn't save him. But with your cultivation, how difficult would it be to protect his spirit? But why did you just chant a scripture and do nothing else? Monk, where's your merciful heart? Where's your salvation? Do you think it's all talk?" "I won't save the great hell demon master." The young monk opened his eyes gently. His gaze was still gentle, and his voice was calm and gentle. "He cultivates the great Tao of killing. The so-called cultivation is to slaughter all living beings. Every day he lives, countless living beings will die under his butcher knife in great prison heaven. If I save him, then he will kill even more living beings for the sake of cultivation. If Buddhism is to save all living beings, then it should be treated equally. If it is to be compassionate, then it should be to illuminate the world. How can I cause the souls of thousands of living beings to be obliterated for the sake of a Baishi corpse? Who asked us to be devils?" The blissful demon king, Mochi sneered coldly. His gaze was like a sharp knife that stabbed into the young monk's face. His eyes were filled with ridicule. "This is how we demons are. Baishi likes to kill people, but I like to sleep with men. You can't stand it, right? Then why are you talking about purification? Why don't you just follow what the Taoists say and slay the demons? Why do you have to stay at my place and recite some scriptures and preach some Buddhist theory to me every day? If even you think that we deserve to die, then why don't you just watch the 6 of us die together? This penniless monk is also slaying fiends." The young monk stared straight at the blissful demon master and said softly, "But I'm not going to destroy your physical body. I'm only going to destroy the demonic thoughts in your heart." "What demonic will?" "What a joke!" Mochi shouted, "The white tiger likes to kill, it's his nature. I, Mochi, like to sleep with men, it's my nature. You are just a heartless monk who has never tasted anything in the mortal world. You are born with 5 senses and 6 extremities. You are just like a blockhead. How would you know what a devil is? Let me tell you, the nature of humans is the devil, the principles of Tao is the devil. If you want to destroy the demonic thoughts in our hearts, why don't you just turn us into stones? Stopping is the nature of a human, indulging is the devil." The young monk answered calmly, "What Buddhism does is to destroy the heart's devil, not to destroy one's nature." Mochi became even more furious. He shouted, "We have inherited the sky demon art and cultivated the 6 paths demon root. This demon root is our foundation. If you destroy our demonic nature, we won't have the power to protect ourselves. Monk, you are not purifying fiends, you are killing people. If you continue to cultivate, you will only die. Only by converting to Buddhism will you have a chance to live." The young monk looked into Mochi-er's eyes. "I'm not killing people, I'm saving people." "Ha ha ha ha," Mochi-er laughed harshly. A hideous expression actually appeared on her beautiful face. "You want to say that it's a dead end for us to guard the great 6 demon heavens? We have to give up our wealth and even our cultivation Tao foundation to follow a stupid monk like you to eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha. Only then will we have a chance of survival? Haha, monk, you must be crazy. The butcher's knife you speak of is the knife that can save our lives. If you ask us to give up our butcher's knife, how are we going to fight when someone comes to kill us in the future? Are we going to use our necks to take on someone else's knife? Buddhism is not as weak as you think. Buddha said that he will save all living beings, and he himself is also a living being. How can he let evil people slaughter him? The young monk's voice slowly became gentler. After all, I am helping you cultivate, not forcing you to die. If that's the case, then does Buddhism not forbid killing? Blissful Demon Master Mochi sneered, his eyes were shining brightly. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Killing is also a part of it. Buddhism has no intention of stopping the heavenly Tao. The young monk's reply was very straightforward, which made Mochi even more sarcastic. If your Buddhism does not even forbid killing, then what's the point of being merciful and saving all living beings? What's the point of Buddhism's existence? Buddhism does not forbid killing, but it cannot stop killing. The young monk sighed softly and said plainly, if I drink a ladle of water, there will be 300 million living beings in the water. If I eat a mouthful of vegetables, it will harm the life of a plant. If I don't teach the wolf to eat the lamb, the wolf will starve to death. If I don't teach the eagle to eat the rabbit, the eagle will starve to death. If I serve the wolf with my blood and the eagle with my meat, then I will die. The cycle of heaven and earth is endless. Killing is a part of it. How can I really stop it? If I forbid killing, then I might stop the cycle of heaven and earth. The great calamity is not far away, and the calamity of all living beings will descend. If that's the case, doesn't that mean all living beings are demons? Mochi's voice was slightly sharp. Then why do you want me to use the butcher's knife? Everything should be done in moderation. The young monk's reply seemed like he never needed to think. He said it directly, the ultimate Buddhist principle is to cultivate oneself, to cultivate the Zen heart. If one follows his nature, then he won't break the precepts. I have a senior brother who often said that wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in the heart. This is the principle. However, if one indulges himself wantonly, then he will become a demon. As for the demon, it is not for all living beings. In the end, it will fall on one's own body. The so-called Buddha and the so-called demon are just a thought in the heart. If one has the Buddha's heart, then his heart will be peaceful. Whether he lives or dies, he will face it calmly. If one has the demon's heart, then he will be violent and restless. In the end, the living beings will suffer, and the one who will be destroyed is himself. At this point, the blissful demon Mochi felt that it was ridiculous. He sneered, you think that my heart is restless? The young monk said, if your heart is peaceful, then why did you come to talk to me? Mochi was furious. She raised her palm fiercely, as if she wanted to slap the young monk to death. However, after thinking for a while, she suddenly showed a trace of ruthlessness on her face. The smile on her face also became coquettish. She bit her lips and giggled. Then, she walked towards the young monk lightly. The thorns that entangled the young monk shrank into his body as if they were alive when she approached him. This feeling only made the young monk feel more pain. His face had already turned pale, but his expression was still calm. I came here because I miss you. Mochi ignored the cold sweat on the young monk's face because of the endless pain. She gently touched the young monk's face with her delicate palm and smiled playfully. There seemed to be a trace of infatuation in her eyes. I really haven't seen such a handsome person like you for many years. Do you know what I am thinking? I am just thinking, alas, why are there so many troublesome things? Otherwise, I would have already married you into the palace and lingered with you every night. The young monk did not move. His expression was calm. In the quiet stone chamber, there was only her moaning and panting, which was extremely coquettish. Your heart is not moved. Why do you force yourself to be moved? After a long time, the young monk suddenly lowered his head and looked into her eyes. What are you talking about? I like you the moment I saw you. My heart is already beating fast. How can I not be moved? Mochi's whole body had already softly wrapped around the young monk's body as she murmured to herself. Then why do I feel that your heart is dead and lifeless? The young monk's voice was not loud. He just calmly stated a fact. However, Mochi suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her eyes were full of killing intent. What did you say? The young monk said calmly, lust is invisible. It can't fill the emptiness in your heart. Mochi's expression suddenly changed. She suddenly raised her hand as if she was about to slap down. However, before she slapped down, she changed her mind. She just flicked her fingers slightly, and the thorns on the young monk's body immediately became more luxuriant. They grew bit by bit. The growth of each thorn brought great pain to the young monk. Seeing this, she showed a cold and vicious smile and purposely giggled. I don't know whether there is an emptiness in my heart or not. But you should have a few thorns in your heart to torture. However, the endless growth of thorns still did not change the young monk's expression. He was still sitting quietly with his legs crossed, as if he was not the one suffering. He looked at Xianxia calmly. Convert to Buddhism. It can make your heart peaceful. Shut up. Xianxia stared at the young monk fiercely, as if she wanted to see the pain on his face. However, she shook her head in disappointment. She flicked her fingers again and withdrew her supernatural power. Her face seemed to show endless exhaustion. She sighed softly and said softly, "You are a monk. How would you know what is the great way and what is the heaven's way? You just need to endure." As she spoke, she turned around and was about to leave. However, the young monk already spoke behind her. The heaven's way is the rule, and the great way is the human heart. Therefore, the heaven's way is perfect, and the human heart is deficient. When you truly acknowledge the heaven's way and understand the great way, you will not continue to suffer, and your cultivation will also improve. The heaven's way is perfect, and the human heart is deficient? Xianxia stamped her feet slightly and repeated these words. However, she did not turn back and continued to walk forward. The young monk also sighed softly, lowered his head, and remained silent. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the direction of the empty cave. Senior brother, do you understand? In the Crown Prince's palace, Fangxing had been using the Great Illusionary Mirror to watch everything in Xianxia's cave residence. The Great Illusionary Mirror was a rare treasure made by the Great Void Immortal King himself. It could see the whole world. He had been to the cave residence where Xianxia was, so he naturally felt no pressure watching it. After killing Baisher, he was worried about the choice of Xianxia, the blissful demon master, so he used this mirror to spy on her. However, he didn't expect to see her conversation with Xianxia. Originally, the Great Illusionary Mirror was invisible and traceless, and even the blissful demon master didn't notice it. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia seemed to have noticed that he was spying on her, but he didn't say anything. Just now, when he saw the scene of Xianxia torturing Xianxia, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Then he heard Xianxia's description of the human heart. Enough is enough, and the human heart is incomplete. His heart was heavy. While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly looked at by Xianxia in the mirror. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he suddenly understood. Damn, this little monk can actually find me? The Great Void Baby was also shocked by Xianxia's words. There was a ripple on the surface of the mirror, as if it was about to break. However, Xianxia looked at the mirror and smiled softly. Under the dense Buddhist light, the mirror had calmed down and was quiet without any ripples. At this time, Fangxing was still looking at the mirror and didn't say anything for a long time. He just looked at Xianxia in the mirror, and his eyebrows had become a knot. Sometimes he was calm, and sometimes he was worried. Stop when it's appropriate, and go too far is as bad as being a demon? After thinking for a long time, he looked up at the mirror and said, Junior brother, is this your way of Buddhism? The Great Illusionary Mirror originally had no sound transmission ability, but somehow, Xianxia seemed to have heard what Fangxing had said to him in the palace. He nodded slowly and said softly, this is the path I chose. If the world is full of demons and the Great Tribulation is approaching, the only thing I can do is to cut off the evil thoughts in the hearts of all living beings with a Buddhist heart. Perhaps, I can slightly stop the Great Tribulation and have a little more hope. What you said seems to make some sense. Fangxing nodded, but after a pause, he shook his head again. It's just that it's impossible to do it. If senior brother helps me, it might be possible. Xianxia gently raised his head and sighed in a low voice. Then he gently lifted his Buddhist sleeve, but a snow-white ball of fur rolled out from under his wide sleeve. It was a chubby kitten. As if it had just woken up from a dream, there was a little confusion in the depths of its eyes. It stood up in a daze, but was poked by the thorns next to it. The kitten immediately became furious and roared at the thorns. But seeing that the thorns were not afraid of it, it became afraid and slowly retreated to Xianxia's side. Woo woo, it looked up at Xianxia and meowed tenderly, as if it was complaining. Xianxia chuckled softly and covered it with his big sleeve. Then, he said to the void, among the people I want to enlighten, there is this white tiger lord who loves killing the most. However, I didn't dare to look for him directly because he loves killing. I'm afraid that he won't spare my life like the blissful demon master and explain to me. Instead, he will kill me directly. Therefore, even I don't know how to enlighten him. However, I didn't expect that senior brother would kill him as soon as you met him. An eye for an eye, a devil against a devil. Instead, it made him feel remorseful at his last breath and beg for relief. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have been able to save him, Fang Xing said. Then why did you lie to Emochi just now and say that you didn't save the great hell demon master? Xianxia said softly, I didn't save the great hell demon master, nor did I save Bai Shi, but this kitten. Fang Xing was silent for a while and said, but I'm afraid this kitten can't help you protect and preach. Xianxia smiled, reached out and stroked the cute snow-white kitten, and said softly, but I'm still happy in my heart. After a while, he raised his head again and said softly, Senior brother, I've been thinking just now. If it weren't for you, how could I have enlightened this great hell demon master? I've already figured it out just now. I want to cut off the evil thoughts in their hearts because I don't want them to fall into the sea of bitterness forever. But those who are above the sea of bitterness will never think of falling into the sea of bitterness themselves. It's not because they don't know, but because they don't dare to think about it. For them, you are the sea of bitterness, and you can always let them see themselves. Everything you do is against the Dharma, but in front of you, they are easier to be enlightened. This is also what I wanted to say just now. Senior brother, I don't know if you are willing. Stop talking. Fang Xing directly interrupted Xianxia's words. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled out the great void baby from the great illusionary mirror. In an instant, the surface of the mirror was empty, and there was nothing left. At this moment, in the cave abode, Xianxia also had a bitter expression. He shook his head and sighed softly. When talking to Emochi, his expression was clear, but at this moment, he was a little confused. The road is a good one, and the heart is kind, but it's too stupid. Fang Xing looked at the empty mirror, shook his head, and muttered to himself in a low voice. His expression was also a little disappointed. Sigh, forget it, let's take one step at a time. I haven't even reached the end of the road, so why should I think about where to go? But very quickly, he raised his head and decided not to think about this problem anymore. Instead, he raised his hand, and in his palm, there was a ray of spiritual light that was spinning endlessly. It was just a ray of spiritual light, but it seemed to contain endless fierce killing intent. If one used their divine will to analyze it, they would find that in the depths of this ray of spiritual light, every ray of light was like a sword, incomparably violent. This great Tao had almost no excess, only pure killing intent. It was so fierce that it was frightening, the great Tao of slaughter, Fang Xing whispered. This was the great Tao of slaughter that Xianxia had tried to take away after he self-destructed his body. It was just like the 5 great Tao that immortal King Xianxia had left behind. When he slashed at Xianxia, he separated Xianxia's soul from this great Tao. Then, he snatched the great Tao of slaughter, and the last wisp of Xianxia's soul was taken away by Xianxia. The way of heaven is the law, and the great Tao is the human heart. At this time, he was quietly looking at the road, muttering to himself, repeating what he had heard from Xianxia. The way of heaven is perfect, and the human heart is flawed. The theurgy is the heavenly skill, but it is used by people and controlled by the heart. Then, the theurgy is to use the human heart to reach the way of heaven, and to use flaws to control perfection. Gradually, as he thought about it, he fell into a slightly confused feeling. If he and Xianxia were two extremes, then one was well versed in Buddhist principles, and the other was not at all. But just now, listening to the words of Xianxia and Emochi, it seemed to wake up some fog in Fang Xing's heart. This made him, who had been thinking about how to comprehend the great Tao, understand the relationship between the Taoist heart and the great Tao that the heavenly demon had mentioned. The human heart was the truth of the great Tao, the law of heaven and earth was the ruthless law that was above the great Tao. After a long silence, Fang Xing suddenly thought of something and put the great Tao of slaughter into his realm of consciousness. Boom, after the spiritual light entered the realm of consciousness, it immediately expanded crazily and turned into the appearance of a violent dragon. It seemed to have revealed its original form and wandered around in the realm of consciousness. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth were torn apart by this murderous aura, and pieces of frost condensed. In the process, the huge murderous aura also became bigger and bigger. The bigger the body, the more scattered the murderous aura. In the end, it actually slowly merged into this side of the world and turned into wisps of wind. It was already gone, but it was everywhere. If the human heart is the great Tao, and the great Tao is the theurgy, then why can't I use the human heart to reach the way of heaven, and the theurgy with the way of heaven? At this time, Fangxing's true spirit looked down at the realm of consciousness and secretly thought. Then, he ran the Taishang Tao-seeking scripture. The Taishang 9 scriptures were originally all-encompassing knowledge that could penetrate through heaven and earth. The deeper Fangxing cultivated, the deeper his understanding of the scriptures became. The Taishang 9 scriptures, the spirit-transforming scripture, the undying scripture, and the sense scripture gave his realm of consciousness the ability to refine, endure, and sense everything. This was also the most direct embodiment of the realm of consciousness. For example, after Baisher drank a cup of emperor essence, his body was in a terrible state as if he was poisoned. However, Fangxing had been directly bestowed with the essence of 100 herbs by the Chaos Immortal Garden, so he could also endure it. In this aspect, it could be said that the strength of Fangxing's Taishang realm of consciousness was even more powerful than Baisher's Daluo golden body. As for the 3 scriptures of Taishang, the scripture of Qi, the scripture of formation breaking, and the scripture of unfettered, they were used to unleash the power and potential of the realm of consciousness to defend against external enemies. Until now, the divine arts, martial arts, and escape techniques that Fangxing had cultivated were all related to these 3 scriptures. They were like passageways that allowed Fangxing to unleash the divine might accumulated within the Taishang realm of consciousness. This was an extremely brilliant technique and method. Fangxing had already comprehended the first 6 scriptures very deeply because he had been using them all the time. However, Fangxing's understanding of the last 3 scriptures was still very shallow. He could only use some superficial knowledge and could not understand the true meaning. This was because the last 3 scriptures, seeking the way, questioning the heart, and freedom, were not specific cultivation methods. They could not have an obvious improvement in strength like the middle 3 scriptures, nor could they manifest immortal power in his realm of consciousness like the first 3 scriptures. At first glance, they seemed to be of little value. It was not until he heard Xianxia's persuasion of Mo-Chi that he was suddenly touched and gradually began to understand. It turned out that the last 3 scriptures were the true essence of the Taishang 9 scriptures. The reason why he did not understand it before was that his level was too low. Even if his accumulation was incomparably deep, he still could not come into contact with the realm that the Daluo Golden Immortals were comprehending. The 3 scriptures of seeking the way, questioning the heart, and freedom undoubtedly guided the great way. He had been standing outside the door before, but now, because of Xianxia's words, he saw the door. When he was in the great red sky, Fangxing had secluded himself for 3 years and performed the first 4 sacrifices of the 12 sacrifices of the ancestral witch. Although it was only 4 sacrifices and he did not successfully form the great way, the benefits it brought him were endless. After completing the 4 sacrifices, his personal foundation had actually surpassed that of an ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The 3,000 laws in the spiritual realm of his body were all vigorous and contained the power of an immortal. However, because he had not experienced the tribulation of the Taoist heart, he could not integrate his heart with the Tao and cultivate his own great way. This also made his foundation deep and unparalleled, but he could not exert this great potential. In this sense, he was indeed not a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, because he could not reach the realm that a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could comprehend. In this case, no matter how powerful he was, he could not be regarded as a real Golden Immortal. He had clearly surpassed the ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in terms of foundation, and his own foundation had reached the point of breaking through the realm, but as for how to cultivate a great Tao, he had no clue at all. Even the Sky Demon and the Unknown Immortal only told him to experience the past and experience the tribulation of the Taoist heart, but what would happen after experiencing it? Fangxing really didn't know what the right path was for him to take after this. The 12 sacrifices of the ancestral which only helped him increase his foundation. This kind of foundation could allow him to have infinite magic power, and it could allow him to use witchcraft and exert powerful combat power. But it would not help him improve his realm. He could only rely on himself. As Xianxia said, all cultivation was still about cultivating oneself and the heart. After being the guardian vedra of Buddhism for nearly 100 years, Fangxing now comprehended the truth of the heart with the help of Buddhism for the first time. Then, the essence of the last 3 scriptures of the Taisheng Sutra, which had long been imprinted in his mind, began to appear in his heart. He began to think about it. It turned out that the truth of cultivating the heart and seeking the Tao had always been in his heart, but he had not comprehended it in the past. What did the Taisheng Seeking the Tao Sutra refer to? To put it simply, it was to comprehend the great Tao. Comprehend the great Tao. To the outside world, Bai Xianxu's great Tao of slaughter was his killing method and his most powerful divine ability. But to the inside, it was a kind of principle, a kind of killing principle. Every bit of it was comprehended by Bai Xianxu through his lifetime of bitter cultivation. Everyone said that the great Tao couldn't be inherited or transferred. It was because an individual's comprehension was only in the individual's heart. Even if it was passed on to others, they could only obtain a part of it. It was impossible for them to understand it as thoroughly as they could, so he couldn't display the power of the great Tao. This great Tao was a divine art. If one could comprehend some of the principles within, they would be able to unleash some of the power of the divine ability. This was the uniqueness of the Tao-seeking scripture. It borrowed the vastness of the realm of consciousness to completely break down other people's Taos and then display all the principles within it in front of Fangxing. This allowed Fangxing to comprehend the principles of the Tao-seeking scripture endlessly, tracing back to the source, marvelously understanding the true meaning. Who said that the great Tao couldn't be inherited or transferred? A voice sneered in Fangxing's heart. After using the Tao-seeking scripture, I can comprehend the principles contained within the great Tao without any limits. In other words, as long as I want to, I can be infinitely close to the divine power of the great Tao of slaughter in Bai Xianxu's hands. To a certain extent, this is stealing Bai Xianxu's great Tao and using it freely. The heavenly Tao was perfect, and the human heart was flawed. All the principles within the power of the great Tao came from the human heart. Naturally, it couldn't be understood by the human heart. However, it could be understood by the heart of the heavens. In this realm of consciousness, Fangxing's human heart was equivalent to the heart of the heavens of this world. After understanding this point, his heart was a little excited and a little heavy. The Supreme Tao's path was too strange. It could be said that it broke the common sense and principles of the normal cultivation path at every crucial step. For example, seeking the immortal fate, awakening the immortal consciousness, and now, even the great Tao could be stolen. After thinking about this problem, he couldn't help but comprehend the source of the great Tao of slaughter. In this realm of consciousness, the great Tao of slaughter had been completely broken down. He could see every minute change, and he could also imprint every minute change in his heart. And every minute change he saw, and every minute he comprehended, the ferocious power of the great Tao of slaughter would appear in his heart a little more, and it would belong to him a little more. This feeling terrified Fangxing just thinking about it. He still remembered Bai Xianxu's ferocious appearance when he used the great Tao of slaughter. At that time, he was already poisoned by the Emperor Essence and suffered a sneak attack. He couldn't even use half of his strength, but he was still extremely ferocious. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if he could use all the power of the great Tao of slaughter. Such a treasure, of course, he had to inherit it. However, gradually, the more he comprehended the principles, the more ferocious Fangxing's expression became. He seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his body seemed to emit a thick smell of blood. Roar! Just when his entire mind was immersed in the great Tao of slaughter, a tiger's roar suddenly sounded in his ears. That voice was filled with a bloody aura of choosing a person to devour, and it came suddenly like a thunderclap. More importantly, that tiger's roar seemed to resound in the bottom of Fangxing's heart. This made Fangxing suddenly awaken, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Damn, I was scared to death. Thinking back to the various changes in his heart, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, it turns out that other people's great Tao can't be comprehended casually, because it contains all that person's thoughts and ideas. I can use his ideas to verify my ideas, but I can't sink too deep into his great Tao. Otherwise, my heart will become attached to his great Tao. At that time, the great Tao of slaughter will really become my own great Tao, and I will become Bai Xianxu. Stopping when appropriate is the Tao, going too far is as bad as not enough is the devil. Now, I can only comprehend 70% of the great Tao of slaughter at most. It's not that I can't comprehend it deeper, but I dare not continue. Even if I can't completely inherit the power of the great Tao of slaughter, I can't let this great Tao change my Tao heart. Unless, my Tao heart is stronger than Bai Xianxia's. Only at that time can I unscrupulously display Bai Xianxia's great Tao of slaughter, and even the 5 great Taos that immortal King Xianxia left in my world of consciousness. I can even casually take the great Tao of other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals without worrying about my Tao heart collapsing. Gradually, Fangxing finally had some understanding of his own cultivation. Now he actually had the ability to inherit, or to seize the great Tao of others, but he just didn't dare to use it wantonly, because his Tao heart wasn't strong enough to be unscrupulous. What he used was the technique of understanding the human heart with the heavenly heart, and there was no problem with that. But the problem was that his Tao heart hadn't reached the heavenly heart realm. He still had a door that he hadn't pushed open. He just saw that door and knew that if he pushed it open, it would be a new realm. At that time, his cultivation would also improve further, and even reach a height that he didn't dare to imagine. But if he pushed open that door, he didn't know whether he had the foundation to bear the consequences, and he didn't know whether his Tao heart would collapse. After all, he had just reached the level of the demon master, but the realm behind that door was very likely to be beyond the immortal king realm. It was like after pushing open the door, a golden mountain pressed down. The golden mountain was good, but if he couldn't catch the power of the golden mountain, he would be directly crushed into meat paste by the golden mountain, and if he didn't have a way to deal with the golden mountain, then the golden mountain would also be taken away by others. No matter what the result was, it was better not to open the door. It seems that I can't avoid it. Fangxing sighed deeply in his heart. When he saw that door, what rose in his heart wasn't joy. The only thing I can do now is to find more immortal herbs and continue the 12 sacrifices of the ancestral wizard so that I have enough power and can sever more fates. Only then can I inherit more great ways and possess boundless power. Yi Futian thought to himself. As he thought about this, his mind drifted, and he slowly retreated from the knowledge realm. It seems that he has a premonition of the problem he's facing. After Fangxing retreated from the knowledge realm, the voices of the existences in the strange tower sounded in a low voice. He's not a fool. How could he not have a premonition of his own problems? A somewhat helpless voice sounded, but it was the omniscient old immortal. He sighed and said, when he was in the illusory mirror, he cultivated the 3 scrolls of heavenly tomes left behind by the Taishu immortal king. He comprehended the Tao from the lost path and cultivated a boundless Tao heart. Others cultivate the art of subtraction, but he cultivates the art of addition. Others can cut off anything with a single thought, but he cultivates the art of perfection, unwilling to let go. From then on, he actually has no other choice. Now, he's just afraid, and he's just stalling for time. He feels that he now lacks both foundation and direction, but in reality, although his foundation is still lacking, his direction has long been set. If that's the case, why give him the foundation he needs so that he can open that door faster? Haha, why do we need to meddle? The unknown immortal chuckled and said, given his personality, he's never worried about resources. If we give it to him on our own initiative, he might not even care about it. We don't need to worry about this, and it's a good opportunity for him to comprehend these resources in the process of obtaining them. Now, all we need to do is wait. When he has enough foundation, that door will open on its own. Resources, I still need resources, Fangxing, who had woken up from his cultivation, muttered to himself. His desire for resources grew even stronger. Before he saw that door, this desire was a little lighter. But now that he saw it, he wanted to open it and take a look. Although he knew deep in his heart that if he opened the door, the result might not be what he wanted, he still wanted to take a look, and if he wanted to take a look, there was no other choice. He could only try his best to increase his own foundation as quickly as possible. As for the method, it was naturally the crudest, fastest, and simplest ancestral which 12 sacrifices. Your Highness, with the death of Bai Zhao, the great prison heaven is without a leader. My great scarlet heaven took the initiative and was the first to attack the great prison heaven. Unfortunately, Great Firmament and Taishan Heaven reacted quickly and sent their immortal generals into this region to divide the resources. Now, the Great Prison Heaven is in a state of chaos. Although my Great Scarlet Heaven took the initiative, we are faintly being attacked by both Great Firmament and Taishan Heaven. Our advantage is not obvious, and we are even faintly being pushed out of the Great Prison Heaven. Seeing that Feng Xing had finished his cultivation, the immortal master from Great Scarlet Heaven who had survived came to report. Those things can be dealt with by the immortal masters. Why ask me? But Feng Xing showed no interest in this important matter. He only asked lightly, have the tiger head lotuses I want been delivered? The immortal master nodded and said, after the emperor sent the message, Great Scarlet Heaven sent a group of immortal soldiers to the Great Prison Heaven. The Azure Xian region master led the troops and was the first to break through the White Tiger Palace. The tiger head lotuses are also under the control of Great Scarlet Heaven. Now, most of the tiger head lotuses have been sent to Great Scarlet Heaven. The part that the emperor wants has also been specially ordered by the immortal masters to be delivered. In another day, it will arrive. When it arrives, bring it to me. You can handle the other matters as you see fit. Feng Xing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to listen anymore. In the 6 demon heavens, slaying the demon was only the first step. The most important thing was to occupy the heaven domain and divide the resources. This was what the 3 imperial palaces were most interested in. Therefore, when Feng Xing came up with the plan to slay Bai Shishir, he had already sent a message to Great Scarlet Sky, allowing them to make sufficient preparations to attack the Great Prison Heaven at any time. Therefore, after Bai Shishir died, Great Scarlet Sky seized the initiative and was the first to breach the White Tiger Palace. From Great Scarlet Sky's point of view, this was naturally the Emperor's son wholeheartedly cooperating with them, but to Feng Xing, his true intention was to spy on a resource unique to the Great Prison Heaven. It was called the Tiger Head Lotus. The grade of this lotus was not necessarily higher than the Emperor Essence. In fact, it could be said to be much lower. Using it for cultivation alone did not have much effect on Feng Xing, but it was the main ingredient of the 6th sacrifice of the ancestral sorcerer 12 sacrifices. It was very useful to the current Feng Xing, and when Great Scarlet Sky saw that his son was working so hard, he naturally would not slight him. After obtaining the Tiger Head Lotus, as the Emperor's son, he would naturally approve a portion of it for him, and with the Tiger Head Lotus, Feng Xing naturally did not care about other things. He was not worried about whether he could occupy the territory of Great Prison Heaven. He also knew that although he had killed Bai Shishir, the biggest benefit might not necessarily be reaped by Great Scarlet Sky. After all, Great Firmament Heaven and Greater Darkness Heaven were not to be trifled with. The 3 parties were eyeing the Great Prison Heaven covetously. It was not a matter that could be decided in a short period of time. It could even be said that it would not be decided before the situation of the entire 6 demon heavens was stabilized. Yes. After all, the Emperor has made the greatest contribution. The Immortal Prime is very satisfied with the way you handled things and even sent a message to tell you to be more careful. Seeing that Feng Xing was not interested in listening, the Immortal Prime did not say anything. He only asked curiously, then what should we do next? Next, Feng Xing smiled and said, leave Emochi to me. I'll leave the other demons to you. Hearing this, the Immortal Prime understood what he meant and bowed and retreated. The blissful demon master basically has no other choice but to submit to Great Scarlet Sky. However, looking at that crazy woman, she will probably struggle for a while and will not give in so quickly. Moreover, I'm not very interested in whether she will give in or not. However, I heard from an unknown immortal that there is also a precious immortal medicine in blissful heaven called the Joy Fruit. It is also one of the main ingredients of the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices. It is also the lifeblood of the blissful demon master. I have to find a way to get it for her. Now, Feng Xing had already killed the person he had promised to kill for the little foxes. Although Xianxia had saved a wisp of Bai Shishir's soul, in the eyes of the world, the great hell demon master was already dead. As for the matter of little monk Xianxia, he could not help him even if he wanted to. He had already done his best to stir up chaos in the 6 demons' heavens. He could not do anything else, so he could only think for himself. The ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices was a great benefit, so it was better to get the immortal medicine that he needed first. However, the blissful demon master, Emochi gave him a headache. He had clearly forced the blissful heaven to a dead end, and joining the great red heaven was the best choice. After she joined, he could ask her for the joyous fruit openly. However, this woman was stubbornly holding on, and the prince's concubine of Taishan heaven was also here. No one could predict whether there would be any more disputes, which made Fangxing a little anxious. The resources needed for the 12 sacrifices were all rare treasures in the world and endless immortal medicine. However, Fangxing had seized the Chaos Immortal Garden and already had countless auxiliary medicines. He only lacked some rare treasures, about 7 or 8 kinds. If he obtained these main medicines and continued to carry out the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrifices, then Fangxing's cultivation would undoubtedly usher in another leap. Previously, in the realm of consciousness, he had chatted in detail with the unknown immortal, the heavenly demon, and the others. He knew that although there were not many of these treasures in the world, there were still some in the 33 heavens. Most of them were in the hands of the imperial palaces or the 6 demons' heavens. How can I get them to obediently hand over the immortal medicine? Fangxing could not help but ponder this question, but he could not come up with an idea. These rare immortal medicines were the foundation of the various forces. Take the 6 demons' heavens for example. Each demon valued these immortal medicines more than their own lives, so they would not easily hand them over. It could be said that stealing their immortal medicines was more difficult than subduing them. Perhaps some of the demons would join the imperial palaces to protect themselves, but it was not easy to get them to hand over their immortal medicines. Taking the current situation as an example, the various emperor palaces didn't even need to talk about snatching their immortal medicines, they even had to give their own immortal medicines to appease them. Only when the situation stabilized would they slowly dig out those precious resources from their mouths. The most important thing now was to completely settle the blissful heaven and obtain the joyous fruit. Your Highness, just as Fangxing was pondering all sorts of things, he saw the immortal master of Dachi heaven enter again. Didn't I tell you to do as you see fit? Fangxing was a little displeased that his pondering was interrupted. He glanced sideways at the immortal master. The immortal master was shocked and hurriedly said, Your Highness, you've misunderstood. Someone outside the palace wishes to see you. He says he's an old friend of Your Highness. An old friend? Fangxing was slightly stunned. He subconsciously thought it was Lu So and the others, but he thought to himself, he can't be that fast, right? Let him in. However, he did not think too much about it. He waved his hand and agreed. The immortal master nodded and turned to leave the palace. Not long after, an immortal servant led a person into the main hall. Who are you? Fangxing lowered his head to take a look and saw that the newcomer was a man draped in a black robe. He didn't look very old, and half of his face was covered by a piece of cloth. Only his eyes were exposed. Logically speaking, at Fangxing's cultivation level, not to mention covering his face with a piece of cloth, even if the other party used some kind of divine ability to conceal his aura, he should be able to see through it with a single glance. But now, the strange thing was that when Fangxing glanced at the person, he discovered that the other party's aura was as vast as the ocean, and he actually couldn't see through it with a single glance. I've already informed you that I'm an old friend of Your Highness. I wonder if Your Highness can still recognize me. The man in the black robe smiled slightly. He took off the cloth on his face and smiled lightly. Fangxing frowned immediately. He felt that this person was very familiar. After looking for a while, his heart suddenly lit up. He recognized who this person was, and he was immediately shocked. All of you can leave. There's no need to stand guard here. He is indeed an old friend of mine. Fangxing waved his hand, signaling for the immortal attendants and the others to leave. He slowly rose to his feet and walked down the hall. He circled the man twice, sizing him up. The man wore a smile on his face and allowed Fangxing to look at him. He was very calm, but the more Fangxing looked at him, the angrier he became. After circling left 3 times, then right 3 times, he arrived in front of the man, rubbing his chin as he looked at him. What's your cultivation now? Fangxing's eyes lit up. He stared at the man's face and was very curious. Can you kill an immortal king? The man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not expect Fangxing to ask him this. He smiled bitterly and said, I'll only know after I kill him. Fangxing frowned and asked again, Can you kill an almighty immortal? The man smiled bitterly again and said, I'll only know after I kill him. Fangxing pondered for a while. After a while, he asked in a low voice, "Can you kill me?" The man's expression became serious. After a while, he shook his head slightly and said, "I'll only know after I kill him." Phew, Fangxing sighed deeply and returned to the throne. He sat down and said, "Then sit down. Senior Yuan." The man smiled lightly and sat down cross-legged on the cushion beside him. He said, "There's no need to call me senior anymore." Fangxing turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Then what else can I call you? Yuan family freak?" After the visitor sat down, Fangxing sat down as well. He only stared at him, and the more he stared at him, the more surprised he became. He also felt more and more curious. He had never thought that this person would come looking for him, but he did not dare to be careless. This person was none other than one of the most renowned, experienced, and terrifying people in the past several millennia on the Tianyuan continent, the freak of the Yuan family. Fangxing had met him twice in the past. The first time was in Beko Keikyang. Back then, he was still an old man without any cultivation at all. The second time they met, he was a senior who had repelled the invasion of the God clan, splitting open a God formation with a single strike of his sword. After that, the two of them did not have any contact at all. After that, the two of them did not have any contact with each other. There were only the occasional rumors. It was said that he once fought against the God King, and even though he lost, he heavily injured the God King. It was also said that he was once taken away by a celestial palace that descended from the sky and disappeared without a trace. After that, when he had just come out of seclusion, he heard that there was a young cultivator who defeated all of his peers in Great Scarlet Sky and was undefeatable. For some reason, he thought of that person, but at that time, that person had already left Great Scarlet Sky, and he did not have the chance to see him again, yet now, the freak of the Yuan family had come looking for him in the realm of bliss, and he had come openly to see him. After sitting down, the two of them remained silent. Clearly, they had no intentions of making small talk. "I originally thought I should talk to you a little, but I didn't know what to talk about, so," Fangxing sat there quietly. After a while, he suddenly stood up. With a clang, the heaven-deceiving blade appeared in his hand. "Let's just do it." He stared into the eyes of the Yuan family freak and growled, "I've wanted to cut you up for a very long time." Inside the hall, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and quiet. Fangxing's expression was not fake. He held the saber in one hand and lifted the corner of his robe with the other. At the same time, the immortal might on his body slowly surged. In his spiritual realm, the nomological laws surged and shone into the surrounding void, causing a faint breeze to form around him and the blood-colored cloak on his back to flutter bit by bit. He stared straight at the freaks from the Yuan family, not daring to make a single move. After all, this man was the freak of the Yuan family, the #1 prodigy of Tianyuan 700 years before him. Even though Fangxing's cultivation had almost reached the level where he could look down on all the heroes in the world, Fangxing still did not dare to underestimate this person at all. Back when he was at Tianyuan, this person was already a peerless genius. Let alone being invincible at the same level, even if he faced someone with a higher cultivation level than him, he could still deal with them like cutting melons and vegetables. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Palace, no one knew exactly how strong he was. However, he raised his saber very seriously and waited quietly for a moment. The Yuan family freak did not move, he didn't even move his chi at all. He just sat there calmly. "Why do you want to cut me up?" After a long time, he laughed and said softly, "I also know that many people want to cut me up, but why now? 2 years ago, there was a mysterious Taoist in Great Scarlet Sky who defeated all the young Supreme Immortals. Was it you?" Fangxing raised his eyebrows and asked in reply. The Yuan family freak nodded and said, "It was me indeed." Fangxing smiled and said, 2 years ago, you wanted to find me. Now that you have finally found me, don't think I don't know why." He raised his chin and seemed a bit arrogant. "I will not return the immortal crossing brush." When the Yuan family freak heard this, he was slightly stunned and smiled. On the other hand, Fangxing also narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Back in the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven, he had heard from Kong Kong that there were many people looking for him in the Tianyuan Empire. So it wasn't hard to guess their objective. Back then, he had seized the Primal Chaos Immortal Garden and the Void Treasure Tree by himself in the Myriad Treasures Immortal River, causing the Tianyuan Empire and the God clan to return empty-handed. So how could the elders and divine masters of the Philosopher's Dojo let it go? More importantly, he had a treasure that was more important than the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree. It was the Immortal Crossing Brush that could change all laws. To a certain extent, the Immortal Crossing Brush and the investiture of the gods complemented each other. For Tianyuan, the Immortal Crossing Brush was far more useful than the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree. Even if he stole the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree, they would definitely not allow the Immortal Crossing Brush to fall into his hands. Because of this, they had no choice but to keep his secret and prevent his true identity from being widely spread. On the other hand, countless geniuses had tried to take back the brush. The Yuan family freak was undoubtedly the most likely to complete this task. There were many geniuses in Tianyuan today, but there were not many who could compare to Feng Xing. Even if there were some who had some ability, most of them were on good terms with him. For example, Kong Kong had come here in the name of looking for him, but she had deliberately hidden herself and refused to see him. This was because she did not want to embarrass herself. The elders of the Philosopher's Dojo had no reason not to understand this, so they had summoned the Yuan family freak. He was strong enough, but most importantly, he did not have much of a relationship with Feng Xing, and Feng Xing was also wary of this, so he had drawn his sword at the Yuan family freak. I was indeed persuaded by the Philosopher's Dojo to come to the 33 heavens to look for you. The Yuan family freak was silent for a while, then nodded lightly, admitting his purpose. Feng Xing immediately raised his eyebrows. Am I right? The Yuan family freak laughed. But I am not here to ask for the immortal traversing brush. Feng Xing was slightly stunned. Then why are you looking for me? The Yuan family freak raised his head, looked him in the eyes, and said softly, I am here to ask you to go back. Feng Xing's expression became even more strange. Go back? To where? The Yuan family freak said, to ask you to go back to the Philosopher's Dojo, of course. The Heavenly Alliance has been working hard for this, the Philosopher's Dojo? Feng Xing was a little confused. He murmured to himself, but did not say anything. The Yuan family freak nodded lightly and said, you should have entered the Philosopher's Dojo 100 years ago, but because of some reasons, you have never been able to step into that place. This time, the reason why I came out of seclusion from the Immortal Palace is because I also feel that this is something I can do. Otherwise, before I finish cultivating the last sword, no one can summon me. He paused for a moment, then said, so, go back with me. The Philosopher's Dojo will compensate you for everything that it has owed you for the past 100 years. Your name that was crossed off from the investiture of the gods will be written back. The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance will be in a better situation with you as their protector, and in the upcoming war between Tianyuan and the 33 heavens, with you, they will have a better chance of winning. As he spoke, his gaze had always been on Feng Xing, and it was clear, flawless, and extremely sincere. Moreover, returning to the Philosopher Taoist Temple would be a good place for you to return to. After all, even though I don't know exactly what method you've used to conceal your true identity from Grand Crimson Sky, it still won't last for long. When the day comes when the truth is revealed, I'm afraid that even you wouldn't be able to escape. Ask me to go back? After he finished speaking, Feng Xing spoke. His expression was very strange and complicated. He seemed to find it funny, but also a little heavy. After a long silence, he did not directly answer. Instead, he looked at the Yuan family freak with a cold smile. He looked deeply at him and said, even a wild crane like you has become their lobbyist, and you have no choice but to do your part. I was not persuaded by them, I had no choice but to do so. Faced with his slightly mocking words, the Yuan family freak did not directly refute. Instead, after a while, he said indifferently, I have never liked the disputes of the world, and I only want to wholeheartedly study the Sword Tao. Thus, people have always said that I am idle and do not care about the disputes of the world. But now that the great calamity is about to arrive, no one can escape it. You or I, we are both in this world, so how can we do nothing when the world is about to collapse? How can we sit back and watch the calamity sweep through the world while holding our swords and pretending to be idle? The world is about to collapse? Feng Xing raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. Those elders of the Philosopher's Dojo said that? They are indeed selfish, but they didn't lie. The Yuan family freak said indifferently, when I formed my Yuanying in the immortal palace, I already felt that the great Tao of heaven and earth in the 33 heavens is already very weak and on the verge of collapse. However, in the 33 heavens, there are 3 auras that are endlessly growing, exerting more and more pressure on the great Tao of heaven and earth. I think that when this world can no longer bear the pressure, it will collapse. As an ancestral land, how can Tianyuan continue to stay out of this great calamity? The 3 immortal emperors? When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly startled and asked in a low voice. The Yuan family freak glanced at him and nodded gently. Only the 3 immortal emperors have this kind of ability. Fangxing frowned. After a while, he suddenly laughed and said, if that is the case, what do you think the 3 immortal emperors are thinking? Don't they know the impact they have on the 33 heavens? Or do they want the world to collapse? Of course they know, but do you think they will give up everything they have? The Yuan family freak smiled faintly after hearing Fangxing's words and said, for them, giving up on their own cultivation is equivalent to giving up on everything because they are contaminated with too much karma. If they don't have the power to protect themselves, they will completely lose everything. It is even difficult for them to even temporarily stop cultivating because they have already stepped into that realm. The speed of their growth will not stop, and this kind of crisis will always exist. They are like the 3 malignant sores on a person's body. The malignant sores don't mean to hurt people, because when people die, they will rot along with them. However, as long as the malignant sores exist, they will continue to grow, making the person weaker and weaker. If this person wants to recover his previous health, he can only wield a knife to remove the sores and cut off that piece of flesh. If you want to recover your health, you need to wield a knife and cut off that piece of flesh. When Fangxing heard this, he could no longer say a word. He had heard a story about a big boat from the old phoenix. Now, he had heard a story about a patient with a malignant sore from the Yuan family freak. Although the metaphors of these 2 stories were different, there were many similarities in essence. In his heart, he vaguely felt that perhaps the similarities between these 2 stories could be considered as great minds thinking alike. It was even easier to understand according to the old phoenix's words. The people who were thrown off the boat had to board the boat, and they had to first kill the 3 fattest people on the boat. They had to kill them as soon as possible so that the boat wouldn't capsize before they boarded the boat. This could be seen as the selfishness of the people who wanted to board the boat again, but on the other hand, what they were doing was indeed saving the boat. After all, if the boat capsized or the person mentioned by the Yuan family freak died, not only would no one be able to board the boat, even those who were guarding the safety in other places would be implicated. When the time came, no one would be able to escape. However, it was also because of this that Fangxing thought of another problem. After a long silence, he raised his head and said, I understand what you're saying. The 3 immortal emperors are the predestined fate. With them around, the world will not be stable. However, have you ever heard of another saying about the Great Tribulation? The Yuan family freak knew what he wanted to say. He nodded and said, I've heard that the calamity is the successor of the Taishang Dao. Fangxing laughed. Then you can't possibly not know who I am, right? The Yuan family freak said, your identity as the successor of the Taishang Dao is not a secret in Tianyuan. However, we all believe that even if the Taishang Dao predicted a calamity, this calamity is only for the 33 heavens and the 3 immortal emperors. Therefore, if you grow up in the 33 heavens, you will be the calamity of the 3 immortal emperors. This is beneficial to Tianyuan. I finally understand why no one eliminated me, the successor of the Taishang Dao. In Tianyuan, Fangxing let out a long sigh and smiled. Because they allowed me to grow up. As long as I grow up, I will be a threat to the 33 heavens and the immortal emperors. A threat to the immortal emperors is a benefit to Tianyuan. No wonder someone crossed my name off but did not stop me from entering the immortal path of the dragon clan. They were afraid of me, but they could not bear to get rid of me. On one hand, they were worried that I would bring a calamity to the 33 heavens in the future, but on the other hand, they felt that if I brought a calamity to the 33 heavens, it would be their opportunity. Therefore, in the end, they left me to my own fate and allowed me to enter the 33 heavens. At this point, his expression seemed to be a little vexed. He pulled at his hair and muttered. But the problem is, they clearly know that the path of the supreme path is not easy to walk. Why the F***ck didn't anyone give me a hand before I walked too far? The 33 heavens had a prophecy that the inheritor of the supreme Tao was a great calamity, one that would bring destruction to the world. Feng Xing also understood where this prophecy came from. He also knew that if the 33 heavens found out about his identity, he would immediately be in trouble. The 3 imperial palaces and even the 6 demon heavens would definitely not tolerate him. However, he did not understand why no one in the Skyuan continent would find trouble with him even though his identity was not a secret in the Skyuan continent. It was impossible to say that no one in Tianyuan knew about this prophecy, because many of the people who controlled the situation in Tianyuan had come from the 33 heavens. If those people were worried about a variable like him, they would have killed him long ago. At that time, he did not have the ability to resist in front of those people. Only now did he finally understand this matter. Those people were simply trying to make use of the prophecy of the Supreme Tao. They had originally expelled him from Sky Origin and left him to his own devices. They had even hoped that he would stir up trouble in the 33 heavens. The bigger the trouble he caused, the better. Only when the trouble was big enough would he be able to give the 3 immortal emperors a headache. Only then would they have the chance to fight against an immortal emperor. From the philosopher's Tao ground's point of view, the true great calamity was the immortal emperor, and the great calamity in his prophecy was just an evil sword that could be used. All sorts of emotions surged in his heart. Why are you telling me this? After thinking through so many things, Feng Xing's expression calmed down. He looked up at the Yuan family freak and said, "From what you said just now, you hope that I can return and help you. But you should also know that I did not like them to begin with. After realizing how useful I was in their eyes, I disliked them even more. So why are you telling me this?" "Because before I came, cousin Xiaobai went to look for me." The Yuan family freak's expression was very calm as he said indifferently, "He said that you should understand everything." Uncle 11? Hearing this name, Feng Xing could not help but be absent-minded. Cousin Xiaobai said that at that time, our cultivation levels were too low and we could not understand all this, so naturally, no one could help you. But now that we understand, perhaps it is already too late. However, since we know, we can no longer hide it from you, because these things can only be decided by you. Now that the great calamity is coming, no one can escape it. Sooner or later, you have to make a choice, but you don't have to make a decision in a hurry. You can take your time to think about it. He also asked me to tell you that no matter what you choose, there will be people who will blame you and blame you. At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, but no matter what you choose, there will be people who will support you and understand you. His voice was not loud, but it was deafening, causing Feng Xing to be stunned on the spot. No matter what you choose, there will be people who will blame you and blame you. No matter what you choose, there will be people who will support you and understand you. This sentence seemed like a tongue twister, but it suddenly struck the bottom of his heart, making his heart feel heavy. Phew, after a long time, Feng Xing let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to exhale all the air in his chest. Then, he laughed. He did not look depressed, shook his head, looked at the freak from the Yuan family and said, "Will understanding be enough to feed me? To feed me wine? Uncle 11 really underestimated me. However, since he said that, then I won't be polite. Let me ask you something in advance. If I don't return to Tianyuan and don't return your immortal transporting brush, you won't turn against me, right?" The freak from the Yuan family lowered his head, smiled and said, "I am not here to steal your brush." Feng Xing said, "Then what if I don't return it?" The freak from the Yuan family raised his head and looked at Feng Xing. "Cousin Xiaobai said that I should believe you, so what's the harm in me believing you this time?" He paused for a moment, then laughed again and said, "Moreover, I am not completely confident that I can steal it from your hands." "You are really giving me face." The words that came out of the mouth of this exceptional genius from 800 years ago caused Feng Xing to be startled, and then he laughed out loud. He had to admit that, as someone who had grown up in Tianyuan, he really felt honored to hear this. "Then let's not talk about this." He laughed and did not say whether to return or not. Instead, he put away his saber and sat down. With a wave of his big sleeve, a pile of wine jars appeared on the ground. Then, with another wave of his sleeve, a pile of magical fruits and rare treasures appeared on the ground, all of which were rare celestial treasures in the world. The eyes of the freak from the Yuan family were a little dazed. Feng Xing politely picked a jar and handed it to the freak from the Yuan family, full of enthusiasm. The freak from the Yuan family was not surprised. at all. He took it and drank when he wanted to. He was very easygoing. Hey, why are you so young now? I have broken the Taoist barrier and escaped from prison. Naturally, I will be rejuvenated. Then, have you found a wife now? Haha, I used to think you were an old man. I didn't expect that you are still not as handsome as Uncle 11 when you are young. It is said that you have been taken away by the Immortal Palace? Yes. What is in the Immortal Palace? Immortal life, resources, and the complete inheritance of a deceased immortal king. Then, do you have any resources that you don't need? Give me some. Senior Yuan, why don't you say anything? I don't know what to say. You really don't know how to chat. One was a peerless genius praised by the people of Tianyuan, while the other was the undisputed #1 demon. The two of them met in a foreign land, drank immortal wine, ate exotic fruits, drank wine, and chatted happily. During this period, Fangxing naturally had many questions that he wanted to ask. However, after asking around, he found out that this freak from the Yuan family had been in seclusion for almost 100 years after entering the Immortal Palace. Now that he had just come out, he did not know much about many things. He only knew about the general trend of things, but did not know about the gossip and rumors. This made Fangxing quite disappointed. Your Highness, the blissful demon master still refuses to see us. This time, they drank for 3 days and 3 nights. Fangxing intended to get the freak from the Yuan family drunk so that he could brag about it in the future. However, he did not expect that the freak from the Yuan family was also a great drinker. The two of them drank for 3 days, but neither of them was drunk. On the 4th day, when Fangxing was about to put in more effort to get the freak from the Yuan family completely drunk, an immortal servant came to disturb him. Still not seeing me? What is this woman trying to do? Fangxing was a little angry with the help of the alcohol. Over the past few days, he had sent his immortal servants to visit the blissful demon master in turns. He wanted to get an answer from Mochi-er as soon as possible. However, Mochi-er did not show up at all. Mochi-er's conflicting emotions made him feel slightly dissatisfied. Alright, let's not drink first. Let's settle this after we take care of that naggy woman. With his heart filled with anger, Fangxing stood up and kicked over the jar of wine. The freak from the Yuan family raised his head and looked into Fangxing's bright eyes. He said helplessly, "That's your business. Why are you talking about us? Is it that difficult to help me?" Fangxing said matter-of-factly, "Why don't you return my wine?" While Fangxing and the freaks of the Yuan family were drinking to their heart's content, the high paradise heaven was gloomy and gloomy. Inside the blissful devil palace, Missouri-chi-er reclined on the bed with her hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. Junie stood behind her and was combing her hair. Beside him, there were 2 handsome and gentle men. One was holding a bronze mirror and the other was holding a bronze basin. Mochi-er reclined on the bed in a daze, letting Junie take off her ornaments, untie her hair, and comb her hair. She seemed to be in a trance. After a long time, she sighed softly, as if she was in a state of endless depression. "Madam, are you thinking about the future of the high paradise heaven?" Junie tied her hair up and took the bronze mirror to look at her. He asked softly, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. "Do we still need to think about the future of the high paradise heaven?" Mochi-er glanced at him lazily and said coldly. Junie chuckled and said, "That great Scarlet Heaven's imperial prince is really impolite. He killed the White Tiger Lord in an unreasonable manner and forced our high paradise heaven into a dead end. Now that I think about it, it seems like we can only submit to Great Scarlet Heaven. It's just a pity that Great Scarlet Heaven is extremely domineering. They don't have much territory, and their customs are old-fashioned. I'm afraid that after Madame goes there, she will be troubled by that Imperial Prince Di Lu." What do you mean?" Mochi-er raised her head lazily and looked at Junie with a faint smile. Junie was slightly startled and said in a low voice, "Madam, please don't blame me for talking too much. These days, the prince has been sending immortal messengers to see you. He just wants to get some information from you. However, he refuses to come to you personally for such a big matter. He just drinks all day long. You can see that he is not sincere. Perhaps this prince thinks that after he killed White Tiger Lord, we can only rely on him. Di Lu is indeed arrogant and domineering. I can't be at ease with him, Mochi smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Junie and said, but, do we have any other way now? Junie composed himself and said softly, the direction of the blissful sky is still up to you, madam. However, I have also considered it. Originally, the 3 imperial palaces were evenly divided in the 6 demon heavens. The blissful sky was on good terms with the great scarlet sky, the great firmament sky was on good terms with the great purgatory sky, and the great darkness sky was on good terms with the vile sky. However, who would have thought that the situation would suddenly change? The vile sky demon master was assassinated, and it is unknown whether he is still alive or not. The devil lord of malevolent heaven was assassinated, and the great hell devil lord, Baishur, was killed, and his reputation fell, so. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he smiled and continued. Now, the great scarlet heaven has the most obvious advantage. After all, many people think that the high paradise heaven can only surrender to the great scarlet heaven. However, I feel that the prince of the great scarlet heaven has a bad character. I don't think he will fulfill his promise, and he won't respect you too much. Secondly, under the current situation, I feel that the high paradise heaven still has many other choices. We don't have to stick with the great scarlet heaven. The blissful demon lord seemed to be even more interested now. He smiled and said, what other choice do we have if we don't stick with the great scarlet heaven? Junie chuckled and said, there are many choices. The current situation is nothing more than falling into the great scarlet heaven's trap. The death of Baishur has made the high paradise heaven unable to explain itself, and we have become enemies with the great firmament heaven. If we form an alliance with the great darkness heaven, we are also worried that the great firmament heaven will take the opportunity to cause trouble for us. It seems like we have no other choice but to ally with the great scarlet heaven, but in reality, that is not the case. I have heard people say that the princess of the great firmament heaven, Lu Xiaojun, is a woman, but she is as far-sighted as you, madam. Think about it, if the high paradise heaven forms an alliance with the great firmament heaven, then, yes, if we form an alliance with the great firmament heaven will not be able to mention the death of White Tiger Lord. I have even submitted to Lu Xiaojun, so I believe that the princess will believe that I have nothing to do with the death of White Tiger Lord, right? Haha, after the death of White Tiger Lord, his original position in the great firmament heaven will be empty, and I will go and replace him. That will be the most suitable choice. Before Junie could finish his words, the blissful demon master had already taken over his words and continued with a smile. However, when Junie heard this, he did not smile at all. Instead, he looked a little frightened. He hurriedly bowed and said, please don't blame me, madam. I really have no intention of overstepping my authority. I just feel that you have been depressed recently, so I boldly came up with this idea. It seems like you haven't forgotten what I said. As expected, Mochi's expression had already turned cold. She glanced at Junie coldly and said, since you are a man, you should do your job well. If you have the leisure to do so, why don't you go and train your waist strength? Do you really think that you are a wise and farsighted person? Haha, if you really have such foresight, I'm afraid that I will be married to you instead of you entering my family. Yes, faced with such humiliating words, Junie did not dare to even breathe loudly. He could only say yes repeatedly. However, after he was done apologizing, he raised his head and looked at Mochi with an aggrieved expression. He said softly, your husband naturally does not dare to say much, but madam, you have not entered my cave abode for some time. No matter how good my waist strength is, you are a real man, but you speak in such a tone. How disgusting. The blissful demon master, Mochi glared at him fiercely. Her face was filled with disgust. When she was angry, the few men in the room were so frightened that they knelt down and kowtowed silently. Junie was sweating profusely. He prostrated on the ground and did not dare to make a sound. His shoulders trembled slightly as if he was crying. However, after the blissful demon master vented her anger, she coldly flicked her sleeves and swept Junie away. She scolded coldly, all right, go back and change your clothes. Clean the cave abode 10 times, then bathe 10 times. Prepare the happy sandalwood. Tonight, I will stay at your place. Junie was overjoyed when he heard that. He raised his head abruptly. There were still traces of tears on his face, but his face was filled with joy. He said repeatedly, alright, alright, alright. I will go now." As he spoke, he jumped up in joy. He lifted the corner of his robe and rushed out of the hall. Just by looking at him from afar, one could feel the joy in his heart. "Humph, little devil," the blissful demon master glanced at him from afar and said coldly. "Madam, please change your clothes." Junie skipped away. The two male servants beside him could only continue to serve Xianxia fearfully. "Tell me, which side should I choose?" Xianxia just let them buckle the breastplate on her soft chest and lock her fair breasts. She just frowned. However, after standing up, she seemed to think of something as she suddenly asked abruptly. "What's wrong with you?" "We don't understand." The two male servants were shocked. They hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. With Junie's status, he had just been reprimanded. How would they dare to say anything else? However, Xianxia seemed to ignore them. After a moment of silence, she said, "You are right. Neither side is good." Junie, who ran out of the Devil Palace in ecstasy, jogged all the way back to the bottom of the Devil Palace. Among the continuous palaces, he was in the most exquisitely decorated cave abode at the very top. Everyone he met along the way could feel his ecstasy. The smile on his face seemed to come from his heart and could not be suppressed. However, the moment he entered the cave abode and closed the door, the smile on his face disappeared completely, as if someone had wiped it off his face. What replaced it was boundless hatred and anger. This hatred was so strong that it almost twisted his handsome face. "How did it go?" A soft voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the cave abode. There was actually someone here. I've already risked her wrath by saying those words. She seems to have the intention to serve greater heaven. However, from the looks of it, she hasn't made up her mind yet. Right now, she's probably wavering between greater heaven and greater red heaven. Junie wiped his face with his hand and said in an indifferent tone. "Oh, anyway, there is no Xianxia heaven, right?" The dark shadow in the depths of the cave abode slowly emerged. It was the dignified and luxurious imperial concubine of Xianxia heaven. Junie looked up at her, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, in my opinion, no matter who she chooses, she will not choose Xianxia heaven." Haha, then she asked for it. The imperial concubine of Xianxia heaven had a faint figure. It seemed that she had not come in person. She nodded slightly and said lightly, "Get ready." Then Xiao, Junie was startled. Seeing that the imperial concubine of Xianxia heaven was about to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked. The imperial concubine of Xianxia heaven stopped and said lightly, "Xiao is still safe and sound in my palace. I have already told her that when the matter is settled, I will let her go with you. You can be a celestial official in Xianxia heaven, or you can find a small celestial realm to roam. That is your business. The words of Xianxia heaven have always been true to our words. You are not worried that I will coax you, are you?" Even if you want to coax me, I will accept it." Junie's face was clearly a little anxious and a little afraid, but he made up his mind, stomped his feet, and said fiercely. Haha, the imperial concubine of Xianxia heaven laughed lightly and was about to leave. But before she left, she seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at Junie curiously. She whispered with a smile, "My sister Mo is a heavenly beauty. She was the first beauty of 3,000 years ago, and she is also the master who gave you guidance in your cultivation. You owe her a great debt of gratitude, and you have been reborn. Why are you? Have you seen what I look like in front of her?" Junie seemed to know what she wanted to ask and replied coldly, "It is simply disgusting, utterly disgusting." When the sun was setting, everything in the blissful heavens was hidden in the darkness. Only a vague outline was left. It seemed silent and depressing. At this moment, blissful demon master Xianxia walked out of the demon palace. All her attendants retreated. She stepped on the cloud and looked into the distance quietly. She seemed to have a lot of things on her mind. She stood on the cloud for a long time. Then, she sighed. She took a light step forward. As her body moved, she realized that she had unconsciously walked to the black mountain where the young monk was imprisoned. She wanted to walk in according to her will. However, the moment she took a step forward, she changed her mind. She just sighed. "Monk, you are also in the thorns now. You will be hurt if you move or not. How do you resolve it?" After a while, she raised her head. She didn't see the monk's face. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself if she saw his handsome face. So, she asked softly with an expressionless face. However, she didn't realize that she was asking for Tao. The thorns grow in my heart, but they can only hurt my body. What's the problem? The young monk's voice was heard. It seemed like he had been waiting for her. Ever since Mochi met this monk, she always felt that this monk was waiting for her every time she came. Is the pain of the body not pain? Mochi always came to ask. However, every time she asked, it was with a sense of mockery. She wanted to refute him. This time, the young monk didn't answer her directly. Then, you have to ask yourself. Is the pleasure of the body better than the peace of the heart? Mochi heard him and was furious. Her face turned green. Monk, are you laughing at me for only being interested in the pleasure of the body? The young monk's voice was calm. I don't mean to laugh at you. But you always think about it. Mochi was stunned by his words. A thought rose in her mind. That's true. This monk always talks like this. But why do I always feel that he is mocking me? Is it because his Buddhist principles are too infuriating, or is it because I'm a dignified devil lord, but in front of this little monk, I'm always mutilating myself? This thought made Mochi want to fly into a rage subconsciously. However, this time, when the anger rose to her mouth, it strangely subsided. She didn't argue anymore. Instead, she looked a little helpless. After a long silence, she sighed softly and said, Monk, you are always reasonable. I can't argue with you. Instead, I'm almost convinced by you. However, what's the use? As she spoke, she had already turned around. Her figure was like a ghost, gently drifting away. Only a faint voice that seemed to be mixed with a lot of helplessness and a sigh lightly floated back. No matter how great your reasoning is, in the end, it's still not as great as someone else's fist. After saying this, she was already tens of thousands of miles away from the Black Mountain. In the Black Mountain, it was also silent. After a long time, a slightly confused voice sounded, Senior Marshal Brother doesn't study Buddhist Dharma and doesn't talk reason, but he can always deal with everything. But I read all the Buddhist scriptures and have a firm Buddhist heart, but I can't always convince all living beings? Is it because my Buddhist Dharma is too shallow, or Buddhist Dharma is really not suitable for this Dharma ending age anymore? If Mochi heard this, she would probably be very surprised. This monk, who always made her feel lost, had actually made her feel lost as well. She didn't enter the Black Mountain, but she didn't know where to go. At this moment, in the far southwest corner, a red light rose up and lit up the sky. That red light was soft and charming, as if it could directly illuminate the desire in people's heart. Only then did she suddenly remember that it was Junyi. She had promised to spend the night with him in the day, and now it was time. Mochi sneered in her heart, thinking that before she met this monk, she had been like this all the time. Wasn't she still living well? Why should she think so much? She was the dignified blissful demon lord, so what if she pursued physical pleasure? So what if she didn't care whether her heart was at peace or not? With her methods and abilities, did she still need this monk to save her? Then, she recalled Junyi's bone-numbing ecstasy, and her heart was also moved. So, she couldn't help but step on a cloud and fly away. In any case, there was still a night of pleasure waiting for her. So, she could think about those bitter matters tomorrow, but just as this thought rose in her mind, she suddenly froze. She saw a person sitting cross-legged on a mountain hidden in the darkness to the left of her cloud. On this day, there were no stars or moon in the blissful heaven, only darkness. She couldn't even see her fingers if she stretched out her hand. But with Mochi's cultivation, it didn't matter whether it was dark or not. With the corner of her eyes, she saw the person and saw his face clearly. He was wearing an old linen robe, sitting cross-legged on the mountain quietly. He looked tall and straight, but he seemed to be shrouded by a faint black fog, so she couldn't see his face clearly. But she could see that there was half a jar of wine next to his hand. Who are you? What are you doing here? Mochi only needed one look to know that this person wasn't a subordinate of the blissful heaven, so she immediately shouted coldly. That person didn't answer her, as if he didn't care about Mochi at all. He only drank more than half of the jar of wine, put it next to his hand, and slowly stood up. He put his hands behind his back, looked around the mountain, and saw a withered pine tree. Then, he walked over, picked a slightly straighter branch from the pine tree, and gently plucked it. "Who are you? I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear me?" Emochier's voice turned cold, and she was filled with killing intent. In the blissful heaven, in her world, no one had ever dared to ignore her. However, that person still ignored her. After plucking the tree branch, he turned around and suddenly slashed out with his sword. There was a loud boom. It was clearly just a pine tree branch, but after he swung it, an extremely dazzling sword light instantly burst out, as if it had split the night sky and earth into two. The endless void and the rules were all split by this sword light, and it directly slashed towards Emochier with an indescribable decisiveness and straightforwardness. There didn't seem to be any process in between. When he swung the pine tree branch, the sword light had already arrived in front of Emochier, giving her no time to defend herself. To put it in a more mysterious way, his sword was actually faster than his movement of swinging the sword. "How dare you?" Emochier was shocked. She never thought that this person would dare to swing his sword at her. In the entire 33 heavens, how many people would dare to swing their sword at her in the blissful heaven? What shocked her even more was that this person's sword was so fast and powerful. Originally, with her level of cultivation, when she saw this person, all of his actions, all of his reactions, and even the circulation of magic power in his body would have been within her grasp. Under such circumstances, if this person had shown even the slightest bit of killing intent, she would have reacted immediately. However, it was only when this person actually swung his sword that she realized that she had completely guessed wrong. She originally thought that this person's cultivation should not be a Daluo golden immortal, but after he swung his sword, she realized that she was wrong. This person had also cultivated a great Dao, but his great Dao was one with the heaven and earth. She couldn't detect it at all unless he used his great Dao. Moreover, this person's great Dao was so powerful that even Bai Ziji's great Dao of killing was far inferior to it. She originally thought that if this person made any strange movements, he would definitely sense it. However, until this person swung his sword, she still couldn't detect it. If she didn't see the sword coming towards her, she wouldn't even believe that the sword had already been swung. Who is this? The shock in Emochier's heart was indescribable. When did such an expert appear in the younger generation of the 33 heavens? Although she was shocked, Emochier's reaction was not slow either. Or it could be said that this was not her reaction, but the reaction of the great Dao that she cultivated. When the sword slashed towards her, two balls of light appeared behind her. One was black and the other was white. The black one looked like a burly man, and the white one looked like a charming woman. Both of them had blank eyes. When they appeared behind Emochier, an invisible force field immediately separated her from the heaven and earth. At this moment, the sword light arrived in front of Emochier. It was like glass had been shattered, and the shapeless force field shattered bit by bit and was obliterated like smoke. In the next breath, the remaining sword light suddenly entered Emochier's body, causing her to spurt out blood. Emochier was shocked beyond words. She turned around and left. She had already noticed that the great Dao that the opponent cultivated was slightly superior to her great Dao. It formed a kind of oppressive feeling to her. It made her feel like she had met Emperor Tsong when he was still an immortal king when he was still a child. It was natural and superior to all living beings. Moreover, she had made all the wrong assumptions at the beginning and lost the initiative. Even if the great Dao of Yin and Yang automatically protected its owner, it was still a little slow in front of the sword and could not exert its full strength. Therefore, she had already suffered a great loss because of one wrong move. Because of this, she turned around and left without hesitation, although she had not made her move yet, and it was possible that she could still fight or even turn the situation around. She would not do that. After all, this was the blissful heavens, this was her world. No matter who it was, anyone who wanted to be her enemy in this world was asking for trouble. At this moment, the identity of the opponent was unknown, his cultivation was unknown, and even his intention was unknown. Therefore, she would definitely not fight the opponent head-on. She only needed to temporarily avoid this disaster, and then she could activate the blissful heavens' great array to trap and kill the opponent. Then, she could toy with the opponent in the palm of her hand. Juni, someone hurt me. Quickly seal the sky and catch the assassin. Emochier's voice suddenly spread across the heaven and earth. she flew directly towards the place where the red light was shining in the sky. In front of them, where the red light illuminated the sky, was Junyi's cave residence. As the first husband of Mochi and the eldest disciple personally taught by Mochi, Junyi had always shouldered important responsibilities in the High Paradise. For example, opening the Great Ceiling Formation of the High Paradise was one of them. Because of this, he was the one who went to welcome Feng Xing when he came to the High Paradise. Another reason was that although Mochi could also open the Great Ceiling Formation in her Devil Palace, and even had a more advanced formation, the mysterious assassin just happened to block her way back to the Devil Palace. Therefore, regardless of distance or convenience, Junyi's cave residence became her first choice. Rumble. After Mochi's shout, the stone door of Junyi's cave residence was suddenly pushed open. Junyi's white robe had already appeared in front of the cave residence, and he looked a little startled. It seemed that he had not expected this scene, and he did not expect it to happen so soon. However, in the current situation, he naturally had no time to think too much. Moreover, even if he had any questions, he could not find anyone to ask. With the cultivation of Mochi any fluctuation of a mortal will in his cave residence could not escape her discerning eyes. Therefore, after coming up with that plan, Junyi had already cut off any connection with the greater darkness heaven. All the plans could only be carried out according to the most ancient method, which was to be deduced in advance, and then each person performed their own duties. Before the general situation was settled, no one could communicate with the other. "Madam, come in quickly." Junyi, who was thinking, had no time to think too much. With a low shout, he hurriedly jumped into the air and pressed his palms down. Suddenly, on the ground below his cave residence, the soil suddenly churned, and black demons broke out of the ground one after another. Driven by the devil Qi, they were like an army, and they rushed towards the figure behind Mochi. Their ferocious Qi surged into the sky. As for Mochi, she didn't care at all. In a flash, she flew into Junyi's cave abode. It was only at this moment that she turned around and saw the person who attacked just now slowly walking in the air. He did not seem to be moving at a fast speed, but he would not stop. The rows of demon gods rushed towards him, but before he could even attack, invisible sword Qi raged and killed the demon gods, turning them into mud that scattered on the ground. These were clearly the evil blood demonic soldiers of the High Paradise sky that were famous in the 4 regions. They were said to be able to kill Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, but they could not even withstand a single blow from that person. Where did this expert come from? He actually wants to kill me? Mochi was shocked. Then, she thought of something. A month ago, Extreme Abominable Demon Lord was stabbed by someone. Could it be? As this thought flashed through her mind, her expression became even colder. Without turning her head, she shouted in a stern voice, "Seal the sky immediately, then summon the 8 demonic soldiers and activate the yin-yang formation. Then, use the 8-9 demonic blood sacrifice to strengthen me. I want to suppress this person personally." Feeling the wound on her chest, her murderous intent became even more violent. "The crown prince of the great scarlet heaven bullied me. Now, a mysterious assassin came to hurt me. Do they really think that I, Mochi, am a pushover? This sword strike is so ruthless. I wonder if it will leave a scar that can never be healed." Under her murderous intent, even the High Paradise sky seemed to feel it. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world became chaotic. Since she had already arrived at the cave mansion, she was already at ease. Now, she was thinking about how to suppress her opponent. "Yes." Junyi answered softly behind Mochi. Then, he squatted down and pressed his palms directly into the ground. From his body, rays of immortal light flowed into the ground. Under this world, there was a rumbling sound. Invisible power surged from all directions. It was a power that Mochi was extremely familiar with. She even spread her arms and waited for that power to strengthen her body so that she could instantly increase her strength by 10 times. Then, she could suppress that bold assassin, but just as her murderous intent reached its peak and she was about to attack, her heart suddenly trembled. Huh? She suddenly opened her eyes. Then, she saw that the power that surged from all directions did not strengthen her body. Instead, it transformed into an indescribable great formation that confined the demon mountain layer by layer. Finally, the power that pounced on her was not the kind of power that could be guided by the formation to strengthen her body and allow her to control it. Instead, it was the kind of power that stimulated endless murderous intent. It was like a sword, and it carried a violent murderous intent that could tear everything apart. Puff, Xianxia was instantly pounced on by that great power. In an instant, the dense fog surged and flew around her body. After the dense fog dispersed, Xianxia was still standing there motionlessly. But she turned to look at Junie with a questioning look in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed the void red. She did not wipe off the blood, but just stared at Junie fixedly. At this moment, Junie was already outside of the world. He seemed to be only 10 zhang away from Xianxia, but when he activated this big formation, he had already left himself outside the formation. The yin-yang formation that was supposed to trap the mysterious assassin instead trapped Xianxia. Even the power that was supposed to be added to Xianxia's body was secretly tampered with by him. In the end, it backfired on Xianxia. That kind of power was so sinister and terrifying that it was no less than 3 times the power of Bai Jieshi's full power. Don't look at me like that. It seemed that Junie was a little embarrassed by Xianxia's stare. So, after hesitating for a while, he said softly, I originally planned to serve you one last time and let you die happily. But I didn't expect that they would act so quickly. Since they have acted, I have no other choice. Otherwise, if you survived, how could you spare me? Why? After being silent for a long time, Xianxia finally asked a question. As soon as she said this, blood flowed uncontrollably from her mouth, staining her white and tender chest. It was a shocking sight. Why, when Junie heard this, he smiled bitterly and did not answer. Haha, I thought that a free and unfettered person like Sister Imo would not ask such a boring question. Junie did not answer, but another voice rang out. That voice came from the west of the highest paradise heaven, where the crown princess of Taishan heaven lived. Surrounded by 4 black-robed elders, the crown princess of Taishan heaven moved in the air. After a few flashes, she had already arrived in front of the demon mountain. She turned her head and looked at the mysterious man who was resolutely walking over in the air. There was a faint smile on her face. It seemed that she was very satisfied with this expert of the Shin clan that her husband had specially sent to help her. However, she was slightly displeased that this person was too unruly. He did not wait for her signal and had already made his move. Behind her, the 4 elders of Taishan heaven also looked at each other, then at the mysterious man. Is that the number 1 expert of the Shin clan, Divine King of Yoha? It should be him. Previously, the crown princess sent a letter to the crown prince, asking him to come and make a decision about the highest paradise heaven. However, the crown prince had other matters to attend to and could not leave. However, he said that he would send the number 1 expert of the Shin clan, Divine King of Yoha, to come and help us kill Xianxia. However, that Divine King of Yoha is unruly and did not meet with us in advance. He only promised that he would help us kill the highest paradise demon master when we make our move. The Shin clan is indeed unruly. We said that we would arrange the plan, but who would have thought that he would make his move in advance? These elders were also a little displeased, but they could not say anything. In reality, they knew nothing about this number 1 expert of the Shin clan, Divine King of Yoha. They had never seen him before. Of course, this person was a Shin clan creature. He could change his appearance infinitely. Even if they had seen him before, they would not be able to recognize him. Moreover, even their crown prince did not say much. He only told them that they could completely trust this divine king. However, when they saw the wounds on Xianxia's body and her dispirited appearance, they knew that the plan was mostly successful. They did not mind that Divine King of Yoha did not follow orders. So it's you. After Xianxia saw the crown princess of Taishan heaven, her expression became even more gloomy. However, she was seriously injured and could not speak much. In the silence, she glanced at Junie, who had not said a word, and then at the crown princess of Taishan heaven. Her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was using all her strength to not let her voice tremble. She asked stiffly, "How did you do it? Do you want to ask me how I convinced Junie?" The imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia's face grew paler and paler, and her skin seemed to be almost transparent, but she still looked as beautiful as a goddess. There was a hint of malice in her smile. She suddenly laughed softly and waved from afar. A woman flew over on a cloud from the direction of her palace. Her speed was not fast, but the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven waited patiently until the woman came close and knelt on the ground. She smiled softly and said, "This is all thanks to her." Mo-Chi turned her head to look at the woman, a little surprised. When she turned to look at Junie again, she found that Junie was looking at the woman with a slightly excited expression. "Don't you find it very strange?" The crown princess of Taishan heaven smiled and reached out her hand. The woman immediately held her wrist with both hands because this woman was just a maidservant by her side. Her cultivation was ordinary, and her appearance was also ordinary. Although she was a little beautiful, it was obviously not comparable to Mo-Chi's charm. The crown princess of Taishan heaven looked at the look of surprise on Mo-Chi's face and smiled even more proudly. She sighed softly and said, "Sister Mo, don't you find it very strange? I am a little girl with mediocre looks. I can't even compare to one of your little toes. How could I charm Junie so much that he would not hesitate to betray you? That is because, no matter how ordinary this woman is, she is still his from beginning to end." When she said this, there was a bit of cruel pleasure on her face, but also an indescribable sense of mockery and disgust. "This is not like you. No matter how beautiful a beauty is, if she is divided into the hands of 109 men, not even her toes will be left." "Good, very good." After a long time, Mo-Chi finally opened her mouth slowly. Her voice was as cold as winter. It was hard to describe what she was feeling right now, but the anger on her face was obvious. She suppressed her injuries and stared at Junie with great difficulty. "I was always prepared for someone to betray me, but I never thought it would be because of you. When I found you, you were worse than a dead dog. It was me who saved you and taught you cultivation. It was you who took advantage of the fact that I ate the joyful fruit for the first time to forcefully increase my cultivation and barged into my cave, asking for a night of pleasure. At that time you almost destroyed my Tao foundation. I should have killed you, but you knelt in front of me and begged me, so I spared you and even stayed by my side. Yes, I used many methods to stay by your side." Junie's expression was indescribably strange. He looked at Mo-Chi and said darkly, "After all, you are the blissful demon lord, the most beautiful woman in the great celestial world. When I saw you once when I was young, I was shocked and swore that I would marry no one but you. God bless me, I actually met you and had a night of pleasure with you. You don't know how happy I was at that time, I almost went crazy. But I never thought that you were such a person, a greedy bitch." As he spoke, he looked into Mo-Chi's eyes. His expression changed rapidly. There was infatuation, joy, and even hesitation. But in the end, it suddenly turned into boundless hatred. What kind of daughter would find one man after another? Who would be so shameless as to marry a man? Do you really think that every time I smile at you, I don't feel pain in my heart? I am the first man to marry you, so you are mine. But you don't have this awareness at all. You are shameless, you. Do you think that every time I want to dual cultivate with you, I show my excitement is real? It's all fake, fake. In fact, every time, I feel so disgusted that I want to vomit. Heh. If it's really like what you said, then why don't you leave? Mo-Chi looked at him mockingly and coldly. Leave? Why should I leave? Junie roared at the top of his voice, "The high paradise is such a huge foundation, and I have contributed to it. Why should I leave? The realm of bliss is mine." Mo-Chi didn't want to talk to him anymore. She just closed her eyes, as if she was sensing something. After 4 or 5 breaths, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her pale face looked even more terrible than before. "Hee, did you discover that the 8 demon armies and the 5 elements grand formation have all lost their connection?" Junie's eyes turned gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "Are you trying to stall for time so that someone will come to rescue you? In that case, you'd better not wait any longer. Surely you don't think that I'm the only one in the high paradise who wants you dead, do you?" His voice was not loud, but when he said this, Mo-Chi's serious face finally changed, an imperceptible tremble appeared on her beautiful face. "Sigh, Sister Mo, you've always been very assertive. But now, I feel that you're a little pitiful." She turned around and saw the #1 expert of the god race invited by Yen Zhaoga, the son of the emperor of the grand profound heaven, the Yoha River godly king. He walked to the front of the demon mountain, and all the demon gods in front of him were all killed by him. The smile on his face became even wider, and he said softly, "You should do it. After all, this is my sister Mo. She helped me a lot in the past. I'm a soft-hearted person, and I can't bear to take her life with my own hands. I don't know if that freak is a match for the blissful devil lord." When Mo was in a dangerous situation and her life was at stake, Fang Xing had already sneaked to the blissful devil palace. He had been waiting for Mo to declare her allegiance to the great Red Heavens camp for a long time. He only thought that after this demon woman surrendered, he would force her to hand over the blissful heaven's precious treasure, the joy fruit, which was also the main ingredient for the ancestral witch 12 rituals. However, after so many years, Mo was still hesitating. Fang Xing didn't have the patience to wait any longer. He decided to take it himself. Moreover, Mo had been forced into a dead end by him, but she still didn't want to surrender. Therefore, he decided to teach this woman a lesson. Moreover, the Yuan family freak came to him on her own accord. If he didn't make use of this sword, wouldn't he suffer a loss? Therefore, he came up with an idea. He would let the Yuan family freak force Mo and get her into trouble. As for himself, he swaggered to the blissful devil palace. Normally, he wouldn't be able to get close to the palace. This was Mo nest, and it was also the most heavily guarded place in the blissful heaven. If anyone tried to break in, Mo would definitely turn hostile. With the blissful heaven's power, no one would be able to break into the devil palace easily. However, it was different now. Mo probably didn't care about herself anymore, so she had no worries. It should be behind me. After traveling around for so many years, Fang Xing had developed a unique ability. He didn't even need to use any divine powers. He could just rely on his intuition to find out where other people's treasures were hidden. Now, he strode into the devil palace, and casually swept a few demon servants into a deep sleep. Then, he continued walking without stopping. Now, his cultivation was extraordinary. No matter what restriction he encountered, he could break it at any time. No matter what illusion he encountered, he could see through it at a glance. Just like that, he moved faster and faster. In less than 15 minutes, he had already reached the bottom of the devil palace. In front of him was a dazzling celestial garden. All kinds of immortal medicines grew on the black stone. They were speckled and colorful. Although they were not as abundant as the immortal medicines in Fang Xing's Chaos Immortal Garden, it was enough to make an ordinary perfected golden immortal's heart palpitate with eagerness. Especially in this immortal garden, there was a strange smell in the center of the huge black stone, which made Fang Xing's heart itch. If he was right, that should be the smell of the blissful heaven's fruit. However, when he arrived here, Fang Xing didn't rush over. Instead, he couldn't help but frown, because he found that there was already a person here. That person was standing in the celestial garden with his hands behind his back. He was completely silent, and only a black shadow could be seen. His gaze was almost undetectable as he looked towards Fang Xing. He had used some kind of concealment mystique that should not exist in the eyes of others. However, Fang Xing's current cultivation was not ordinary. Although he could not see through the boundless void with a single glance, it was not a problem for him to see through this little mystique. Haha, the Tongtian little lord is indeed extraordinary. You actually saw through my divine sense with one look. When the black figure saw that Fang Xing didn't step forward, he laughed softly and began to speak. Fang Xing's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on that person. This person actually called him by his title in the divine court. He knew his real identity. Who are you? How dare you break into the blissful devil palace to steal the herbs? After thinking for a while, Fang Xing decided to ignore him and asked coldly. Me? The black shadow smiled faintly. We can be considered comrades. My name is Yuhi. Fang Xing was stunned. I've never heard of you. The other party was a little speechless. After a while, he smiled and said, since the Tongtian little lord belongs to the divine master's bloodline, how could you not know that there are still the 10 great god kings of the divine tribe above the little lord? I was lucky enough to be ranked first among the 10 great god kings. Ranked first among the 10 great god kings of the divine master? When Fang Xing heard this, he was taken aback, and his heart became a little heavy. He had never heard of the Dark River godly monarch before. However, he was no stranger to the leader of the 10 great godly monarchs. He had interacted with many of the Divine Union's 10 great godly monarchs, but he had never seen the top 2 godly monarchs. However, he had heard of them. Among the 10 great godly monarchs, the top 2 godly monarchs were the strongest. They were born with rare divine abilities and were unfathomable. Even the godly lord had only tried to persuade them back then instead of using force to suppress them. Even during normal times, the divine master would use most of his cultivation to suppress the great god kings and prevent them from acting strangely. The top 2 great god kings were undoubtedly the people that the divine master valued the most. He. If you are a great god king, why are you here? Fangxing chuckled as he asked casually. At the same time, he sensed carefully to see if there were any strong enemies lurking around. Do you want to tell me the truth? The Yuhi godly king laughed softly. I was actually invited by Xianxia, the son of the Grand Profound Heavens Prince, to deal with Di Lu, the son of the Great Scarlet Heavens Prince. Only, after coming to the High Paradise Heavens, I felt that there was no need to rush to deal with Di Lu. I heard that the 6 Devil Heavens had a rich resource vault, so I took the chance to sneak in and investigate. Who would have thought? Speaking up to this point, he turned to Fangxing with a smile and said, I didn't expect to meet Prince Di Lu here. Since you are a great god king, why would you collude with Xianxia? Fangxing had countless questions in his heart. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. He just asked slowly. If the god race wants to survive, we can't just drift around like this forever. Naturally, we have to choose everything that benefits us. The Yuhi godly king smiled faintly. His gaze flickered, and he looked at Fangxing. However, Xianxia isn't actually our first choice. Originally, the Divine Master wanted us to choose the son of the Great Scarlet Heavens Prince. However, the son of the Great Scarlet Heavens Prince has been in seclusion for 3 years, and the situation changes every day. As such, we could only choose the son of the Grand Profound Heavens Prince. The Divine Master chose me? Fangxing raised his eyebrows and laughed out loud. She hasn't been angered to death by me yet? She's pissed to death. The Yuhi godly king said honestly. However, she still told us to tell you something when we meet you. Fangxing was a little curious. What is it? The Yuhi godly king said faintly, hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Grand Void Treasure Tree, and you will be the heavenly connecting divine king. Fangxing hated being threatened the most. He sneered, what if I don't hand it over? The Yuhi godly king suddenly smiled and said softly, if you don't hand it over, you can return to the Divine Alliance. There will always be a place for you in the Divine Sky Hall. Did she really say that? Fangxing was dumbfounded by the Dark River Supreme King's words. He couldn't believe it. If the Master God wanted him to hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree, he could understand. After all, these 2 things were enough to buy a high position no matter where he went. However, after God King Nether River said that, Fangxing felt complicated. She was willing to accommodate him and give him a place of his own even though she was unwilling to hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree? I am the Dark River Supreme King. I would not lie to you about this. The Black Shadow said calmly, that is what the Divine Master said. I was just passing on the message. It doesn't represent my opinion. Looks like I have underestimated her. Fangxing sighed and smiled bitterly. Didn't you say that she was pissed off by me at that time? The Nether River Heavenly King said, she was really pissed off at the time, but in the midst of her anger, she laughed in anger? Fangxing was dumbfounded. The Dark River Supreme King nodded. She suddenly laughed and said that you were capable of deceiving them. So, even if you were not willing to hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Void Precious Tree, she was willing to give you a place in the Chaos Immortal Garden for your abilities. Alright, I will think about it. Fangxing was lost in thought for a moment, then he laughed and said. The Dark River Supreme King didn't comment. He just looked at Fangxing. Fangxing became relaxed. He glanced at him and said with a smile, then you can go back first. The Dark River Supreme King looked up at Fangxing and raised an eyebrow. Fangxing smiled and said, I've already passed the message. What are you still doing here? I still have business to attend to, the Dark River Supreme King said. I said that I was invited by the Crown Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven to deal with the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, Di Lu. Feng Xing frowned. Didn't the Divine Master say that you want to work with the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven? The Dark River Supreme King smiled and said, but the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven hasn't agreed to work with us yet. We don't know how long he can stay in his position. Moreover, although the Divine Master is the leader of the Divine Union, she might not be able to make decisions for the Divine Race. In my opinion, if the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven or the Divine Court Little Lord is sincere, he should at least hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Void Precious Tree. From his words, Feng Xing could hear a trace of hostility that was different from the life of a Divine Master. His expression also became slightly serious. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "What if I don't hand them over?" The Dark River Supreme King said, "A general can't obey the Lord's orders. The Divine Master's orders are good, but I don't think there's a better way. If you don't agree to hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Void Precious Tree, I can take them myself. Although the Divine Master thinks that you're quite capable and that you alone are more useful than the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Void Precious Tree, I think that it's better to get something substantial first." Feng Xing's eyes narrowed. "It seems like we have no choice but to make a move?" The Dark River Supreme King laughed and shook his head. "You think too highly of yourself." As he said that, his shadow-like figure became more and more blurry, as though he had fused with the void. His voice, which seemed to contain some kind of strange power, pressed down on Feng Xing like a tidal wave. "I fought an immortal king 3,000 years ago. Although I lost, the immortal king couldn't do anything to me. Now that I have another 3,000 years to grow, I might not lose to the immortal king even if I meet him again, let alone a mere grand unity like you." Haha, Feng Xing didn't argue with him. He just held the sky-deceiving barbarian blade in his hand and the blood-colored cloak behind him started to flutter. "Please, Dark River Supreme King." In the area of the Blissful Demon Mountain, the Blissful Demon Master, Mo-Chi-Er, was imprisoned in the formation and was seriously injured. The prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven was guarding her with 4 black-robed elders with shocking cultivation. On the other side, the mysterious demon-like man slowly walked over. He seemed to bring with him an aura that could chill the heavens and the earth, making everyone feel a cold murderous intent from the bottom of their hearts. Mo-Chi-Er's face had already turned pale as she watched the mysterious man approach. Everyone could see that the blissful demon master didn't have much confidence in protecting herself against the mysterious man. The prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven smiled even more happily when she saw this. She politely asked the mysterious man to make a move and turned her head away, as if she couldn't bear to see her good sister being killed. However, when she did this, the trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be erased no matter what. Junie also sighed softly and looked at the little servant girl beside the prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven. No one knew if he also didn't want to see the scene of Mo-Chi-Er being killed. At this moment, Mo-Chi-Er didn't seem to care about her own life and death. She just stared blankly outside the demon mountain. In the vast blissful sky realm, countless people were waiting anxiously, and there were even more people fighting. However, what was extremely strange was that the 108 immortal lords of blissful sky, who held great power, were all silent at this time. They were mobilizing their troops to suppress the demon soldiers and immortal generals who were loyal to Mo-Chi-Er and tried to save the prince. At the same time, they were waiting for the news of Mo-Chi-Er's death. As for suppressing the demon soldiers and immortal generals, it didn't take them much time, because there weren't many people in the blissful sky who were loyal to Mo-Chi-Er. This result seemed to be coming soon, but it didn't. Because when the prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven said those words, the mysterious man didn't draw his sword as she had expected. He had killed his way here, but when he came to the demon mountain, he folded his arms and watched silently. The prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven's expression was a little stiff, but she still didn't see him move. Her expression was inevitably a little gloomy, but she suppressed her temper and didn't lose her temper. She was still polite and said to the mysterious man, "Please make your move, Divine King of Yoha." The mysterious man still didn't move. He just stood in the void with his arms crossed. At this time, he was using some kind of magic. His figure was faint, as if half of it was in the world and the other half was in the sky. Others could only see a shadow of him and couldn't see his true appearance. This was somewhat similar to the legendary Divine King of Yoha, so the prince's concubine of Taixian Heaven didn't suspect anything. She just looked a little embarrassed, and when she spoke again, she was a little angry. "What is Divine King of Yoha waiting for? the mysterious man still didn't move. Could it be that my husband and the Divine King agreed on some conditions and haven't fulfilled them yet? The prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven couldn't help but say, Divine King of Yoha, you don't have to worry. My husband is the Prince of Taishan Heaven, and his words are the law. Divine King of Yoha, you don't have to worry about anything. Just do as I say, and he will fulfill the conditions he promised you. If you think too much about it now, it might be. In the face of the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven's earnest advice, the mysterious man finally seemed to understand. He looked at the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven with some curiosity. Are you talking about me? Why are you still pretending to be ignorant at this time? The prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven couldn't help but feel a little resentful. She cursed under her breath and said coldly, Please make your move, Divine King of Yoha. The mysterious man heard this and tilted his head slightly. But the person who invited me here didn't ask me to kill her. What nonsense are you talking about? This time, the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven really couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded in a low voice, Didn't my husband invite you here to kill someone? The mysterious man shook his head. I've killed people for money before, but I don't think your husband can afford to hire me. You, the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven could no longer suppress her anger, and her face was livid. But the elders behind her had already sensed that something was wrong. They couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Something is not right. They hadn't even finished speaking when an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Xianxia had been standing where she was, as if she was waiting to be killed. But when she saw that the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven couldn't get the Divine King of Yoha to move, she suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth as if she had gone crazy. In her laughter, people could feel that the celestial might on her body was becoming more and more chaotic and crazy, like a volcano erupting. Sister Ziying, you are so smart, her somewhat crazy voice rang out, and a pair of eyes without a hint of a smile suddenly fell on the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven. In the next moment, suddenly, two shadows, one black and one white, appeared behind her. They were the shadows of her great path of yin and yang. When the black and white shadows appeared, the white shadow suddenly exploded, and an indescribably vast power shot out from her body. The vast upper paradise seemed to be startled by this movement, and it suddenly trembled. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and countless stars were thrown into the distance by this tremor. You have really laid a good trap for me. But since we are good sisters, how can I bear to die alone? Xianxia had destroyed half of her great path, but she had also completely destroyed the formation that had imprisoned her, and in an instant, she had escaped. Wrapped in the black shadow, she was like a demon, rushing straight for the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven. Kill her. Kill her now. Seeing this scene, the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven was completely frightened. She hurriedly retreated while shouting desperately, She is already seriously injured. We can't let her escape. All of you, hurry up and attack, you must kill her. There was no need for the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven to say anything, as the four guardians behind her had already rushed forward. Their duty was to protect the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven, but the more important responsibility was revealed at this moment. The godly king of Yoha was clearly unwilling to cooperate, and their initial plan of asking the godly king of Yoha to take action and get rid of the insensible blissful demon master had failed. However, they were not worried. After all, Xianxia was already seriously injured, and their goal had been achieved. If the godly king of Yoha was willing to take action, that was naturally good. If he was unwilling to take action, the four of them had enough strength to kill Xianxia. Although there were still many questions in their hearts, they would not let go of this opportunity. It was too rare to force a demon into a corner and take her life when she was at her weakest. Moreover, things had already come to this point, and they had already fallen out with Xianxia. They could not let Xianxia live any longer. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly create a strong enemy for Taishan Heaven, and it would affect all of Taishan Heaven's actions in the 6 demon heavens. Because of this, no matter how strange the godly king of Yoha was, they could not care less. The only important thing in front of them was to take Xianxia's life first. Otherwise, if the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven came to cause trouble, it would cause a lot of trouble. They only hoped that when the time came, the godly king of Yoha would not dilly-dally anymore, and could help them block the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, so that it would be easier for them to kill him. Boom, four rays of dark light swept towards Mo. Everyone had already activated the power of the Great Tao, and it was as if the sky and the earth were covered in darkness. It sealed the entire heaven and earth, trapping Mo tightly. It was just like when Feng Xing assassinated Bai Shi. At their level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, their abilities were limitless. They could be big or small. If they were to fight on a big scale, they could pluck the stars and moon, and destroy the galaxy with just a thought. If they were to fight on a small scale, they could fight on a sesame seed for years, and unleash the power of their magical powers, but now, they gathered the power of their divine abilities into a single point, hoping to kill their enemies in an instant. However, no one expected that Mo, who was severely injured and had to destroy half of her Tao to get out of the confinement, should be extremely weak. However, she behaved extremely violently. Only half of her Tao was destroyed, and only that black shadow was left. Like a demonic ghost, it attached itself to her body and made her undergo endless changes. Horns grew out of her head, wings grew out of her back, and thick smoke engulfed her snow-white skin, making her look like she was wearing a black robe. Her power seemed to have gone out of control. Her divine art appeared on its own, and her aura was like a blade. Hua! In an instant, she had already broken through the blockade of the two guardians in front of her and was heading straight for the princess of the Taishan Heaven's crown prince. Not good, she destroyed her own great Tao and became even more formidable. The imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven's crown prince's concubine's eyes narrowed. Apparently, she had noticed something. They had underestimated Mo, underestimated her unyielding character. Just now, she would rather destroy half of her own Tao to escape. It looked like she had no other choice, but in fact, she was using this method to force out all of her Tao potential. She cultivated the Tao of Yin and Yang with the intention of balance. Hence, her temperament was gentle and not ferocious. Compared to Bai Shi's Tao of slaughter, the Tao of Yin and Yang was not used to fight. However, Mo could fight Bai Shi for so many years without losing. How could she be so simple? Now that she had destroyed half of her Tao, the killing intent hidden under this balance was instantly revealed. Although doing so would cause irreversible damage to her cultivation and Taoist foundation, she still did it. She was simply trying to kill herself at all costs. Seeing the blissful demon master, Mo, rushing towards her like a madman, the princess of the Taishan Heaven finally began to panic. She instantly raised her hands and summoned an oil lamp. The flame of the oil lamp was so bright that it illuminated the world. Everything slowed down, and she took the opportunity to escape. She looked a little embarrassed as she moved, but at least she had escaped. However, even though she had escaped, the little servant girl who had been serving her could not escape. This mediocre little girl stared blankly at Mo, who had arrived in front of her. Her eyes were filled with terror. She raised her head and looked at the face that was now both seductive and ferocious. Her throat gurgled a few times, but she could not speak. Don't kill her, I beg you, don't kill her." At this moment, even Junyi's heart turned cold, and he subconsciously cried out. Haha, Mo turned to look at him and laughed coldly. Her voice was hoarse, like that of a demon. Junyi was almost going crazy. He shouted in a trembling voice, You can hate me, but don't kill her." Mo raised her hand coldly. Junyi had already closed his eyes, for he could not bear to see this scene. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt a terrible force rushing towards him. Mo sharp claws were already in front of him. "Of course I won't kill her, because she is not yours. You betrayed me, so you have to die." Unexpectedly, Mo did not kill the little girl who was like an ant. Instead, she turned around and rushed towards Junyi. Her voice was hoarse and crazy, but with an unprecedented sense of clarity. "Back then, you knelt down and begged me like a dog. I saw that you were somewhat beautiful, so what if I let you have it easy? But who said that I have to stay by your side for the rest of my life? Who do you think you are? How can you keep me here? I love men, so I want to sleep with all the men I like. If you are not satisfied, you can leave. But who gave you the courage to use this matter to hate me? What right do you have to hate me?" Hua. Junyi was also a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How could he be killed by Mo so easily? He hurriedly used the Great Tao to fight with Mo. However, most of his cultivation was originally taught by Xianxia. How could he resist Xianxia's magical power so easily? Almost instantly, he was beaten back. After several moves, Xianxia's claws had already clasped the top of his head. At this moment, Junie was completely disheartened. He was originally angry with Xianxia and hated her to the extreme. Now that he was being controlled by her and could die at any time, he wanted to burst out with heroic spirit and shout at her. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he couldn't say a word. The thousands of reasons he hated Xianxia disappeared after Xianxia said those words. Haha, you can't say anything? Xianxia clasped the top of his head with her claws and waited for a while. Seeing that he had nothing to say, she sneered, remember, Xianxia, will kill you today not because of love, nor because you cheated on me with other women, but because you are ungrateful. Puff, like a ripe watermelon, Junie was crushed by Xianxia's magical power, even his last ray of spiritual light was annihilated. June, the little girl beside the princess of the Taishan heaven almost fainted when she saw this scene. Her expression was dull. However, there was only fear on her face, not sorrow. It seems that she doesn't belong to you completely. Xianxia looked coldly at Junie's flesh and blood scattered on the ground and said coldly. Kill her. Seeing that Xianxia's ferocious nature was unleashed, she broke through the encirclement, forced the imperial concubine of Taishan heaven to flee, and then killed Junie with lightning speed. The four guardians of Taishan heaven could not bear to watch any longer. They looked at each other and surrounded Xianxia. With their cultivation, it was not difficult for them to see that Xianxia's great path was half destroyed, and she was only holding on with her last breath. As long as her last breath was destroyed, this blissful demon master would probably be able to kill ordinary righteous immortals. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Xianxia's craziness rose again. She turned around and fought with them. A great battle started again. Even half of the demon mountain collapsed. They were fighting in the sky from the demon palace. In the sky above the blissful heaven, clouds rose and fell. It was a battle that shocked the world. Haha, Sister Mo, oh Sister Mo, you are really thick-skinned. As the battle unfolded, the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven was not idle. She watched for a while and knew that this demon master would not be suppressed so easily. Her eyes were cold, and she had a plan in mind. The oil lamp appeared in front of her chest again. Then, she smiled coldly at Xianxia and said, do you think that as long as you like a man or a woman, you can collude with them? Do you not care about propriety, righteousness, or honor? You used to be a female immortal from a noble family. How can you have such a strange theory? Bitch, you racked your brains to get married to the imperial prince, and you even complained to me that you were afraid that you'd be wronged in the future and wouldn't be able to be your true self. Look at you now, it's not that you can't be your true self, you've even deceived yourself. Although they were fighting, Xianxia also shouted and cursed at the princess of the Taishan heaven. Haha, I can't be myself because I am well behaved. You have been yourself enough. The princess of the Taishan heaven sneered. The imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven sneered coldly. You want to sleep with a man every time you see him. How shameless. I wonder if the little heaven's chosen one, who was originally engaged to you but was unable to taste a woman until his death because you were too conservative, will regret blocking that sword for you after seeing your ugly appearance now. When Xianxia heard this, he became mad and stared at Xianxia fiercely. Bang, 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 while Xianxia's mind was in chaos, the four protectors attacked fiercely. 3 of them bombarded Xianxia. Puff, Xianxia was hit 3 times in a row and immediately spat out blood. She was already seriously injured, and half of her great path had been destroyed. Now, she was only holding on with her last breath. The 4 guardians were Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Normally, they were not as good as Xianxia's great path of yin and yang. However, at this moment, they were on par with Xianxia. Both sides were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, the princess of the Taishan heaven knew her too well. Her words were like knives that pierced her heart and forced her to be distracted. How could the 4 guardians let go of such an opportunity? They took the opportunity to attack and immediately injured Xianxia. I am the blissful demon master. After spitting out blood, Xianxia didn't look dispirited at all. Instead, he shouted coldly with rage, "Who are you to judge my path? How dare you belittle my great path? How can my life be taken by you?" As she said this, she suddenly flipped to the left and rushed toward a guardian in the void on the left. The guardian knew that she was powerful, so he did not fight her head-on. He grunted and retreated. Behind Xianxia, two other guardians joined forces to attack her. The last one was wandering in the void, looking for an opportunity to attack at any time. The cooperation of the four was almost flawless. However, no one expected that Xianxia, who seemed to be attacking the guardian in the void on the left, would suddenly change direction. Her great path was ethereal, and her figure mysteriously disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the void on the right. Coincidentally, she appeared in front of the guardian who was wandering in the void. Crack, she seemed to have merely slapped out with a simple palm strike, yet her crystalline and sharp claw that was like bone directly pierced through the chest of that golden immortal, dug out his heart, and held it in her palm. That heart was still thumping, and it was an extremely terrifying sight. "How dare you?" The two guardians who were rushing toward Xianxia were furious and turned around to attack. Crack, Xianxia threw the protector whose heart had been dug out aside. She knew that the protector's heart had been dug out and it would take him at least 10 minutes to recover. While others thought that she would kill the protector, she spat out a red mist. Instantly, a kind of pink mist appeared between the sky and the earth. In an instant, it covered the entire sky. Under the cover of the red mist, the two protectors who were rushing towards her felt that their hearts, which were as stagnant water, suddenly beat faster. Not good. The two of them were instantly alarmed and used their Dao hearts to break the illusion. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Xianxia was already in front of them. Bang! 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 They attacked almost at the same time. Xianxia's two palms grabbed the top of their skulls, and the two of them also attacked with their palms. The great Dao roared and swept at Xianxia's waist and abdomen. Then, the three of them retreated to two sides at the same time. Their bodies collapsed and blood flowed out, staining the void. It looked like three long blood-red ribbons were drawn, with an indescribable sadness. He, Sister Mo is really powerful. Seeing the battle in the field and the fact that both sides were injured in an instant, the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven also had a cold look in her eyes. Then, she sneered and said in an indifferent tone, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful even when you were seriously injured. Do you want to drag the four elders of the Taishan heaven to die with you? It seems that you not only like men when you are alive, but also when you are dead." The *tch, you shut up, Xianxia was furious. She originally wanted to kill the two protectors in one breath and get rid of the two great enemies. However, after hearing the words of the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven, she couldn't restrain herself. With a shout, she rushed towards the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven. But behind her, another protector immediately rushed over and hit Xianxia away. In her anger, Xianxia turned around and clawed at the protector and the sky behind him, creating a few holes. It was indescribably sad. Sister Mo, do you think I am wrong? The imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven laughed. She held the oil lamp in front of her and slowly stood in the void. She pointed at the land of the highest paradise and said with a smile, "I don't know if you have ever thought that a beauty like you is a fatal temptation to men. No matter who it is, when they see you, their bodies will melt and they will fall under your skirt. But why did they still betray you?" Xianxia was fighting madly with someone, exchanging blood for blood and life for life, so she had no time to answer. The imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven didn't wait for her answer. She just laughed coldly and said, That's because although you have slept with many men, your understanding of men is still too shallow. Even if you are a heavenly beauty, having a man guard you every day will get tired of you. What's more, you have more than 100 men guarding you all the time. My God, I am already very surprised that they have tolerated you for so long. I guess in their eyes, even an old sow would be more beautiful than you, right? It was a voice that sounded like a silver bell, but the words that came out of it were heart-wrenching. Not to mention Xianxia, even the men around them couldn't bear to listen anymore. You only know how to revolve around men. How good can you be? Xianxia seemed to have gone crazy. Her body was almost in tatters, and she was covered in blood. She didn't even look like a human anymore, let alone her stunning beauty. But what made it even more difficult for her to bear were the words of the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven. This drove her crazy, and she suddenly screamed. Then, she waved her hand to shake off the 3 guardians of the Taishan heaven who were fighting with her and rushed toward the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven. She looked like a madwoman. "Your Highness, be careful." When the guardians saw this, they were instantly shocked and rushed forward to protect the imperial concubine. However, although they had seriously injured Mo-chi, they didn't have much of an advantage. One of the guardians had already been torn into pieces by the crazy Mo-chi. 2 more were seriously injured, and their bodies were almost completely destroyed. Only one was slightly injured, and that was the one who had his heart taken out for the first time. His heart had not yet recovered, so his speed was greatly affected. As a result, when Mo-chi madly rushed toward the imperial concubine, the 3 of them couldn't stop her. With a swoosh sound, Mo-chi rushed forward. Her body was like a bloody waterfall, and blood rained down. She was already consuming her own life force. The more she moved, the more her aura weakened. But she didn't care. In the past, although she was called a devil, she was more like a fairy, but at this moment, she no longer looked like a fairy. She had completely turned into a ghost. Haha. Seeing that Mo-chi was already in front of her, the imperial concubine of Taishan heaven didn't dodge. Just when Mo-chi's ghost-like face was about to hit her, she suddenly raised her eyebrows. The oil lamp in front of her suddenly shone brightly, tearing apart the red mist in front of Mo-chi. Even Mo-chi's eyes, which were covered in blood, seemed to be slightly dazed under the illumination of the light, as if she was being stabbed. At this moment, the imperial concubine of Taishan heaven also smiled coldly. Whoosh. She suddenly stretched out her hand. Her speed was surprisingly terrifying, and her aura was even more terrifying than that of the 4 guardians. She directly grabbed the hair on the back of Mo-chi's head and forcibly pulled her down. Then, she violently threw her down, pressing her directly onto the cloud below her waist. The huge force shocked the blissful demon master. The Tao protectors who had wanted to rush over to help were all shocked, and their eyes widened a bit. Although they knew that the imperial concubine of Taishan heaven's cultivation was not weak, they didn't expect her to be so ruthless. "What's so good about me?" The imperial concubine of Taishan heaven pressed down on Mo-chi's head, squatted down, and asked coldly and mockingly. Ugh. Mo-chi was pressed down by her. A strange sound that sounded like a cry and a roar came from her throat, and she struggled endlessly. However, she was seriously injured at this time and had no strength to struggle. This imperial concubine of the prince of Taishan heaven had also seen through her, so she did not avoid her. Instead, she forcefully captured her and subdued her in one fell swoop. She let Mo-chi struggle, but her hand was as steady as a mountain. In a cold voice, she said, "I am very good now. Everything is good. I have a husband who loves me, countless people respect me, and endless resources. As for you, Sister Mo, you used to be so mighty, but what about now?" The imperial concubine of Taishan heaven pressed her with one hand and pointed at the world with the other. "You slept with people for nearly 1,000 years, and there is not a single person who is loyal to you. What are you after?" She didn't rush to kill Mo-chi. It seemed that she only wanted to break Mo-chi's Taoist heart. Her voice was soft and faint, but it was like a sharp sword stabbing into Mo-chi's heart. "Your upper paradise is also strong and strong. Now I sense that you have nearly 10,000 battle-ready demonic soldiers, and there are more than 100 immortal masters and demonic generals in the Tai Supreme Celestial Realm. These are all people that you have painstakingly cultivated. In order to raise them, you must have spent a lot of resources. But why does no one want to save you at this time? You have slept with so many men, but no one wants to save you. Why are you still so stubborn?" After Mo-chi struggled with all his might, Mo-chi's head was still pressed down by Gu Shijiu. Mo-chi looked down. It was night time in the upper paradise, but there were lights everywhere. There were many places where she had stayed for the night, but no one showed up to save her. When she lowered her head to look, she saw that the lights were extinguished one by one. This scene finally made her heart grow cold. She was already seriously injured. Whether it was her flesh, internal organs, spiritual soul, or the great path, they were all on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been controlled by the imperial concubine of Taishan heaven. But none of this could compare to the coldness in her heart. The breath that she had been holding in was finally released in front of this cold scene. The imperial concubine of Taishan heaven smiled faintly. She could already see that Mochier's heart was dead. There was no need for her to do anything. At this time, whether it was to kill her or to turn her into a puppet, it was all up to her. But what she didn't expect was that at this moment of silence, there was a sudden sigh. This is not your fault. Why do you have to give up? Boom, as the sigh rang out, all of a sudden, the world changed. The highest paradise had always been gloomy and strange. Now it was midnight. Dark clouds covered the sky, and there were no stars or moon. Between heaven and earth, there was a deep darkness. If one did not have cultivation, he would not be able to see his own fingers. Even when Mochier and the crown princess of the Taishan heaven fought against the four guardians of the way, the light they unleashed was filled with all kinds of evil brilliance. It could not dispel the oppressive darkness between heaven and earth. However, when the name of Buddha rang out, the world changed. In the far south, above a sea of bitterness, a black mountain peak collapsed. Then, a white-robed monk sitting cross-legged slowly flew into the air, shining brightly. The monk was covered in blood, and his entire body was covered in thorny thorns. However, when he flew into the air, the blood on his body scattered, turning his monk robes back into a dazzling white. All the thorns on his body instantly grew into small, pure white flowers. Then, the flowers separated from his body and gathered behind him, forming beautiful flowering trees. The young monk flew slowly in the air, and the flowers fell to the ground. It was as if the sound of Buddha had come to the world. Monk, when Mochier saw the shadow of the young monk, her eyes became dazed as well. She had already been seriously injured, and she had only been able to fight until now with her last breath. Later, she had been held down by the princess of the Taishan heaven's crown prince. After a round of mockery, she had already begun to regret her decision, and her heart had begun to crumble. Naturally, she could not hold on any longer. However, it seemed that she had not expected that the princess of the Taishan heaven's crown prince would be wrong. In this vast high paradise, it was not that no man had come to save her. That monk, the one who had been tormented by her bitter curse ever since they met, had come. Monk, was I really wrong? Mochier, who seemed to have no strength at all, suddenly took a deep breath and asked the monk loudly. There is no right or wrong in the human heart. That young monk just looked at Mochier with benevolent and peaceful eyes, resolute and warm eyes. You have not wronged anyone but yourself. You want to cut off the evil thoughts in your heart, but not destroy your Tao heart. You want to free yourself from the bondage, but not to fall into endless illusions. You want to be clear, but not to bury your soul. Sorrow is not in this world. The young monk slowly stretched out his hand and touched Mochier's forehead. In your heart. At this moment, heaven and earth became bright, and everything became transparent. The monk was wearing a white robe. He stretched out his palm and touched Mochier's forehead. It reminded people of the Gautama Buddha from 10,000 years ago. Where did this wild monk come from? Quickly kill him. It was also at this moment that the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven finally could not hold back. She had clearly felt that Mochier's heart was dead. She was secretly complacent. She knew that her painstaking efforts were not in vain. Not to mention killing Mochier, she could even directly turn Mochier into her puppet. After accomplishing such a great thing, how could her husband scold her for being useless? She had accomplished such a great thing for him, so she could hold her head high in front of him, right? However, she did not expect that a monk would come out of nowhere and say something so incomprehensible. He actually made Mochier, whose heart was already dead, become spirited again. She could even clearly feel that this devil's mind was even more tenacious. This was so strange. Didn't they say that monks were void of all worldly desires? According to her understanding, even if this monk enlightened Mochier, it would only make her heart more empty, right? But why did what he did make Mochier, who was originally impatient, become even more determined? It was also because of this that she was shocked, frightened, and furious. That wild monk was not entirely because she was angry, but because she really felt that this monk did not seem to be a normal Buddhist. he was different from the monks that she understood. He must really be a wild monk of unknown origin. Even the Buddhism of 10,000 years ago did not dare to interfere in the affairs of the Taishan heaven. "Monk, how dare you?" After the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven shouted, the 3 guardians of the Taishan heaven also made their moves without hesitation. In the midst of the rumbling, the 3 of them rushed into the sky at the same time. Although they were already arrows at the end of their flight, they were, after all, zenith heaven golden immortals. How could their strength be weak? In an instant, 3 great paths swept across the sky and directly suppressed the monk in midair. At the same time, the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven also looked angry. She grabbed Mo-Chi-Er's hair and was about to pull her back. She did not want the monk to really press his hand on Mo-Chi-Er's forehead. Just 2 sentences and Mo-Chi-Er's heart had already become a little more lively. What would happen if he were to be pressed? But they did not expect that the seemingly young and handsome monk would not be so easy to deal with. When the 3 guardians used their great paths to attack the monk, the light of Buddha was already shining around him. They were clearly very close, but it felt like a big river had appeared between them. They were on one side, and the monk was on the other. Their power of the great paths had endless magical powers, but they could not leap over the big river. They could not even move the corner of the monk's robe, and the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven, who was grabbing Mo-Chi-Er's hair, only saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of her. The white light was not strong, but there was nowhere to hide. Under this light, the oil lamp in front of her seemed to be dim. When she could not help but raise her hand to cover her eyes, she felt that her hand was empty. Mo-Chi-Er, who had been grabbed by her hand, had disappeared, and in front of the white-robed monk who was sitting cross-legged in midair, Mo-Chi-Er's delicate body appeared. Her face was stained with tears, and she gently bowed to the monk. The white-robed monk stretched out his hand and gently pressed her forehead. It was just a simple press, but Mo-Chi-Er suddenly trembled all over. She fell forward and lay on the white-robed monk's knee, crying bitterly. The white-robed monk sighed, put his palms together, and silently chanted scriptures. Mo-Chi-Er's crying and his chanting mixed together, and it was difficult to tell them apart. After the faint white light dissipated, Mo-Chi-Er was no longer on the white-robed monk's knee. There was only a green snake lying on his leg. But no one knew when, from the right sleeve of the white-robed monk, a kitten the size of a snowball had come out. It looked at the green snake curiously and could not help but use its claws to test it. Immediately, the green snake was enraged. It raised its head and hissed. The cat and the snake were like natural enemies, glaring at each other, but after staring at each other for a long time, neither dared to attack. They each curled up on one side of the white-robed monk's leg, coexisting peacefully. "Godly King of Yoha, please lend me a hand." Compared to the peaceful aura of the white-robed monk, the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven was full of hostility. She hated the monk who had appeared out of nowhere, and her stomach was full of murderous intent. Just by seeing the attacks of the 3 guardians, she knew that the 3 guardians were no match for the monk. The monk's understanding of the great path was not something the 3 guardians could compare to. Moreover, they were seriously injured, so it was impossible for them to take Mo-Chi-Er back from the monk. If Mo-Chi-Er survived, wouldn't that leave a big problem for the Taishan heaven that they could not get rid of? In desperation, she could only ask for help from the godly king of Yoha. This godly king of Yoha had been watching from the side, but he was the one who had injured Mo-Chi-Er, which meant that he was cooperating with the Taishan heaven. Now that things had reached a critical point, this detestable divine race creature would not continue to push the blame, right? However, she had not expected that this godly king of Yoha would move after hearing her words. He turned and looked at the white-robed monk. At that moment, the white-robed monk also turned and looked at him. The 2 of them looked at each other without saying anything. After a long time, the godly king of Yoha nodded lightly. The white-robed monk also bowed with his palms together. Then, it was over. After just bowing, the godly king of Yoha did nothing else. He even threw away the pine branch in his hand. "Godly king of Yoha, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the agreement you made with my husband?" The Taishan heaven's imperial concubine gritted her teeth and shouted, "You are representing the divine union and contacting my husband, which means that the divine union has something to ask of us. But now, you are dragging your feet and showing no sincerity. Aren't you afraid of my husband's wrath?" I invited you here mainly to guard against the Great Scarlet Heaven's imperial concubine, but now that the Great Scarlet Heaven's imperial concubine is afraid of trouble and hasn't appeared, it's not unreasonable to ask you to deal with this monk. If you want something, you have to pay the price. Isn't that right? That's a good point. Faced with her anger and doubt, the God King of Nether River finally spoke, but the problem is, his tone was a little helpless. I'm not that godly king of Yoha. Huh? Upon hearing this, let alone the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven, even the three Tao protectors were stunned. How could he not be the godly king of Yoha, other than the godly king of Yoha? Where else could there be such a mysterious expert, other than the godly king of Yoha? Who else would choose to attack Mochi at this time and lend Taishan heaven a hand? More importantly, after a long while, the imperial concubine of the Taishan heaven hesitantly said, if you are not the godly king of Yoha, then where is he? Here. Before the mysterious man could say anything, laughter was heard in the distance. Then, from the direction of the blissful demon palace, a figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and appeared on the demon mountains in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, a scorched shell fell from the sky, crushing a mountain with a rumble. Then, the figure jumped down from the sky. It was the crown prince of Great Crimson Heaven, who had been scolded for being a coward by the princess of the Taishan Heaven's crown prince. He pointed at the shell and laughed. His real body fled, leaving only this shell behind. What? Seeing the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven suddenly appear, the imperial concubine of Great Mystery Heaven was shocked. After hearing what he said, she couldn't help but look at the charred shell he threw on the ground. She couldn't tell if it was real or fake, and she was instantly filled with doubts. Even now, she was still a little confused. She didn't know how the Yoha Divine King that her husband invited suddenly became another person. She also didn't know why the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven pointed at the shell and said that it was the Yoha Divine King. Even if the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven really met the Yoha Divine King, with his cultivation, he shouldn't be able to force the Yoha Divine King to flee. After all, the Yoha Divine King was known as the #1 living being of the god race. His strength was abnormally terrifying. Even her husband might not be able to defeat him. However, although everything couldn't be explained, the question was right there: where did the Yoha Divine King go? Originally, the imperial concubine of Great Mystery Heaven's plan was carefully formulated by her. Mochi thought that she only came to probe. However, she didn't know that her former friend had already made up her mind to take over the High Paradise Heavens. If Mochi agreed, that would be great. Even if Mochi didn't agree, her husband had already secretly convinced most of the High Paradise Heaven's immortal soldiers and demonic generals. However, with Mochi here, no one dared to betray her. Therefore, Mochi could only die. The moment Mochi decided to draw a line between them, she was already a dead person in the eyes of the imperial concubine of Great Mystery Heaven. However, the imperial concubine of Great Mystery Heaven didn't dare to act rashly. She was worried that the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven would ruin her plan. She had to find an expert to hold the fort. Originally, she wanted to ask her husband to come over. However, Yan Zhaoga had other matters to attend to and refused to help. At least, it gave her another reassurance. That was the #1 Divine King of the Divine Alliance, who was also the #1 expert of the god race, Yoha. As long as the Yoha Divine King was there, Mochi could only die. Even the Great Scarlet Heaven couldn't change this outcome, but in a situation where everything was supposed to be proceeding logically, she just couldn't understand anything at all. If the Nether River Deity King had already escaped, then who was that mysterious man? If this mysterious man was from Great Red Sky, why did he assassinate Mochi? Moreover, when he wanted to turn Mochi into his puppet, why did he stand aside like he was watching a show without any intention of stopping him? What puzzled her even more was who was the monk who saved Mochi halfway through the journey? This series of unforeseen events left the princess of the Taishan Heaven completely bewildered, but when she saw the mysterious man, who she did not know was friend or foe, the murderous prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, and the calm, white-robed monk in the air, the imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven inexplicably felt a heavy pressure in her heart. The notorious Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven was one thing, but the mysterious man and the white-robed monk both gave her a kind of invisible pressure, like three mountains. Just by being there, the three of them made her heart feel heavy. Haha, Your Highness Di Lu, I don't know what you're playing at, but I have other things to do and don't want to play with you anymore. The imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven weighed the situation and immediately wanted to retreat. She sneered, looked deeply at the white-robed monk, and turned to leave. The protectors behind her also had cold expressions. They looked at each other and were about to leave with her. To them, this was really an inexplicable battle. Everything had been going in the ideal direction, but suddenly, everything had changed beyond recognition. Did I say you can leave? But it was also at this moment that the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven suddenly spoke with some confusion. The three protectors of the Supreme Mystery Heaven were startled and looked at him, only to see the Royal Highness Di Lu looking at them coldly with a faint smile. It was obvious that he was not deliberately mocking them. This immediately made their hearts sink. The Imperial Concubine of Supreme Mystery Heaven was also taken aback. She looked at the Imperial Concubine of Great Scarlet Heaven strangely before laughing softly. Your Highness Di Lu, you've already disrupted Great Purgatory Heaven and High Paradise Heaven. Isn't that enough? Now you want to make me stay too? I only heard that you were once suppressed by the remnant soul of the Taishu Immortal King for 1,000 years, but I never heard that you'd been suppressed to the point of being stupid. These words were already very unpleasant, but the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven still felt a little angry. After saying this, she sneered and turned to leave, as if she did not care about the threat of Di Lu at all. Where does this woman get the courage from? Even Feng Xing was slightly astonished, and with a slight command in his heart, his figure had already instantly teleported to obstruct her path. Although you're not very good-looking, it's not impossible for me to keep you, right? Feng Xing looked at the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven indifferently and said with a faint smile. You're serious? The Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven's expression suddenly changed, and she said coldly, You really dare to keep me here? Feng Xing looked down at her and said, Why wouldn't I dare? Wow, the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven's expression instantly became livid, and her face was full of disbelief. Behind her, the three elders of the Supreme Mystery Heaven suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven. They said coldly, Your Highness Di Lu, do not be rude. The three imperial palaces advance and retreat together. The royal family has not used weapons for hundreds of years. Even if there is some animosity, it's just a friendly duel, and it's over with a smile. After all, the sixth demon heavens is just an outsider. We can fight however we want here, and it's just a game of chess. But do you really want to harm the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven and break the balance that has existed for hundreds of years? Listening to their words, their expressions were stern, and they were truly terrified to the extreme. What balance? What imbalance? Feng Xing didn't take their words to heart. He was about to say something with a cold smile when he suddenly heard several shouts coming from the direction of his palace. Your Highness, do not be reckless. Please listen to me. He turned his head and saw the Immortal Master and a few immortal servants rushing over. He hadn't told these people about the plan just now, and only told them not to interfere no matter what they heard. These people had been holding back until now. They were watching from afar, and when they heard that the Crown Prince was going to detain the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven, they didn't dare to stay for even a moment longer and rushed over. Your Highness, you must not be reckless. The three imperial palaces and the royal family have always stopped fighting when it's too late. Even if you fight, you will only defeat your opponent and not let anyone get hurt. Afterward, you will have to apologize for your drunken words and reconcile. Only then can you ensure the integrity of the eternal immortal temple. This is the rule set by the three celestial emperors. Your Highness, you must not. The immortal official rushed in front of him, and without even taking a breath, he hurriedly prostrated on the ground and shouted. Is it really that serious? Seeing that even the immortal master who was assisting him was so frightened, Feng Xing realized the seriousness of the problem. It turned out that the three imperial palaces had such a rule. No matter how fierce the conflict was in private, they would not really shed all pretense of cordiality. Just like in the past, the Supreme Mystery Heaven and the Great Firmament Heaven had tacitly agreed to join forces to drive him out of this game of chess, but they would never threaten his life. Even when he had killed Baishur, the Imperial Concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven had not dared to let the elders harm a single hair on his head. In this way, if he had the ability to do so, he could take in all 6 demon heavens without harming his opponent, because harming the royal family was equivalent to shedding all pretense of cordiality, and it could lead to a war in the imperial palaces. After all, 10,000 years ago, these 3 immortal emperors had secretly founded the Eternal Immortal Palace, and joined forces to pursue eternity. During that time, new members joined, and old members betrayed. After 10,000 years, only the 3 of them remained. They were like 3 legs of a tripod, and now, after fighting for so long, they were all tired and did not want to start another war. It was precisely because of this that such a tacit rule had appeared and was obeyed by everyone. The imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven did not believe that Feng Xing would dare to make him stay for this reason. Haha, Your Highness Di Lu, have you been away from the Great Scarlet Heaven for too long and forgotten about it? Seeing that Feng Xing had fallen silent, the imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven relaxed a little. She smiled coldly and continued forward. Humph. The 3 guardians of the Supreme Mystery Heaven were obviously quite frightened by this. Angry, they snorted coldly and were about to leave. Haha, how long do you think this rule will last? Feng Xing also reacted at this time and looked at the immortal master kneeling in front of him with a smile. The immortal master was slightly taken aback. This rule naturally could not be maintained for long, but why did you ask this? Seeing that the imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven had already left on a cloud, Feng Xing also bent down and smiled coldly at the immortal master. Since it is not a rule that will last for long, then what is the point of obeying it? Why not start with me and destroy this rule? You, the immortal master was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Xing had already taken off. Whoosh, the blood-colored cloak on his back unfurled, making him look like a sea of blood. He rushed straight toward the imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven. His figure was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was already above the imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven. His huge palm pressed down, and the 3 guardians of the Supreme Mystery Heaven were immediately shocked. With a roar, they completely activated the power of the Great Path in their bodies and attacked Feng Xing together. But Feng Xing turned around and slashed with his blade. With a few cracking sounds, the 3 Great Paths had already collapsed. Di Lu, you are crazy. The imperial concubine of the Supreme Mystery Heaven also suddenly looked up and screamed in horror. At the same time, she raised her oil lamp. But Feng Xing was so fast that as soon as she raised her oil lamp, he had already sent her flying with a backhand slap. Lock her up. If you want her, let her man pay with precious medicine. Standing in the air with his hands behind his back, Feng Xing shouted coldly, shocking the surrounding heavens into silence. Is the prince really going to detain the imperial concubine of the Grand Mystery Heaven? Not only the 3 guardians of Taishan Heaven, but even the celestial attendants and celestial attendants of the Great Scarlet Heaven were horrified by the scene before them. They wanted to rub their eyes and look again, not daring to believe that this scene had really happened. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, it would not change anything. Their crown prince had really detained the crown princess of Taishan Heaven. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing they could do to change it. Not to mention whether or not their crown prince would give up on detaining the crown princess of Taishan Heaven, just that inexplicable slap was enough to make things go out of control. No matter how good Xianxia's temper was, he wouldn't just sit back and watch his woman be slapped away, right? The prince had already committed a crime. Good, good, good. The 3 Tao protectors of the Grand Mystery Heaven climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Their faces had already turned livid. They stared at the Prince of the Grand Mystery Heaven, who was standing with his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "What Prince Di Lu has done and said today, we will definitely report it to our prince. We only hope that you have already thought it through and are prepared to bear the consequences. Since I dared to do it, I have already thought about the consequences." The Prince of the Great Scarlet Heaven sneered at their words and said disapprovingly, "Go tell your prince that his woman offended me and was detained by me. If he wants this woman to go back in one piece, he must immediately withdraw from the 6 demon heavens and give me 5 pounds of each of the top 10 precious resources of the Grand Mystery Heaven. Otherwise, he should be prepared to marry another woman." Good, good. The 3 Tao protectors of the Grand Mystery Heaven didn't know what to say anymore. They could only angrily say, "Good." The imperial concubine of the Grand Mystery Heaven immediately screamed after hearing this, "No, don't tell Yan Zhao about this. Tell him that I will definitely keep my chastity and that no one can touch my little finger. I would rather explode my physical body and destroy my spirit than let anyone touch me. Remember to tell Yan Zhao that he must come and save me." These hysterical words made her sound a little pitiful. "Hee, why do I feel like you're even more obsessed than that idiotic demon?" Fang Xing glanced at the princess of the Prince of Taishan Heaven and felt a little strange. He couldn't help but sneer. But the princess of the Taishan Heaven only looked at him viciously and did not say a word. The three elders of Taishan Heaven flew away and disappeared between heaven and earth in a flash. An oppressive atmosphere appeared and weighed heavily on the hearts of the immortals. They didn't know what to do. Greetings, Great Red Sky, His Highness Di Lu." At that moment, countless cowering figures from the high paradise heaven appeared, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground. There were heads everywhere, and they were the celestial soldiers and demon generals of the high paradise heaven. Seeing that the situation had been decided, they knew that they could no longer hide. They had originally been led by Junyi, and they had secretly planned to submit to Taishan Heaven. But now, the prince's concubine of Taishan Heaven had been captured, and Junyi had died at the hands of the demon lord of bliss. What other choice did they have? Naturally, they had to kowtow to whoever was still standing, compared to the great prison heaven, which was still in a stalemate, and the final winner had yet to emerge. The high paradise heaven had completely changed hands. On the other hand, this could barely be considered to be a joyous event to the immortal monarchs and immortal attendants of Dachi Heaven. Even though they still didn't know exactly what had happened up until now, they were able to discern one thing, and it was that the high paradise had already returned to Dachi Heaven. Of course, compared to the dark clouds that were pressing down on their heads, this wasn't even worth mentioning. "Let's go and continue drinking." Fang Xing turned his head and said to the Yuan family freak, then turned to leave with his hands clasped behind his back. The Yuan family freak chuckled and turned to look at the white-robed monk sitting cross-legged in midair. Fang Xing muttered, "Ignore this monk." This time, he got a great bargain. Xianxia also lowered his head and laughed, then slowly followed behind them. However, compared to the ease of the three of them, the hearts of the others in the high paradise heaven all sank. They raised their heads and saw that the dark clouds had dispersed. However, the pressure on their heads seemed to have increased. The starry sky was firmly shrouded above their heads. It was as if there was an infinite force pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Di Lu is courting death. It was said that after Yan Zhaoge, the emperor's son of the supreme mystery heaven, heard what happened in the high paradise heaven, his face turned livid, and he only said this. He had an old grudge against Di Lu. 1,000 years ago, he had been defeated by Di Lu, and he felt that it was a great shame. 3 years ago, he even deliberately provoked Di Lu to come out and meet him. However, at that time, Di Lu was in seclusion. After he came out, he was caught up with the great changes in the 6 demon heavens, and they didn't meet. In the eyes of outsiders, these two would have a fierce confrontation in the 6 demon heavens sooner or later. What no one expected was that this day would actually come so quickly, and this time, it was actually the arrogant emperor's son of the Great Red Sky who took the initiative to provoke him. They were both of the emperor's bloodline. There was probably nothing more humiliating than keeping someone else's doubt companion. Since he's courting death, why don't I just fulfill his wish? Under his rage, Yan Zhaoge immediately sent out an immortal edict, gathering all the experts under the immortal lord of the supreme mystery heaven to meet Di Lu. He even had the intention to gather the immortal army and fight to the death. However, it was said that an envoy of the great firmament heavens had entered the extreme evil heavens to meet him. After a detailed discussion, Yan Zhaoge finally changed his mind. He still didn't mobilize the army, and only planned to negotiate with the Great Red Sky with his personal army and a group of Great Darkness Heaven experts. Very soon, a letter of challenge was directly sent to the High Paradise Heaven. The words on the letter quickly spread throughout the heavens, "It's just a commoner. Since you like it, you should naturally give it to her. It's a pity that the battle 1,000 years ago wasn't enough. Now that I've heard of your return, I'd like to meet you. Waging war is truly tedious. Why don't we meet in the great bad heavens and get drunk together?" The words of the letter of challenge were extremely polite, but everyone could hear the anger within. To put it bluntly, it was just that the emperor's wife was nothing to me. If you want her, I'll give her to you. It's just that I'm very unhappy about the battle 1,000 years ago. Now that you've returned alive, let's have another battle. Originally, I could mobilize my army and fight with your great red sky to the death. However, that would be too troublesome. I don't want to mobilize my army either. If you don't want to have another battle, then come to the great bad heavens and get drunk together. As for the getting drunk together mentioned in the letter, in the hearts of the immortals, it was undoubtedly getting drunk with blood. However, before the commotion caused by the letter of challenge had subsided, another immortal edict shocked the entire world. It was an immortal edict from the princess of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun. It was also a letter. Although it was addressed to the emperor of the great scarlet heavens, the contents of the letter were already known to the world. I've admired the emperor for a long time and visited the great scarlet heavens before. Unfortunately, I couldn't meet you. Now that I've encountered the 6 devilish heavens, it's just a mistake. I heard that you have a grudge against Yan and Zhao. I'm willing to be a mediator and invite all the devil lords to gather in the great bad heavens to discuss the general situation and discuss personal relationships. All grudges will be resolved with a smile, and all the endless disputes will be settled with a cup of wine. How could you not be happy? Compared to Yan Zhaoga's letter of challenge that hid a dagger within a smile, the letter from the princess of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, was undoubtedly more shocking. Currently, everyone in the 6 devilish heavens was in a state of panic. All the devils were in danger, and it was hard for them to mediate. This was also the situation that the emperor of the great scarlet heavens had purposely stirred up previously. However, this princess of the great firmament heavens wanted to use the matter between the emperor of the great firmament and Yan Zhaoga to invite all the devil lords to sit down and discuss. From the looks of it, she wanted to solve all the problems in one go. In other words, by doing this, she was also forcing the emperor of the great scarlet heavens to go to the great bad heavens, because if the great scarlet heavens didn't come to discuss the general situation, it would be equivalent to staying out of the matter and being kicked out of the game. If the great firmament heavens reached some sort of agreement with the greater darkness heavens and the remaining 3 devils, they could even join hands and snatch the great infernal heavens. By then, the great scarlet heavens would only be left with the blissful heavens among the 6 devilish heavens. More importantly, even if that was the case, the greater darkness heavens could use the matter of the prince's concubine to attack the great scarlet heavens at any time. However, if the emperor of the great scarlet heavens went there, not only would he be suppressed by the greater darkness heavens, even the great firmament heavens might not be as polite as it seemed. After all, among the 6 devils, the most loyal great firmament heavens, Biosher, was personally killed by the emperor. Who could guarantee that the great firmament heavens wouldn't hold a grudge against the great scarlet heavens and wouldn't join hands with the greater darkness heavens to secretly ostracize the great scarlet heavens? With the current situation, the emperor of the great scarlet heavens was in a dilemma. At the end of the day, the emperor of the great scarlet heavens was to blame. If he hadn't acted recklessly and detained the prince's concubine of the greater darkness heavens in a moment of anger. How could he have fallen to such a state? Your Highness, you must not go to the banquet at Great Doom Heavens. Inside the Devil Palace, the celestial master who assisted Fangxing in the Great Scarlet Heavens was on the verge of tears. He pleaded bitterly, things have come to this. At this moment, we can only send a letter to the 3 celestial venerables and have them come forward to clarify the misunderstanding and send the prince's concubine of the greater darkness heavens back to the greater darkness heavens. Then, the great scarlet heavens will give up on coveting the other devil heavens and only guarantee a portion of the great purgatory heavens benefits, as well as the complete ownership of the highest paradise heaven. That would be the best outcome. Otherwise, when we go to the great doom heavens, we don't know what will happen. Why? But the emperor, who had caused such a disaster, didn't seem to care. He sneered and said, I haven't gotten what I want yet. The celestial master knelt down directly. I begged the emperor to reconsider. When Fangxing heard this, he glanced at the Yuan family freak, then at the white-robed Xianxia, and then at the bunch of little foxes who were smiling and pouring wine between the 3 of them. He sighed softly and laughed with the wine jar in his arms. I was so distressed because I thought too much before. Now I don't think about it anymore. I just want to have a good time. Does this prince of great scarlet heavens not give up until he overturns the heavens? The rumor about the great crimson heavens prince's decision to go to the great doom heavens was even more shocking than the letter of challenge sent by the great mystery heavens prince, Yan Zhaoga, and the great firmament heavenly princess, Lu Xiaojun. The great Crimson Heaven's prince's actions were already enough to make people curse him for being an idiot. The great Crimson Heaven's situation had already opened up. They had the upper hand in the great Purgatory Heavens and gained a huge advantage in the High Bliss Heavens. 2 of the 6 Devil Heavens had already been claimed by the great Crimson Heaven. The situation was far better than what they had expected. However, because he had detained the great Mystery Heaven's prince's princess in a fit of anger, the great Crimson Heaven had fallen into an extremely passive situation. Many knowledgeable people believed that great Scarlet Heavens didn't have many choices now. The best way was for the 3 immortal lords to come forward and apologize. They would send the princess of the Grand Mystery Heavens back to Xianxia's side, explain the misunderstanding, and give up the advantage of the Great Prison Heavens as an explanation to the Grand Mystery Heavens. In this way, their predicament could be resolved, and Great Scarlet Heavens could keep the High Paradise Heavens. However, who would have thought that the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens would really go to the Supreme Doom Heavens? This was obviously a trap. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't take the initiative to join in, right? To put it bluntly, Xianxia, the Prince of the Grand Mystery Heavens, didn't directly attack the High Paradise Heavens. Instead, he held this trap in the Supreme Doom Heavens because he didn't want to start a war between the 3 imperial palaces. To a certain extent, he didn't want Emperor Lu to really come. He only hoped that Emperor Lu would take this chance to retreat. In this way, he could not only save face, but also obtain substantial benefits for the Grand Mystery Heavens. Great Scarlet Heavens could also take this chance to step down. In this way, everyone would be happy. No matter what, the 3 imperial palaces would all have a satisfactory result. Dilu's appearance at the meeting had caused this "you take a step back, I'll take a step back" situation to completely explode. This made people wonder what the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens wanted to do. What was even more puzzling was that after the prince made this decision, Great Scarlet Heavens didn't react at all. They didn't send any response, nor did they send more experts to protect him. It was as if they didn't hear these rumors at all. Were they tacitly allowing this crown prince to do as he pleased? A huge storm that affected the entire 6 demon heavens swept across the vast horizon. The immortals loyal to the Taishan heaven had gathered from all directions. Dark clouds came from the horizon and gathered in the sky above the Supreme Doom Heaven. Although nothing had been done, everyone could feel the oppressive feeling of an impending storm. Countless ordinary immortals were doing everything they could to move out of the Supreme Doom Heaven, and countless masters were doing everything they could to enter the Supreme Doom Heaven. All kinds of undercurrents and visions bloomed in the Supreme Doom Heaven like wildflowers. I will slay the Emperor Current and strengthen the might of the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Immortal. There were countless experts who shouted coldly. They were hidden in the darkness, but killing intent surged. Great Scarlet Sky should have been kicked out. There were also others who clustered around the Princess of Great Firmament and decided the fate of Great Scarlet Sky. If we look at the current situation, Great Firmament and Taishan Heaven are both stronger than Great Scarlet Sky. It's all because of Celestial Emperor Qishao that Great Scarlet Sky is qualified to be on equal footing with Great Firmament and Taishan Heaven. But now, the 3 celestial emperors have all gone into seclusion and comprehended the heavenly way. Great Scarlet Sky has lost its greatest support. At this time, in terms of strength, Great Scarlet Sky is probably no match for any of them. But now, the Prince of Great Scarlet Sky has killed Baishur and imprisoned the Princess of Taishan Heaven. Is he going to start a war with both Great Firmament and Taishan Heaven at the same time? This rumor also caused many small factions that were mixed in between the 3 emperor palaces to ponder. There were many small factions that were trying to fish in troubled waters while the 3 emperor palaces were fighting within the 6 demon heavens. Now that the situation had changed, it was naturally time for them to make a choice. They were all secretly hating in their hearts. They really didn't know what the Great Scarlet Sky Emperor's son was thinking. Haha, I know what the little bandit is thinking. However, in some unknown places, there were people who heard the news and laughed out loud. He was the one making the choice, but he was obviously tired of it, so he threw the problem to us. On the peak of a purple mountain in Forget Worry's heaven, there were a few people with profound cultivation, but they were hidden in secret. They were sitting cross-legged and discussing. Among them, a big golden crow heard the news that the Prince of Great Scarlet Sky was going to attend the banquet in Supreme Doom Heaven, and it laughed out loud. Originally, we have been hiding from him, and it is not convenient to meet him. but now, we can no longer hide. Another woman in red said faintly, let's go, there is no need to worry about things here anymore. Let's go to Supreme Doom Heaven, does he have an answer in his heart? In the demon ruins of the Heaven of Evil, the woman in white, who had been cultivating in this desolate land for several years, slowly opened her eyes when she heard the news. Almost without thinking, she got up and stepped on the head of the white snake that had come to report to her. Then, under the lead of the white snake, she turned into a white light and shot straight into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, she had already broken through the sky. Only a faint voice slowly sounded out, Junior Brother Feng, it is time for me to protect you. Your Highness, you have not obtained the complete inheritance, so you cannot come out on your own. Above a blue wave in another vast domain, there was a man in a golden cloak standing on the surface of the sea, looking up at the sky thoughtfully. Behind him were some old men who were bitterly trying to persuade him, and there was worry on their faces. The reason why the Dragon Clan has been able to survive so many disasters and not lose our inheritance is because we have always done our best to maintain a neutral position. We have never directly participated in the battle between humans, demons, Buddhists, and demons. Now, the heavens have taken pity on us. You have come to the immortal realm to inherit the orthodoxy and protect us as we face the eternal calamity of the Dragon Clan. What we should do now is to guard the Dragon Hall, let them fight, and wait for a good opportunity. Wait for a good opportunity? The man in the golden cloak sneered, how would you know that he was the reason I was able to break free from the Nine Spirits clan's curse in the Heavens Yuan realm? The reason I was able to obtain the creation lightning pool? The reason I was able to come to the Dragon realm from the Heavens Yuan realm? The reason I was able to obtain the immortal fate to inherit the Dragon Clan's ancestral hall was also because of him. If it wasn't for him, how would I have had the chance to inherit the Dragon Clan's ancestral hall and save you from Demon Lord Carefree Xiao Baiming? You don't have to say anything more. The man in the golden cloak said coldly, I respect him and I know him. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot ignore it. I also know that he is not a person who is willing to be tied down. However, I believe that he is currently being fought over by various factions and has no energy to spare. I will go find him and ask him to return to the Dragon Realm so that we can avoid this disaster together. But, he is an outsider after all. If he covets the inheritance of the ancestral hall. The old man behind him were still hesitant and worried. Haha, he doesn't have to covet the inheritance of the ancestral hall. I can give him whatever he wants. The man laughed loudly. His subordinates were confused. However, he did not say anything else. He shook his arms and soared into the sky. He turned into a golden five-clawed dragon and left. As expected, godly King Nether River did not listen to you. He fought with him and returned in defeat, outside the 33 heavens, in a vast region of stars, in a vast divine kingdom, there was a sigh. A man in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him stood a devastatingly beautiful woman whose face was as cold as ice. Heh, that slave has always been arrogant, thinking that he's not beneath an immortal king. But in truth, he's only good at escaping. However, what I'm curious about is that the God King of the Nether River is quite capable, after all. As for that frisky monkey, I heard that he hasn't even cultivated the Great Tao. How did he defeat the God King of the Nether River? Could it be that he has an expert helping him? The woman with the frosty expression said in a low voice. She seemed a little confused. The man laughed bitterly. Ugly slave, you still don't understand him. I wouldn't be surprised if he could do anything. Now that he hasn't broken through, it means that his Tao heart has yet to be enlightened. In other words, he hasn't made a decision yet. Haha. Now that the divine union that you've established is being suppressed, it's getting more and more difficult. If you can invite him, you might be able to reverse the situation. Forget it, this time, I can only help you and do him a huge favor, the man said softly, after all, I can be considered half a master to him. He will definitely give me face, I have used the great Tao of all beings to deduce the mysteries of the heavens. It is time for him to face the tribulation of his heart. In another vast region of stars, there was an old man who gently put down the bamboo chip in his hand. His face, which was like the skin of a tangerine, revealed some exhaustion as he said softly, the successor of the Grand Supreme Path was born with the karmic luck of the Great Tribulation, but under such circumstances, this great tribulation might also be a chance for survival. Perhaps there are still people who can't see through it now, but in a few hundred years, his importance will shock everyone. As for us, we can only make our move while his heart tribulation is still unsettled. Only then will we have a chance to seize the initiative. Below the old man, a fox-like woman hesitated. But that is the last inheritance of the demon race after all, the old man said indifferently, since he killed Baishur, he is qualified. The charming woman said softly, I'm afraid that person from the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven will not agree. The old man snorted coldly and said, send a message to him. This time I am not negotiating with him. You still have the guts to welcome me? Among the 6 demons of the 6 demon heavens, the extreme disaster demon lord loved authority, the great hell demon lord loved killing, the blissful demon lord was greedy, the carefree demon lord loved face, and the great poverty demon lord loved wealth. Each had their own strengths and characteristics. If one were to compare them, the extreme disaster demon lord was the most ordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that he was extremely timid, it would be an insult to a mouse to say that he was as courageous as a mouse. He was basically a person without a mind of his own. To put it bluntly, the reason why this hangmen banquet was held in the extreme disaster heaven was because the extreme disaster demon lord was too afraid of getting into trouble. It was the easiest place for it to be fair, because no imperial palace would dare to offend him. Because of this, when Feng Xing saw the extreme disaster demon lord Le Xianxia, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Le Xianxia, one of the overlords of the 6 demon heavens, didn't look like a demon at all. His robe was exquisite, but it didn't fit his fat body. His huge belly almost reached the ground. When he saw Feng Xing, he hurriedly came forward to greet him. After all, he was a demon lord, so he couldn't kneel to Feng Xing. However, when he bowed to the ground, his head almost reached the tips of his toes, which made him seem even more obsequious. When he heard Feng Xing's words, he couldn't stop trembling. This Le Xianxia, the extreme disaster demon lord, greets the emperor of the great scarlet heaven. I wish the great scarlet heaven's immortal emperor Qi Xiao a long and boundless life. I wish His Highness Di Lu a smooth journey in cultivation. I wish the 3 great scarlet heavens immortal venerables a safe and unfettered life. The extreme disaster demon lord spoke with a trembling voice, and a long string of flattery came out of his mouth. And from the looks of it, if Feng Xing didn't stop him, he would continue speaking. All right, if I knew you were so cute, I wouldn't have gone to the high paradise heaven and come to the extreme disaster heaven to find you. Feng Xing also found it interesting. He deliberately listened to him for a long time before he stopped him with a smile. Beside Feng Xing, the celestial monarch smiled bitterly when he heard that. He thought that the crown prince's words couldn't be true. This supreme doom demon lord was not someone easy to deal with. He was 2F** king cowardly, which made him the most difficult to deal with. No matter how well you talked to him, once someone threatened him, he would immediately give in, making him slippery and difficult to grasp like a loach. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Prince. It's Le Xianxia's 10,000 years of good fortune for you to praise me. That demon lord Tai Do bowed again and again. He had no dignity as a demon lord at all. Haha, if you cultivate for a few more tens of thousands of years, I will praise you more. With the crown prince's blessings, I will definitely work hard and live for a few tens of thousands of years. I will cultivate and remember the crown prince's good fortune at the same time. Just like that, with his big belly and head lowered, he spoke for a long time before the demon lord Tai Do finally raised his head. His white and chubby face was full of smiles, full of flattery, which made people feel a little sick of him. Feng Xing did not say much. He slowly walked past him and stepped out of the teleportation formation. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance with a smile. This supreme doom heaven was different from other places. It was barren, far from the beautiful mountains and rivers of the great celestial realm. Instead, it was more like a barren foot of heaven, with few people around. After all, Feng Xing was also a crown prince. Before coming to the supreme doom heaven, he naturally had to inform the demon lord Tai Do beforehand. He originally thought that he would see the crown prince of supreme mystery heaven and the princess of great heavens as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation formation. But when he arrived, he found that only the demon lord Tai Do Le Xianxia came to greet him. The others were nowhere to be seen, so it was rather quiet. Of course, it was also a little embarrassing. Where did they go? He asked indifferently, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. The demon lord Taido looked stupid, but he was smart. He knew who Fangxing was asking about and hurriedly replied, in reply to the crown prince, His Highness Yan Zhao and His Highness Yang Jun have arrived long ago. The old demon Shao of Forget Worries Heaven and that beggar of Great Poverty Heaven are also here. The Lord of Evil Heavens one is seriously injured, but he also sent his eldest son to come with His Highness Yan Zhao. Their statuses are so high that I originally planned to move out of my demon palace for them to live in, but they refused, so I built an immortal platform in the plains of Taido. They are all there, the plains of Taido? Fangxing murmured to himself, his eyes slightly dazed. Lu Shan'er hurriedly said, yes, that damned place. Sigh, the crown prince might not know, but the plains of Taido used to be the dojo of the Taishang path. Later on, the Taishang path was completely flattened, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Even the mountains where the path was built were bombarded by heavenly thunder, turning into a barren plain. My Taido heaven is poor to begin with, lacking in clothes and clothing, and the plains of Taido is the most desolate place, almost devoid of immortal chi. I really don't know why they insist on going there. So the dojo of the Taishang path used to be in the Taido heaven. Fangxing really didn't know about this. The people of the great immortal realm rarely talked about the Taishang path, as if it was a taboo. He didn't care about it, nor would he take the initiative to ask about it. But as a dignified disciple of the Taishang path, he didn't even know where the mountain gate used to be. Haha, I've waited for 10 days before coming here. They're probably getting impatient, right? Fangxing smiled. While he had previously said that he would be coming, he had intentionally taken his time in waiting in the high paradise heavens for 10 days so that news of this would spread even more widely, allowing those who wanted to make their preparations even more quickly. He had also had another bout of drinking with the freaks of the Yuan family before finally slowly and leisurely hurrying over to the extreme doom heavens. He knew that the proud and arrogant Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun would really be infuriated to such an extent. They're impatient, but they're still waiting. Alright, bring me there. Fangxing waved his sleeves, and an immortal attendant carried a jade carriage over. Colorful clouds floated in the air, and phoenixes were engraved on it. It was an extremely luxurious carriage. After all, it was an official trip, and they were going to meet another prince. Naturally, they couldn't be lacking in etiquette. However, in the battle against the white severed corpse, the great scarlet heavens had lost a lot of manpower. On the surface, they still looked a little shabby. However, at this moment, they couldn't care about that anymore. While the 3 immortal lords of the great scarlet heavens had already sent someone to help, they still hadn't arrived. They couldn't wait any longer. Sigh, I'll bring you there now. The extreme calamity devil lord, Lu Shan'er personally helped Fangxing into the jade carriage, and he followed by the side on a cloud. He looked like a servant, leading the way while hesitating. With a bitter expression, he said, Prince, can this old man ask you for a favor? Fangxing looked at him curiously, what is it? The extreme calamity devil lord, Lu Shan'er was about to cry. He said, you have to talk nicely. Don't fight, haha. Fangxing laughed loudly, and said, that depends on how angry they are after what I've done. The jade chariot flew on the clouds towards the east. Below them was a continuous stretch of mountains, but there was little vegetation. As far as the eye could see, there was only desolate yellow soil. After flying for an hour, they saw that the continuous stretch of mountains was suddenly cut off, as if it was cut off by a sword. Further ahead, there was no longer a mountain range, but an abnormal plain. It was really as if someone had destroyed the mountain range along with it. It was flat and neat, and it was all scorched earth. Not to mention the divine chi, it felt like even the wind seemed to be weaker on this scorched earth. What was even more strange was that there wasn't even a wisp of vengeful spirit on this plain. This is the former relic of the supreme path? Fangxing stopped at the edge of the scorched earth. He reached out his hand from the jade carriage and felt the wind. He thought to himself, the once glorious supreme path is reduced to nothing. At least the supreme path of Tian Yuan still left behind a ruins of end. But here, even the mountain that once built the path has been flattened. Looking at the scorched earth, there isn't even a wisp of vengeful spirit. It's obvious that someone had done something so ruthless that even the divine soul of the Supreme Path's disciple was completely destroyed. After all, he was a disciple of the Supreme Path. It was impossible for him not to feel a little emotional. However, Fangxing wasn't a sentimental person after all. He only took a brief look and calmed down. He signaled the immortal servants around him to continue their journey and flew straight to the center of the great disaster-scorched earth. A vast immortal platform had been built at the center of this scorched land, and numerous palaces floated in midair around the immortal platform. Some were exquisite, some were gorgeous, and some were ghastly and strange. Naturally, these were the palaces of the princes and princesses, as well as the various devils. There were immortal attendants flying about in the surrounding sky, and there were also immortal soldiers stationed there, adding a sense of solemnity to the place. When looked at from afar, it simply seemed like a grand formation, and it seemed as if it would strangle anyone who entered it. The Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven has arrived. As he neared the immortal platform, the great disaster demon Lord Le Chaneur, who had been riding a cloud all the way here, took a deep breath and shouted loudly. There was a loud boom. His shout caused the sky and earth to change color, and sound to rise violently. After a long moment of silence, the area around the immortal platform suddenly became lively. The Emperor is here? He actually dared to come? Countless people appeared in an instant and crowded in the void in the distance, competing to watch. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and curiosity, as if they wanted to see what the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven looked like. Swoosh, amidst the commotion, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Then, everyone saw a beam of divine light flying out from the most luxurious palace on the immortal platform. Wherever it passed, faint cracks appeared in the heavens and earth, like water ripples being torn apart. A crack in the void visible to the naked eye followed the beam of divine light and rapidly tore through the void, heading straight for the crowned Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. It was an arrow. Someone knocked an arrow with a divine bow and shot it directly at the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. The divine power contained in this arrow was no less than an attack from a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As everyone knew, the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had failed to break through and was now only a Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Who dares to assassinate the Imperial Prince? This sudden arrow scared the immortal lords and immortal servants of Great Scarlet Heaven. After all, their Imperial Prince was only a primordial Unity Immortal, and this divine arrow, which contained power no less than that of a Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial, could directly take their Imperial Prince's life. The immortal lord who had been accompanying him all this time was so furious that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly jumped up and, as if he was putting his life on the line, slashed at the arrow with his palm. However, there was only a loud rumble. The small arrow actually bloomed with a tremendous power, and the immortal lord was sent flying. Fortunately, the force of the arrow was reduced by more than half. Puff, the arrow only slowed down for a moment before it flew into the jade chariot, and then there was no more sound. Most of the people around only reacted at this time. They were all shocked and looked in the direction where the arrow had come from. When they saw the most luxurious and cold palace, they immediately understood the whole story. They thought to themselves that the actions of the Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had really angered the Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, and that the Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had actually killed him as soon as they met. With this thought, they looked at the jade chariot even more worriedly, wondering if the Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven was all right. The main reason was that the jade chariot was too quiet. That violent arrow had been shot in, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Could it be that the Imperial Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven was really so useless that he was directly shot dead by His Highness Xianxia? Haha, Imperial Prince, why play dead? Amidst the deathly silence, a faint sneer rang out from within the luxurious palace. Even the you from 1,000 years ago might not have been able to kill me with this arrow, let alone now. Even the ugly woman wants to see her in-laws. Hurry up and come out and let me have a look. How much of your life did this arrow take? If you're injured too deeply, then I'll be disappointed. If you're too weak, then it won't be fun anymore. Protect the Imperial Prince. The immortal monarch who had been blasted away by the arrow just now did not care about the churning of his chi and blood. With a loud shout, he jumped up. As he shouted, the blood god guards of the Dachi Heaven who had come along with him also became nervous. They each held a magical weapon and surrounded the jade chariot. Their expressions were one of shock and anger. Obviously, they did not expect the prince of the Taishan heaven to be so powerful. They had only just met, and he had already made such a show of strength. After all, the arrow had already been shot into the jade chariot. As guards, they had already failed in their duties. If the three celestial lords were to punish them severely, then all of them would probably end up in dire straits. Hua hua hua, under the impact of their hostility, purple-armored celestial soldiers immediately appeared around the luxurious palace and confronted the Dachi Heaven celestial attendants from afar. In terms of numbers and aura, the Dachi Heaven celestial attendants who had besieged and killed Baishur could not be compared to them. In that instant, killing intent surged. No one expected that as soon as Great Scarlet Heaven's imperial prince arrived, such danger would appear. Ah, my royal highness. At this moment, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, it was Lashaner, the Taiwo demon master who had followed the prince of the Taishan heaven all the way here, who was stunned. He let out a howl and hurriedly lifted the bead curtain in front of the jade chariot. Only then did the immortals see the scene inside the jade chariot clearly. They were shocked to see that inside the jade chariot sat a handsome and tall man. In his right hand, the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood was pouring out. He held an arrow, and the other end of the arrow was stuck in his shoulder. It was very obvious that when the arrow shot into the carriage, he had already reacted and stretched out his hand to grab the arrow. However, the power of the arrow was too great. Not only did it rupture the webbing between his thumb and forefinger that was holding the arrow, it was also unable to stop its momentum and nailed into his shoulder. It was more than 3 inches into his flesh, and half of his shoulder had already been torn into a large hole by the terrifying power of the arrow. The prince is indeed injured. Those of the Great Scarlet Heaven's lineage were both shocked and afraid when they saw this scene. They were shocked by the power of Xianxia's arrow, the prince of the Taishan heaven who had yet to show himself. They were afraid that he would be held accountable for this arrow. His Royal Highness Xianxia didn't use his full strength in that arrow. It was just a casual strike. The immortal lord of the Great Scarlet Heaven risked his life and dissipated most of the arrow's power. However, the prince of the Taishan heaven was still injured by this arrow. It seems that he has not broken through the realm like the rumors say. At most, he is only at the peak of the Grand Unity Immortal Realm. Sigh. Why did he come to the Great Doom Heavens with such a cultivation? Isn't he seeking death? Who knew how many people in the surrounding void were whispering and discussing in low voices? From this arrow, they had undoubtedly glimpsed the prince of the Taishan Heaven's true cultivation. Previously, there were many rumors about the prince of the Taishan Heaven's cultivation. Some even speculated that the prince of the Taishan heaven had already broken through the realm and only spread the rumor to numb the immortals so that he could benefit from it. However, all these speculations had vanished in front of this arrow. There was no truth that could better measure the emperor's cultivation than this arrow. Haha, this greeting gift is interesting. Facing the countless shocked, frightened, and disdainful gazes, Fangxing slowly pulled out the arrow from his shoulder and laughed softly. I once had a friend who went to the high paradise heavens to work for me. I trusted his strength, but when he left, he came back in a sorry state. He didn't even dare to come back to see me and directly fled. I guessed that he had already been defeated by you. Moreover, ever since you killed Baishur, there have been rumors that you had actually broken through and were only pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That's why I used this arrow to expose your true colors. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. This arrow is enough to prove that you haven't made any progress in the past 1,000 years. At some point in time, a tall and straight figure had appeared at the entrance of the luxurious palace. It was a young man dressed in purple robes with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 2 little girls. One of them held the engraved star drawing moon bow in one hand, and the other a purple gold sunset arrow in the other. The young man's face was also expressionless. Only a faint arrogance could be seen between his brows. At this moment, his somewhat slender eyes were coldly looking at Fangxing. In that case, the person who forced my friend to leave was not you. Haha, is it an expert recruited by the Great Scarlet Heaven? Please come out and let me see him. While the young man in purple was sizing up Fangxing was also sizing him up. After looking up and down a few times, he gently shook his head and said, unfortunately, he didn't come. He went to do something else. Oh? When the young man in purple heard this, he seemed to be a little surprised. His gaze swept over the immortal attendants beside Feng Xing. He suddenly smiled and shook his head. Then I really don't understand. You don't even have a decent expert by your side. You only have a few pieces of trash to protect you. How do you have the guts to come to the Great Doom Heaven? Have you really become stupid after being suppressed for 1,000 years, or have you underestimated my disgust for you? As he spoke, he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back. Crash! When he took the first step, all the immortal attendants and immortal lords of the Great Scarlet Heaven lineage were shocked and prepared for battle. But when the young man in purple saw this, he only smiled gently, as if he didn't care at all. Even Feng Xing was a little surprised. He said in surprise, "You really dare to attack? Don't forget that your wife is still in my hands." When the young man in purple heard this, his face first turned cold, then he sneered, "You don't have to return her to me. Keep her for yourself. My father wanted me to marry that stupid woman. I didn't like her in the first place. Usually, I can't get rid of her even if I wanted to. By keeping her, you gave me a good chance to get rid of her. So, haha, I have to thank you for this." As he spoke, he slowly walked over and said in a cold voice, "Of course, this is a different matter. Although you gave me a reason to get rid of that idiot, and I am grateful to you, you dared to touch her, which is an affront to this prince's dignity. In addition to that battle 1,000 years ago, old and new grudges have accumulated together. I think, even if I were to crush you to death now, it would still be pardonable, right?" Boom, when he said this, murderous intent rose and the temperature of the world seemed to drop a lot. On the surface of a palace not far from the man, a layer of snow-white frost condensed. It was extremely mysterious. Does Xianxia really want to kill the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heavens? There were countless immortals around, but at this moment, they all shut their mouths tightly, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were shocked to find that Xianxia's words about killing someone didn't seem to be fake. Even Feng Xing himself could not help but frown at this moment. Clearly, this situation had surprised him. Fortunately, when Yan Zhaoge was getting closer and closer to Feng Xing, a soft and gentle voice resounded. "Yan Zhao, even if it's a joke, it should be appropriate. If you say it too confidently, you won't be able to back down later." Inexplicably, the somber atmosphere in the field was instantly diluted by this sentence. Haha, the firmament maiden is right. Yan Zhao, you're a grand heavenly golden immortal after all. It's not good to bully Di Lu like this, right? The immortals turned their heads at the same time and felt relieved. They saw two people walking side by side in the distant sky. One of them was a young woman in a long Taoist robe. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand and had a gentle and pleasant appearance. At first glance, she was beautiful, but at second glance, not only was she beautiful, but she was also very beautiful. But at third glance, people felt that she was not only beautiful, but also beautiful. Her facial features and figure seemed to have been carefully shaped by the heavens. Beside her, there was a middle-aged man with a white face and a feather fan. His hair was white, and he was smiling warmly. Seeing the two coming, the immortals in the sky bowed and retreated to the sides. Someone reminded the crowd in a low voice, "Be quiet. It's the Emperor of Great Heavens and the untroubled Demon Lord, Xiao Baiming. Don't worry. I won't kill him for no reason. After all, not everyone is that stupid." Seeing the two coming, Yan Zhaoge, the purple-robed prince of Great Mystery Heaven, stopped and said coldly while looking up at the sky. The surrounding people also let out a sigh of relief. They understood what the prince was thinking. He must have held a deep grudge against the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. Although he wouldn't really kill the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, it was inevitable that he would make him suffer in public. Now that the atmosphere had calmed down, some idlers who were waiting to see such a dignified prince being humiliated couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The Princess of Great Firmament, Lu Xiaojun, and the Lord of Forgetful Heaven, Xiao Baiming, had arrived. Naturally, they couldn't watch the show anymore. "Greetings, Daoist Di Lu." The two came closer and looked up and down at Feng Xing. Feng Xing also looked at them. As their eyes met, the Princess of Great Firmament, who was as beautiful as a jade, squatted down gracefully and bowed to him. Even her movements were flawless. You flatter me." Feng Xing also laughed along with him. He didn't know whether Di Lu had met the Princess of Great Firmament before. He only knew that when he was in seclusion for 3 years, she had gone to Great Scarlet Heaven to visit him. However, he didn't get to see her. As for him, it was the first time he saw this famous princess of Great Firmament. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but praise her in his heart. She's so beautiful. Haha, Your Highness Di Lu, do you still remember me? Before Fang Xing could figure out how to talk to the princess of the Great Firmament Heaven, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from the side. The middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard came up to him with a feather fan and said with a hearty laugh, "This isn't the first time we've met. I remember when you were 10 years old, I once met you under the Crimson Emperor." He was still the Crimson Knight Immortal King at that time. "You've been smart since you were young. I was so happy that I even gave you some pointers in your cultivation. I wonder if you've comprehended it." Fang Xing had no choice but to turn his gaze away from the Princess of Great Firmament. He blinked his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man. "Who are you?" After a long pause, he couldn't help but open his mouth. In an instant, the surroundings became incomparably quiet. Was there a need to ask who that middle-aged man was? Aside from Xiao Baiming, the carefree demon master, who else would have the honor to walk side by side with the Princess of Great Firmament Heaven? Moreover, this carefree demon master was famous for his wide range of communication. Although he was close to Lu Xiaojun, the Princess of the Great Heaven's Heaven, he had many good friends in Taishan Heaven and Dachi Heaven. How many people in the world did not know him? More importantly, he had just said that he had met the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven when he was young and had even given him pointers in his cultivation. How could he not be embarrassed when someone asked him such a question? "Haha, Your Highness Di Lu doesn't recognize me?" The expression of the middle-aged man with a fair face also changed. After a long while, he spoke again with a chuckle. However, the innate sense of closeness seemed to have faded a lot at this time. "I don't recognize you," Fang Xing answered honestly, but in the ears of others, it undoubtedly sounded more like a mockery. Ahem, the carefree demon master Xiao Baiming coughed softly, and his expression became unnatural for a moment. However, it was quickly covered up by the smile on his face. His expression didn't seem to have changed much, except that it was clearly colder than before. He looked at Fang Xing plainly and said softly, "That's right. It's been too long. However, there's nothing to worry about. After drinking a few more cups of wine, Your Highness will definitely remember it." "Haha, then, did I come here to discuss something important or to drink?" Fang Xing put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Then, he looked past them and directly into the immortal platform. His words immediately caused the expressions of the surrounding immortals to change slightly. The situation had just been slightly alleviated due to the appearance of the Princess of the Great Firmament Heavens and the Forgotten Worries Devil Master. Now, the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens had spoken in such a manner. It was inevitable that some people would worry if the situation would turn chaotic again. Especially the immortal lords and immortal attendants of the Great Scarlet Heavens lineage. They couldn't help but secretly raise their guard. They were afraid that the Prince of the Great Profound Heaven, Yan Zhaoge, who obviously harbored ill intentions, would cause trouble for their prince. At the end of the day, the Prince of the Great Firmament Heavens was too disrespectful. He obviously didn't know how to speak properly. "Haha, you want to discuss something?" The Prince of the Great Profound Heavens, Yan Zhaoge, sneered upon hearing this. His eyes were filled with ridicule. "Have you prepared enough sincerity?" His words contained deep meaning, which made everyone's heart sink. However, the Princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, smiled lightly. "Since Prince Di Lu is willing to come, it means that he is prepared. Instead, we are too narrow-minded and have somewhat underestimated this genius of the Great Scarlet Heavens who was known as the #1 of the younger generation 1,000 years ago. Haha, with our status, it's a little embarrassing to squeeze in here and act like children. Let's go inside and talk slowly. The Firmament Maiden is right. Let's go inside and talk. Activate the immortal platform. Let's welcome the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens." The surrounding people all agreed. The Great Misfortune Heavenly Devil Lord seized the opportunity and yelled loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "Humph." Fang Xing secretly sneered. He took a step forward without hesitation, walked in the front, and swaggered into the immortal platform. One is playing the bad guy, while the other two are playing the good guy. Are you trying to show off your power to me? With a sneer on his face, he didn't even try to hide his disgust towards these people. He just thought in his heart, of course, the bad guy is hateful, but the good guy is also hateful. Now I'll play with you guys, and then I'll see how you guys cry. The immortal platform was built extremely majestically, spanning over 10,000 miles. Numerous demonic palaces and immortal palaces floated around it. Especially at the center of the immortal platform, there was a 9,000 feet tall platform built with immense power. It looked like a mountain peak. The layout of the immortal platform was extremely simple, imitating the style of the ancestors sitting and discussing the Tao. Only a few futons were placed in a circle. The great firmament heavenly princess, Lu Xiaojun, sat on the main seat. Therefore, a small green stove for brewing tea was placed beside her. She would personally brew the tea and serve it to the immortals. Naturally, there weren't many people qualified to sit on the futons. Only the great firmament heavenly princess, Lu Xiaojun, the great mystery heavenly prince, Xianxia, the great scarlet heavenly prince, Di Lu, the forgetful heavenly devil lord, Xiao Baiming, the great misfortune heavenly devil lord, Le Shaner, the great poverty heavenly devil lord, Song Beg, the evil heavenly devil lord, Wan Jianghen, and a few others. After sitting down, their auras had already formed a boundless force field. Everyone's aura had the ability to affect the changes in the weather. Due to their emotions, the clouds above their heads spread out, and thousands of changes occurred in an instant. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Asked Fang Xing slowly with a smile on his face while holding the pale tea brewed by Lu Xiaojun in his hand. On the high platform, all the devils couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression on their faces. Whether they were there or not, they had already heard that the great scarlet heavenly prince was shot by Xianxia, the great mystery heavenly prince, as soon as he appeared. They even heard that blood had been spilled. That was a huge humiliation. Why did this Di Lu palace seem unaffected? Talk? Upon hearing this, Xianxia, the great mystery heavenly prince, suddenly looked at Fang Xing with his long and narrow eagle eyes. He held the small teacup by his mouth, but he stopped and didn't drink it. As his anger rose, the sky above the high platform was filled with dark clouds. Layers of frost started to fall. He looked at Fang Xing coldly. After a while, he said in a cold voice, "The three imperial palaces are of the same lineage. Even if there are disputes, they should stop before they go too far. However, you dare to touch my woman. Haha, are you trying to start a war?" On the high platform, all the birds were speechless. The great mystery heavenly prince had the right to be angry, and he also had a reason to be angry. At this time, who dared to interrupt? Moreover, all the devils and Lu Xiaojun wanted to know what the great scarlet heavenly prince was thinking. You really don't have a good eye for choosing a wife. Fang Xing was also silent for a while. He extended his palm to catch the falling snowflakes in midair and smiled lightly. You should know what that woman wants to do. Mo Chi has already pledged allegiance to my great scarlet heavens. She is my woman. However, she actually dared to set a trap to kill her. Is she trying to steal my great scarlet heavens people, or is she trying to make me lose face? If I don't detain her, should I kill her? She is in your hands. Just because you say she tried to assassinate her, she tried to assassinate her? Xianxia said coldly with a sinister expression. He didn't want to admit it. To put it bluntly, he had already made preparations to deal with it when the Dim River Divine King went to help instead of personally doing it. Haha, upon hearing this, Fang Xing laughed loudly. I have 100 ways to make her admit it herself. Do you want to hear them? You. Xianxia obviously didn't expect him to answer like this. Killing intent suddenly arose between his brows. What was falling from the sky wasn't frost anymore. Instead, it was snow. The demons on the high platform all frowned. Obviously, they didn't expect the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens to be so domineering. In such a situation, his domineering attitude was completely unreasonable. Haha, Royal Highness Di Lu's words have reminded Xiaojun of something. However, just as the murderous aura gathered, Great Firmament Heavenly Monarch's daughter, Lu Xiaojun, suddenly smiled and said, Great Firmament Heavens has an old friend, the Great Hell Demon Lord, by Xianxia. He has always been close to Great Firmament Heavens, and now he has the intention to return to us. However, I heard that he was assassinated not long ago when he was on his way to the blissful heavens to resolve the grudge between him and the blissful demon lord. Many people even testified that the assassin was His Highness Di Lu. I wonder what explanation His Highness Di Lu, who loves to protect his own, has for this matter. As soon as she said this, countless gazes fell on Fangxing's face. The Prince of Great Profound Heavens and the Princess of Great Firmament spoke at the same time. Their words had undoubtedly forced the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens into a corner. However, after hearing this, Fangxing's expression became startled. He said in puzzlement, "I didn't kill him. It was his wife." As he said this, he pointed his finger at Yan Zhaoga. As soon as he said this, let alone Yan Zhaoga, even the surrounding people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yan Zhaoga sneered, "How could you say such baseless words?" Fangxing turned to look at him and smiled, "I have 100 ways to make her admit it herself. Do you want to hear them? Di Lu, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" After hearing Fangxing's words, everyone on the immortal platform was shocked to the point that they felt suffocated in their hearts. The ones who came for this negotiation were all of the highest status in the universe. It could even be said that in the entire 33 heavens, other than the 3 immortal emperors, no one else had a higher status than them. Even if such people didn't have a good reason, they still had the courage and breadth of mind. They wouldn't pester others endlessly like this, right? However, this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens still did so. Every time he opened his mouth, it carried a hint of provocation. Even the little devil lord of the evil heavens, Wan Jianghen, who came on behalf of his father, looked at Fangxing with some indignation. The carefree devil lord held up his feather fan and waved it a few times with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. As for the Emperor of the Great Profound Heavens, Yan Zhaoga, he didn't hide the murderous intent within his eyes at all. "You shot an arrow at me as soon as we met. Of course, you dare to kill me." Fangxing lightly clenched his teeth and sneered. Then, he said with a cold gaze, "However, it's precisely because you want to kill me, and you dare to kill me. What else do I have to talk to you about?" As he said this, his gaze turned cold. He had already looked at Yan Zhaoga's face. He raised his hand and chopped at his neck. He sneered, "The Emperor of the Great Profound Heavens, Yan Zhaoga, right? A grand heavenly golden immortal, right? You keep saying that you want to kill me. Why do you only say it? Di Lu's head is right here. Why don't you try chopping it?" The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Why does this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens act like a coward? Is he venting his anger because he was humiliated by that arrow? This kid doesn't know when to stop. If he really angers Yan Zhaoga and makes a move, will he still be fine? At this time, the Emperor of the Great Profound Heavens, Yan Zhaoga, didn't move. However, the murderous intent on his body was getting thicker and thicker. Even his breathing was a little heavy, like a volcano that would erupt at any time. Your Highness Di Lu, it's not right for you to say that." Carefree Demon Master Xiao Baiming waved his feather fan slowly and chuckled softly. It was His Highness Di Lu who couldn't control his temper and detained His Highness Yan Zhao's Dao companion. His Highness Yan Zhao couldn't control his temper, but now that we're sitting down, let's talk things out. In my opinion, His Highness Di Lu should send the Princess of Taishan Heaven back and apologize. With His Highness Yan Zhao's magnanimity, how could he continue to harp on this matter? On the contrary, Your Highness Di Lu has been provoking me with your words. Isn't it a little too insincere? Wan Jianghen, son of Myriad Sorrow Sea, sneered and said in a mocking tone, "I've heard many times that His Highness Di Lu is a man of indomitable spirit and was once a role model for our great immortal realms juniors. Now that I see it, he really is." He didn't finish his sentence, but the sarcasm was clear. On the other hand, Song Beggar, the great Poverty Sky Demon Master, and Le Shaner, the great Doom Sky Demon Master, only smiled and didn't interrupt. Fangxing, on the other hand, swept his indifferent gaze across Xiao Baiming and Wan Jianghen, who were smiling warmly like the sun, as well as Xiao Baiming and Wan Jianghen, who were sneering like the sea. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, no words came out of his mouth. He merely gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh, before letting out a long sigh towards Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the Great Firmament Celestial Emperor. Xiao Baiming and Wan Jianghen's faces darkened, and their eyes glinted coldly. For people of their statuses, the contempt and mockery in their words were even harder to accept than being scolded directly in the face. Your Highness Di Lu, it's not that Xiaojun wants to talk too much, but I do feel that you're in the wrong this time. However, it was also at this moment that Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the great firmament heavenly emperor, finally opened her mouth and sighed softly. Back when you killed my ally, the great hell demon lord by Xianxia, it was already a provocation in your heart. But for the sake of the overall situation, I temporarily held back and did not look for you immediately. However, later on, you even detained His Highness Yanzhao's Dao companion. This has crossed the bottom line of the 3 imperial palaces and is equivalent to provoking a war between the 3 imperial palaces. We have gathered here precisely to discuss with sincerity and resolve this crisis. But after you came here, your words were not sincere and detailed. Do you really want to see the 3 imperial palaces stirring up a sea of blood in order to be satisfied? He. Fangxing sipped on the tea in his small cup and didn't answer. Lu Xiaojun, the Empress of Great Heavens, was not angered. She continued calmly, no matter what Brother Di Lu is thinking, or whether you played a wonderful role in this chess game of heaven and earth, Xiaojun only hopes that you understand that the 3 imperial palaces now control the fate of the 33 heavens. If a war really breaks out, I'm afraid that even the 3 immortal venerables won't be able to control the situation. The entire 33 heavens will be dragged into it, and no one can predict how the situation will turn out in the future. Our fathers probably don't want to see this happen either. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Lu Xiaojun's words were not frightening. If a war really broke out, no one in the 33 heavens would be able to escape. Moreover, these imperial princes and princesses were not the same generation as their fathers, so they didn't have such high prestige. There were many things that they couldn't control. The immortal venerables were only protecting the world on behalf of the immortal emperors, so it was not appropriate for them to intervene in many matters. If a war broke out, it could really cause a chain reaction, and the entire 33 heavens would be dragged into it, resulting in a catastrophic disaster. That makes sense. Then, what do you think we should do? Hearing this, Fangxing could no longer remain silent and put down his teacup. In front of us, everyone has their own Dao will, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Lu Xiaojun gently picked up the teapot and poured new tea into Fangxing's cup. Then, she put down the teapot and said seriously, now that the world is like this, I believe this situation is not what everyone wants to see, and to avoid this situation, the only way is to endure. Endure? Hearing this word, everyone could not help but turn to look at her with astonished expressions. With their status, who would be able to make them tolerate it? For the sake of the world, everyone must endure. Lu Xiaojun didn't beat around the bush and continued, I can endure the death of Bai Shi, so why can't His Royal Highness Di Lu endure the death of Mo. If His Royal Highness Di Lu can send Sister Xianxia back to Taishan heaven, why can't His Royal Highness Yanzhao tolerate this temporary misunderstanding? To put it bluntly, now that our fathers are in seclusion, the burden of the world is on our shoulders. At this point, she paused as if giving the immortals time to think, then turned to Fangxing and continued, just now, His Royal Highness Di Lu said that we shouldn't have invited the demon masters, but that was wrong. This time, Lu Xiaojun has set up an immortals feast to invite the demon masters and discuss everything openly. Now, the great celestial realm cannot be in chaos, but instead, we must form a unified alliance to ensure the safety of the 33 heavens without alerting our fathers who are in seclusion. Sigh, it must be hard for the heavenly lady to have such knowledge at such a young age. Truly, when the carefree demon master heard this, he couldn't help but wave his feather fan and laugh loudly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaojun nodded lightly at him and continued, none of you are secluded cultivators, so you must have some understanding of the situation in the 33 heavens. Outside, the descendants of the Sin King have found their ancestral land, heaven's origin, and are plotting against us. Then, the successor of the 8 Desolation Holy Maiden has unified the celestial race and formed a great force to take revenge on the 33 heavens. Even within the 33 heavens, there are traitors of heaven's origin, as well as the remnants of the long-destroyed Dragon Realm, Demon Realm, and Buddha Realm. They're even roping in some of the weak-minded immortals in the 33 heavens, a bunch of ants who are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They deserve to die. Yan Zhaoga, the prince of Taishan heaven, sneered when he heard this. The carefree demon master, Xiao Baiming, laughed dryly and said, "That's right. While these people aren't that powerful, they're still very hateful." Lu Xiaojun glanced at him and said, "Demon Master Xiao, there was once a descendant of the dragon race who snuck into your carefree heaven. When you were out of your mind, he joined forces with the descendants of the dragon race whom you hid as ingredients for alchemy. They returned to the carefree heaven together and escaped into the dragon realm. After that, you tried everything you could to send a Tai Supreme Immortal into the dragon realm to hunt them down. In the end, that Tai Supreme Immortal perished in the dragon realm. Is this true? You don't have to worry too much about it. The dragon realm is protected by the heaven's will. No one can do anything to them." Ahem. The carefree demon master, Xiao Baiming's expression was a little awkward. He let out a dry cough and was unwilling to speak his mind. Clearly, he had always regarded this matter as a great humiliation to him. Lu Xiaojun did not say much. Instead, she maintained a calm expression and continued, "What His Highness Yan Zhao said is right. Those people are useless. They're just mantises trying to stop a chariot. If Father hadn't gone into seclusion, any one of them would probably be able to wipe them out with a wave of a hand. But now, this burden is on us. It's our responsibility to protect the stability of the 33 heavens. Therefore, we can't let our guard down. Not only can we not cause internal strife and give them an opportunity to take advantage of, we must also form a united front and completely wipe them out before Father comes out of seclusion. And for this, we are willing to pay the price." At this point, Lu Xiaojun looked at Fang Xing again and said sincerely, "I've already discussed this with His Highness Yan Zhao. If Brother Di Lu is willing to resolve this misunderstanding with His Highness Yan Zhao, then not only will His Highness Yan Zhao be willing to let go of this matter and pretend that it never happened, even the celestial soldiers that we left in the Great Prison Heaven will immediately retreat and leave the Great Prison Heaven to the Great Scarlet Heaven. Moreover, although the Great Scarlet Heaven is now in control, we will definitely not touch the High Paradise Heaven that is not in the proper name. 2 of the 6 demon heavens will now belong to the Great Scarlet Heaven." "You're that good?" Hearing Lu Xiaojun's words, even Fang Xing was a little startled and said subconsciously. Lu Xiaojun's words were really tempting. Currently, the Great Scarlet Heavens was already in a mess because of him, the Emperor. The Great Inferno Heavenly Devil Lord was killed by him, and the Great Scarlet Heaven's immortal army was the first to rush in. However, the Great Mystery Heavens and the Great Firmament Heavens didn't hesitate and immediately followed suit. The 3 sides were in a stalemate, and the situation was still undecided. The High Paradise Heavens was being eyed by others. Moreover, because he had detained the Great Mystery Heavens Emperor's concubine, the Great Scarlet Heavens had become uneasy. However, Lu Xiaojun's words actually wanted to completely ignore this matter. Moreover, she even declared that the Great Inferno Heavens and the High Paradise Heavens would belong to him just like that. According to the current situation, the Great Scarlet Heavens had really gained a huge advantage. Luckily, the immortal monarch who had been accompanying him all this while wasn't present. Otherwise, he would definitely shout out in excitement. Looking at Fang Xing's startled look, the Devil Lords and Yan Zhaoga on the immortal platform all looked over with cold gazes. While Yan Zhaoga's gaze was unfriendly, he didn't refute it. Obviously, he had tacitly agreed to Lu Xiaojun's promise. The carefree Devil Lord Xiao Baiming chuckled and waved his feather fan. No one knew what he was thinking. The Extreme Malice Heaven's little Devil Lord Wan Jianghan's expression was a little disdainful. However, he concealed it very well. The Extreme Calamity Devil Lord Le Shaner's chubby face looked at the cushion beneath him. He seemed to be in a daze, not knowing what had happened. The Great Impoverished Heavens Song Beggar's eyes lit up. He looked at Fang Xing with extreme envy. Obviously, they also wanted to know what this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens would say in the face of such temptation. However, the expression on Fang Xing's face disappointed them. Not only was there no joy on his face, his brows were even more tightly knitted together. After a while, he chuckled and raised his head to look at Lu Xiaojun, saying, "Are you really that good? We only made the choice that was most beneficial to the 33 heavens." Lu Xiaojun furrowed her brows imperceptibly. Then, she said softly, "The 6 demon masters of the 6 demon heavens are not to be trifled with. Their relationships with our 3 imperial palaces are deep and shallow. Now that the Great Prison Heavens and the High Paradise Heavens have no masters, There's nothing wrong with letting the great scarlet heavens deal with them appropriately. However, we will only form an alliance with the remaining 4 heavens and maintain the status quo. Everything will be discussed in the future. After all, the most important thing right now is to guard against those with ill intentions. Haha, if that's the case, then my great scarlet sky has gained even greater advantages. Fangxing couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking like a villain intoxicated by success. The devils and Xianxia couldn't help but reveal disgust and disdain within their eyes. But it was also at this moment that Fangxing suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, "But all of you don't think that I'm too stupid. We're all smart people, so who would believe that a pie would fall from the sky?" Now, the immortal platform was silent. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Xiaojun was silent for a while. Then, she said, "You're right. We do have a condition." Lu Xiaojun was silent for a while before she calmly said, "You're right, we do have a condition." Fangxing was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, "Say it then." Seeing him like this, the devils thought, "This emperor of the great scarlet heavens isn't really a fool." Seeing him like this, the demons couldn't help but think to themselves, "This emperor of great scarlet heaven really isn't a stupid person." With that, the atmosphere became a little tense. When Lu Xiaojun spoke, the sky above the immortal platform was already clear. Now, the sky was filled with dark clouds. 3 years ago, there was a huge battle at the plentiful treasure's immortal river. The great firmament heavens and the greater darkness heavens sent their troops to suppress the chaos. Lu Xiaojun was silent for a while. Then, she said, "Unfortunately, we didn't know what the Heaven's Origin rebels were after the battle. Although we defeated the Heaven's Origin rebels and shocked the life forms of the god race, we didn't know what their true intentions were. In the end, although we succeeded, we didn't know that we lost 2 treasures until the traveling immortals reported to us." When he heard up to here, Fangxing came to a sudden understanding, and he finally understood exactly what these people were thinking. Sure enough, Lu Xiaojun smiled when she saw Fangxing's expression. "Brother Di Lu, you should know what I want to say. Haha, the Heaven's Origin rebels and the life forms of the god race were defeated by the 3 imperial palaces. But the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree that they were fighting for were taken by you. Isn't the Great Scarlet Heavens a little too much? If we have a condition, it's simple. Countless traveling immortals from the Great Firmament Heavens and the Greater Darkness Heavens have searched for clues. Countless diviners risked their lives to calculate. Now, we can confirm that the 2 treasures are in your hands. Our condition is that you can keep the Chaos Immortal Garden for yourself." At this point, she paused and her voice became more solemn. "But you must share the Great Void Treasure Tree with us." At the end of the day, it was all for the Great Void Treasure Tree. By now, Fangxing had completely understood what they meant. At the end of the day, it was still the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree that he had snatched from the plentiful treasure's immortal river. He recalled that when he had been in seclusion in the Great Scarlet Heavens, Xianxia had provoked him by the border. Lu Xiaojun had even gone to the Great Scarlet Heavens to visit them. Wasn't it because of these 2 treasures? Now that they had finally met him, how could they hold themselves back? After all, the Great Void Treasure Tree was a treasure rumored to be able to solve the problem of resources. Of course, at their level, they wouldn't believe that the Great Void Treasure Tree could really solve the problem of resources. It was impossible for such a treasure to exist in this world. Even if it could solve the problem to a certain extent, it was enough to make them greedy, and coming from Lu Xiaojun's mouth, it really made it hard for Fangxing to say the word no, because the other party's reason was very reasonable. They had all contributed during the war. How could it be possible for them to take all the spoils of war for themselves? Brother Di Lu, Xiaojun also knows that everyone has their own selfish motives. Still, there has to be a limit. Everyone has to bear with it and be willing to sacrifice something for the greater good. It is precisely because of this that we are willing to compromise on the matter of the Great Purgatory Heavens and the High Paradise Heavens. In exchange, Brother Di Lu sharing the Great Void Treasure Tree with us doesn't seem to be an overboard request, right? Lu Xiaojun looked at Fangxing. She had already laid the matter out for him. Xianxia and the other devils also looked over anxiously. Their gazes were cold and heavy. Haha, 2 heavens of the Great Purgatory Heavens and the High Paradise Heavens in exchange for a mere Great Void Treasure Tree. It sounds like a good deal. Fangxing finally spoke after a long time. The expressions of the devil lords instantly became rather excited. Still, Fangxing's words enraged them greatly. Still, there's something I don't understand. The great purgatory heavens and the high paradise heavens were clearly taken down by me with my own abilities. What right do you have to use them to exchange for something of mine? Shua. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of the devils on the platform all changed. Between the heavens and the earth was already covered in frost. The rumbling of thunder heavily resounded beyond the 9 heavens. Now, it wasn't just Xianxia alone on the immortal platform who was emanating a killing intent. So, you're not willing to agree to this condition? Xianxia was so furious that he laughed instead. A cold, sinister smile appeared on his face as he asked in a low voice. Fangxing looked at him and smiled. I'm not agreeing to it. I wonder what the consequences will be. Sigh. Minor emperors, minor emperors. Before Xianxia could answer, the Forgotten Worries devil lord Xiao Baiming sighed softly. He looked at Fangxing rather exasperatedly and said, "You're the exalted prince of the great scarlet heavens. I can't say that you're stupid. Still, at this time, as your senior, I have to say that you're really not smart in this matter. If that great void treasure tree doesn't have the miraculous effects of the legends, so what if you take it out? If it really does have the miraculous effects of the legends, just you alone, or just your great scarlet heavens lineage, how could you possibly hide it? You're the stupid one." Fangxing retorted, smiling coldly, "The great void treasure tree is in my hands. Even if I don't give it to you, so what?" Humph. Even the face of the Forgotten Worries devil lord, who always had a smile on his face, turned cold and ugly. The princess of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, said mildly, "To tell you the truth, when you made this decision, the great firmament heavens and the grand mystery heavens will join hands. Not to mention the distant great purgatory heavens, the situation will change immediately. Your great scarlet heavens immortal army won't be able to hold their ground anymore. That vast heaven domain originally belonged to our great firmament heavens, and it still belongs to us now." Huh? Fangxing sneered, "Anything else?" Haha, Xianxia also said coldly, "Currently, your great scarlet heavens doesn't have any true experts stationed in the high paradise heavens, right? Even if they do, it doesn't matter. As the price for our grand mystery heavens to retreat from the great purgatory heavens, the great firmament heavens will assist us and join hands to conquer the high paradise heavens. With that, the high paradise heavens will belong to our grand mystery heavens. Your great scarlet heavens shouldn't have such wishful thinking anymore." Huh? Fangxing raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect them to take away even the high paradise heavens. However, he only clenched his teeth and smiled, saying, "Anything else? Isn't this enough?" Another person spoke. It was the untroubled demon lord who liked to teach others. He sighed with a face full of pity, "Emperors, oh emperors. It should have been a happy ending. Why do you have to make it so tense? Because what you did in the high paradise heavens made us very dissatisfied. We've already discussed it. The great scarlet heavens way of doing things is really hard to make us feel at ease. If we ally with you, it's really..." At this point, he sighed softly and didn't finish his sentence. However, the meaning of his words was very clear. These demons had already discussed in secret to draw a clear line between them and the great scarlet heavens. In other words, the great scarlet heavens would be kicked out of the chess game of the 6 demon heavens. Moreover, they would be leaving this chess game with nothing. Haha, interesting. At this moment, the atmosphere was already very tense. The final trump card had already been revealed. Everyone held their breath and waited for the next move. On the other hand, not only did Fangxing not get angry out of embarrassment, he actually laughed out loud. Then, his gaze swept across the face of the princess of the great firmament heavens, the prince of the grand mystery heavens, and the demons. He smiled mildly and said, "Do you really think that I need your consent to whatever I want?" The princess of the great firmament heavens and the prince of the grand mystery heavens had made it clear that they coveted the chaos immortal garden and the grand void precious tree. If Fangxing agreed to share these 2 treasures, he would be able to resolve his current predicament. However, if he didn't, he would have to bear the wrath of the grand mystery heavens and the great firmament heavens. If the 2 joined forces, not only would they turn great scarlet heavens plans in the great prison heavens into nothingness, they would also snatch away the high paradise heavens. Moreover, Feng Xing also knew that this wasn't a lie. After all, Great Scarlet Heavens currently had a handle on Great Scarlet Heavens, and they had detained their prince's concubine. If Great Scarlet Heavens used this chance to stir up trouble, no one would be able to oppose it. No matter how dissatisfied Great Scarlet Heavens was, they could only swallow their anger and wait for the Scarlet Emperor to come out of seclusion. It could even be said that it was a problem for emperors who had entered a dangerous place to escape unscathed. However, from the current situation, it seemed like this prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens had not realized the severity of the problem. Facing the final result of the Six Devil Heavens' painstaking discussion, he was still so disdainful. This old devil was someone who cared about his reputation. He was old and had a high cultivation base. Even the princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, had to pay her respects to him. While Yan Zhaoge, the prince of the Grand Mystery Heavens, didn't have much of a relationship with this old fox, he would still maintain his respect on the surface. However, this prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens had ridiculed him several times, putting him on the spot. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He sneered and looked at Feng Xing. Haha, what do you mean, prince? Feng Xing said mildly, what I mean, of course, is that you don't have to give me what I want. I can take it myself. Hearing this, Xiao Baiming raised his brows, thinking that the prince was threatening him. He sneered and said in a deep voice, you are the prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens. This old man respects the Qishao Immortal Emperor behind you, so I naturally have to be polite to you. However, the Six Devil Heavens is the territory of us six siblings. I can't guarantee anything else, but what if something of ours does the prince want? Here, this old devil lightly slammed his feather fan into the ground and said coldly, then don't blame this old man for offending you. Hua, the devils, princes, and princesses all wore grave expressions when they heard this. As one of the fiends of the Six Fiend Heavens, Xiao Baiming's words were too shocking to hear. After all, he was the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, and he had the support of an immortal emperor. As for the six of them, they could only match up to half of the enemy's forces, but this demon dared to threaten the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven. To a certain extent, this meant that Carefree Demon Master had completely fallen out with the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven. After looking at this demon, countless gazes turned to look at the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor. With the Carefree Demon Master leading the way, they were no longer afraid of falling out with the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor. Originally, with the joint efforts of Greater Darkness Heaven and Great Firmament Heaven, they had already been convinced to cut ties with the Great Scarlet Heaven. Now that they had fallen out with the Great Scarlet Heaven, they were just showing some of the things that they had been hiding in the dark. They needed to use this method to let the Great Scarlet Heaven know how powerful they were. There was silence on the divine dais. The gazes that looked over were filled with mockery, sarcasm, and contempt. In their hearts, it was not that they did not have the same thoughts as Demon Master Carefree. The strength of the six demon heavens was naturally inferior to that of the three imperial palaces, but it was still a force that had survived 1,000 years of great calamity. Although they had long known that they would be divided by the three imperial palaces sooner or later, they still had a high self-esteem. This Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor's disciple did not put them in his eyes, and this had already made them a little angry. They thought that this Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor's disciple really treated them as ants that could be crushed at will. They were the six great demons of the 33 heavens. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to ignore them, let alone a mere emperor. The Carefree Demon Master, in particular, waved his feather fan with great force and looked angry. Although there was no sound, it was more embarrassing than words. The Crown Prince of the Great Scarlet Heaven was suppressed by the Crown Prince of the Taishan Heaven and the Princess of the Great Firmament Heaven. Now, even the demons of the six demon heavens did not take him seriously. How could this Royal Highness Emperor Lu, who was said to be incomparably arrogant, be so arrogant? You treat us like a joke, but in a few days, this matter would spread throughout the 33 heavens, and you would become the biggest joke, wouldn't you? Even Yan Zhaoge of the Great Mystery Heaven had secretly gathered his cultivation, ready to attack at any time. Under such an atmosphere, no one would be able to stand it, let alone the famous arrogant emperor style of the Great Scarlet Heaven. However, in this inexplicably awkward atmosphere, the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor strangely fell silent. Not only did he not get angry, but his expression did not even change. He only looked at the Carefree Demon Master with interest. the thumb and index finger of his right hand gently clasped together, as if he was counting the time. Then, he waited until the surrounding people could no longer stand the silent atmosphere before he suddenly laughed coldly. Unhurriedly, he answered the carefree demon master, Xiao Baiming, originally, I didn't want much, and I could keep the rest for you. However, I really don't like the way you talk, so I've already decided to leave nothing for you. When Xiao Baiming heard this, he thought that the emperor was threatening him. He laughed coldly and said, all right, I'll be waiting. With that, he waved his feather fan and said loudly, everyone, come and bear witness. I'd like to see how emperor style will make me lose everything. Hee, the surrounding people laughed as well. However, their laughter was indescribably stiff and awkward. Feng Xing did not laugh. He just sat on the cushion, holding the small teacup in his hand, and waited quietly. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. His crooked body also straightened, and he raised the teacup in his hand. He smiled towards the carefree demon master, Xiao Baiming, and said, let me toast you, demon master Xiao. Xiao Baiming was taken aback. He did not know what he meant. However, after thinking for a moment, he could not lose his prestige. He laughed coldly, raised the teacup, and said mildly, since the great Scarlet Heaven Emperor is toasting me, I naturally cannot reject it. However, I wonder why the Emperor is toasting me. Feng Xing smiled, of course it's to you. From now on, I have nothing, Not only was Xiao Baiming stunned, even the surrounding devils, Lu Xiaojun, and Yan Zhaoge were stunned for a moment. These words were said without rhyme or reason. No one understood what he meant. Xiao Baiming was even more stunned for a moment. Then, he frowned. Unable to understand, he laughed coldly, wanting to say something. However, it was also at this moment that he suddenly sensed something. Above the 9 heavens, a streak of spiritual light suddenly shot over. When it arrived before him, it was actually in the shape of a translucent infant. There were 2 pairs of tiny wings on its back, and its face was filled with anxiety as it hurriedly whispered into Xiao Baiming's ear, its tiny finger unceasingly pointing towards the sky. Xiao Baiming's expression had already changed greatly as he listened. It was just that the others could not hear exactly what that spirit body was saying. How is this possible? Xiao Baiming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After being stunned for a while, he abruptly turned to look at Feng Xing. That infant also turned around at this moment, pointing a finger at Feng Xing and soundless cursing, Senior Xiao, what happened? Lu Xiaojun had also sensed that something was wrong. She frowned and asked in a low voice. Xiao Baiming stood up with a huff, Child Ling said that a great bandit has charged into my Forget Worries Devil Palace and is plundering without restraint. Great bandit? Everyone present was at a loss when they heard this sentence. What kind of great bandit would have the ability to charge into the heavily guarded Forget Worries Devil Palace? It had to be known that this time, the daughter of the Emperor of the Great Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, had set up such an immortal gathering in the Great Calamity Heaven. The Forget Worries Devil Lord had no choice but to come. However, even if he came, he would definitely have activated all of the Forget Worries Heaven's defensive formations, even leaving behind his trusted experts to guard the place. From a certain perspective, the Forget Worries Heaven's defenses might be even tighter than when Xiao Baiming was still around. What kind of person would be able to charge in? There are 3 great bandits. Entering my worry-free sky is like entering an uninhabited land. Breaking my worry-free demon formation is as easy as flipping one's hand. The Forget Worries Devil Lord Xiao Baiming's gaze was fixed on Feng Xing, and he yelled in a deep voice, Child Ling said that there are 3 great bandits. One wields a sword and slaughters my devil generals like chopping cabbages. One wears a white monk's robe and instantly broke through the 33 layers of my Forget Worries Devil Palace's 33 layers of formation without triggering any restrictions. The last one stole my divine medicine and burned my immortal garden without any scruples. Towards the end, his voice trembled as he said, It's him, Royal Highness Di Lu. Hua. Upon hearing this, countless gazes instantly turned towards the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens. At this moment, Feng Xing was leisurely and unhurriedly raising the teacup to his lips and slowly sipping on it. Could it be? Yan Zhaoge, the Emperor of the Great Profound Heavens, suddenly thought of something and focused his gaze towards Di Lu. At this moment, his gaze seemed to materialize and directly fell onto Feng Xing's face. However, after looking at him, he frowned. His real body is here. The emperor's daughter of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun coldly said the answer. Also, he hasn't broken through the grand heavenly realm after all. How could he have a clone? Upon hearing the words of the two emperors or princess, everyone frowned as well. The Forget Worries Devil Lord's words were really too strange. If there were really great bandits who could break into the heavily guarded Forget Worries heaven and even break into the Forget Worries Devil Palace, the demonic soldiers and immortal generals couldn't stop them, and the Forget Worries heaven grand formation couldn't trap them, what kind of cultivation and strength did these three great bandits have? More importantly, why did the childling say that one of the great bandits was the emperor of the great scarlet heavens? The childling was an existence that existed between a treasure and a spirit body. He could travel through the void and was the best at sending messages. He wouldn't lie, however, the emperor of the great scarlet heavens was clearly sitting here. Naturally, Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun could tell that the emperor sitting there was his real body. He hadn't cultivated to the grand heavenly golden immortal realm, so he naturally couldn't cultivate an incarnation. In other words, even if he had already broken through the grand heavenly golden immortal realm, he still couldn't cultivate an incarnation. Because the number of incarnations in a great Tao was fixed. Only an immortal who had broken through the one realm could have an incarnation that could pass off as the real one. This was also the main basis for dividing cultivation levels after reaching the grand heavenly golden immortal realm and above. One great Tao was the grand heavenly golden immortal realm, and those who had broken through this one and cultivated 2, 3, or even 4 great Tao were the immortal exalts above the grand heavenly golden immortal realm. At this level, they would have several incarnations that manifested between the heavens and the earth. Even if they didn't die, they couldn't be destroyed. Above them, those who had broken through 5 and cultivated more than 5 great Tao could be called Immortal King. At the level of Immortal King, 5 great Tao could cooperate with each other to form the 5 elements grand formation. Although it was only one more great Tao compared to the immortal exalts who had 4 great Tao, the changes of 5 great Tao complemented each other. How could their strength just be dozens of times stronger? However, the immortal king with 5 great Tao had just crossed that threshold. Above 5 great Tao, there were still immortal kings with 6, 7, 8 great Tao, and even immortal kings with 9 great Tao. And this number 9 itself represented the limit. It was already the highest realm that people could understand. Before the appearance of the 3 immortal emperors, some people once suspected that this was already the limit of cultivation. Of course, until now, no one knew what the cultivation of the 3 immortal emperors was, and whether they had broken through 9, because at their level of cultivation, it wasn't something that ordinary immortals could understand. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could guess. For example, now, many people were guessing that the 3 immortal emperors had sealed themselves at the same time because they had sensed something. They were all fighting to be the first one to break through 9 and step into a new realm. Of course, the number of great Tao determined the realm, but it was only a rough division. It did not mean that those with the least great Taos were the weakest. The most obvious example was these 6 demons. In terms of cultivation realm, they all cultivated 1 great Tao and could only be considered as ordinary perfected golden immortals. However, they took an unconventional path and pushed the power of this great Tao to the extreme. Their individual strength was extremely terrifying. Not to mention an ordinary immortal venerable who cultivated 2 great Tao, even a top immortal venerable who cultivated 4 great Tao might not be able to deal with them. If the 6 of them joined forces, even a celestial king might not be able to deal with them. However, at this realm, strength was no longer the only standard to measure one's cultivation. The heavenly Tao was there for all to see. If one couldn't break through the one, it was impossible to have an avatar that could pass off as genuine. The princes and princesses of the 3 imperial palaces walked a similar path as the demons of the 6 demon heavens. They all wanted to cultivate a great Tao to the extreme before breaking through their one. Because of this, even the emperor's daughter of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, and the emperor's son of the supreme mystery heaven, Yan Zhaoge, couldn't manifest his origin true body, let alone the emperor current of the great scarlet heavens who hadn't even broken through the perfected golden immortal realm. This was also what puzzled the immortals. If the emperor current here was fake, how could his physical body be so real? If it was real, then who was the great thief of the forgotten worries heaven? Although the immortals were full of doubts, they could tell that the spirit child wasn't lying. The emperor of the great scarlet heavens must have known the truth. that was the only way to explain what he had said to Demon Lord Carefree. It was too strange. I can't care anymore. No matter how strange and inexplicable it was, the Forgotten Worries Devil Lord didn't want to hear it anymore. He couldn't grab the Emperor's son of the Great Scarlet Heavens by his collar and force him to tell the truth. He also didn't have time to slowly guess the reason. After all, his lair was being ravaged by someone every second. Therefore, as soon as he reacted, he immediately rushed back to the Forgotten Worries Heaven. No matter what the reason was, he had to stop the problem from happening there first. His eyes were almost spewing fire, and he suddenly yelled, "I'm going back immediately. Lushan, hurry up and activate the teleportation formation to send me back to the Forgotten Worries Heaven." But the Extreme Calamity Devil Lord Lushan almost cried when he heard it. "The Extreme Calamity Heaven is poor. You have to give me time to prepare the immortal essence." When Carefree Demon Master heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really did not expect that the most useless Taiwo Demon Master would actually drop the ball at this moment. He was so angry that he really wanted to blow him to death with his fan. At this critical moment, his own nest was about to be burned down by someone, and he still felt sorry for the immortal essence. He really wanted to ignore him and use his own cultivation to force his way back to the heavens of forgetfulness. However, with his cultivation level, he already had the ability to cross the heavens without the help of any arrays. However, that would take too long, and it would be too troublesome to use. "Your Highness Di Lu, what's going on?" The Emperor's daughter of the great heavens, Lu Xiaojun, looked straight at Feng Xing and asked softly. "I don't know." Feng Xing laughed and pointed at the spirit child with the teacup in his hand. "You must be mistaken." The spirit child was instantly enraged. He pointed at Feng Xing and scolded him in anger. However, he was refined using a special method. His words were even transmitted through his divine sense. Only Xiao Baiming could hear him. Only, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they didn't laugh. They only felt a chill in their hearts. Seeing the attitude of the Emperor of the Great Crimson Heavens, everyone was even more certain that he was related to this matter. However, he just avoided everything and pretended that he didn't know anything. While his attitude was infuriating, he was the Emperor of the Great Crimson Heavens after all. Who could do anything to him? "Haha, Your Highness Di Lu, isn't this joke a little too much?" The Emperor's son of the Great Mystery Heaven, Yan Zhaoga, couldn't help but stand up slowly. Judging from the killing intent emanating from his body, he was obviously enraged to the extreme. It seemed like he was about to use force. However, even if he used force, seeing how the Emperor of the Great Crimson Heavens didn't seem to be afraid of anything, he wouldn't be able to do anything in a short period of time. Xiao Baiming couldn't laugh anymore. He turned towards Lu Xiaojun with difficulty and said anxiously, "Firmament Maiden." "Firmament Maiden." Lu Xiaojun knew what he wanted to say. She looked at Feng Xing with a solemn expression and nodded slowly. "I will use the Heavens Will sword to help you tear apart the Heavens Will and go with you." The Carefree Demon Master was overjoyed. He bowed deeply and didn't care about maintaining his demeanor as a senior anymore. The surrounding devils also looked towards Lu Xiaojun in shock upon hearing this. They were all old fellas of the 33 heavens. They naturally knew that the great firmament heavens had a supreme treasure. It was the Heavens Will sword that Lu Xiaojun's father, the Heavenly Emperor, had extracted from the Buddha's will and mixed in 100 pieces of gold. Not only was it ferocious and unpredictable, it could even directly tear apart the Heavens Will and traverse between worlds without relying on complicated teleportation formations. That Heavens Will sword was currently in Lu Xiaojun's hands. It was just that she had never seen it before. Even Yan Zhaoga focused his gaze on Lu Xiaojun after hearing these words. Splitting the heavens, Lu Xiaojun didn't say anything more. She slowly stood up, her figure graceful and graceful. She stood on the immortal platform and stretched out her 5 fingers, pressing them towards the 9 heavens. When she spoke in a heavy voice, the will of the heavens dimmed, as though the entire sky was about to collapse. And between Lu Xiaojun's 5 fingers, a beam of white light suddenly shot up into the sky, instantly disappearing into the 9 heavens, vanishing into nothingness. It was only now that Lu Xiaojun yelled out the next 2 words. "Breaking boundaries." Rumble, under the immortals' astonished gazes, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It wasn't an ordinary crack in the void. Instead, it was a crack in the heaven domain that pierced through two worlds and the boundless star domain. Even though the immortals were all knowledgeable and had long heard of the might of the heavens will sword, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. A sword splitting the heavens. Who could stop such ferocious might? Many thanks, Your Highness. Xiao Baiming was the first to react. He was really worried about his carefree sky. The moment he saw the gap appear, he immediately shouted and flew into the air. He turned into a stream of light and charged into the gap. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the gap. Following that, the heavenly emperor's daughter of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, also frowned and followed after him. The devils behind her were instantly alerted. They flew up and chased after her with streaks of light. What exactly did you do? Only Yan Zhaoge, the son of the emperor of the grand profound heavens, was not in a hurry to leave, even though he was also a little puzzled and wanted to go to the Forget Worries heavens to take a look. Instead, he coldly stared at Feng Xing for a while. Then, he slowly stood up and asked Feng Xing in a condescending manner. Feng Xing also raised his head and smiled at him. He didn't seem to care, nor did he intend to answer. Yan Zhaoge's gaze also turned cold. He said mildly, "The 33 heavens is a place with rules. Even our forefathers didn't dare to break these rules. Otherwise, the 33 heavens would definitely be in chaos. Don't think that it's so easy to find loopholes. I can guarantee that if you're really the one behind this, even if we kill all of you here, the great scarlet heavens wouldn't dare to say anything." After saying that, he waved his palm. In an instant, this tall immortal platform was filled with countless streaks of light. Only now did Feng Xing realize that this immortal platform was actually a huge formation that locked down the surrounding void bit by bit. 1,000 years ago, your cultivation was already close to the great firmament golden immortal. After doing all this, Yan Zhaoge soared into the sky and rushed towards the fissure that was about to disappear. Only his cold voice came down, containing his unique domineering and cold arrogance. "But now, your performance has really disappointed me. To be honest, I hope that you're pretending to be weak and that your cultivation has already broken through that one. That way, you can give me a little surprise." Watching him disappear into the horizon, Feng Xing couldn't help but sigh. Only breaking through 1, 5, and 10 in cultivation? As he said that, he shook his head and said disdainfully, "How uncultured." The demons broke through with a single strike of Xiaojuan's sword and rushed to Carefree Sky. What she saw made her heart sink. Carefree Sky was different from Supreme Doom Sky. It was a famous prosperous sky region in the 6 demon heavens. It was full of celestial aura, but at this time, it was already in ruins. There were demonic corpses everywhere, and it was in ruins. Especially in the direction of Carefree Demon Palace, there was a raging fire that engulfed the entire Carefree Demon Palace. It was unknown how many immortal soldiers and demonic generals were struggling in the fire. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, Demon Master Carefree had already lost all his poise. He grabbed a demon general and roared. The devil general was also heavily injured, and he cried out miserably, "Devil Lord, please forgive us. After you left, we guarded the place with our lives, not daring to be careless." But suddenly, those 3 strange people broke through the skies, and their cultivation was heaven-defying. They charged into the Carefree Devil Palace, barged into the Devil Lord's immortal garden, and took away a portion of the immortal herbs. Then, they directly set fire to the Devil Palace, and by the time we mobilized the army to surround them, those 3 people had already killed their way out, and directly broke through the skies. "Devil Lord, please spare us, we really..." Before he could finish, Carefree Demon Master had already crushed his head in anger. Who is it? Who is it? Carefree Demon Master was famous for his ability to maintain his composure. But at this time, he was so angry that he almost lost control. Looking at the Carefree Demon Palace in the billowing smoke, his eyes almost turned bloodshot. "Who has the ability to barge into the demon army's formation and break through my palace's restrictions? How did he find the location of my Carefree Immortal Medicine?" Behind him, the faces of the demons were also ashen. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they still felt that it was too strange. If the 3 bandits had the cultivation of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, then it was possible for them to force their way into the formation of the worry-free Heavenly Demon Army. After all, the formation of the demon army could defend against a large army, but it could not defend against experts. But even if they were very capable and could charge all the way to the worry-free demon palace, how could they break the restriction of the demon palace in such a short time, rush into the depths of the demon palace, and find the immortal garden? Another problem was that the carefree demon lord was not around, which meant that the carefree heavens teleportation formation would not be activated, and no one would be able to use the teleportation formation to come over. How did the other party break through the teleportation formation? Did he really rely on his physical body to cross over? More importantly, with the other party's cultivation and ability, why would he barge in? It was true that Demon Master Carefree had suffered heavy losses, but it was impossible for them to steal anything from Carefree Heaven in such a short time. Could it be that they only wanted to break into the immortal garden, steal a few immortal herbs, set fire to it, and then escape in a hurry? In this way, Demon Master Carefree was indeed infuriated. Who knew how many years of accumulation would vanish into thin air, but they wouldn't be able to gain too much of an advantage, right? We've lost a lot, the Demon Master of the Great Impoverished Heaven, Song Beggar, could not help but look at Demon Master Carefree sympathetically. The other party might not have stolen too many things, but with this immortal fire, Demon Master Carefree's loss was too great. But just as he was feeling pity for them and gloating at Demon Master Carefree, who was shouting where the enemy was and was about to tear them into pieces, Song Beggar suddenly thought of a problem. He screamed and rushed to Lu Xiaojun, crying, "Your Highness, the enemy must not have come with good intentions. My poor heavens might suffer too. Please, Your Highness, send me back." Hearing his cries, the immortals' gazes were attracted to him, and they all frowned at him. Wan Jiang, the little demon master of the Great Impoverished Heaven, said hatefully, "Uncle Song, do you think Her Highness doesn't waste her immortal power when she uses the Sword of Divine Will? The other party obviously has a grudge against Senior Shao, and that's why he barged in at all costs. How could he really go to the Great Impoverished Heaven to cause trouble?" He will. At this moment, Song Beggar's expression changed dramatically, and he said, "This is such a good opportunity. The four devils are not in their lair, and we are different from other cultivators. We all practice the same great Tao, which means that we can't leave our incarnations to guard the place. We can only set up a strict formation and arrange for our subordinates to guard the place. Under such circumstances, other forces can't cross the boundary, but in the eyes of the experts, this is like a house without a master. If it were me, I would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to steal from as many families as possible." This person, the immortals all looked at him with ill intentions. Among the 6 demons, this pauper was the most unpopular one. Although what he said was reasonable, it was hard to convince others. Lu Xiaojun also frowned, and she was clearly hesitant. But at this moment, on Song Beggar's left arm, the one at the very front of the string of red and shiny pustules suddenly exploded. Blood splattered all over the ground. Song Beggar was shocked by this. His lips trembled, and he raised his arm in a daze. He muttered, "The first restrictive spell of my great poverty devil palace has been opened." Before he could finish his words, he heard a few pu sounds, and a series of red and swollen pustules burst open. Song Beggar suddenly jumped up, as if he had seen a ghost, and shouted, "It's over, the restriction has been broken." When the surrounding people saw this, all of them were greatly shocked. At this moment, no one laughed at him anymore. As for Lu Xiaojun, she also frowned and closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suddenly slashed at the sky with her sword. In a short period of time, she had used 2 swords consecutively, so she was clearly a little tired. But this sword was still ferocious and powerful. In the distant sky, it directly split open a hole, and then a group of demons hurriedly stepped into it. Even the furious demon master Xiao Baiming followed. After all, Carefree Sky was already in such a state, and the most urgent task at hand was to capture those 3 fellows. Rumble, several immortal shadows appeared in the sky above the Great Impoverished Sky, and then their expressions turned even uglier. Carefree Sky was already a barren land, and Carefree Demon Palace had almost been burned to ruins, but the Great Impoverished Sky was not much better. Although it was called Great Impoverished, the Great Impoverished Sky was not poor, in terms of the abundance of immortal Tao resources in the 6 demon heavens. The Great Impoverished Sky was at least in the top 3, however, the Great Impoverished Demon Master Song Beggar was a child beggar, and had always been insatiably greedy. He took in more than he gave out, and because he was so stingy, the great impoverished sky had the least amount of immortal soldiers and demon generals. After all, if you raised someone, you had to bestow them with resources for cultivation. Usually, other than a few trusted aides, the entire great impoverished sky was guarded by all kinds of sinister arrays. For safety, he even drew the arrays onto his own body, so that he would know immediately if there were any changes, but this time, they were still too late. Heaven's will was extremely powerful, and could control a sword to slash the heavens. But after all, even with Lu Xiaojuan's cultivation, she could only barely control such an immortal treasure. It took her 10 minutes to break open the passage to the heaven domain. It was also because of this that when they arrived, they only saw the great impoverished sky covered in smoke. Compared to carefree sky, the great impoverished sky was clearly more damaged. Ancient ruins everywhere had collapsed, and spiritual mountains had been overturned. The great impoverished demon master's golden palace had even lost its roof, leaving it empty. Hell, seeing this, the great impoverished demon master Song Beggar screamed in horror and fell from the clouds, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The immortals and the other demons felt their hearts turn cold. We're still too late. What kind of ability did the other party have to destroy the great impoverished sky in such a short amount of time? Even the roof of Song Beggar's demon palace had been lifted. What kind of person would lift that roof? It was a gigantic roof made of violet gold. It looked splendid, but it was not a cultivation resource. In the eyes of the immortal cultivators, it was worthless. In fact, there were even people who secretly mocked Song Beggar for being so poor that he built his devil palace to look like a golden nest. Who would want to steal it? More importantly, from the state of the great impoverished sky, it was clear what the other party's intentions were. They'd come to steal something. After stealing it, they'd immediately left, and all the chaos was just a casual gesture. If one took a closer look, they'd realize that most of the things in the great impoverished sky had only been destroyed, rather than a great thief. It was more like a mischievous child who'd come and smashed things up, then slipped away. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Song Beggar's miserable howl rang out from below, sounding shrill and forlorn. The demon was howling like a madman. You destroyed my lifeblood, so I'll take your life too. I don't care who you are, I'll take your life no matter where you go. I'll fight you to the death, I'll eat you alive. Song Beggar's howl suddenly stirred up fear in Wan Jianghen, the little demon master of the vile sky. He suddenly thought of something and looked straight at Lu Xiaojun. Your Highness, he didn't finish his sentence, but the immortals naturally understood what he was trying to say. The Forget Worries heavens had suffered a tribulation, and the great impoverished sky had also suffered a tribulation. Which one was left? If this matter was related to the prince of the great scarlet heavens, he'd already visited the great infernal heavens and the high bliss heavens. Since the great calamity heavens was too poor, the only place he could possibly attack was the vile sky. It wasn't even a possibility, but a certainty. However, Lu Xiaojuan's face was a little pale, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Obviously, she'd thought of this as well. However, she wasn't willing to use the heavenly will sword to break open the passageway to the heaven domain. Yan Zhaoge said coldly, don't worry. The vile sky has the old demon master watching over it. It won't be that easy for anything to happen to it, Wan Jianghen said anxiously, but my father's injured. At this moment, Song Beggar suddenly yelled from below, the vile sky. They must have gone to the vile sky now. We can't delay any longer. We have to go to the vile sky to capture them. Can the firmament maiden use your sword? Can you use your sword? It doesn't matter. Let's use the teleportation formation. I have immortal essence. I have a lot of immortal essence. Let's use the teleportation formation to send all of you there. The immortals present couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. The great impoverished demon master was truly infuriated. He actually became so generous. Are we still going to rob the evilest heaven? Just as this group of anxious and angry princes, princesses, and demons rushed to the evilest heaven with murderous intent, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the evilest heaven. The one on the left was dressed in a gray linen robe. He was tall and slender and had an ordinary appearance. The one on the right was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was elegant and handsome, but he was bald. The one in the middle was wearing a blood-red cloak. He held a large saber in his hand and was smiling smugly. Beside him, a nimble sword light danced up and down like a snake, elusive and unpredictable. The one who spoke was the man in the linen robe. He gazed at the evilest heaven indifferently and laughed softly. We were able to rob the evilest heaven and the evilest heaven because their masters aren't here. The immortal soldiers and demon generals of their subordinates, as well as all kinds of restrictive spells, can't do anything to us. Moreover, you've gotten the information from somewhere and know where their resources grow, so we can attack the root of the problem. But the evilest heaven is different. The evilest demon lord, Xianxia, is in this world. With him in command, it'll be difficult for us to attack the evilest demon palace, the white-robed Baldy added. That's right. And those demons must have received the news and must have caught up. If we don't want to be surrounded and fall into a bitter battle, we have to attack the root of the problem. If we delay too long, I'm afraid we'll be trapped. The two of them clearly intended to retreat. But the man in the middle laughed and said, of course we'll rob. If we don't, then what are we doing here? Xianxia is just an old guy, and I heard that he's seriously injured. If we go straight to the evilest demon palace, then we'll just kill him as well. Don't worry, I have the sword light of the great firmament's sword will. I can break through the heaven realm and escape at any time. I won't be trapped here. This time, you two can be bold and follow me freely. Did you really break through the heaven realm with the sword light of the will of heaven? The grey-robed man looked at him with interest. But the man in the middle laughed and didn't answer him. He rushed straight down. Rumble. As he moved, heaven and earth changed color. Wherever he passed, the void shattered and caused endless changes in the weather. At first glance, it looked like a piece of dark cloud, black and heavy as it pressed down. When the three of them appeared in the sky above the evilest heaven had already sensed them. A dark mass of demonic soldiers rose from below and lined up in an orderly formation, faintly surrounding them. Now that the evilest heaven had rushed down like this, the group of demonic soldiers howled even louder. They hurriedly circled around, and a vast chi activity turned toward them. Someone shouted, warning them not to act rashly. Haha, since he has such an interest, what harm is there in accompanying him? The grey-robed man smiled faintly and descended as well. An iron sword had appeared in his hand. There was a loud boom. When the iron sword appeared in his hand, the sword light also flew out. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and the sword light was even faster. Before the devil weapon formation had even been formed, the sword light had already flown over, tearing a huge hole in the devil weapon formation. Then, the three of them flashed and arrived in the sky above the extreme fiend devil palace. Behind them, the defeated demonic soldiers and celestial generals hurriedly rushed over, but how could they make it in time? The difference in cultivation level was too obvious, especially in a surprise attack like this. The other party arrived in a breath's time, but the demonic soldiers and celestial generals had to use several times the time to line up and catch up. Therefore, in a situation where there were no experts to hold the fort, the celestial soldiers and celestial generals could do nothing to the experts. They could only watch as the experts came and went freely among their own people. I wonder which expert has graced us with his presence. Forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Just as they arrived in the sky above the extreme fiend devil palace, a deep voice sounded from within the palace. Haha, cut the crap. I am the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, Lu. I have come to borrow something from your palace of myriad demons. The one in the middle waved his saber and pointed it down. He said coldly, I heard that your extreme fiend devil palace has an enlightenment elixir called the Fruit of Stars. Hand it over now. Otherwise, I will rush in and cut off your head if I get excited. The Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven? This shout stunned the celestial soldiers and celestial generals behind him. Someone cried out involuntarily, this is robbery. Feng Xing grinned and said, that's right. It could be said that after Feng Xing announced his identity, the celestial soldiers and celestial demons of the extreme fiend heaven were stunned. No one expected that the Crown Prince would suddenly arrive, let alone that he had come to the extreme fiend heaven to rob them. Although the extreme fiend heaven and the greater darkness heaven were on good terms, they were still nominally neutral. When they heard the name of the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, they were naturally a little timid. Their murderous intent decreased significantly. Everyone focused on the voice of the infinite sorrow sea within the extreme fiend devil palace. Old fiend Lord Lu was silent for a long while. When he spoke again after a few breaths, there was no surprise in his voice, nor was there any hint of anger. He merely chuckled and said, "Your Highness Di Lu, it is my fault that I did not go out to welcome you. However, if your Highness needs anything, you could have just sent a letter to me. I would have ordered my son to deliver it to the Crown Prince. Why make such a big fuss?" Feng Xing was stunned when he heard this. Then he waved the saber in his hand and sneered. "There is no need for pleasantries. Hurry up and hand over the elixir. I have no time to waste with you. If you don't hand it over, I am ready to kill my way out." As he said this, he winked at the handsome little monk next to him. The handsome little monk nodded gently and opened the palm in front of his chest gently toward the void. In the void, faint golden scripture words immediately appeared, as if they were spread on the surface of water. This scripture was the Prajna Sutra of Buddhism. When it came to the understanding of formations in the world, Buddhism was definitely at the top. In Tianyuan, Feng Xing had once used an ancient scripture to travel through many kinds of formations. Now that the handsome little monk had comprehended Buddhism, he was even more powerful. For him, no restriction could hurt him no matter how powerful it was. After using the supreme truth of Buddhism, he could even travel freely through the restrictions without disturbing them in the slightest. This was probably because he cultivated the Paramitha great way and was not in this world, so he naturally would not disturb the restrictions. This was also the reason why Feng Xing could enter the Devil Palace so easily. Now that he was in front of the Devil Palace, if he wanted to break in, he naturally had to show his strength. "Haha, why are you in such a hurry, Crown Prince?" The Devil Lord Wan Chou Hai did not panic. He sighed softly and said, "When my son comes back, can't he give it to the Crown Prince?" When Feng Xing heard this, he laughed coldly and shouted, "You want to use those guys to scare us? Haha, I know they will come at any time, but believe it or not, with the three of us, we can definitely kill you before they come." Hua, the devil soldiers and immortal generals of the Devil Palace were already in formation in the air. When they heard this, they were immediately shocked. Was Great Scarlet Heaven going to war with the Devil Palace? Otherwise, how could the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven dare to do such evil things? Haha, Crown Prince, don't be so excited. The Devil Lord was also stunned when he heard this, then smiled bitterly. This old man is a crippled old man, and I am also seriously injured. How can I be the Crown Prince's opponent? I originally wanted to wait for my son to come back and personally choose a few good star grass for the Crown Prince, but since the Crown Prince is so impatient, then I won't wait for my son to come back. Tonger, quickly go to the Fortune Immortal Cave and pick 10 star grass for the Crown Prince. No mistakes. Huh, you agreed just like that? His words stunned the three of them. They looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. The great devil lord of the Sea of Sorrow, an old monster who had dominated the great immortal world for tens of thousands of years, had actually agreed to give them star grass? Could it be a delaying tactic? Feng Xing couldn't help but think, then he clenched the deceiving heaven brute saber in his hand. But before he could decide whether to rush in or not, after about 10 breaths of time, he suddenly heard the huge bronze door of the Devil Palace of Extreme Fiend open with a loud bang. From the door, a fair-skinned and handsome little boy walked out. He didn't have much cultivation, and he seemed to be extremely afraid. Trembling, he carried a red sandalwood tray with several strange-looking plants on it. Although they were plants, they were dark in color, their leaves were like the night sky, and their spots were like stars, very magical. After leaving the palace, the boy didn't even dare to raise his head. As soon as he was out of the palace, he knelt on the ground and raised the tray high above his head. Looking at the purple soil on the plant, it was obvious that it had just been picked. This is star grass? Xianxia looked down at it. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was worried that it was fake. However, Feng Xing was too lazy to think too much. With a flip of his palm, the tray was already in his hand. He reached out and picked up a star grass. He just brought it to his mouth and sniffed it. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said with certainty, "It's real star grass." The Yuan family freak looked at him in surprise. "You knew it as soon as you smelled it?" Feng Xing chuckled and said, "Someone helped me distinguish between real and fake." The Yuan family freak couldn't help but be stunned. "Who is it?" Feng Xing smiled and said, "Of course it's the person who helped me figure out where these demons hid the treasure." Rumble. Coincidentally, just as Feng Xing got the star grass, he felt that this part of the world suddenly shook a little, and several auras suddenly appeared. causing the weather of this part of the evilest heaven to change dramatically. Behind the evilest demon palace, it seemed to be plunged into darkness, and an unimaginable sense of oppression came overwhelming. It was mixed with countless formation lights that would only appear when a large formation was in operation. Wisps of light illuminated half of the void. It was clear that someone had activated the transmission formation and was rushing over. "They're here." The Yuan family freak glanced calmly in that direction and murmured to himself. His figure moved slightly. "Too slow," Fangxing laughed heartily. A ray of heavenly will-sword light suddenly appeared beside him, dancing around him like a spirit. "Snake." Fangxing's eyes narrowed, and the ray of heavenly will-sword light abruptly flew out, slashing out of Jiao Shao in an instant. Heavenly will-sword ray. The sword ray that Fangxing summoned actually looked similar to the heavenly will-sword in Lu Xiaojuan's hand. It looked like an indiscernible sword ray that was ethereal yet possessed unimaginable power. It actually tore a hole in the void outside of the 9 heavens. However, it seemed like the sword ray was still too weak. It only tore a little bit before it stopped moving. Fangxing was clearly prepared for this as he chuckled softly and focused his gaze. His eyes immediately changed color. They were still clearly black and white, but in an instant, they became incomparably deep. They were like the night sky, but also like the heavens. They contained an aura that was similar to the origin of the world, and they activated that sword light. The heavens will sword light, which was already exhausted, suddenly became even more ferocious as it tore the sky apart. The hole had now turned into a door. This was also the secret of how Fangxing and the others could freely travel between the worlds. The Yuan family freak had been watching Fangxing. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Is this the Taishang Dao's mystique?" Seeing that he had seen through it, Fangxing didn't hide it anymore and smiled. The Taishang Dao's 7th scripture is called Seeking Dao. It traces back to the origin and unravels the true essence. It can discern the rules of the Dao and mystique. This sword ray originally fell into my hands by chance. Its original form is the heavenly will sword in the great heavens. Through this sword ray, I understood the secret of the heavenly will sword being able to cut open the heavens. Naturally, I can come and go as I please. The Yuan family freak nodded and whispered, "Your current cultivation is enough to tear open the heavens at will?" Fangxing only smiled and answered, "It's not the same. They use their hearts to control the heavenly will, but I use my heavenly will to control the heavenly will." The Yuan family freak was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "I understand. They are over there." Before they could finish their conversation, they heard a loud roar of grief and indignation. Looking up, they saw that in the skies above Extreme Fiend Demon Palace, several figures had already appeared. 2 were a man and a woman with vibrant auras, their bodies surrounded by colorful clouds. 1 was an old man in noble robes with crimson eyes. There was also a beggar-like man who was yelling and screaming like a madman. There was also a dumbfounded fatty, as well as a startled and frightened young man. All of them were staring at them from afar. "Haha, let's go." At the instant he saw them, Fangxing didn't say anything. He roared with laughter and flew towards the crack in space. The Yuan family freak and Xianxia immediately followed, but their movements were no slower than his. They're escaping. Above the Extreme Fiend Demon Palace, the daughter of the Great Firmament Heavenly Emperor Lu Xiaojun, the son of the Grand Profound Heavenly Emperor Yan Zhaoga, as well as the infuriated oblivious Devil Lord Xiao Baiming, Great Impoverished Devil Lord Song Qi, Extreme Calamity Devil Lord Le Shan and the others. They had already been enraged by these 3 bandits. However, traversing the heaven domain required time. They had actually been left behind. They didn't catch up with the oblivious Heavenly Emperor, and the Great Impoverished Heavenly Emperor had just left. Now that they had rushed over to the Extreme Fiend Heavens, they could only see a few backs. With just a glance, it was already enough for them to confirm the 3's identity, or rather, the identity of the most important person. As expected of an emperor. That aura is right. Yan Zhaoga's eyes were sinister like cold lightning. He roared fiercely, How did he do it?" Everyone present was very concerned about this question, but no one could answer it. They had indeed discovered that the person was the son of the Great Scarlet Heavenly Emperor. However, how he did it was still a mystery. We'll know after we ask him. At this moment, the daughter of the Great Firmament Heavenly Emperor Lu Xiaojun suddenly flew up. Her sword light slashed towards the sky like a waterfall, and directly slashed towards the crack where Fang Xing and the others had just disappeared. However, the crack that was about to disappear was slashed even bigger. Then, without any hesitation, she was the first to fly over, and said with a sinister voice, "This time, we won't let him escape." The rest of the devils also woke up in an instant and rushed over. They had chased them from the Forget Worries heavens to the Great Impoverished heavens, and from the Great Impoverished heavens to the Extreme Evil heavens. These three bandits were actually so slippery that they hadn't been able to catch up to them. Now that they had finally caught up to them, when would they be able to catch up to them? Even though the crack had been slashed by Lu Xiaojun, it still hadn't completely disappeared. The passageway still existed. As long as they passed through this door, they would definitely be able to follow them to the other heaven, and they wouldn't lose them. The anger in the hearts of these devils had also reached a certain point. They were enraged, and had made up their minds. Even if the other heaven was a dangerous place, they would still follow them. However, as their figures rapidly passed through the passageway, they were slightly startled. This piece of land was barren, and the land was scorched boundlessly. It wasn't anywhere else, but the scorched plains of the Great Calamity Heavens. The three people that they had chased after didn't continue fleeing. Instead, their sleeves fluttered, and they directly pounced towards the center of the scorched plains, on the 9,000 feet tall immortal platform. The restrictions around the immortal platform seemed to have no effect on them at all. As their figures became illusory, they had already descended on the immortal platform. The three of them guarded a corner each, and slowly sat down cross-legged. With the eyesight of Lu Xiaojun and the others, they could clearly see that after the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens, who was protected by a blood-red cloak, descended on the immortal platform, he merged with the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens, who was originally imprisoned on the immortal platform. Their figures were indistinguishable. In this way, there was no doubt that the truth of their guess was true. "Emperor Flo, look what you've done." The Emperor of the Great Mystery Heavens, Yan Zhaoge, was the first to rush up. He stood on the immortal platform and looked coldly at Fang Xing. Now, he had finally caught up with these bandits. Although he didn't know why they had returned to the Great Calamity Heavens, it was obviously not the time to consider this question. This guy was arrogant and domineering, and he had stirred up great chaos in the 6 demon heavens. Not only did he enrage the few demons who had suffered losses, but he also enraged the Emperor of the Great Mystery Heavens and the Princess of the Great Firmament, who were trying to grasp all the changes in the 6 demon heavens. What made him feel even more uneasy was what this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens was up to. What did I do to make His Highness so angry?" Fang Xing, who had descended on the immortal platform, was very calm. He poured 3 cups of tea, and distributed them to the other 2 bandits. "What did you say you did?" The Prince of Taishan Heaven coldly looked at the 2 people sitting beside Di Lu, the grey-robed man and white-robed monk with calm expressions, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. As he spoke, the surrounding celestial soldiers and demonic generals, as well as all the protectors and attendants of Taishan Heaven, and the accompanying celestial soldiers, all flew up and firmly surrounded the divine altar, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It wasn't just him. When the carefree demon master, the great poverty demon master, the young demon master of the evil heavens, and the others came to the great calamity heavens to participate in the immortals' meeting, they didn't come alone. They brought along a large number of experts and personal guards. Now, they were also active, tightly surrounding the immortal platform. If it were any other time, they might have some reservations about this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens. However, at this time, they couldn't care less. "I just went to get some things I wanted." "Why are you so anxious, His Highness Yan Zhao?" The Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens, who was on the immortal platform, let a group of immortal soldiers surround him. "You're courting death." Yan Zhaoge's pupils almost turned into vertical slits. He glared at Fang Xing and said that Xiaojun is very curious. Daoist Di Lu shouldn't have broken through that one, right? How did you achieve this? At this moment, the Emperor's daughter of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, held a sword in her arms. She slowly walked through the air, and her voice was still calm. Only, her expression seemed a little serious. "That's just a small trick of mine. It's no fun if I tell you about it." Fang Xing laughed and didn't answer her directly. Instead, he gave a perfunctory reply. Lu Xiaojun didn't say anything else. She looked deeply at Fangxing and nodded. She said, I didn't see wrongly. You're still in the Grand Unity realm. You can't lie to anyone. Daoist Di Lu's little trick is really hard to understand. Don't think about it if you can't understand it. Let's continue discussing what we're going to do. Fangxing smiled and said as if nothing had happened. You still want to continue? High up in the sky, a sinister voice that was clearly suppressing endless anger rang out. It was the carefree demon master, Xiao Baiming. At this moment, his eyes were practically spitting fire. He looked at Fangxing with incomparable coldness and said eerily, my carefree demon palace has been burned down by you, and even my immortal garden has been incinerated. You have gone so far, and you still think that this old man wants to discuss with you? Fangxing laughed and said, I didn't intend to set it on fire, but you just won't believe me, you. The carefree demon master was so angry that he couldn't hold back and was about to rush forward. But at this moment, Lu Xiaojun looked at him calmly, and the old demon forcibly restrained himself. Even now, Xiaojun still doesn't understand why your highness is doing this. However, you've really messed up the carefree heavens and the great impoverished heavens. The two seniors have suffered heavy losses. Even if your highness handed over the things you've just stolen, it wouldn't be enough to make up for their losses. It seems like your highness can only hand over the Chaos Immortal Garden and the Great Void Treasure Tree. Lu Xiaojun calmly advised. That's impossible. I'm losing too much. Fangxing shook his head and brought the teacup to his lips to drink. Now, you can't escape even if you have wings. Do you still think you can do whatever you want? Yan Zhaoge didn't want to speak anymore. His figure slowly descended, and his immortal might was brewed to the extreme. Do you know why I came back? Just as the sky was filled with killing intent, Fangxing suddenly looked at him and asked softly. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change. He said coldly, why? Fangxing finished his tea and threw the cup away. He smiled and said, because I've just robbed, and now it's time to kidnap. Kidnapping? When the immortals present heard this, they were all stunned. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. They all had a feeling that this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens had always been abnormal. First, he messed up the 6 devil heavens. Then, he fled back to the Supreme Doom Heavens without seeking to protect himself. After arriving at the Supreme Doom Heavens, he actually said that he was going to kidnap someone. Who do you want to kidnap? The Emperor of the Supreme Profound Heavens, Yan Zhaoge, naturally noticed his abnormality. However, he didn't care about it. He only sneered and asked. Of course, I want to kidnap whoever is valuable, Fangxing said with a smile. Although he didn't answer directly, his gaze shifted back and forth between Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun. You. Haha, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he still couldn't understand Fangxing's thoughts, he couldn't help but laugh at this absurdity. Instead of believing that this Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens had some conspiracy, he might as well believe that he was insane. With this thought in mind, he only managed to hold back his laughter after a long while. Then, he made a circle with his palm and smiled, you can't escape even if you have wings, and you still want to kidnap us? The surrounding devils, including the Forgotten Devil Lord and the Great Impoverished Devil Lord, couldn't help but laugh. These words were really hard to accept. Currently, the immortal platform was surrounded by the great firmament Heavenly Lady Lu Xiaojun, the son of the Grand Profound Heavenly Prince Yan Zhaoge, the personal guards brought by the Forgotten Worries Devil Lord, the Great Impoverished Devil Lord, the Extreme Calamity Devil Lord, the Extreme Evil Devil Lord, and the Little Evil Devil Lord. It could be said that there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. To them, coming to this immortal gathering was an extremely serious matter. Therefore, while it was theoretically inconvenient to bring too many immortal soldiers and devil generals, they still brought along as many personal guards as they could trust. With a simple calculation, Yan Zhaoge, the son of the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Emperor, had brought no less than 3,000 immortal guards, 7 or 8 Dao protectors of the Grand Firmament Golden Immortal Realm, and dozens of Grand Immortal Generals of the Grand Unity Immortal Realm. The number of people brought by the daughter of the Great Heavens Heavenly Emperor, Lu Xiaojun, was almost the same. As for the other demons, although they weren't as wealthy as them, they still had a few trusted subordinates. More importantly, the cultivation of these two princes and princesses was extremely terrifying. They had already cultivated to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Although they had not broken through the one, their cultivation path was far beyond that of ordinary zenith heaven golden immortals because of their identity. To a certain extent, they were similar to the 6 demons. In addition, they practiced various divine senses, secret techniques, and various immortal treasures. Even the 6 demons might not be their match, which made them even more terrifying. Taking a step back, how could Carefree Demon Master, Great Poverty Demon Master, Great Doom Demon Master, and Little Malice Demon Master be underestimated? If they were easy to deal with, they wouldn't have been able to survive in the cracks of the 3 imperial palaces for so many years. As for this Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor, other than the man in a grey robe and the monk in a white robe, he only had less than 100 pitiful immortal guards and an immortal monarch of the Grand Firmament. Golden Immortal Realm. How could he fight against so many experts? However, facing so many strange and mocking laughs, the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor didn't seem to find it funny at all. I've rested enough. Time to get down to business. He stood up, his blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind, and the heaven-deceiving tyrant barbaric saber in his hand. Then, he pointed his saber at Xianxia, the son of the Supreme Mystery Heavenly Emperor, and smiled. Let's start with you. Emperor, I think you've gone mad. A mere grand unity realm, Xianxia's expression had already turned gloomy. He didn't even bother to think about whether this former opponent, the trash in his eyes, was seeking death or was plotting something else. He just felt that everything that was happening in front of him was so absurd. As he sneered, he casually struck back with his palm. The heavens and earth were vast and mighty, and the immortal might was immeasurable. The palm force seemed to have opened up a part of the sky, and directly swept towards Feng Xing. He didn't show any mercy in this palm. He already planned to heavily injure the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor, and then capture him to interrogate the Grand Void Precious Tree. It was impossible for a Primordial Unity Supreme Celestial to withstand this attack. After all, this had already surpassed the limits of a Grand Unity Immortal Realm cultivation. The devils, including Princess Lu Xiaojun, didn't even pay attention to the Emperor. They only paid close attention to the grey-robed man and white-robed monk on the immortal platform. In their opinion, the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heaven could freely travel between the worlds and commit such evil deeds that would anger even the gods and humans. Moreover, the two's demeanor made them not dare to underestimate them. At this moment, they were all on guard against them suddenly attacking and aiding the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heaven. However, what made them slightly surprised was that the two were still sitting opposite each other and drinking tea. They didn't seem to have any intention of moving at all. However, the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heaven moved. I'll return it to you first. When the palm of the Emperor of the Great Profound Heaven, Xianxia, turned into a gale and swept towards him, he suddenly jumped up from the immortal platform. Ferocious might surged around him. He didn't use his saber. Instead, he flipped his palm, and a stream of light was thrown out by him. It was an arrow. It was the arrow that Xianxia had nailed into his shoulder when he had just arrived at the immortal platform. He didn't borrow any power from the immortal bow. He just simply threw the arrow out. With a whoosh, this seemingly ordinary arrow shot out in the blink of an eye. The boundless ferocious might contained within the palm of the son of the Grand Mystery Heavenly Emperor was directly torn apart by this streak of light. It was like a surging wave that was being torn apart by the impact of a meteor. Yet, the meteor did not stop as it continued shooting straight towards Xianxia. Huh? Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person. He saw through the might contained within this arrow with a single glance. In an instant, his expression changed, and he grabbed the ray of light that had already flown in front of him with a backhand. However, there was only a rumble, and the laws that manifested from his 5 fingers collided with the ferocious power attached to the arrow. It was like a gust of wind blowing, and the arrow was almost shattered in an instant, but the power attached to the arrow went straight through his 5 fingers. With a boom, that power directly collided with his chest. This powerful force that caught him off guard pushed Xianxia back uncontrollably. His feet tore through the void. It looked like he was simply like a kite that flew out, and he only stopped after retreating for an entire 3 km. The clothes in front of his body had already been torn to shreds by the shock. You concealed your cultivation base? Xianxia's expression changed greatly after forcibly stopping his retreat. He was both furious and furious. With a schwa sound, he took out an ancient bow and drew an arrow, aiming directly at Feng Xing. He couldn't hold back his cultivation anymore. With a boom, it exploded, causing his robes to flutter. It was as if a volcano had erupted behind him, causing rays of immortal light to be so dazzling that one couldn't even open their eyes. That was just the capital. Now, I'll give you the interest as well. However, Feng Xing didn't give him the chance to release his arrow. His figure was like a smokescreen as he directly rushed over. The blood-red cloak behind him was like a red line, which was pulled straight into the air. The heaven-deceiving tyrant brute saber in his hand erupted with boundless ferocious might like raging waves. Above his head, 9 blazing suns consecutively manifested. Behind him, there seemed to be millions of souls howling and wailing. As he slashed with his saber, the 9 blazing suns and the millions of souls simultaneously rushed in front of Xianxia. Emperor Flo, don't you dare. Under such circumstances, Xianxia no longer had the time to shoot his arrow. Facing such a ferocious saber, he could only raise the immortal bow in his hand and forcefully block it. At the same time, his immortal might erupted. The power of the great Tao had already appeared out of nowhere. Like a colossal dragon, it forcefully blocked the 9 blazing suns and millions of vengeful souls that were about to reach him, preventing them from getting close to him. Crack, this slash was indeed blocked by him, but what was unexpected was that the precious bow in his hand had also been snapped in two. Xianxia even staggered a few steps back. His face was already ashen, evidently, he didn't feel sorry for the bow in his hand. Instead, he didn't expect that he would be consecutively repelled by the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven twice, especially under the friendly gazes of the masses. It even touched his heart, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was shocked, everyone who saw this scene was also stunned. Even Lu Xiaojun instantly frowned. How is this possible? What exactly is the cultivation of the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven? This thought suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. They had already confirmed that the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven had been concealing his cultivation previously. What failure in breaking through? That was simply a huge joke. From his current ferocious state, not only did he succeed in breaking through, he might even have already broken through one. Otherwise, how could he consecutively repel Xianxia? However, under such a fierce battle, even Xianxia had already summoned the power of the Great Tao to help him resist the ferocious power contained within the heaven-deceiving tyrannical barbaric saber. Yet, the Prince of Great Crimson Heaven hadn't revealed the aura of the Great Tao at all. It couldn't be that Xianxia had already used his full strength, and it still wasn't enough for him to use the power of the Great Tao to resist it, right? The Tao protectors and immortal attendants of the Greater Mystery Heaven lineage couldn't help but step forward, eager to make a move. They sensed the danger and didn't dare to continue watching. Retreat, all of you. However, at this moment, Xianxia coldly yelled. He was already enraged to the extreme, but he forced himself to calm down. His eyes were bloodshot, and the aura of the Great Tao pervaded his entire body, making him look high and mighty, almost at the same level as the heavens and earth, overlooking all living beings. His voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell. Emperor Flo, you've indeed concealed your strength. However, I wouldn't be wrong. You haven't broken through yet. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. I don't believe that you can withstand my profound Heaven 9 Daos. You don't believe me? The Prince of Great Crimson Heaven, who had consecutively repelled Xianxia twice, didn't move at all. He only looked at him coldly. Then, immortal Qi also arose behind him, and the illusory shadow of a world manifested. It was dreamy and illusory, inexplicably vast. You don't even know who your opponent is. Boom, in almost an instant, Xianxia and Feng Xing's auras collided with each other before their real bodies had even moved. Indescribable mighty power instantly spread out, sweeping through the surroundings, destroying the clouds and splitting the sky. The people in the surroundings were originally paying close attention to the outcome of this battle, yet never had they imagined that when their auras collided, it would actually possess such might. The immortal might and grand Tao fragments that erupted from it were simply like countless shooting stars that charged towards the surroundings, and it caused everyone to be shocked in their hearts. They could only hastily raise their auras to defend themselves, and they couldn't be bothered about who won the battle between the two of them. Only, in their hearts, they could not help but have a horrified thought. How could the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven be so strong? Perhaps a grand heavenly golden immortal with one great Tao might be able to defeat an immortal lord with 2 or even 3 great Taos. After all, while the number of great Taos was different, the level of power comprehended was the same. However, it was impossible for a grand heavenly immortal to defeat a grand heavenly golden immortal in the realm of grand heavenly immortal. This was because the principles comprehended by both sides were different, and the level of power they wielded was also different. One was the law, while the other was the great Tao. One was hidden between the heavens and the earth, while the other was already close to the heavens and the earth. When the two sides fought, it was like cutting tofu with an immortal sword, without any suspense, but now, the suspense had actually appeared, the supreme profound heavenly emperor. Xianxia cultivated in the profound heavenly 9 Taos. The 9 Taos merged into one, allowing him to control everything, suppress everything, and look down on everything. Any life forms between the heavens and the earth would be affected by his Taos when they were in front of him, willingly worshipping him. He was like a natural monarch, firmly and fiercely pressuring his opponents. However, when he faced Feng Xing, he had an abnormally uncomfortable feeling, as if he wasn't facing a person, but a whole world, a vast and boundless starry sky. No matter how strong a person was, how could he show off his might in the world? Because of this, when the two auras collided, Xianxia was shocked to discover that his aura of the Great Tao had actually landed on thin air, as if it had directly passed through where the son of the Great Scarlet Heavenly Emperor was standing. Meanwhile, the aura of the son of the Great Scarlet Heavenly Emperor had unknowingly appeared around his body, enveloping him within like seawater, endlessly pressuring him from all directions. Not good. How is this possible? Such a strange omen had truly surpassed Xianxia's knowledge. Amidst the terror in his heart, he suddenly let out a long roar. His figure became illusory and instantly turned into a mustard seed, hiding amidst the great Tao. He wanted to make use of this to escape the envelopment of the power of the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor. But just as he was thinking that he would not be seen by anyone, Feng Xing laughed. Strangely, an eye had appeared on top of his head. It was a crack in the sky. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, and it turned into the shape of an eye. Accompanied by Feng Xing's swiveling motion, that eye suddenly gazed towards the space where Xianxia was. With just this one glance, Xianxia immediately felt as though he had nowhere to hide. What kind of divine ability is this? Xianxia was shocked, and his heart trembled. With a loud shout, he flew far away. In fact, up until now, he had not truly fought with Feng Xing yet. After Feng Xing took the initiative to attack twice, Xianxia tried to suppress him with the might of the Great Tao. However, he did not expect that when the aura of the Great Tao collided, he would discover a shocking truth. That was, his brilliant Great Tao was actually completely suppressed by the Tao intent of the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor. The Tao intent of a grand unity exalted immortal suppressed the Tao intent of a grand firmament golden immortal. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a joke. However, Xianxia could clearly feel this reality, therefore, he did not even want to try. He only wanted to escape in an instant and observe for a while. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. As the lofty son of the great profound heaven, he had a noble life. How could he take the initiative to provoke an existence that seemed hard to understand but seemed to possess endless dangers? Now, he was already regretting that he had fought with the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven first. He should have let others test him first. After he had more or less understood the situation, he would then fight with him. He dares to be rude to the son of the Great Profound Heaven. Suppress him. At this moment, the Tao protectors of the Great Profound Heaven's lineage roared at the same time and rushed forward. As outsiders, they did not understand Xianxia's feelings. They only saw the clashing aura of the two sides and the resulting chaos. Amidst this chaos, the son of the Great Tao's aura was still dense and boundless, tyrannical and unfathomable. However, the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven's killing intent suddenly disappeared, and he retreated. As for the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven, he seemed eager to catch up. These Tao protectors knew how powerful it was and naturally knew when they should attack. At this moment, with a loud roar, the 8 grand firmament golden immortals directly intercepted Feng Xing. Along with this roar, the other forces also moved. Originally, the atmosphere was already solemn. Killing intent filled the air, and a great battle could be triggered at any time. It was just that many people did not dare to disturb Xianxia when he made his move. Now, as Xianxia retreated strangely, and the Tao protectors of the great profound heaven made their move, others such as the Forget Worries Devil Lord Xiao Baiming, the Great Poverty Devil Lord Song Beg, the Evil Heaven Young Devil Lord Wan Jianghen, and the others naturally had their own plans. They could no longer hold themselves back. They all seized the opportunity and directly rushed towards the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven's Emperor. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. A chaotic phenomenon of the heavens and earth unfolded. Your Highness Emperor Flo, my Forget Worries Heaven has no enmity with you. Why did you steal my devilish palace and burn my immortal garden? The 8 Tao protectors of the Great Profound Heaven made their move mainly to escort Yan Zhaoge out of the battlefield and to prevent the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven's Emperor from rushing over. However, the Forget Worries Devil Lord Xiao Baiming was of high seniority and strength. Coupled with the boundless hatred within his heart, he was the first to rush towards Fang Xing, who was calmly standing in the void. The immortal might around him surged like a tide, and a great Tao resembling a giant dragon coiling in the sky, directly sweeping towards Fang Xing, kill everyone of the Great Scarlet Heaven's lineage. The Great Poverty Devil Lord Song Beg also yelled with a sinister voice. He let out a long roar and immediately made his move. He understood why the Forget Worries Devil Lord was so eager to make his move. He didn't even care about being hated by the Great Scarlet Heaven. After all, the Forget Worries Heaven and the Great Poverty Heaven were the 2 heavens that suffered the most damage from the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven. If they wanted to make up for their losses, they could only capture the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven and use his Chaos Immortal Garden and Grand Void Precious Tree to make up for their losses. If the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven fell into the hands of the Greater Darkness Heaven and the Great Firmament Heaven, with their status, how could they make up for it? Therefore, they could only make their move now. Only by restraining the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven would they have the right to speak. I came here on behalf of my father. How could I let go of such a good opportunity? The eyes of the extreme evil heaven's little devil Lord Wan Jianghen were also a little cold. He secretly made up his mind and slowly walked to the side. He had already calculated in his heart that no matter how useless the son of the Great Scarlet Heaven was, he still had the heaven-deceiving tyrannical barbaric saber and the blood-red cloak. Moreover, from the battle between him and Yan Zhaoge, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary grand immortals. Therefore, he would definitely be able to withstand a few moves from the Forget Worries Devil Lord and the Great Poverty Devil Lord. At that time, it would be time for him to make his move. After all, he was also a lofty little devil lord. His strength wasn't any weaker than the other devils. It was just that his seniority was inferior. Rumble, with several devils in front and the 8 grand heavenly golden immortal guardians of the Greater Darkness Heaven behind them, there were a total of 10 grand heavenly golden immortals. All of them executed their respective techniques and suppressed Fang Xing like a tidal wave. However, Fang Xing's figure was immediately pushed back. It was also at this moment that, while Fang Xing had no time to escape, shouts could be heard from the surroundings. A dense mass of devil soldiers had already rushed over. Each devil soldier was in a squad of 3,000. They were all guided by the 8 grand heavenly golden immortals and commanded by the grand immortals. The lofty righteous immortals were the branches, and the elite devil soldiers were the foundation. They rushed over from the void. They weren't in a hurry to attack the enemy. Instead, they surrounded Fang Xing's body and firmly locked down this part of the world. Inescapable net. Even if he has wings, he won't be able to escape. Trap him. The devils roared. The ferocious devil's aura instantly reached its peak. It covered the heavens and covered the earth, its ferocious might unfathomable. All these changes happened very quickly and very abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, who had fought with the Crown Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven for 2 rounds and even had the upper hand, was now surrounded by an iron-like army. Within the encirclement, there were even 2 devils riding on the Great Tao, crisscrossing their attacks. Your Highness, should we make a move? At this moment, a protector under the command of the Princess of Great Firmament asked in a low voice, his eyes shining brightly. Now, in the vast Supreme Doom Heaven, almost all the celestial soldiers and demonic generals had been mobilized, but the Great Firmament Heaven was still holding back. Everyone was eager to try, but the Princess of Great Firmament Heaven looked indifferent, as if she was in no hurry to make a move. Let's not join in the fun. Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the heavenly monarch of the great heavens, stared at the grey-robed man and white-robed monk on the immortal dais with an indifferent gaze. She said softly, surrounded by such an army and besieged by several fiends, even venerable Xianxia would not be able to escape, let alone him? Now I'm a little curious. Even if he has the ability of an immortal king, coming to the supreme doom heaven is like walking into a trap. What is he planning? Perhaps His Highness Di Lu has overestimated himself? Beside the princess of great firmament heaven, a protector frowned and said in a low voice, he doesn't see any hope of escaping. People like us don't overestimate themselves. The princess of great firmament heaven, Lu Xiaojun, said calmly, take Yan Zhaoga for example. On the surface, he looks fierce and reckless. However, as soon as he smells the slightest danger, he will immediately escape and protect himself first. If I were him, I would do the same. Even if the crown prince of great scarlet heaven is more frivolous than us, he must understand this principle. All his arrogance and ferocity are just a disguise to deceive others. If he is really so frivolous, he wouldn't be able to take back the position of crown prince from Emperor Shi's hands, nor could he kill White Savage Corpse and subdue Mochi. After hearing that, the protector looked a little doubtful and said hesitantly, then, should we? Lu Xiaojun interrupted him and said calmly, let's wait and see. Just now, you also said that he doesn't see any hope of escaping. Under the pressure of the general situation, even an immortal king wouldn't be able to break the situation. I'm more interested to see what the crown prince of great scarlet heaven has up his sleeves. Your Royal Highness Di Lu, you have fallen into a tight encirclement. Why don't you surrender? The atmosphere between heaven and earth was terribly oppressive, especially for Feng Xing, who was hiding in the enemy's formation. He could not even release a trace of his aura. He had been heavily surrounded by immortal soldiers and demon generals, and in this encirclement, 2 demon generals directly attacked him. There were also countless malicious auras secretly spying on him, ready to strike at any time. In such a situation, Lu Xiaojun was right. Even if Ling Su, the #1 expert in Great Red Heaven apart from the immortal emperor, came here, it would be difficult for him to escape, let alone Feng Xing, who had not yet broken through the realm. Although he had shown strength far beyond the primordial immortal realm, it was still useless in this heavy encirclement. The few remaining immortal attendants of the Great Scarlet Sky lineage had already been heavily surrounded by the demon soldiers and immortal attendants. They were in a difficult situation, and the few people who were originally pitiful had been killed to the point that they couldn't even protect themselves, let alone kill their way into the encirclement to save him. The dignified crown prince of Great Red Heaven was now alone in the encirclement of an army. This was the first time Huang Er had encountered such a thing. Boom. Boom, Demon Master Carefree was the first to make a move. He waved the feather fan in his hand and swept it across the sky. Countless feathers scattered out. Every feather was a law, and when all the laws gathered together, it seemed to be an all-encompassing great Tao. It spread out slowly and enveloped the entire sky. It contained an earth-shattering noise of the great Tao, which seemed to make one lose their will and forget their own situation as soon as they heard it. They even forgot their own existence, and this was the power of Demon Lord. Carefree's great Tao, forget, swept up by this great Tao, one would forget the past, forget their own existence, forget divine abilities, forget life and death. The great poor demon master howled as he rushed over, crying loudly. His cries were strange and mournful, yet they spread throughout the world, even affecting the weather. Wherever he passed, heavy rain would fall. Wherever the rain fell, any living being that came into contact with the rain would immediately sink into an indescribable state of grief. All the past events that had long been forgotten appeared in their hearts, and every single one of them was so unbearable, so miserable that it made others want to cry along with him. This cry was the great Tao of sorrow cultivated by the great poor demon lord, a gust of wind made of feathers and a gust of wind and rain that contained an indescribable sadness swept toward Feng Xing one after the other. This was the power of the great Tao. There was no way to hide, no way to dodge. From a certain point of view, one could only face it head-on. Only by possessing the power of the great Tao could one withstand the power of the great Tao. Otherwise, one could only forcefully resist it with one's Tao heart, and this was almost impossible, because even if one's Tao heart could withstand it, one's physical body could not. Having dominated the 6 demon heavens for so many years, how could these 2 old demons be ordinary people? They cultivated a single great Tao, and did not hope to break through that one, but they had already cultivated their one to the extreme. Even the will of the heavens would be affected by their great Tao, let alone the living beings of the world. Faced with such power of the great Tao, even celestial venerables did not dare to touch it, because once they came into contact with it, their mind would be controlled, their Tao heart would be damaged, and they would not be able to use their divine abilities. The power of the great Tao originated from the heart, and they were called the demon path because they directly attacked the heart, but unexpectedly, the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, who was surrounded, did not panic at all. Haha, from a certain point of view, these demons are even more difficult to deal with than the crown prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven. Faced with the pincer attack of the carefree demon lord and the great poor demon lord, Fangxing laughed loudly. Then, he gently lifted a finger, and a ray of spiritual light circled around his fingertip. He pointed forward, and in an instant, the power of the great Tao filled with murderous intent appeared out of thin air, and like a long river, it struck forward, forcefully resisting the great Tao of carefree demon lord and the great poor demon lord. With a loud rumble, even the wind and rain were thrown into disorder. Between the heavens and the earth, there were only ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was extremely strange. The great Tao of slaughter? The carefree demon lord cried out involuntarily, "This is the great Tao of White Tiger. How can he use the great Tao of White Tiger so easily?" The great poor demon lord also cried out, obviously very surprised, but he quickly rushed forward again and roared, "The great Tao cannot be inherited, cannot be grafted, can only be comprehended by oneself, and cultivated by oneself. Although he can use 70% of the power of the great Tao of slaughter, it is far from enough. Even if Baishur came, he would not be a match for the two of us, let alone 70%. Amidst the roar, the wind and rain once again swept towards Fangxing, but hearing this, Fangxing laughed loudly. "One great Tao of slaughter is naturally not enough, but what if I add a few more?" As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and the misty world behind him became more and more real, almost as if it was real. In that world, a Guqin suddenly appeared, and in front of that Guqin, there was an illusory figure sitting in the air, waving his 10 fingers and plucking at the Guqin. But only a few jing-jing sounds were heard, and several Guqin notes rang out. Every note was vast and boundless, and directly drew out the power of a great Tao, appearing out of thin air, covering the sky, and directly attacking the wind and rain. Although each great Tao still only had 70% of its power, under such a large number, the great Tao that carefree demon lord and the great Tao that the great Tao that the great Tao that the great Tao displayed was immediately blocked, unable to advance even an inch. What kind of great Tao is this? The shock in the hearts of the two demons was already indescribable. How can he control so many great Tao at the same time? Could it be that he has already reached the Taoist heart of the immortal king realm? Not only the two of them, but even the abominable young demon lord, who was hiding in the dark, was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could it be possible for so many great Tao to appear in the hands of a person who was not even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? Even if each great Tao could only exert 70% of its power, it was hard to imagine. There was only one heart in the human heart, so how could it control those great Tao? Ha 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 ha, you people control the great Tao with the human heart, but I control the supernatural power with the heavenly heart. How does it feel? At this time, Fangxing was carefree and happy, laughing heartily. This battle was also a test for him. Since he understood from Xianxia the truth that the heavenly Tao is perfect, but the human heart is flawed, his understanding of the Supreme 9 scriptures had deepened. It could be said that he was close to fully understanding the 7th scripture, Seeking Tao. After comprehending this scripture, he could understand the great Tao of others, and even borrow the heavenly heart of the knowledge realm to reproduce this great Tao. Therefore, when others looked at him, they thought that he was using the great Tao of others to resist the enemy, but in fact, he was using the Seeking Tao, using the heavenly heart to control the great Tao. The human heart is flawed, so the great Tao is not satisfied. The heavenly Tao is perfect, so there is no end. The so-called supernatural power was originally a cultivator comprehending the method of the operation of heaven and earth, and then using the human heart to control it. But because the human heart is flawed, there will always be flaws and inadequacies in the operation of heaven and earth, but now, Fangxing was using the heavenly heart to control the supernatural power. It was like the change of heaven and earth, and everything was moving towards perfection, and this was also the highest realm of the Seeking Tao scripture, not to mention 3 or 4, even 10 great Tao could be operated. As long as his knowledge realm could withstand it, as long as his Taoist heart was firm enough, and he did not get lost when using these great Tao, then he could seize the power of countless people's great Tao. The potential in the Supreme Path inheritance had already revealed its divine power with the comprehension of the seventh scripture. We can't fight him head-on with supernatural power. The carefree demon master and the others, who found that Feng Xing was difficult to deal with, quickly reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Mobilize the army, form a great formation, suppress him and trap him. His great Tao is endless and unfathomable, but after all, he has not achieved the golden body, so his physical body is not strong, and his Taoist heart has a limit. He has the power for a moment, but not the power to fight for a long time. Quickly mobilize the army, trap him, and see how long he can last." As he gave the order, he and the great poor demon master had already retreated, and the surrounding demon soldiers who had been surrounding but not attacking rushed up. Now that the group of demon soldiers had been in the formation for a long time, they had already formed a great formation, traversing across the horizon and attacking. Dilu's thinking is too simple. I don't know where he cultivated this kind of imperial Tao art, but he's still too naive. This art of his is equivalent to borrowing the heavenly Tao to control the supernatural power. Although it seems boundless, its power is actually limited. As such, he could easily withstand the joint attack of the two demon masters and scare Yan Zhaoge away from him. However, he couldn't stop them. After all, his cultivation is limited. Such a supernatural power consumes too much of his energy, and he can't fight for a long time. If he falls into the army's encirclement, there's no way he can survive. The princess of the great firmament heavens let out a low sigh and concluded. A Tao protector beside her had a solemn expression. He said in a deep voice, "Even so, the strength displayed by the prince of the great scarlet heavens is too terrifying. I can't imagine any immortal lord being able to defeat him in a one-on-one battle." The princess of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, smiled and said, "He has a nemesis. If we know his weakness, we can defeat him with a single sword." Then the nemesis is, the Tao protector was a little hesitant and looked at Lu Xiaojun with a little excitement. Lu Xiaojun smiled and said plainly, "Of course it's me." However, when she said that, she sighed with a little pity and said, "To be honest, I would like to have a fight with him. But it's fine. Under the encirclement of the army, he has no chance of winning. There's no need for me to make a move anymore." Dilu too. Does he really think that he can dominate the great immortal world with just this supernatural power? As the prince of the great scarlet heavens, doesn't he know how strong the sixth demon heaven's foundation is? No matter who it is, he can't just rely on the saber in his hand to carve out a path for himself, unless he has. She didn't say what she had, because at that moment, the sound of a chaotic battle was heard. Under the heavy encirclement of the demon soldiers, a team of black armor suddenly rushed over from the extreme west of the great doom heaven. Wherever they passed, countless demon soldiers stationed there fell into chaos. They couldn't resist them, and an extremely chaotic line was spreading from afar. "The Tao-severing Taoists are here. Who dares to hurt our Tao master?" The great doom heaven had turned into a vast battlefield, and the immortal generals and demon generals had completely surrounded the great doom plain where the immortal Taoist platform was located. Immortal lights and Taoist shadows surrounded Feng Xing like an ocean, trapping him within. It was a hopeless situation. However, no one had expected that at this moment, in the extreme west of the great doom heaven, a troop of black-armored soldiers suddenly appeared. There were not many of them, only about 300 of them, but each of them was brave and powerful. Their mounts were fat toads, and they were jumping and charging toward Feng Xing. Although the immortal soldiers and demon generals around the great doom plain were large in number and terrifying in strength, they were too scattered and unprepared. The originally flawless encirclement formation was forcibly torn open by them. When the demon generals and immortal generals hurriedly mobilized their troops to encircle the great doom plain, the immortal soldiers and demon generals leaped high above their heads and charged to the front. Is this the Toad army that Dilu relied on when he fought with Emperor Shi for the position of Emperor's son at Plentiful Treasure's Celestial River? The devils weren't people who didn't have access to information. When they saw the appearance of the 300 black-armored soldiers, they remembered some things about Dilu. They immediately sneered in their hearts, when did Dilu hide the Toad army in the heaven of great doom? However, what use is there? With a flash of thought, Xiao Baiming, the demon master of Carefree Worries, raised several formation flags high in the air and pointed in a direction. Upon receiving the order, the demon army of Carefree Worries Heaven immediately surrounded the Toad army. Quick, rush into the formation and bring the sect master out. The leaders of the black-armored soldiers were Lu So and Mr. Wen. Now, they were also in the realm of primordial unity supreme immortals. Behind them were dozens of immortal generals who were also primordial unity supreme immortals, riding fat toads. They leaped high into the air and charged toward Fangxing. There were only 300 black-armored soldiers, but there were more than 30 primordial unity supreme immortals among them. This was unimaginable in other domains. Ordinary immortal soldiers could not stop them at all. Anyone who came close to them was instantly killed. Who dares to be so audacious? Stay. However, just as they were halfway through the army's encirclement, they heard a loud shout above their heads. Following the appearance of several demon flags, a group of demon soldiers surrounded them. The leader was actually a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He led 800 demon soldiers and instantly stood in front of them. With a shout, both sides fought, and the forward momentum of the Toad army was immediately blocked. Haha, forget worries heaven, great poverty heaven, great evil heaven, great doom heaven, and great emptiness heaven, together with the elite troops of great firmament heaven and great mystery heaven imperial palace, our strength is enough to sweep through most of the small immortal realms. With such a big net above our heads, how can this army of a few hundred toads affect the overall situation? Oh, Emperor Stream, if you've only prepared such a small number of reinforcements, then I'm really a little disappointed. Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the great heaven's heavenly monarch, merely took a glance from afar and was no longer concerned about it. She regained her composure. These toads sure are considerate. Amidst the heavy encirclement, Fangxing also noticed Lu So and the others charging towards him. He felt a little emotional. After parting ways at Myriad Treasure's Immortal River, the Toad army was worried that Fangxing's identity would be exposed in Great Scarlet Heaven, so they ran off to some unknown place to hide. Unexpectedly, now that he was stirring up trouble in the 6 demon heavens, the toads heard the news and came to his rescue. Now, in their eyes, he was facing imminent disaster and had a slim chance of survival. It was really rare that they dared to come to his rescue. Your Highness Emperor Stream, the situation is hopeless. Just surrender. Around Fangxing, countless immortal soldiers and generals in charge of the formation felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the Toad army charging towards them. However, when they realized that the Toad army only consisted of a few hundred people and that they were stopped halfway through, they felt relieved and their morale to fight increased. Countless people shouted and activated the formation at the same time. From afar, it looked like rows and rows of torrential waves of arrows were raining down on Fangxing like a storm. The appearance of the Toad army did not alleviate the situation around Fangxing. Instead, it became even more severe. The true Dragon Ao Lai is here. Who dares to hurt my brother-in-law? However, just when the demonic soldiers were slightly relieved and their morale to fight rose, they heard a roar that resounded in the 4 regions. In the east of the great doom sky, golden light shone in all directions and a true dragon appeared. It soared in the wild with an unassailable might and charged into the army formation. The immortal soldiers and demonic soldiers in the east were in a mess. Countless people died and they screamed in panic and fled in all directions. Master, we're here to save you. What was even more strange was that while the true dragon was flying in the air, it charged in all directions with unstoppable ferocity. And below it, there were actually dozens of fat and strong boars. Looking at their appearance, they clearly looked like domestic pigs, but they were even more ferocious than wild boars. Their bodies were covered in heavy armor, and each of them had extraordinary strength. They roared and roared as they charged forward. Everything in front of them, no matter if it was the immortal soldiers, demon generals, or a ray pivot treasured pagoda, were all crushed to the ground by them. In front of such might, even those stronger than them didn't dare to stop them. Where did this group of monsters come from? In the sky above the great doom plain, the group of demonic soldiers and immortal soldiers were shocked and confused. It's you. Only Demon Master Carefree suddenly turned around and saw the golden dragon. His eyes were immediately filled with killing intent as if he had remembered something. He even ignored the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven for a moment. He hurriedly took out his demonic soldiers and led his subordinates to charge over. He shouted angrily, "Evil creature, I saw that you had potential back then, so I summoned you into the carefree demon palace and nurtured you well. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. You actually saved that batch of pills and escaped into the dragon world. Now that you dare to appear again, let's see where you can run to now. Old Demon Master Carefree, you ate my people and peeked at my fortune. Today, I'm here to take your life." The golden dragon was actually not afraid when it saw the dignified Carefree Demon Master charging at it. Its figure spiraled in the sky, and it had already transformed into a handsome and proud young man in golden armor. He held a golden dragon halberd in his hand, and with a roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of golden light, chaotic dragon breath. Even an existence like Demon Master Carefree was shocked when he saw the golden light coming at him. He did not dare to take it head-on. He turned around to dodge and shouted, "You've even mastered such a divine power. It seems that you've really obtained a fortune." After saying that, his figure transformed, and after the golden light disappeared, he led his troops to fight again. When the surrounding people heard this, they came back to their senses. There has always been a rumor in the 6 demon heavens that after the dragon world was destroyed, many descendants with the bloodline of the dragon clan hid in the 6 demon heavens. However, they were imprisoned by Demon Master Carefree and used as alchemy resources. However, a few years ago, a descendant of the dragon clan submitted to Demon Master Carefree and used some unknown method to deceive him. In the end, he saved all the descendants of the dragon clan and escaped into the dragon world. This matter has become the biggest joke of Demon Master Carefree. Could it be the golden armored man over there? If it's really that divine dragon, why did he call the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven brother-in-law? And, where did that bunch of fat pigs come from? They look fierce too. While the discussion was going on, Demon Master Carefree had already gone to meet them. The demonic soldiers under his command and the reinforcements of the dragon clan were locked in a fierce battle. I didn't expect the dragon clan to have a true descendant left behind. What a pity, why did he come to seek death? Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the great heaven's celestial emperor, only took a glance at the scene before she turned around and said calmly, "The dragon breath of chaos is the strongest divine power in the world. It can destroy everything and even kill an immortal king. It's a pity that this descendant of the dragon clan has clearly just peeked at the door and is still far from the true dragon breath of chaos. Now that he has barged in, only death awaits him." As she spoke, she could not help but look at the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, who was heavily surrounded. Her eyes flickered as she said, "I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with the dragon clan. Emperor Stream, oh Emperor Stream, what are you planning? Do you have any more surprises for me?" She muttered to herself and looked around. When her gaze swept across the north, she was slightly stunned. Because in that direction, there was a black-robed man in a loose robe walking towards her. She felt that he looked somewhat familiar. She watched as the black-robed man slowly walked towards her. He was clearly there, but the people around him did not seem to be able to see him. He walked slowly to one end of the great calamity plain and waved his hand. A black sword light appeared in his palm and he used all his strength to suddenly slash at the void. There was a loud crash and a huge hole was split open in the void. An indescribably terrifying roar rang out from within the hole, and in the next second, an army suddenly rushed over. It was a real army, a dark mass of people rushed out from the collapsed void hole. Each of them had terrifying strength and strange shapes. There were insects, monsters, demons, and demons. All the immortal soldiers and demon generals who stood in their way were killed by them. They could not be stopped at all. Living beings of the God clan? This time, Lu Xiaojuan's expression really became a little ugly. When did mere ants of the God clan become so bold and dare to interfere in the affairs of the 33 heavens? Sensing the movement in the north, a great elder of the Heaven of Malice immediately reacted. He roared and led the demonic soldiers of the Heaven of Malice to attack. His roar was unfathomable, and his roar shook the surroundings. But before he could finish speaking, a dark light suddenly scuttled out of the black-robed man's sleeve. It circled in the air and returned to his sleeve. The great elder's voice was cut off. He stood in the air in a daze, silent and motionless. After a long while, his head suddenly rolled to the ground. "That's the Sword Demon Patriarch?" Lu Xiaojun looked at the scene that was not particularly eye-catching in the chaotic battlefield, but she instantly looked a little frightened. If the appearance of the 300-toed army and the true dragon had only disturbed this part of the battlefield, then the appearance of the god race's army instantly tore this part of the battlefield apart. The racial characteristics of the god race determined that their average strength was very strong, which made them the most suitable to be incorporated into the army. Especially when they were led by the black-robed man, when they rushed over like a flood, the power they displayed was even more shocking. Not only were the demonic soldiers that had their backs against them in a mess, but even the demonic soldiers that the extreme vile heavens had sent over were directly defeated by their charge. Especially after the great elder of the extreme vile heavens was directly beheaded by the black-robed man with a black light, the group of demonic soldiers without a leader became even more miserable. There are god race living beings causing trouble. Stop them. It was also at this moment that the voice of Xianxia, the son of the grand profound heavens prince, suddenly sounded. After interacting with Feng Xing's aura and realizing that Feng Xing's strength was far stronger than what he appeared to be, he had already quietly retreated. He had been observing in the dark, neither attacking nor making a sound. No one knew what he was planning. Whether it was the 300-toed army or the true dragon, they were, after all, few in number. Although their strength was not bad, they were blocked by the demonic soldiers and couldn't rush to the center. Naturally, he didn't care about them. It was only until the appearance of the god race's army that he truly realized the danger and couldn't help but speak, because he saw the momentum of the god race's army. It was actually possible for them to rush over and effect their encirclement of the great scarlet heavens prince. Yes. When the elders of the grand profound heaven heard this, they all agreed in unison. They looked at the 8 Tao protectors, and immediately, 4 of them went up to meet them. They were all golden immortals of the great firmament, existences that could normally dominate the universe. However, they joined hands without hesitation. The lights of the 4 great Tao surged forward, crushing the god race living beings in the front into pieces of flesh and blood. It's been a long time since I've returned. The 33 heavens have gained a few more reserves, but just as the 4 of them unleashed their great Tao mystiques and cooperated with the demonic soldiers of malice to stop the God Clan army, a man in a black robe with wide sleeves walked out from the God Clan army. Streaks of black light floated in front of him, slicing and slicing, shattering the celestial light. The power of the 4 great Tao mystiques could not advance an inch in front of the streaks of black light. They were all destroyed. Who are you? When the 4 protectors of Taishan heaven saw this, they could not help but be shocked. They looked at the black-robed man in shock. Who am I? The black-robed man laughed, and the black aura around him slowly dissipated, revealing a pale and resolute face. There was a hint of evil in the space between his brows, and as he spoke, he had already extended his right palm. Celestial chi gathered in the air, and a huge black broadsword appeared in his hand. It seemed both real and illusory, and its aura was sinister. The blade of the sword let out a dragon's roar, like the wailing of vengeful spirits. Do you still need me to tell you? The black-robed man held the black broadsword in his hand, and his figure suddenly disappeared. But his voice rang out behind the 4 protectors. Swoosh! At the same time, the 4 protectors felt a chill on their necks, and an indescribable sense of panic emerged from the depths of their hearts. It was like a steel knife scraping against their bones, and there was also a sense of fear that rushed straight into the depths of their sea of consciousness. Not good. He is the great ancestor of the sword demon. A figure suddenly flashed in the mind of a protector of Taishan heaven who was of a higher generation. At this moment, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his figure disappeared into the void with a whoosh. At this time, he no longer had any intention of stopping the God Clan army. He just wanted to get as far away from this man as possible. However, he still had a conscience, and he was afraid that his comrades would rush forward to fight the black-robed man. As he fled, he screamed at the top of his lungs, and his voice was a little hoarse. Unfortunately, after fleeing for hundreds of miles, when he looked back in shock, he saw a face that was smiling at him. The black-robed man's black broadsword was already on his neck. He smiled and said, "You're right." With a ripping sound, the Tao Protector's head flew into the air. His face was filled with terror as he flew through the air. The great ancestor of the sword demon? But his last cry spread in all directions, and no one knew how many people heard it. No one knew how many people looked in the direction of the northern part of the Taishan plain at this moment, and their eyes were full of horror. The great ancestor of the sword demon was a name that reverberated like thunder in the 33 heavens. Even though this person had disappeared for thousands of years, there were still many people who heard of him and regarded him as a nightmare. In the history of this era, the most terrifying demon in the 33 heavens was, of course, the heavenly demon. After the heavenly demon, the most famous one was the great ancestor of the sword demon, who was born poor but cultivated a terrifying swordsmanship and killed people like flies. It should be known that in the past, when there were so many celestial kings, he dared to act alone and kill decisively. Some people always said that if this person was not so cruel and merciless, making too many enemies, and unwilling to make friends with other celestial kings, he would have been qualified to be a celestial king. After the heavenly demon was the sword demon, and after the sword demon came the demons of the 6 demon heavens. However, what was puzzling was that they had long heard that the great ancestor of the sword demon had been suppressed by several celestial kings. His spiritual soul had been obliterated, and even his inheritance had been broken. Now, how could he appear in the Taishan plain and mix with the God Clan army? Ha 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 ha, it's been thousands of years, and I really miss the look of horror in your eyes. The black-robed man seemed to be in a good mood as he looked at the countless shocked, frightened, and doubtful eyes. He laughed loudly. The 4 elders of Taishan heaven are no match for him. You should go too. Lu Xiaojun of the great firmament heaven was the first to recognize the great ancestor of the sword demon. At this moment, her face was gloomy, and she whispered to the protectors beside her. Beside her, 4 protectors also looked solemn as they responded and left. The celestial soldiers of the great firmament heaven also moved. This was the last powerful force that had not yet made a move in the Taishan plain. Now, they swept toward the north, and the God clan, who had been unstoppable, were immediately stopped. A great battle erupted in the north of the Taishan plain. Now, this part of the Taishan plain had turned from orderly to chaotic. However, under the encirclement of various devil soldiers, the 3 reinforcements still couldn't rush to the center of the battlefield and resolve the danger around Fengxing. Even they were trapped in a bitter battle. After all, there were too many experts on the Taishan plain, and there were also too many devil soldiers and immortal generals. This was already a force that could sweep through the starry sky. Now, they were all squeezed in this narrow Taishan plain, and they couldn't do anything at all. As for Fengxing, he still couldn't see any hope of escaping. Instead, the danger around him was getting more and more terrifying. Dragon domain, God race. How many alliances did this prince of the great scarlet heaven secretly rope in? Yan Zhaoga, the prince of the great profound heaven, didn't hide anymore. Instead, he showed himself and said with a sinister tone. Especially when he mentioned the god race's life forms, his eyes were about to burst into flames. Thinking of what the number 1 divine king of the god race had said to him not long ago, he felt like he had been cheated. Saying that they wanted to form an alliance with him was complete nonsense. The life forms of the god race had already formed an alliance with the great scarlet heaven. Now, the situation seemed to be getting more and more chaotic, which made him a little worried. Logically speaking, with the combined forces of several forces, it should be easy to suppress a mere prince of the great scarlet heaven, but now, the reinforcements of the great scarlet heaven emperor had appeared one after another, and they were all elites. The situation was getting a little out of hand. Senior Shao, Senior Song, Mr. Leshan let's attack together. Yan Zhaoga's voice resounded, which contained a murderous intent. The secret of the Emperor Flow has already been exposed. Although he seems to be able to circulate the great Tao freely, he is still only a grand unity immortal. His foundation is limited, and the power of the great Tao he can exert is even more limited. Under the siege of such a large army, it would be difficult for him to even hold on. Under such a situation, it would be easy for us to suppress him together. That's right. Let's suppress him first before anything else. The Forgotten Warrior's Devil Lord, who was leading the army to fight against the divine dragon in the distance, heard this and immediately retreated, agreeing loudly. The one who was obstructing the Toad army of 300 was Song Beggar's subordinate. He hadn't made a move yet, and only stared at the besieged Fengxing. Now that he heard the words of the Prince of the Great Profound Heaven, he immediately agreed and hurriedly rushed back. But, he is the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heaven after all, only the extreme calamity devil Lord, Xianxia was timid. Hearing this, he revealed his head from afar and said while trembling. Xianxia glanced at him from afar, and his expression was filled with anger. Xianxia was startled. He could only unwillingly ride his cloud and rush over. His chubby face was filled with fear. You should come over too. Xianxia glanced at the void and said with displeasure. I dare not disobey the prince's summon. In that void, the little devil of the extreme malice heaven, who had been hiding from any chance to spy on him, walked out dispiritedly and forced a smile. A prince, 3 devils, and a little devil. 5 black shadows rushed towards the prince of the great scarlet heaven who was surrounded. Their backs were facing the setting sun of the extreme calamity plains. Under the light of the setting sun, the 5 of them looked even more like 5 black shadows. As they joined hands, the sun behind them completely fell into the horizon. The heavens and the earth fell into a deep darkness. It was as if the 5 of them had joined hands and brought this deep darkness towards the heavily surrounded Fengxing. But it was also at this moment that a sun suddenly jumped out of the horizon in front of them. That sun could even speak. Haha, little bandit, if you want to do something big, how can you not bring me along? In the west, a setting sun fell into the horizon, while in the east, a blazing sun leapt out of the mountain peak. In front of that blazing sun, a few silent silhouettes could be seen. The one on the far left wielded a long spear, with a long cloak fluttering behind his back. The one on the far right was tall, with a slanted braid on top of his head. However, he held a huge mourning rod in his hand. Of the 2 in the middle, one had a blood-red hue seeping out from her body even though the blazing sun was right behind her. The other was a slender woman, who held a round wheel in each of her hands, exuding a murderous aura. From their auras, the 4 silhouettes and that blazing sun didn't seem like experts. They didn't even have the unique aura of the great Tao of golden immortals. However, their existences gave off a feeling that no one dared to underestimate. Almost at the instant they appeared, they attracted the attention of Xianxia, Xiao Baiming, Xianxia, Song Beg, and the extreme evil minor demon lord. They all raised their heads and looked over. What's this? Facing the piercing radiance from the east, Xianxia's heart was filled with rage. It was clear that the prince of the great scarlet heavens was in a tight encirclement and could be killed with a flip of his palm. Why did so many reinforcements suddenly appear, one after another, round after round? When will this be over? They look like mere grand immortals. How dare they be so arrogant? The extreme evil minor demon lord Wan Jianghen said coldly, Don't be angry, Yanjiao Highness. I'll go kill them. As he said that, he sneered and shook his arms. Behind his back, several great rivers appeared, each of them facing the sky. As they were reflected behind his back, he looked like a ferocious god. His immortal might filled half the sky, and he was about to attack. Kill. Before he could make a move, those figures roared at the same time and rushed forward. With the blazing sun in the lead, they directly turned into a meteor and charged forward. The extremely dazzling light was dazzling and domineering. Wherever it passed, the celestial soldiers in front of it were directly smashed into pieces. Some of the celestial soldiers with lower cultivation were directly burned into ashes by the blazing light on his body and disappeared. The other figures also followed closely. In the blink of an eye, they fought with the celestial soldiers and demonic generals that surrounded Fengxing. They were indescribably ferocious and tore open many openings in the celestial soldiers and demonic generals that surrounded Fengxing. How dare you interfere with the Arch Palace's affairs with your cultivation? The extreme evil minor demon lord Wan Jianghen's eyes turned cold and he directly rushed over. The great Tao was vast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already operated a long river of Tao light that covered thousands of miles. Then, with a rumbling sound, he directly suppressed the 5 people. In his opinion, with his strength that was a realm higher than theirs, it was as easy as flipping his hand to suppress those 5 people. Oh my, I've been targeted by a Daluo golden immortal. Run. Unexpectedly, looking at the ferocity of those people, Wan Jianghen thought that he would also experience a great battle. Unexpectedly, just as his great Tao power spread out, he suddenly saw the guy who looked like a blazing sun let out a strange cry and then, without hesitation, turned around and fled. He fled faster than he came, and the other figures also ran without hesitation. At the same time, a very resentful voice was heard, It's all your fault. Why did you flaunt your power and make such a big scene? It's hard not to be targeted. Wan Jianghen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't chase after it. He only felt a little surprised. Seeing that he didn't chase after it, the blazing sun also stopped. At this time, he could see clearly that it was actually a three-legged golden crow that was emitting golden light from head to toe. Its body was fat and broad, like a small mountain, and its chi was vigorous to an unimaginable extent. However, its cultivation had not reached the Daluo golden immortal realm. It sneakily looked back at Wan Jianghen, and seeing that he didn't chase after it, it immediately rushed into the surrounding army and began to kill. Or rather, kill them. With its cultivation, it had no problem bullying ordinary immortal soldiers. How dare you? Wan Jianghen's anger rose again when he saw this, and he chased after it again. Seeing this, the great golden crow immediately let out a strange cry and fled at a terrifying speed. The surrounding countless immortal soldiers also hurriedly jumped up to chase after it, but they couldn't stop it. Instead, they were thrown into chaos by it. The formation was not in formation, and the army was not in formation. They were like headless flies. Ha 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 ha, I knew you would come. On the other hand, Fang Xing also noticed the blazing sun that jumped out of the mountain peak in the east and the several chi movements. He immediately became excited and shouted, but before he could finish his shout, he saw the extreme evil minor demon master rush forward, and then the thieving crow turned around and fled. He couldn't help but feel speechless. However, when he saw the thieving crow running away and burrowing into the ranks of the immortal soldiers, causing chaos, he also understood their intentions. He laughed and said, "Indeed, they are all smart fellows." It had only been 3 years since they met at the plentiful treasures Immortal River. The great golden crow and the others had received quite a lot of legacies and were bestowed with immortal lives. Their future was boundless. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Currently, they could only run amok in the Grand Unity Immortal Realm. If they encountered a Grand Heavenly Golden Immortal, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Originally, Fang Xing was still a little worried, afraid that they would go against the Grand Heavenly Golden Immortals in a moment of impulsiveness. However, after witnessing the current situation, he was already relieved. Those fellows were all smart. How would they suffer such a loss? Looking at the reinforcements gradually appearing around him, a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. It was a feeling of satisfaction that filled his heart to the brim. It was also a refreshing feeling that made his blood rush to his head. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. Since those who should be here are here, let's really do something big, shall we? He laughed towards the sky and looked towards the emperor of the great firmament heavens, Yan Zhaoge, who was far away. "If you want to do something big, you'll have to escape first," a voice resounded behind him. Turning his head, he saw the little ghost king, Li Ying, the expressionless Han Ying, Li Hongyi, whose temperament was getting more and more devilish, and Wang Qiong, whose appearance was getting more and more adorable. However, the baleful aura between her brows was getting thicker by the day. It was the great golden crow who was using his speed to escape with the extreme evil little devil lord. While the surrounding army was in chaos, the 4 of them had concealed themselves and passed through the immortal army. Finally, they rushed into the depths of the encirclement and arrived by Fang Xing's side. "Since you guys are here, do you think I can't escape?" Fang Xing laughed loudly. The blood-colored cape behind him fluttered, sweeping away the countless arrows and formation lights around him. Then, he spoke in a relaxed manner. "We're still lacking one person." Li Hongyi smiled lightly and shouted towards the great golden crow in the distance, "Damned crow, why aren't you coming?" "I'm coming now." The blazing sun let out a strange cry. It circled far away and rushed straight towards the center of the encirclement like a meteor. The extreme evil little devil lord, who was chasing after it angrily, relaxed his pursuit and let it rush into the encirclement with a sneer on his face. He had already sensed these people's intentions and knew that they wanted to enter the encirclement. That was why he let the damned crow distract his attention and the army's formation. Otherwise, with their grand unity immortal cultivation, it would be impossible for them to kill their way out. However, even if he saw through their intentions, he didn't stop them. To them, letting these people cause trouble at the periphery was not as easy as luring them into the trap and killing them in one fell swoop. Moreover, they weren't worried about what would happen if these people rushed into the encirclement. After all, they were merely a few Grand Unity Immortals. What could they do? In such a hopeless situation, unless an army directly tore apart the army's formation, only then could Fangxing be rescued. As for such Grand Unity Immortals, even if there were a few of them, they wouldn't be of any help even if they entered the encirclement. Among the immortal soldiers and demonic generals surrounding the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, there were many Grand Unity Immortal generals. How could they change such a situation? Therefore, even if they didn't take the initiative to enter the encirclement, Wan Jianghen would still chase them in. After all, once a Grand Unity Immortal entered the encirclement, it was already a hopeless situation. All the demonic generals, activate the formation and kill them. The extreme evil little devil lord, Wan Jianghen, who was in midair, looked down coldly and yelled. At the same time, the Supreme Mystery Heaven's Prince, Yan Zhaoge, and the other demons also arrived, all of them secretly accumulating their immortal might. When the demonic generals activated the formation, the immortal might surged, suppressing the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince to the greatest extent. That would also be the time for them to take the opportunity to kill the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince in one fell swoop. This was what every war immortal understood, and it was also their plan. Rumble. The surrounding demonic soldiers and demonic generals also knew that the critical moment had arrived, and their hearts were all tensed up. Then, countless formation flags flew in midair, and all the formations were activated. From all directions, the formation lights that covered the sky and the earth surged towards the center. Even the void of heaven and earth was crushed by this powerful force, let alone the people in the middle of these formations. Even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal might not be able to withstand such pressure, and would only be suppressed to death. However, to everyone's surprise, the people who met each other in the middle of the formation looked at each other and smiled. Then, they activated their magical powers together. These people, including the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince, all had the cultivation of the primordial unity realm. After all, the Great Scarlet Heaven's Prince's strength far surpassed that of a primordial unity supreme immortal. However, the others were solid primordial unity supreme immortals. Logically speaking, with their meager cultivation, they shouldn't pose any threat to the surrounding formation. However, something unexpected happened. 6 paths of reincarnation formation, a dazzling light appeared from the encirclement of the army. 6 different rays of immortal light formed a ring. Around this ring, the light of the various great formations crashed down, but they were all diverted to other places by the ring. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the chaotic formation Qi shot up to the 9 heavens. The surrounding demonic soldiers that trapped Fangxing were all impacted by the power between them, and the formation was instantly destroyed. No one knew how many immortal soldiers and demonic generals were killed or injured. Amidst the tragic cries, loud laughter came. "It's better to fight with you guys." Did they break free? Seeing the chaos in the field, Yan Zhaoge, the son of the Grand Mystery Heaven, frowned. Even he didn't expect that when the pressure of the formation reached its peak, such a change would occur. The Grand Unity Immortals who had rushed into the encirclement had joined forces with the Emperor and formed a formation with a strange aura. It spun like a spinning top and broke the formation when the pressure was at its peak. Not to mention the profoundness of the formation and the coincidence of the timing, what puzzled him the most was the thoughts of the Grand Unity Immortals when they rushed into the encirclement. How could these ants be so daring? Haha, the encirclement had been broken, and the surrounding devil army had suffered heavy casualties. However, the few who had formed the formation with the son of the Grand Scarlet Heaven were also in a miserable state. After all, the devil army had formed a formation to suppress them. That kind of power was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than the combined attack of the 5 immortal lords. Although they had relied on the Samsara formation to divert the formation's power and annihilate the surrounding devil army, the pressure they had to bear was also not light. The Samsara formation had been broken in an instant, and they were all covered in blood. Without a doubt, they had all been seriously injured the moment the formation was formed. This was the price of interfering in a battle of a higher realm. This was the consequence of overestimating one's capabilities. What Yan Zhaoge didn't understand was what these Grand Unity Immortals were thinking. Why did they want to rush into the encirclement and form a formation with the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens to help him get out of the encirclement? Cultivators all cherished their lives. Why did these people not seem to care about their own lives? They were still smiling even when they were about to die. Kill them. It was also at this moment that Demon Lord Carefree Xiao Baiming roared and attacked first. Although the encirclement of the army had been broken, they didn't panic. In their view, it was no big deal that the grand formation was broken. After all, they had joined forces. No matter how many secrets the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had, or how terrifying his strength was, they weren't worried about how long this Crown Prince could last. After all, even venerable Ling Su, who was the strongest in Great Scarlet Heaven apart from immortal emperors, was no match for them, let alone this Crown Prince who had been besieged for a long time. Great Scarlet Heaven's young emperor's secret, the vicious might of many great Daos at the same time, made them feel restraining fear, not daring to challenge him alone. However, if so many people joined hands, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Regardless of what kind of secret it was, everything would be crushed with power. Another point was that this part of the core demon soldier formation had been destroyed, and more demon soldiers were rushing over. After all, this was their home ground. They had plenty of demon soldiers. If they destroyed one encirclement, there would be a second one at any time. It's rare for you to be so considerate. I'll count this as your participation. After this, I'll split the benefits with you. At this moment, Feng Xing was also smiling. With a wave of his sleeves, he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and stored Li Hongyi and the others into his spiritual consciousness. These friends of his were all good seedlings with limitless futures. No one knew what heights they would reach in the future. At the very least, they would not lose to the demons of the 6 demon heavens, and it was even possible for them to reach a higher level. However, their cultivation was still a level lower than his. Now that they had rushed over to help him escape, it was already a huge favor. He could not allow them to participate in the battle, or else they would very likely die prematurely. Moreover, they were all seriously injured. Letting them into the spiritual realm to rest for a while was also good. I'm fine. One by one, they entered the spiritual realm. Only when it came to the great golden crow, this thieving crow blinked and smiled. Feng Xing glanced at it. It really was. Li Hongyi and the others were seriously injured under the attack of the demon army, but this thieving crow was as good as before, without any change. What a disappointment. Feng Xing couldn't help but laugh. This thieving crow was blessed by nature. Back then, it had traveled all over the place with him and received a lot of good stuff. It also cultivated the Undying Sutra of Supremacy and built a strong foundation. Later, it even received the guidance of Uncle Zhen to cultivate the Tao of Immortality. In terms of foundation and conditions, it was almost comparable to the princes of the 33 heavens. Not to mention Li Hongyi and the others, even Feng Xing was not as good as it. But this guy was stubborn, lazy, and sly. He really didn't work hard at cultivating. If he had put in some effort, with his current cultivation, he would have been able to exchange blows with the demon army. Alright, I'll bring you along today. Let's work together again. Feng Xing laughed. He felt that the great golden crow's cultivation was not high enough, but it had a strong foundation and was sly. It wouldn't die so easily. Feng Xing didn't keep it in the spiritual realm for now. He missed the days when they fooled around together. Now was the time to relive it. At this moment, Demon Master Carefree, who could no longer hold himself back, arrived as well. A great Tao's power slammed over with unfathomable ferocity. However, Feng Xing didn't care about it. He only looked forward. His eyes were only looking at Yan Zhaoge. You're finally willing to appear? Feng Xing sneered and said to the great golden crow, 6th, tie this guy up first. He's a prince, and his family is rich. The great golden crow was surprised and happy. His eyes lit up. Such a huge sum? I'll boast about it when I return. Even Ye Qianhong is inferior to me. Boom, as the two spoke, the blood cloak by Feng Xing's side had already fluttered, blocking Xiao Baiming's attack. Then, the two of them shot out simultaneously. A streak of golden light and a streak of red silhouette instantly disappeared from where they were. Like two shooting stars, they shot straight towards Yan Zhaoge, the son of the Emperor of the Grand Profound Heavens not too far away. Wherever they passed, massive gales howled. Those devilish soldiers that had circled over from afar in an attempt to encircle them within the grand formation were all flung so far away that their heads swerved. They were completely unable to determine where they were as they all fell into chaos. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Xianxia was angered to the point where his brows were vertical. His gaze was cold and sharp. If you want to harm the prince, you'll have to get past me first. Behind Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow, the Forgotten Worries Demon Lord's attack had failed. However, he hurriedly circulated his second move and attacked. Son of the Grand Scarlet Heavens, die! The Great Impoverished Song Beggar and the Little Evil Demon Lord Wan Jianghen also came over at this moment. They blocked in front of them and circulated the power of the Great Tao. For a moment, there was a bitter rain in front of them, a profound gales behind them, and many great rivers crisscrossed between them, trying to trap them. As for the Emperor of the Grand Profound Heavens, Xianxia, he laughed coldly and prepared to attack. With so many people surrounding him, he really wasn't afraid of what Feng Xing and that damned crow could do. If you want to harm junior brother Feng, you'll have to get past me first. However, just as those people rushed out and their roars resounded in all directions, they suddenly heard a clear whistle from afar. It seemed to be extremely far away, but it seemed to resound right by their ears. At the same time, a white figure appeared in the sky above the extreme calamity plains. She seemed to have arrived long ago, just as she was hidden behind the dark clouds. That was a woman with snow-white hair, white skin, white clothes, and a white sword. Her feet were also snow-white and flawless, and a white snake that resembled a small dragon coiled around her. No one knew how long she had been watching for. Only now did she wave her hand and sweep away the dark clouds, revealing her figure. Then, with that sentence of hers, she slashed down from above the 9 heavens. Boom! As that sword descended, the heavens and the earth became bleak and endless. Wails of ghosts and gods resounded. Whether it was the carefree demon lord, the great impoverished demon lord Song Beggar, or even the extreme calamity demon lord Xianxia who had been hiding behind and hadn't made a move, they were all enveloped by her sword. They only felt that the sword intent that seemed to have materialized and was ever changing like a demon descended from above the 9 heavens, enveloping all of them within. This strange feeling shocked all of them. Almost at the same time, they chose to retract their own great daos to protect themselves and quickly retreat. Then, they raised their heads and looking over. The one who was even more shocked was the little evil demon Lord Wan Jianghen. He almost screamed out loud, "It's her. She's the one who stabbed my father." Hua. Hearing this, the carefree demon lord and the others, who were already on guard, all raised their heads in shock. They had long known that the abominable demon lord had been stabbed by someone. It was precisely because of this that the balance was broken and the 6 demon heavens descended into chaos. However, no one knew who had stabbed the abominable demon lord. The abominable heavens had always kept this matter a secret. It was only now that the abominable young demon lord had blurted out the answer. How could they not be shocked? The first thing that shocked them was who this white-haired, white-robed woman was to be able to hurt the little evil demon lord. The second thing that shocked them was what relationship she had with the great Scarlet Heavens Prince. Could it be that the little evil demon lord's injury was instigated by Di Lu? Of course, they didn't have the time to ask these questions, but in their hearts, they already saw this woman as a great enemy. Ha 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 ha, senior apprentice sister Xiao, you're getting prettier and prettier. The only one who didn't look at the woman was the great Scarlet Heavens Prince, Di Lu. He was still rushing towards the great profound heavens Xianxia. He only laughed and yelled. Then, the heaven-deceiving tyrannical barbaric saber appeared in his hand. With a shake of the saber, the ferocious might of the saber was unleashed. At the same time, 4 or 5 auras of the great Tao appeared on his body, as if there were 4 or 5 dragons dancing around him. Along with an immortal chi that could destroy everything, he slashed from afar and yelled, "Fat sheep, where do you think you're going?" Beside him, the thieving crow wasn't slow in the slightest. It waved its wings madly, and endless sun fire scattered down. It also yelled, "Right, tie him up, tie him up. You dare to look down on me? You're courting death." Seeing the Emperor Lu and the Golden Crow joining hands and rushing towards him, Xianxia could clearly see the contempt in their attitudes, which made him furious. Just now, he had temporarily retreated just to be careful. However, in the eyes of some people, it was undoubtedly a cowardly act. Xianxia clearly felt the strange gazes of the crowd, which made him feel a little embarrassed and angry. Now that he saw the arrogant look of the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heavens, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He thought to himself, "Do you really think that I can't deal with you? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he had already operated his great Tao and shouted, "See how I break your evil art." With a rumble, a majestic and boundless arrogance bloomed from his body. At first glance, he seemed to have already arrived above the 9 heavens, coldly looking down on all living beings. Everything under the sky was like an ant in his eyes. Even in the starry sky behind him, 9 ancient and desolate doors vaguely appeared, storing the faraway starry sky, eternally unchanging. Profound heavenly 9 Daos. Yan Zhaoge let out a violent roar, forming countless seals with his palms. With the guidance of Qi, the 9 doors actually vaguely opened a gap. From within the doors, violent power leaked out. One after another, it continuously reinforced Yan Zhaoge's body, causing his Qi to instantly increase by 9 times. Even the air around him turned into gusts of raging wind, tearing the clouds and the sky apart. Then, he raised his right palm high and grasped the air. Among the 9 doors, a streak of light flew out from the centermost door and directly flew into his palm. It was a golden halberd, emitting a monstrous immortal might. "I have the 9 halberd, slay your undying life." Yan Zhaoge didn't speak, but a deep voice resounded in the void behind him, whistling through the heavens and earth. As the voice resounded, he also dived down. The golden halberd turned into a golden light, piercing towards Fangxing with the power to tear the heavens and split the earth apart. In the void in front of him, there were countless densely packed immortal Qi and Tao lights from the battlefield. However, in front of this halberd, no matter if it was a divine art, immortal Qi, or a magic treasure, all of them were shattered and turned into dust, scattering everywhere. Fangxing's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, the Prince of the Supreme Mystery Heaven is indeed capable. He could already tell that Yan Zhaoge was now displaying the essence of his 9 profound heavenly Daos. This was the supreme inheritance of the Grand Mystery Heaven lineage. The Great Tao could not be inherited, nor could it be transferred. However, the ancestor of the Grand Mystery Heaven lineage had created such a unique technique. While he cultivated in a single Great Tao, he could open the 9 profound heavenly Daos. In other words, Yan Zhaoge could still cultivate in the technique his father cultivated in. He didn't need to comprehend the essence of the Great Tao within, as long as he had the power to support him. To put it simply, this was an extremely powerful Great Tao technique. When you were fighting against Old Demon Xiao and Old Demon Song, this prince had already seen through your flaws. While you can control several Great Daos at the same time, each Great Tao can only display 70% of its power. It's vigorous and boundless, but its power is limited. You might be invincible in front of ordinary Grand Firmament Golden Immortals, but this prince will directly shatter your fake Great Tao. Let's see what else you can do then. As he yelled, Yan Zhaoge's halberd pierced downwards, while Fangxing rushed forward. The Great Tao of Slaughter and the 2 Great Daos he inherited from the green evil immortal king gushed towards the halberd. Initially, it was an overwhelming power. However, in front of the 9 paths halberd, it actually shattered. Fangxing was shocked. The 9 paths golden halberd had already arrived in front of him. Sensing the astonishing strength contained within the halberd, Fangxing dared not underestimate it. He flicked his heaven-deceiving tyrannical barbaric saber towards the sky, knocking the halberd away. Then, he made use of the chance to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Yan Zhaoge realized that his countermeasure was correct, and he was overjoyed. He felt that he didn't retreat for nothing. This Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven was indeed just a spearhead made of wax. At first glance, he was indeed frightening. However, after seeing through his secret, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that he was about to escape, he hurriedly rushed over. The Great Tao revolved around him, and his figure was like the wind. The 9 paths halberd continuously pierced downwards. "I thought you were very powerful, little bandit." The Great Golden Crow excitedly rushed over after Fangxing originally. He wanted to beat him up. However, he didn't expect Fangxing to be chased by the prince's 9 paths halberd the moment he arrived. He was so frightened that he immediately ran away. His forehead was filled with cold sweat, and he started grumbling. "Haha, I'm already very powerful." After being chased for a few thousand miles, Fangxing heard the Great Golden Crow's strange cry. He turned around and laughed. Then, he looked at Yan Zhaoge who was chasing after him. His gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep tone, "Do you really think that I'm only capable of this much?" Then, you're underestimating the seventh scripture of the Sovereign Lord too much. As he spoke, he was already facing Xianxia. Then, he slowly drew a circle with his hands, one above and one below. Trying to be mysterious, you're courting death. Xianxia was also having a headache from Feng Xing's strange movement technique. Even though the Nine Paths halberd possessed supreme power, it couldn't catch up to Feng Xing. Thus, it couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that he had finally stopped, Xianxia was overjoyed. He pierced his halberd from afar, its ferocious might unfathomably deep. Chaotic Great Millstone. However, facing Xianxia's ferocious halberd, Feng Xing opened his mouth and yelled loudly. At the same time, he pushed his hands forward 3 times, then backward 3 times, as if he was spinning the millstone around his body. Bai Zhao Corpse's great Tao of slaughter, as well as the other great Taos obtained from the green evil immortal king, started spinning along with his hands. That rotation first revolved around his body, then expanded to the domain of 1,000 miles, and then to the domain of 100,000 miles. Wherever the power reached, the heavens and earth turned bleak. All the laws and great Taos were in a mess. As if they were out of control, they turned into chaos along with the rotation of the millstone. Even above the 9 heavens, endless clouds of smoke drifted over, covering the starry sky. After covering the starry sky, it also covered the 9 doors above the 9 heavens. My great Tao, why can't it be controlled? About 10,000 miles away from Feng Xing, the carefree demon master was originally controlling the great Tao to attack the white-clothed Xiaoshui. However, when Feng Xing executed this great Tao, he was shocked to discover that his great Tao power was showing signs of going out of control. He was so frightened that he subconsciously weakened his attack, causing his great Tao power to be weakened by at least 40%. He raised his head in shock and looked around his surroundings. What kind of damn technique is this? The great impoverished demon master, Song Beggar, was even more unlucky. The bleak wind and bitter rain that he was controlling was directly torn apart by the chaotic power. However, Xiaoshui's sword just happened to come slashing towards him. Without any protection, his head was almost cut off by her. He was so frightened that he started sweating profusely. Most importantly, the son of the grand profound heavens prince, Xianxia, his ferocious halberd had already reached the front of Feng Xing. Just as it was about to shatter his great Tao and fleshly body, he suddenly felt a shadow descending from above his head. The power within his body instantly dissipated. At the same time, the golden halberd in his hand had also reached the front of Feng Xing originally. Even Feng Xing's deceiving heaven tyrannical saber wouldn't dare to face the 9 halberd head-on. However, he grinned and extended his 5 fingers, grabbing onto the halberd's tip. Then, he hugged the halberd with his arms and forcefully pulled it back. As he did so, he laughed loudly. At this instant, Xianxia was so shocked that he started sweating profusely. He didn't expect Feng Xing to actually execute such a strange technique. That so-called chaotic great millstone was basically using the great Tao as the source, disrupting the laws of the heavens and earth and affecting a domain. Within this domain, he couldn't exert the power of the great Tao for a few breaths' time. The power of the great Tao used by others would also be affected. More importantly, his profound heavenly 9 Taos were also obscured by the chaotic aura. Not only did his body lose its support, even his 9 halberd of 9 Taos had lost its divine might, turning into an ordinary weapon. As for the son of the grand scarlet heaven, he took the opportunity to grab the golden halberd with both hands, wanting to snatch it away. If he lost this halberd, after the chaotic flows dissipated, he would also lose his greatest support. He wouldn't be able to slay the son of the grand scarlet heaven anymore. This sudden change shocked him to the point where he subconsciously grabbed the 9 halberd of 9 Taos and forcefully pulled it back. He was a grand heavenly golden immortal with boundless strength. However, the son of the grand scarlet heaven's strength wasn't weak either. The two of them each had their own ends. When they started to compete, it was hard to tell who was the stronger one, and at this moment, the other most important instinct showed its superiority and inferiority. Seeing that he couldn't snatch the 9 Taos halberd of 9 Taos, Feng Xing immediately shouted, "Damned crow, come and help." However, Xianxia only felt that the two princes were actually like children fighting over a bare tree branch. It was already very embarrassing. Fearing that others would see it, he was even more embarrassed to shout out. When his subordinates saw this and hurriedly came to help, a golden light had already flashed in front of his eyes. It was the great golden crow spreading its wings and rushing over. It laughed loudly and fiercely flapped its wings. Crack crack, the great golden crow's fleshly body was extremely tyrannical. Although it was only a grand celestial immortal, this wing wasn't something anyone could withstand. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Xing each held one end of the 9 Daos halberd of 9 Daos. When they were evenly matched, the might of the great golden crow's wing manifested. It forcefully shifted Yan Zhaoge's internal organs, causing his blood and qi to surge upwards. The strength of his hand had already loosened a little. Feng Xing laughed loudly. He forcefully snatched the halberd away and took the chance to step on it. However, with a boom, the 9 Daos halberd was already in his hand. Yan Zhaoge was empty-handed, and he staggered backward. At this moment, the chaotic great millstone's influence had already passed. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the laws of the heavens and earth returned to their original positions. Above the 9 heavens, the 9 Daos door manifested once again. On the 9 Daos halberd, golden radiances erupted once more. Ha 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 ha, Feng Xing wielded the 9 Daos halberd and fiercely rushed towards Yan Zhaoge. The immortal halberd has changed owners. Let's see if you can survive this time. You, give me back my golden halberd. Yan Zhaoge's anger and humiliation were indescribable. His eyes were filled with dark thunder as he roared. He was the son of the grand profound heaven's emperor. Having his weapon taken away was truly a great humiliation to him. Fortunately, he had already regained his strength. His aura surged once more as he stepped into the void. High above, he ruthlessly punched towards Feng Xing. He wanted to use his own strength to take back the 9 halberd. In terms of martial arts, he was also extremely accomplished, and his cultivation base was terrifying. When his punch landed, it was close to perfection. Moreover, while the 9 halberd possessed boundless might, others couldn't unleash it. Therefore, while he was angry, he didn't panic. He only felt that it was a little absurd. He swore to stab that son of the grand scarlet heaven's emperor to death with his halberd. Not being honest? Feng Xing held the golden halberd tightly. However, while the halberd contained boundless power, it didn't belong to him at all. It had its own spirituality and was struggling endlessly. It actually wanted to escape towards the 9 doors in the sky. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge was already rushing over, and his ferocious aura was looming over him. He was also enraged. He held the 9 halberd tightly and circulated the grand Tao-seeking scripture. From his body, a formless primordial power suddenly surged out and enveloped the golden halberd, grand Tao-seeking scripture. As he chanted these words in his heart, his divine sense had already enveloped the golden halberd. It was as if the heavens and earth had enveloped the golden halberd. He understood all the Tao, spirituality, and immortal might within the halberd. He traced back to its origin and comprehended its true essence. Boom, Yan Zhaoge had already rushed over. He suppressed the earth with his fist, causing the void to shatter bit by bit. However, Feng Xing just happened to close his eyes at this moment. He held the 9 halberd tightly as if he was comprehending something ridiculous. The 9 halberd is my treasure. That's my great Tao. How can you circulate it? Seeing the scene of Feng Xing refining the golden halberd, Yan Zhaoge sneered and yelled. That fist had already reached Feng Xing's head. Little bandit, at this moment, the great golden crow cried out in shock. It hurriedly warned Feng Xing to be careful. Although it wanted to help Feng Xing, it didn't dare to block Yan Zhaoge due to its lack of cultivation. Otherwise, it might be beaten to death. However, just as that fist of Yan Zhaoge's finally landed, its eyes abruptly widened into round circles. Swoosh, Feng Xing suddenly raised his golden halberd, stabbing straight towards Yan Zhaoge's fist. The golden halberd that was originally struggling in his hand seemed to be extremely obedient now. With its strength condensed, and with Yan Zhaoge's fist already descending, it was impossible to evade. It forcefully pierced into Yan Zhaoge's fist, causing it to be badly mutilated, and immortal blood splattered everywhere. Yan Zhaoge yelled and turned around to escape. The expression on his face was already incomparably distorted, filled with disbelief and fear. He involuntarily shouted, "How is this possible? That's my, haha, in this world, there's no Tao that I can't operate." However, Feng Xing laughed loudly. He waved his golden halberd, striking while the iron was hot, and ruthlessly attacked Yan Zhaoge. It was originally Yan Zhaoge's weapon. Now, he wielded it as if it was his own arm, nimble and flexible. What kind of evil art is that? Xianxia no longer had any intention to fight. He quickly retreated, his forehead filled with cold sweat, and he involuntarily shouted. "An art that will take your life." Fang Xing yelled. He ruthlessly stabbed his halberd towards Xianxia with incomparable ferocity. Seeing this scene, the great golden crow was both surprised and overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed over, cawing loudly as he swept his wings towards Xianxia. Beating up a fallen enemy was something he loved the most. At this moment, Xianxia had already lost his will to battle. He only knew how to retreat. Moreover, with Fang Xing by the side attracting his attention, the great golden crow made use of this chance to take advantage of him. Puff! 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 Xianxia was being pushed back. Many wounds appeared on his body, making him look extremely pitiful. "Watch out, Prince," a Dao protector who was leading the devil army to surround the sword devil old ghost saw this scene. He was instantly scared out of his wits and rushed over. Seeing this, the Forgotten Worries devil master and the others were also greatly shocked. They had originally wanted to join hands to suppress the white-haired, white-snake woman. Only, she was very troublesome, and they couldn't take her down immediately. Now that they saw the Prince of the Grand Profound Heaven in danger, they naturally had to come over to help. "Old demon Xiao, it's time for you to repay the blood debt of the dragon race, right?" However, just as they were about to jump out of the battle circle, they heard a loud roar. They saw that the young man from the dragon clan had already killed his way through the army and arrived at the battlefield. Without saying a word, he charged towards the carefree demon lord, Xiao Baiming. Chaotic dragon breath filled the sky. Helpless, the Forgotten Worries devil master could only let out a violent roar and exchange blows with him. However, with just the dragon race youth and the white-haired woman, it was obviously not enough to stop so many devils. The great poor devil master Song Beg, the extreme evil little devil master Wan Jianghen, and the extreme doom devil master Le Shaner, who hadn't made any moves, were already unwilling to continue fighting. They only wanted to jump out of the battlefield and help the Prince of the Grand Profound Heaven. They looked at each other, and the battlefield was pulled further and further away. While the white-haired woman was strong, it was obviously not easy for her to stop these scheming old devils. White-haired fairy Xiao, greetings to the fairy. However, at this moment, in the sky of the great doom heaven, a fiery light suddenly burned half of the sky red. After a while, the void suddenly shattered, and a huge fiery bird descended from the sky. Wherever it went, golden flames filled the sky. Who knew how many devil soldiers were directly swept by the golden flames and instantly turned into ashes? The devils were shocked. When they looked carefully, they discovered that within the fiery light, there was actually an old phoenix with half of its body bald. It transformed into its original form and rushed towards the great poor devil master Song Beg from afar. "Are the reinforcements from the great scarlet heaven here?" The great poor devil master was shocked. When he looked carefully, he found that something was wrong. There was no celestial weapon behind the old phoenix. Instead, there were several figures following behind it. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. They descended from the sky and stood in the void. Among them, there was a beautiful and charming woman with a smile on her face. She first bowed to the white-haired woman, appearing very courteous and familiar. However, this strange situation didn't allow him to think too much. The old phoenix rushed towards him like a madman. Facing the famous master of the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven of the Great Scarlet Heaven, even the great poor devil master didn't dare to underestimate her. He could only ride on the wind and rain and fight with the old phoenix's blazing celestial flames. The two of them, one riding on the rain and the other on the fire, seemed to repel each other and were enemies. Has the demon race also come to help? The white-haired woman forced back the extreme evil little demon master Wan Jianghen with a sword and glanced indifferently at the beautiful woman. Yes, how can the demon race be absent from such a grand event? The beautiful woman glanced at the void and saw Fang Xing, who was chasing after the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she smiled and said, "This guy is really quite capable. The trouble he causes is getting bigger and bigger," and, at this point, she pursed her lips and smiled. "He's much more handsome now than before. Cut the crap and make your move." However, just as she was smiling, the figures beside her spoke coldly. Those people were a ferocious ape, a young man brimming with heroic spirit, and a short man in a black robe. With just a glance at the battlefield, they were already brimming with fighting spirit. With a long howl, they directly charged into the battlefield. I, have come, little ancestor, I've come to help you, Path. Master, do you still remember the little mouse king of Mount Wooing? With the addition of the old phoenix and the young demon immortals, the situation immediately became even more chaotic. Whether it was the carefree demon master Xiao Baiming, the great poverty demon master Song Beggar, the extreme evil little demon master Wan Jianghen, or the protectors of the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven, they were all entangled with strong enemies at this time, and no one could spare a hand to help the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven. These people who came to help from different forces seemed to have reached a consensus at this time, and they did not allow anyone to disturb Feng Xing. They did not deliberately help him, but they helped him block the strong enemies of the various tribes. They deliberately left him a chance to fight the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven alone, or in other words, was a chance to kidnap the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven. Phew, looks like I can't just stay out of this. At this time, the Princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, also sighed softly and raised her head. Currently, the Great Doom Heaven was already in chaos, but the Princess of the Great Firmament Heavens had not made a move yet. She only quietly observed the situation. Until now, when she saw that the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven was in danger again and again, falling into a disadvantageous position. It seemed that he might really be defeated by the hands of the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven and the Black Crow. She could no longer sit still. She sighed softly, and the white dress on her body fluttered even though there was no wind, and her immortal might surged. With the will of the heavens, controlling the divine ability? She raised her head and looked at the illusory world shadow behind the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, and said to herself, although I don't know what secrets you have, and even feel that your identity is a little strange. As she spoke, a sword light appeared in her palm. It was misty and unpredictable, and she said, but let me suppress you first. Yan Zhaoga encountered your divine ability. I can only say that he is unlucky. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly spread open her 5 fingers, and the sword light that fluctuated indeterminately shone explosively at this moment. It was so dazzling that it was like a galaxy that had been pulled down from the 9 heavens, and it instantly charged into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space was sliced into a perfectly straight and neat scar, and then this scar continued to extend and fly towards the sky. As the sword slashed down, the heavens and the earth were all broken. Moreover, based on the direction the sword light was moving towards, it was actually not slashing towards Feng Xing, but the illusory world's shadow behind him. But your divine ability encountered my sword of heavenly will. I can only say that you are unlucky. The sword of heavenly will, the supreme immortal artifact of the great firmament heavens, in the millennium-long war, it had once become the heavenly emperor's weapon of slaughter. To a certain extent, even the heaven-deceiving barbaric saber of the great scarlet heaven's lineage couldn't compare to it. Because in the eyes of the immortals, no matter how strong the heaven-deceiving barbaric saber was, it was only an immortal artifact, a weapon. As for the sword of heavenly will, it had already surpassed the scope of an immortal artifact to a certain extent. There had always been people who thought that the heavenly will sword of the great firmament should be a heavenly artifact, because it was originally refined by the heavenly will, and it had the ability to tear the heavenly will apart. It was a unique treasure in the world. Now, the daughter of the great firmament heavens, Lu Xiaojun, had found the right opportunity to slash towards the illusory world behind the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens. Although she didn't know what kind of secret art it was, Lu Xiaojun could tell that it was a kind of power that was close to the origin of the heavenly will. It was also the secret of the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens being able to display several great Daos and suppress grand firmament golden immortals with his grand unity immortal cultivation. She didn't need to deeply understand it. As long as she saw through this secret, the sword of heavenly will would be able to slay it. To a certain extent, this was also the reason why she told the Tao Protector that she was the nemesis of the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heavens. Boom. The sword slashed from afar, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. A crack was left, and it swiftly slashed towards Feng Xing. Feng Xing, who was chasing after Yan Zhaoga, was greatly shocked. Although the sword didn't slash towards him, he felt an indescribable sense of danger. In a hurry, he shouted the Great Golden Crow and flew away. The Great Golden Crow was connected with his mind, so he understood Feng Xing's intention with a single glance. He spread his wings and flapped them forcefully a few times. A huge gust of wind swept over, which happened to support the bottom of Fangxing's feet. This made Fangxing, who had already jumped to the distant sky at an extremely high speed, even faster. He almost rushed out of the sky in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Lu Xiaojuan's sword also caught up to him, Qi. Like silk being torn apart, the illusory world behind Fangxing was actually slashed into half by this strike of hers. If it wasn't for his reaction being fast enough, this strike would probably have directly slashed the illusory world from his back. Many thanks for the Firmament Maiden's help. Seeing this scene from afar, Yan Zhaoge was overjoyed. He circulated the profound heavenly nine Daos again, and his immortal aura surged with invincibility. He was about to rush towards Fangxing. With his current cultivation, he could naturally sense that the origin of the Son of the Great Scarlet Heaven's divine art originated from that illusory shadow. Just now, the Son of the Great Scarlet Heaven's 9 halberds had relied on that source of power to reverse the Great Daos and disrupt the laws and aura of the Great Daos of the heavens and earth. However, the Princess of Great Firmament Heaven was doing the same thing as him. She planned to directly cut off the heavens while on Great Scarlet Heaven's Imperial Prince's body. In this way, Great Scarlet Heaven's Imperial Prince would be no different from an ordinary person. With her current cultivation, she could crush him with a single pinch. Why would she be chased around by him? "Io, you dare to look back?" Seeing Yan Zhaoge turn and attack, Fangxing also let out a loud cry, hurriedly turning and stabbing towards him with his halberd. From the looks of it, it was as if he had been angered by Yan Zhaoge, to the point where he couldn't care less anymore. "Please assist me, Firmament Maiden, in suppressing this brat." Yan Zhaoge saw from afar that the Princess of Great Firmament, Lu Xiaojun, had already raised her second sword. Then, he saw Fangxing rushing towards him. Yan Zhaoge was overjoyed. He thought that Great Scarlet Heaven's Imperial Prince was simply courting death. Previously, Lu Xiaojuan's first sword had only cut off half of the shadow behind him. Now that the second sword was coming, he no longer tried to escape but chose to face it head-on. That was equivalent to exposing himself to Lu Xiaojuan's sword. If Lu Xiaojun couldn't even slash him like that, she wouldn't deserve to be called the Princess of Great Firmament. "You're courting death." Yan Zhaoge made up his mind. With his immortal might surging, he gathered all his strength and ruthlessly slammed his palm towards Fangxing. "You're the one who's courting death." Fangxing also let out a loud roar and clenched his teeth. Then, he wielded the 9 halberd and rushed forward. Yan Zhaoge was already confident that Lu Xiaojun would be able to cut off the shadow behind him. However, Fangxing was also filled with confidence at this moment. He seemed to have cast the threat of Lu Xiaojuan's heavenly will sword to the back of his mind and only had his eyes fixed on Yan Zhaoge. To a certain extent, the two seemed to be betting against each other. Rumble, accompanied by the overwhelming immortal might, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Their ferocious might was unfathomable. It seemed like the two wanted to make use of this chance to thoroughly suppress each other. However, the key to their victory wasn't between the two of them. Instead, it was Lu Xiaojun who was far away. Swoosh, indeed, Lu Xiaojuan's sword still slashed out. Yan Zhaoge's guess was right. Since she had already decided to make a move, she definitely wouldn't fail. The Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had dodged half of her first sword, which was considered as a slippery fellow. However, the second sword was actually so close to him. Moreover, the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven didn't put up any guard and even exposed his entire back in front of her. That was equivalent to courting death. Although she had already slashed out once, the second sword was a little rushed and lacked strength. She knew the might of the heavenly will sword very well. She knew that she would definitely be able to hit her target. She also knew that this sword would definitely be able to cut off the shadow behind the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven's back. The majestic and surging swordlight had already flown out. It tore through the void and possessed the power to cut through everything. In the distance, the bet between Yan Zhaoge and Fangxing seemed to have been decided along with the slash of this sword. Yan Zhaoge also saw that swordlight, and a hint of malevolence appeared on his face. Killing intent surged within the depths of his eyes. He was prepared to suppress Fangxing with a single palm and snatch back his 9 paths halberd, viciously trampling him beneath his feet. However, something unexpected happened. That sword had indeed slashed out, yet it disappeared into thin air. Not only was the illusory world behind the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven not slashed off, the part that had been slashed off earlier had instead returned. Not only was his aura not weakened, it had instead become even stronger. Boom, under his control, his 9 paths halberd had already emitted a dazzling golden light. What's going on? Yan Zhaoge was greatly shocked. In the end, when he was only a mere 30 feet away from the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, he finally confirmed that Lu Xiaojuan's sword had miscalculated. The aura of the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven wasn't affected at all. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. This discovery made his heart tighten. However, now that he had already rushed here, he couldn't turn back anymore. Yet, because of this discovery, his Tao heart was shaken. Even the power of the profound heavenly 9 paths that he had originally received had imperceptibly weakened a lot. One wrong step, and every step would be wrong. He didn't have time to think anymore. With a muffled roar, he slammed his palm down without thinking. Immortal light surged, and the flowing wind scattered in all directions. The heavens and the earth darkened. Even he himself didn't know the outcome of this palm. Fang Xing knew. When he had rushed to a distance of 30 feet away, he could already clearly see the shocked expression on Yan Zhaoge's face. However, he was overjoyed. With a muffled roar, the 9 paths halberd stabbed downwards. The illusory world behind him suddenly became incomparably real. It contained boundless majestic power. Whether it was the great Tao or the laws, all the powers that could be manipulated were wrapped around the golden halberd, causing the halberd's power to be unprecedentedly vigorous. Then, it went straight for Yan Zhaoge's incoming palm, stabbing towards it cunningly and insidiously. Chi. The outcome was obvious. Yan Zhaoge let out a muffled groan. The power of his palm was shattered by the golden halberd that could destroy everything. It transformed into a formless gale that swept through the surroundings. However, the golden halberd wasn't affected at all. It went straight for him, almost instantly piercing through his palm. Then, it continued stabbing forward, stabbing into his shoulder. The power contained within was still terrifying. It directly pierced into his fleshly body, causing his fleshly body to be torn apart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and his body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Emperor Flow, I won't rest until you're dead. Yan Zhaoge, who was both shocked and enraged, gathered all his strength and stepped out, causing numerous immortal patterns to appear. This step forced Fang Xing to be unable to continue his pursuit. As for himself, he also borrowed this force to retreat. He had already made up his mind that he couldn't fight anymore. If he did, he would be in grave danger. As the Emperor's son of the Grand Profound Heaven, his life was naturally more important. He should escape first. Because of this, he didn't even intend to snatch back the 9 paths halberd. Borrowing the force of his retreat, he hurriedly flew backwards. At the same time, his figure had already become blurry. Naturally, he wanted to use the same trick again, which was to escape into the Great Tao and then use the chaos to hide. This was also the method he had used when he first discovered that the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens wasn't easy to deal with. Although it didn't look good for someone of his status to do so, it was nothing compared to his own life. Only, he didn't expect that while he had forced the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens to retreat, there was still someone staring at him. Just as he was retreating and executing the Great Tao, a blazing sun had already blocked his way. Yan Zhaoge's full attention was on the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens, and he actually didn't notice it. By the time he sensed the dense hostility coming from behind, it was already too late. 2 sharp and hard claws that were like immortal gold had already grabbed his back, while the other grabbed his arm. Yan Zhaoge was greatly shocked. However, before he could even use a breath of immortal qi, he already felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. With a qi sound, his already heavily injured right arm was directly torn off, and a large piece of flesh was taken away. Yan Zhaoge was both shocked and enraged. He desperately struggled to break free. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that cunning golden crow. That golden crow was still holding his severed arm in its claws, and was looking at him with a look of ecstasy. If you want to blame something, blame it on your bad name. It seemed to be startled for a moment. Then, it pretended to look over with a serious expression. Its voice was deep and cold, and it had the appearance of an expert who was confident of winning. In the past, I, Big Golden Lord, only tore apart those with the word crane in their names. Now that I've improved, I tear apart all those with wings. Who are you? Lu Xiaojun didn't seem to notice Yanjiaoge's wretched state. All her attention was on the grey-robed man in front of her. Her face was full of fighting intent, and she didn't let her guard down. Just now, she had slashed out the second sword, but failed to destroy the illusory world behind the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. Yanjiaoge, the Prince of Great Mystery Heaven, suffered a complete defeat because of this man. She had been paying attention to the grey-robed man and the white-robed young monk from the very beginning. They were the two bandits who cooperated with the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven and robbed the Forgetting Worries Heaven, the Great Impoverished Heaven, and the Extreme Evil Heaven not long ago. When the Great Doom Heaven was in chaos, these two people were still leisurely drinking tea on the immortal platform. She didn't dare to underestimate them, so she kept staring at them. However, they didn't make a move, so she didn't make a move either. Both sides were at peace until she slashed out the second sword. Although she didn't underestimate these two people, Lu Xiaojun still didn't expect that someone could block her sword. In her understanding, since the sword of Heavenly Will had been slashed out, it would definitely hurt the enemy. It could only be dodged, and it couldn't be blocked by someone else. Even an immortal king couldn't. After all, this was a sword that could even cut through the will of heaven. However, just now, she saw that scene with great shock. When she slashed out the second sword, the grey-robed man who had been drinking tea on the immortal platform put down his teacup and stood up. He stepped into the void and blocked in front of her sword of Heavenly Will. Then, he took out a rusty sword from his sleeve and waved it out. All his actions were done slowly and calmly. However, it was indescribable that he completed all these actions so naturally. He blocked in front of her sword of Heavenly Will and waved a sword light in the opposite direction. After that, only a dazzling brilliance could be seen covering the 9 heavens, and a huge hole was torn in the sky above the Great Doom Heaven. An indescribable strange wind and turbulence erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. When this wave of turbulence passed, the 2 sword lights had already disappeared. This was also why Lu Xiaojun was shocked. Who was that person? He could actually block her sword of Heavenly Will with a sword. How could someone in this world have such a sword art? You, who exactly are you? After a long time, she finally spoke with a heavy voice that even she herself didn't notice. The grey-robed man just held the rusted sword in his arms and said indifferently without looking up, "If that guy is the natural enemy of the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven and you are his natural enemy, then I think I should be your natural enemy, right?" Upon hearing that, Lu Xiaojun, the princess of the heavenly monarch of the great heavens, knew that her murmurs had been heard by this man. She was not shocked, but her eyes grew even colder. Her eyes flickered as she said, "You did stop my sword strike, but that strike was not powerful enough, only 70% of its power. Do you really think you can stop my sword of divine will with all my strength? You should know that this is not a matter of power." The grey-robed man chuckled and said softly, "Just like how the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven is restrained by him, it doesn't mean that his cultivation and strength are lower than his. Likewise, your sword of divine will can restrain him, but it doesn't mean that your cultivation is stronger than his. Just like the Prince of Supreme Mystery Heaven, I am your natural enemy. It doesn't mean that I can withstand a portion of your strength, but that the sword of divine will is restrained by me. How arrogant you are." Lu Xiaojun, the princess of the heavenly monarch of the great heavens, shouted, and sword light surged from her body again. Looking at her, she seemed to be angry and was about to launch another sword strike at all costs, but the grey-robed man didn't bat an eyelid when he saw that, and a faint sword will also rose from his body. The sword will on Lu Xiaojun was vast and awe-inspiring, as heavy as the sky. But the sword will on the grey-robed man was ethereal and boundless, feeling the aura on his body. Lu Xiaojun's expression suddenly changed, as if she had remembered something. "What kind of swordsmanship do you cultivate?" Her aura had been brewing to a certain extent, but she didn't make a move. Instead, she asked coldly. And the grey-robed man answered honestly, "The sword of Taoism." When she heard those 2 words, Lu Xiaojun's face turned livid, and her heart was in turmoil, but the grey-robed man laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly and said, "I don't dare to say that I haven't comprehended the last sword yet. I'm just relying on the God-given talent and a little cleverness to get a glimpse of it. But not long ago, I saw the sword of divine will several times up close and understood some principles, so I'm confident that I can stop your sword. With your cultivation, it's already a little difficult for you to control this sword, and with me here, I won't give you a chance to use your sword. So, you won't be able to launch the third sword strike today. It seems that you have a born Taoism aptitude? Lu Xiaojun didn't care about anything else. She just stayed silent for a while and asked lightly. The gray-robed man nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Xiaojun suddenly looked up at him and sneered, "A born Taoism aptitude is envied by the heavens. It's a wonder that you survived. If I was born in the 33 heavens, I might not have survived." The gray-robed man also sighed softly and said, "Because the heavens will of the 33 heavens is too strong, but I was lucky to be born in a place where the heavens will was not strong, so I had a chance to survive. Even so, I went through many hardships and almost lost my life several times. But now, at least I've endured the most difficult days and finally tasted the advantage of talent, the small immortal realm or heaven Yuan?" Lu Xiaojun asked, staring at the gray-robed man with a serious look. The gray-robed man smiled but didn't answer her directly. He only said, "Is that important?" Lu Xiaojun shook her head and continued, "The small immortal realm can't raise a freak like you. It seems that you're from heaven Yuan. No wonder those guys dared to resist the 3 imperial palaces like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Haha, do they think that with you, they'll be able to deal with the 3 immortal emperors? That's too childish. Born Taoism aptitude is not well known in the world, but there are actually quite a few of them. It's just that too many of them die young, and only 1 in 10,000 can grow up. You're a special case, but you've also made a big mistake." The gray-robed man was slightly taken aback. "Oh?" Lu Xiaojun, the princess of the heavenly emperor of the great heavens, said plainly, "You shouldn't have appeared in this world before you had mastered the last sword, and you shouldn't have come to the 33 heavens either. The safest place for you is the starry sky. In the 33 heavens, every time you make a move, you will be entangled by the heavenly will a little more, and the divine catastrophe on you will be a little more severe. Now that you've run into me, the reputation of your born Taoism aptitude might have intimidated many, but not me." As she spoke, she raised her head and smiled softly. "And I'm very confident that you won't be able to kill me in a short time." As she said that, she suddenly took a step forward. As she took that step forward, an ethereal light appeared above her head. As the light appeared, countless swords appeared around her, each of them different, and each of them was a celestial treasure, containing terrifying celestial might. All of the swords quietly floated around her, motionless, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real sword of heavenly will. Lu Xiaojun's eyes did not waver at all. She simply grabbed one of the swords and continued walking forward. As she walked, she said calmly, "So, I'm very sure that you'll die here." Whoosh, as soon as she finished speaking, she had already made a slash. However, it was not aimed at the gray-robed man, but at Fangxing in the distance. The sword light was dazzling, and its power was boundless, as it slashed at Fangxing from afar. Then, without caring if the slash hit its mark, she made a second slash, then a third. She had clearly focused all her attention on the gray-robed man, guarding against his attack. However, every slash was aimed at Fangxing, and every slash was filled with terrifying power. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was difficult to determine which one was the real sword of heavenly will. She was actually using such a method to lure the gray-robed man to attack. If the gray-robed man really wanted to stop her sword of heavenly will, he could only keep making slashes. In her words, every time he made a slash, the Tao calamity on him would become thicker. When the Tao calamity reached a certain level, the Tao calamity would appear on its own, and it would be difficult to determine the cause and effect. If the gray-robed man forcefully attacked her and forced her to stop, she would have other ways to protect herself. Putting everything else aside, the dignified princess of great firmament heaven would definitely have a protective talisman. Whoosh, however, the gray-robed man did not seem to mind her vicious method. His figure moved swiftly, and the iron sword in his hand spun like a fan, easily blocking all the sword light. He did not seem worried at all, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "That's a good method, but you've miscalculated 2 things." "Oh?" The princess of great firmament heaven, Lu Xiaojun, was unmoved. She continued making slashes while saying, "What things?" While blocking the sword light, the gray-robed man said softly, "First, this is the 6 demon heavens, and it's the most special of the 6 demon heavens, the Great Doom Heaven. The heavenly will here is weak, so even if the heavenly calamity befalls, it might not be able to take my life." "What's the second thing?" Lu Xiaojun suddenly swung her sword and made 3 slashes, but her tone was neither fast nor slow as she asked calmly. The second thing is, the gray-robed man suddenly smiled strangely. I'm not your opponent, but someone else. Huh? Lu Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned her head. However, before she could really turn around, she felt a huge shadow coming at her from behind. Before she could react, the back of her head suffered a heavy blow, causing her to feel dizzy. An angry voice rang in her ears, 1 or 2 slashes is fine, but you keep attacking my senior brother. Do you really think I'm not angry? What a hateful monk. Lu Xiaojun, who was in a daze, also caught a glimpse of the person who hit the back of her head. It was the handsome little monk with a huge wooden fish in his hand. Unfortunately, she was so focused on the gray-robed man that she didn't notice him. She didn't even know when he got close to her. More importantly, the emperor's talisman that was personally written by her father did not react at all. The reason was that although this emperor's talisman could protect its owner on its own, it had to sense the murderous aura. But that monk did not have any murderous aura at all, but no matter what, after being hit on the back of her head, she only felt dizzy and wanted to faint. This was something she had never encountered before. While she was panicking, she had already desperately used the last bit of divine light to activate the emperor's talisman. After that, her consciousness was no longer clear. Haha, little Buddha is so powerful. I really admire you. The freak of the Yuan family laughed and cupped his fists to salute when he saw Xianxia knocking over the princess of the great firmament with a wooden fish. Xianxia also seemed a little embarrassed. He put his palms together and said, "You're too polite, benefactor. If it weren't for the fact that she was too afraid of you and focused all her attention on you, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to get close to her so easily." As they talked, they floated to both sides. Although Lu Xiaojun, the princess of the great firmament heavenly emperor, had been knocked over by a wooden fish, they all understood that not only did the princess not lose all her threat, she had become even more terrifying. Not far away from them, there was a branch of the god clan. When they saw the princess of the great firmament heavenly emperor being knocked unconscious and falling straight down from the sky, they were overjoyed and rushed up while howling. But just as their claws were about to reach the princess of the great firmament heavenly emperor, a desolate aura suddenly rose. Boom! The source of the aura was one word, firmament. That word rose from Lu Xiaojun's forehead, and in an instant, it exploded with an indescribable desolation. The living beings of the god clan that were close to Lu Xiaojun were greatly alarmed. But before they could escape, they were swept by the aura. Then, they screamed miserably as their bodies were reduced to dust. But the desolate aura did not disappear. It continued to spread towards the surroundings, and a luster that could be seen with the naked eye swept out in all directions. Whether it was the immortal soldiers, demonic generals, or the living beings of the god clan, they were all annihilated. Then, their bodies stiffened and rapidly withered, losing all luster. It only took an instant for the light to spread, but the world had already changed. With the princess of great firmament heaven at the center, all living beings lost their auras at that instant. A gust of wind blew past, and all the withered corpses scattered and turned into ashes, vanishing from the world. It could be said that within a radius of 300 miles, only Xianxia and the freak of the Yuan family had escaped this calamity. Princess Firmament. It was also because of this change that the guardians, immortal soldiers, immortal generals, and demonic generals of the great firmament heaven's lineage noticed Lu Xiaojun, who was falling straight down from the sky. Then, they were all shocked. Judging from the activation of the sovereign talisman, Lu Xiaojun had undoubtedly encountered an extremely terrifying danger. Otherwise, she would never use such a life-saving talisman so easily. This scene also rang the alarm bells for the guardians, immortal soldiers, and demonic generals. No longer caring about the enemies they were facing, they hurriedly rushed towards the princess of great firmament heaven. She actually used the sovereign talisman first? Yan Zhaoge, the prince of Taishan heaven, was also taken aback at this moment. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the desolate aura. He had just lost an arm, and now he was fleeing miserably. Facing the ferocious prince of great scarlet heaven, he had no chance of winning at all. Even so, he could not bear to use the sovereign talisman on him. Therefore, after seeing that Lu Xiaojun had already used the sovereign talisman, he was horrified and uncertain about one thing: the current situation was even more perilous than he had imagined. Whether he admitted it or not, the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had won this battle. There was no need to continue delaying, only danger. The Taishan Heaven and the Great Firmament Heavens had joined hands, and they also had the help of Xiao Baiming, Song Beggar, Les Honor, Wan Jianghen, and other devils. Of course, this force was unparalleled. However, they still could not gain the upper hand. The main reason was that the other party had too many reinforcements. They came one after another, and their strength was incomparably terrifying. They had already thrown them into disarray. In his opinion, it was hard to imagine how so many experts had gathered in the Great Doom Heavens at the same time, and how they had all gathered together to help the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven. After all, whether it was the Great Firmament Heavens or the Taishan Heaven, there were too few experts. They had originally treated the Six Devil Heavens as a chess game, not a battlefield. The Tao protectors who had come with them were only there to protect them, and not the immortal generals and immortal commanders of the two imperial palaces who were truly adept in battle. However, now that the Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven had turned this chess game into a battlefield, they could only retreat first, gather their forces, and then capture all of them in one fell swoop. Retreat! Yan Zhaoge let out a fierce roar, and flew far away, his voice resounding throughout the 4 domains. They're retreating? In the distance, no matter where they were fighting, the Tao protectors and demons of the Taishan Heaven were all stunned. Then, no matter how unwilling they had no choice but to give up on the opponents in front of them and retreat. For the Taishan Heaven, nothing was more important than the life of their prince. With the prince's command, they could only retreat. As for the demons, they also realized that if they continued to delay in this chaotic situation, the lives of the 2 princes and princesses would be in danger. If anything happened to them in the 6 Devil Heavens, they would be in deep trouble, and it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of death. Therefore, they had no choice but to ensure the lives of the 2 nobles first. Rumble. The originally chaotic battlefield regained its order after the Prince of Great Profound Heavens yell. The Tao protectors, immortal attendants, immortal soldiers, and immortal generals of the Taishan Heaven all rushed towards Yan Zhaoge, completely ignoring the opponents behind them. The Great Firmament Heavens also rushed towards the direction where Lu Xiaojun had fallen, without any regard for their lives. The subordinates of the demons also retreated step by step, and slowly gathered together. This made the reinforcements of the various tribes slightly stunned, and their expressions turned serious. After all, they had few soldiers and few generals. Other than the beings of the god race, the other tribes only had some elite experts. They were not even an army at all. Compared to the 6 Devil Heavens and the 2 imperial palaces, the disparity was huge. Just now, they had taken advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. However, now that the other side had retreated, and their army was strict, not falling into chaos despite their retreat, it would be difficult for them to make a move. You're already in the circle, and you still want to escape? Fang Xing saw this scene from afar, and immediately sneered. His immortal might surged, and he gritted his teeth and rushed over. All of us are gathered here. If we still let them escape, then we would have cultivated for nothing. As he rushed forward, an unknown number of people roared and followed him. This was obviously the most crucial moment. Whether or not they could disrupt the other side's army once again depended on whether or not Fang Xing could fulfill his wish. If they broke up, then they could maintain their current advantage and roam the Great Doom Heavens as they pleased. However, if the other side's army regrouped, then they could only retreat. There was no way they could slaughter the army, and this battle would be a waste of effort. At this time, the other side clearly understood this as well. The immortal generals did not move, but gritted their teeth and retreated. Even if some of them were killed by the other side, they had to gather the elites together. However, it was also at this time that the sky above the Great Doom Heavens was suddenly filled with smoke and clouds. The void was torn apart, and yet another huge door appeared. Then, with the naked eye, one could vaguely see an army behind the door. At the front of the army was an old man in a black robe. He had his hands behind his back, and he looked down coldly at the land below. More reinforcements? The hearts of the 2 imperial palaces and the 6 demon heavens turned cold when they saw this scene. The Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven already had enough reinforcements. If another group came at this critical moment, then they would really be in trouble. That's my father." However, it was also at this time that a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. It was the little demon master Wan Jianghen. This shout immediately stunned the 2 imperial palaces and the 6 demon heavens, and then they immediately became wild with joy. They did not expect the old demon master of evil heaven to come. At this critical moment, he had come at the right time. With the addition of such a demon army, they were practically assured of victory. Just now, they were thinking of escorting the 2 princes and princesses to escape. However, now that they had seen the demon army of the evil heaven, they were completely relieved. Why should they escape? They could just regroup the army, kill their way back, and capture the crown prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, disperse them. It was also at this time that the evil demon master Wan Chou Hai coldly gave the order in a deep voice. Receiving this order, the extreme fiend devil army immediately charged down with a murderous aura. The 2 imperial palaces and the 6 demon heavens almost cheered, but before they could do so, they were dumbfounded. That was because they realized that the extreme fiend demon soldier was charging at them. The arch palaces and the 6 demon heavens, which had been slowly retreating, were already suffering from external attacks. But now, they were suddenly struck by the extreme fiend demon soldiers that had descended from the sky. They immediately fell into chaos, and the immortal soldiers and demon generals suffered the most. They were completely dumbfounded and did not know who was who. They could only fight desperately to protect themselves and fought like headless flies. Father, what's going on? No one in the Great Disaster Plains expected such a sudden turn of events, especially the extreme evil young demon lord, who was already dumbfounded. Extreme evil old demon, have you gone mad? Why are you doing this? The carefree demon lord couldn't help but yell. The expression on his face was indescribably sinister. Previously, there had been rumors that the extreme evil devil lord, Wan Chou Hai, was heavily injured. Despite being a grand heavenly golden immortal, his fleshly body had already been destroyed, and he was on the brink of death. It was precisely because of this that the calamity of the 6 devil heavens was triggered. However, no one expected the extreme evil old demon lord, Wan Chou Hai, to appear at such a crucial moment. What was even more unexpected was that even if he appeared, he would still lead the devil army against the 2 imperial palaces. In an instant, he had thrown the army into chaos, causing the Great Disaster Plains to descend into chaos once more. What was he thinking? Haha, Your Highness Xianxia, Your Highness Firmament Maiden, don't worry. With this old man here, I'll ensure your safe retreat from the 6 devil heavens. Above the 9 heavens, Wan Chou Hai smiled as he slowly descended and walked towards the crowd. Currently, the devils of the greater mystery heavens, the great firmament heavens, and the 6 devil heavens were all gathered together. Seeing the old demon walking towards them, their hearts trembled. However, when they heard what he said, they couldn't help but be startled, and their hearts became a mess. While scattering the army, he also guaranteed the safety of the 2 princes. What was this old demon up to? As for the others, they shall remain here. Treat it as the price you have to pay for interfering with the 6 devil heavens. However, before they could react, Wan Chou Hai's figure had already drifted before them, and he walked forward with a smile. Retreat. Don't get close to the prince. Before the Sea of Myriad Sorrow could come within 300 meters of Yan Zhaoga, one of the Tao protectors of the Grand Darkness Heaven yelled loudly, extending his hand to stop him. They had clearly been badly frightened by that perilous scene just now. Now, their prince's arm had been severed and his entire body was covered in blood. They dared not let him suffer any more danger now. While this extreme vile heaven-old demon was nominally of their lineage and spoke as if he was thinking for the prince's sake, his actions just now had truly left them feeling uneasy. Therefore, they definitely could not let him get close. If something happened to the prince, it would be troublesome. That Tao protector was also a grand heavenly golden immortal. When he extended his hand to push, protector, Tao protector, heaven, and Tao protector, heaven. But the old demon lord of malice didn't move in the face of the incoming palm as if he didn't see it. He continued to walk forward, and when the palm was right in front of him, he calmly raised his hand and slowly grabbed the Tao protector's wrist. It looked like a very natural movement, but an unexpected scene appeared. The Tao protector subconsciously tried to break free from Wan Chou Hai's grasp. However, just as he exerted force, his expression suddenly changed, and he screamed. Boundless immortal might surged from his body, and he hurriedly jumped up as if he wanted to escape. However, Wan Chou Hai had no intention of letting him go. His expression didn't even change as he continued to hold on to the Tao Protector's wrist. Then, amidst the Tao Protector's despairing screams, a strange scene appeared. The Tao Protector's body rapidly shriveled and dried up, and the immortal chi on his body rapidly dissipated. Let him go. This scene shocked the immortals. The Tao Protector of the Greater Mystery Heavens Tao Protector roared and rushed over to help. However, in an abnormally short amount of time, the Tao Protector outside his Tao Protector's wrist was already dried up like firewood. Then, Wan Chou Hai casually tossed him to the ground. He raised his head and gently raised his palm, as if pulling away a layer of fog. Before the Tao Protector outside his Tao Protector could react, Wan Chou Hai's palm was already pressed against the Tao Protector outside his forehead. The Tao Protector was shocked. He wouldn't have been so easily subdued, but as he rushed over, he sensed the aura of the great Tao emanating from his comrade's body. He thought that it was the Sea of Sorrow who had thrown his comrade over, so he hurriedly withdrew his own divine ability to avoid accidentally injuring him. But in that brief moment of distraction, the Sea of Sorrow had closed in on him, his palm pressing down on his head. Then, he was shocked and frightened. With great difficulty, he spoke a single word, and then he felt his immortal energy being seized away by that hand. Wan Chou Hai withdrew his palm. The flying ash in the air rustled, but it was swept away by a wave of his sleeve, as if he had done something insignificant, but the others present were terrified by what he'd just done. Xiao Baiming, Song Beggar, Lu Shan and a few others were the most fearful among them. They even looked at the Sea of Infinite Sorrow with fear in their eyes. They subconsciously took a few steps back and exchanged glances with each other. They could only see deep fear in each other's eyes. Didn't this old devil die from his injuries? Why did it seem that not only was he not weak, but he had become even more elusive? In the past, the abominable demon lord, Wan Chou Hai, was recognized as the most powerful of the 6 demons. But even if he was a little stronger than the other demons, he couldn't have been as strong as he was now. The Tao Protector of Taishan Heaven was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven, after all. The strength of these demons was comparable to celestial supremes. It might not have been difficult for them to kill this golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven, but for Wan Chou Hai to turn 2 golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven into dust so easily, as if he was taking a stroll in a park, was too strange and unimaginable, especially since the divine ability that the Sea of Infinite Sorrow used was not the great path of kingship that he was famous for in the 33 heavens. Even these demons had never seen a method that could directly extract the immortal energy and even the great path from one's body. Senior Apprentice Uncle Wan, have you recovered? Yan Zhaoga's gaze turned cold as well. Of the son of the grand profound heavenly prince, only 3 of his Tao Protectors were still alive. Unexpectedly, this 10,000 worries sea had killed 2 of them as soon as he appeared. The rage within his heart could only be imagined. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his rage at this moment and asked coldly, even addressing Yan Zhaoga with seniority as if he had not seen the 2 Tao Protectors he had killed at all. Haha, my injuries weren't serious in the first place. What's there to talk about? The Sea of Infinite Sorrow chuckled. He turned to look at Yan Zhaoga and replied with a smile. Before Yan Zhaoga could answer, Song Beggar couldn't help but ask, Big brother, what's going on? If you weren't injured, why didn't you show up earlier? If others knew that you weren't injured at all, it would be impossible for them to enter my 6 demon heavens. Even my great poverty demon palace was burned. What are you thinking? Our 6 demon heavens foundation will be finished. Who said that the 6 devil heavens foundation is finished? It's just the beginning, the extreme evil old devil Lord Wan Chou Hai laughed. He looked at Song Beggar with a clear gaze and smiled. If I wasn't injured, why would the 3 imperial palaces relax their surveillance on us? How would this old man cultivate? Haha, it's only by throwing the 6 devil heavens into chaos that the 3 imperial palaces would fight to enter. They've actually relaxed their surveillance on us, old fellas. Otherwise, sigh, it's not like you don't know about those endless traveling immortals. There's no end to them, no end to them, no end to them. What a headache. Then now? The forgetful devil lord's heart trembled. He seemed to have thought of something as he involuntarily cried out. Now, we finally don't have to hide from them anymore. The 6 devil heavens will also seize the opportunity to rise and establish their own imperial palace. The Sea of Infinite Sorrow smiled. In the past, People said that there were 3 half-immortal emperors in the 33 heavens. This can be changed. Father, what did you do? Why did you hide it from me as well? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the bewildered and aggrieved little devil Lord Wan Jianghen. He knew more about his father's situation than anyone else. Now, he couldn't understand a single word that the Sea of Infinite Sorrow was saying. He didn't understand a single thing that the Sea of Infinite Sorrow was doing. He was on the verge of tears. The feeling of being kept in the dark all this time filled him with shock and fear. It's nothing, the Sea of Infinite Sorrow chuckled and said, do you still remember the copper cauldron that you accidentally found 10 years ago? You couldn't understand what it was, so you gave it to me. I kept it and studied it for 3 years. Finally, I discovered an inheritance from the copper cauldron. After 7 years of bitter cultivation, I finally gained some insights. Haha, my son, you don't have to be disappointed. Since I won't die, then the position of extreme evil demon lord that you've always wanted will never be yours. However, if I compensate you with the position of imperial prince, it won't be a loss, right? Whose inheritance is it? A faint voice rang out. It was the daughter of the great firmament celestial empress, Lu Xiaojun. At some point, she had finally woken up. The Sea of Infinite Sorrow smiled easily. Of course it's the inheritance of our patriarch. When the demon lord Carefree heard this, his expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, the heavenly demon? The smile on the Sea of Infinite Sorrow's face deepened. He nodded lightly. That's impossible. The demon lord Carefree Xiao Baiming shouted, we've received his inheritance a long time ago, that's just some unorthodox theurgy. The Sea of Infinite Sorrow chuckled and said, when will the real inheritance be yours? Everyone fell silent. No one could say a word. They felt their hearts sink and suffocate uncomfortably. They didn't know what to ask. Haha, seeing how badly the 3 imperial palaces fought against each other, this old man feels a little ashamed. The Sea of Infinite Sorrow spread his arms and laughed. His gaze slowly swept past the son of the grand profound heaven's emperor, Yan Zhaoge, and the daughter of the great firmament celestial empress, Lu Xiaojun. Then, he looked towards the son of the great scarlet heavens who was rushing towards them. His voice suddenly became incomparably loud, from today onwards, the 6 devilish heavens shall be this old man's heavenly domain. No one shall lay a finger on it. Your Highness Yan Zhao, firmament maiden, Di Lu, this old man has no intention of becoming enemies with the immortal emperors behind you. Leave now. However, go back and tell the immortal exalts behind you that from today onwards, no one is allowed to enter without the extreme viciousness devil emperor's orders. Your subordinates are the price you have to pay for this. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his sleeves. A huge flag flew into the sky and unfurled itself, devilish chi surged, and black fog surged. Under the huge flag, the extreme viciousness devil lord, the Sea of Infinite Sorrow resembled a ferocious god. He stood within the void and looked down at the immortal army, devilish generals, and god race beings greedily. Within his eyes, 2 lumps of flame seemed to be burning. He licked his lips and chuckled, with these people here, I should be able to cultivate to the realm of invincibility below the immortal emperor realm, right? The lord of the extreme devil has proclaimed himself emperor? Fang Xing and the others, who saw this scene from afar, were also shocked. Fang Xing was no stranger to this old devil. He had just robbed the heaven of extreme adversity and felt that this old thing was very timid. He had obediently handed over what he wanted. It was obvious that he was seriously injured and was powerless to intervene in the chaos of the 6 demon heavens. However, after seeing him suddenly appear in the heaven of extreme adversity, Fang Xing immediately knew that he had been deceived. He was not the only one who had been deceived. The 3 imperial palaces and various tribes had also been deceived. This old thing had been using his injuries to hide behind the scenes. Now, he had revealed his ambition. He had actually become the aureole behind the 3 imperial palaces and wanted to unify the 6 demon heavens and proclaim himself as the demon emperor. He was too arrogant. How dare you, Wan Chou Hai, speak such arrogant words? You are a traitor. The forces that the great firmament and Taishan heaven had gathered were scattered by the demonic soldiers brought by Wan Chou Hai. Now, when they heard Wan Chou Hai raise his flag and proclaim himself the demon emperor, they were immediately enraged. When had the soldiers and generals of the two imperial palaces ever really paid any attention to these demons? Now that they heard Wan Chou Hai's arrogant words, countless celestial generals roared and angrily led their troops forward. Celestial might surged, and magic treasures rose to the sky. They surrounded Wan Chou Hai, who stood alone in the void, and killed him. Haha, since I dare to proclaim myself the emperor, then I am not even afraid of the celestial emperor. Why would I care about ants like you? Wan Chou Hai saw the soldiers and generals attacking him, but he laughed and waved his hands. There was a rumble, and 4 or 5 shadows suddenly flew out beside him. Each shadow had a black line connected to him. Vaguely, among those shadows, there were 2 that were similar to the 2 Taishian heaven protectors whose great path and celestial qi he had just swallowed. It was as if they were his incarnations, each occupying a position and displaying the great path. At the same time, they pounced on the surrounding soldiers and generals. In the midst of the demonic aura, 4 or 5 different powers of the great path were unleashed, and the soldiers and generals that were close to him were turned into ashes. He broke through the first level? Not far away, Demon Master Carefree Xiao Baiming cried out in shock when he saw the scene. The other demons had the same expression as him. Their faces were filled with indescribable shock. Everyone knew that the 6 demons of the 6 demon heavens had cultivated a great Tao to the extreme, and their strength was incomparably terrifying. However, it was precisely because they had walked too far on a great Tao that they had instead fallen into a demonic barrier. They had shackled themselves, and it was impossible for them to break through that one. It was also because of this that the demons felt deep despair. They knew that if they could not break through that one, they would forever be shrouded in the shadow of an immortal emperor. Yet now, they shockingly saw the Sea of Sorrow actually utilize numerous grand Daos, so how could they not be shocked in their hearts? Being able to break through this one represented that the Sea of Infinite Sorrow had entered a whole new realm. The devils of the 6 demon heavens, who had yet to break through that one, were already in no way inferior to the immortal supremacies of the various imperial palaces. Now that the Sea of Infinite Sorrow had broken through this one, what kind of realm had his strength reached, immortal king? Or was it really as he said, that he already had the qualifications to become an emperor? Do we still need to make a move? Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge's gaze also turned cold. He couldn't help but look at the princess of the great firmament. This old demon has a good plan. Lu Xiaojuan's gaze was also cold, and anger was hidden within. For people of their statuses, it was not a good feeling to realize that they had been fooled. Even with her level of cultivation, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She said angrily, I wonder what kind of heretical art he cultivated. He can actually devour the immortal qi and grand Daos of others. Doesn't this mean that as long as he continuously devours others, he can continuously grow and become almost invincible? No wonder he purposely used his injuries to hide behind the scenes, using the 6 demon heavens chaos as an enticing fruit to attract our attention. If it wasn't for the fact that we were all focused on fighting for the 6 demon heavens, we would have definitely discovered that he cultivated such a devilish art. What's the point of saying this now? Yan Zhaoge's brows were also filled with anger. This old demon has clearly cultivated a devilish art. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in front of us, and even appeared when we and the great scarlet heavens were both heavily injured. Didn't you hear what he said? He doesn't want our lives, only chasing us away. However, he wants to keep our subordinates, immortal soldiers, and immortal generals. To him, they are resources. Now, we can only temporarily lead and inform the Imperial Palace's Grand Immortal Exalts about this matter. Lu Xiaojun said coldly, looking at this old demon's cultivation, other than us elders, only the Grand Immortal Exalts can make a move. But if we retreat, many of our subordinates will. At this point, Yan Zhaoge didn't continue as he just felt extremely infuriated. They viewed the 6 demon heavens as a chessboard. While they were here on behalf of their respective imperial palaces, they were actually here for their own benefit as well. They were all trying to obtain as many resources as possible for themselves. Therefore, they had brought many trusted aides that they had nurtured over the years this time. Instead, many immortal emperors who were loyal to them had been excluded by them. Originally, their own trusted aides would have been sufficient. However, who would have thought that the Sea of Myriad Sorrow would do something like this, making them feel terrible, if they really retreated alone, wouldn't that be equivalent to returning to the imperial palaces alone with nothing to gain, having thousands of years of foundation destroyed in a single day? No one would be able to bear it. There's nothing we can do about it. Are you willing to fight him? Lu Xiaojun said coldly, causing Yan Zhaoge to hatefully shut his mouth. The two of them still had the strength to fight, especially Lu Xiaojun, who basically hadn't suffered many losses. That white-clothed young monk didn't have any killing intent. Even if he had knocked her on the head with a wooden fish, he had only knocked her out, not injured her. While Yan Zhaoge was injured, he still had the Emperor Talisman with him, which was also a great weapon. It was just that even so, the two of them were completely unable to arouse any interest in fighting against the Sea of Myriad Sorrow. After all, the strength that old demon had displayed was too terrifying. Seeing those corpses whose immortal chi had been sucked dry by him, they couldn't even muster up the courage to fight him. In their hearts, it was equivalent to them having already accepted this outcome of losing completely. We still aren't the most unlucky. However, that Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens is going to lose everything. Amidst his vexation, Yan Zhaoge suddenly spoke coldly, at the same time looking somewhat rejoicing in the misfortune of others as he murmured, I rather hope that he is a little more capable now. If he can cause heavy injuries on both sides with that old devil, perhaps senior apprentice sister Xiaoshui, didn't you injure him before? At this moment, Fang Xing and the others had also rushed over from midair. Looking at the Sea of Myriad Sorrow, whose devilish chi was growing stronger by the second, many gazes also looked towards the white-clothed, white-haired Xiaoshui. They had already heard the roar of the extreme evil minor demon lord earlier and knew that the person who had injured the Sea of Myriad Sorrow was this genius of the Nanzhong Great Snowy Mountain. When I was searching for the footprints of the heavenly devils in the extreme evil heavens, I met him before. Xiaoshui's white hair fluttered in the wind as she stood in midair without any expression on her face. Under her sharp feet was the giant python that now resembled a white dragon. Its body was twisting and turning, looking ferocious and terrifying. Every movement and every stillness emanated an abnormally cold sense of beauty, causing people to not dare to look directly at her eyes. Her voice was similarly calm and without any ripples, and she faintly resounded, when I fought with him, he cultivated in the external devilish Tao, which was countered by me. He was injured by my sword, but his injuries weren't severe, and he escaped. Her words were very simple, but they also made it clear what had happened. From the looks of it, she had indeed fought with the old demon, and the old demon had indeed been injured by her sword. However, his injuries weren't as severe as the rumors said. From the looks of it, the old demon had indeed planned this beforehand, and had purposely used this matter to conceal himself. Haha, I didn't expect you to be with the Great Scarlet Heavens Emperor. It was also at this moment that Wan Chouhai's calm and playful gaze fell on Xiaoshui. He softly said, speaking of which, I have to thank you. If I hadn't fought with you back then, I probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true essence of the internal devilish Tao so quickly. Haha, what internal devilish Tao or external devilish Tao? It's all derived from the wonderful method of the life elixir from ancient times. All living beings in the world are elixirs, and with this elixir, why would I need to worry about resources? After comprehending this principle, I'm destined to be the #1 demon emperor in the 33 heavens. Who would dare to disobey me? Life elixir? A sneer appeared on Xiaoshui's indifferent face, and her voice was cold. It's not like I haven't cultivated it before. It's just that such a dirty method was abandoned by me from the beginning, and now it's picked up by you. This isn't the true internal devilish Tao, and you haven't broken through that one. You're just walking further and further on the devilish Tao. As the descendant of the heavenly devil, it's only right for me to clean up my sect. Haha, little brat, you're shamelessly boasting. I'll let you know what the true devilish Tao is. Wan Chouhai sneered. He glanced at Xiaoshui with a murderous look, and then looked at Fang Xing. He sneered, I'll call you the Emperor of Great Scarlet Sky for now. I've already said that if you retreat now, I'll let you go. However, the people around you will all stay behind as the price for your Great Scarlet Sky interfering with my 6 demon heavens. Are you willing? To be honest, Fang Xing shook his head with a bitter smile when he saw Wan Chouhai looking at him. He stepped forward, his blood-red cloak fluttering in the wind, and the heaven-deceiving tyrant blade in his hand. He paused for a moment, and then said, I really don't understand what you're talking about. However, I've already said that those two are my fat lambs, and I'm about to tie them up. At this moment, he suddenly charged forward. Damn it, you came out to intercept me. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Seeing that the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven wasn't afraid of him at all and was rushing straight towards him, Wan Chou Hai's eyes turned cold. He let out a deep roar, and his devilish chi surged. Above his head, the devilish flag also fluttered, releasing boundless ferocious might. Although he was alone, when the devilish chi surged, numerous black shadows continuously appeared beside him. They were actually the immortal soldiers and devilish generals that he had killed and devoured previously. At this moment, they were like his incarnations, tightly surrounding him. Looking from afar, he alone looked like a great army. In contrast, the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven who was furiously slashing his saber towards him was vastly inferior. What a good emperor style. How dare you? Yan Zhaoge let out a low roar, and his eyes shone. It was unknown whether he was actually cheering or gloating. You're right. We still have a chance. The Princess of Great Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, lowered her gaze and said in a low voice. The immortal might on her body was slowly circulating. If you dare to attack me, it's no different from courting death. Seeing Fang Xing rushing towards him from afar, Wan Chou Hai, the evil heaven-old demon, sneered. Behind him, several black shadows scuttled out. Those black shadows were like his clones. Their auras were tyrannical and unpredictable. In midair, they had already circulated the light of the great Tao, and fiercely slashed towards Fang Xing. The most terrifying thing was that the light of the great Tao circulated by those black shadows was actually the same power as the few Tao protectors when they were still alive. The cooperation between them was even more flawless and marvelous. Rumble, facing those black shadows, Fang Xing held the heaven-deceiving barbaric saber in his right hand and the golden nine halberd in his left hand. With a furious roar, he ruthlessly slashed downwards. However, in the void, the fragments of the great Tao shattered bit by bit, and filthy black flesh and blood dripped down like rain. The heaven-deceiving barbaric saber was the best at hurting the fleshly body. Even the golden nine halberd could break the golden body of a great heavenly golden immortal. As for the golden nine halberd, it specialized in breaking the great Tao. Immortal light and magic treasures could be shattered with just one hit. Currently, the two immortal treasures in Fang Xing's hands complemented each other perfectly. His entire body's ferocious might was unleashed unstoppably. Haha, you also used some kind of technique to control the great Tao just now. Why aren't you using it now? Old Demon Lord Wan Chou Hai of Malice chuckled. With a flick of his hand's seal, the incarnations that Fang Xing had destroyed reformed and continued to besiege Fang Xing. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he leisurely moved his lips, as if he was really waiting for Fang Xing to use his secret technique. However, Fang Xing was not so stupid as to really use that kind of technique. As soon as this old devil appeared, he revealed his ability to devour the great Tao. How could he deliver himself to him at this time? If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to use my trump card. Since he could not admit defeat verbally, Fang Xing shouted and charged forward with halberd in his left hand and saber in his right. Streaks of black fog burst out from time to time, covering half of the sky. Countless black shadows exploded in front of him, and were swept away by him one by one. It was clearly a battle between two people, but now, it seemed like two armies were charging at each other. I said that I would clean up the Heavenly Devil clan. At this time, no one besides Fang Xing dared to casually attack the old demon lord of malice who was surging with devilish chi. His divine arts were too strange, and his devilish chi was too dense. No one was willing to be devoured by him and become a puppet shadow by his side. Even the Tao protectors and immortal generals of the great firmament heavens and the extreme darkness heavens had already retreated after suffering a huge loss when they had besieged Wan Chou Hai. They could only stare blankly at the battle. Xiao Baiming and the other devils were all bewildered. They didn't have any desire to attack. They even unconsciously distanced themselves from Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun, as if they were drawing a line between them. But in this kind of situation, behind Fang Xing, a person actually stood up. It was the white-haired and white-clothed senior apprentice sister Xiao Shui. Facing the old demon lord's dense devilish intent, not a hint of fear could be seen on her face. Instead, with a clear roar, the white snake beneath her feet soared and carried her up to the 9 heavens. Then, her white hair danced in the air as she slashed down with her sword from afar. As this sword descended, the heavens and earth were filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. Amidst the whiteness, an even more dazzling streak of silver sword light slashed down, tearing apart countless black shadows in front of the old demon lord. Haha, some guts. When old demon extreme fiend Wan Cho Hai saw this, not only wasn't he angry, he laughed instead. He pointed his 10 fingers in quick succession, and even more black shadows immediately appeared around him, directly entangling Xiaoshui. Like a crazed demon, these black shadows surged towards Xiaoshui like a tide. The juniors these days are getting more and more disappointing. In another direction, the black-robed sword demon patriarch couldn't help but lower his head and smile when he saw this scene in the distant sky. He turned to look at the fox lady of the demon clan, who was fighting a certain immortal general of the Taixian heaven lineage, and lamented, "In the past, demons like us pursued our own Tao. Since we're demons, of course, we have to view ourselves as higher than the heavens. How could we be willing to inherit the principles of others? But now, look at you. You've obtained Senior Celestial Demon's inheritance, and you're so happy." "Senior, do we know each other before?" The peerlessly beautiful fox lady of the demon clan was having a hard time fighting the Tai immortal general, and she was in danger again and again. When she heard the black-robed man talking beside her, she immediately became flustered. As she fought, she hurriedly said, "If we don't know each other, what's the point of telling me this? If we do, why aren't you helping me? Why are you complaining over there? Haha, I know you. Aren't you the #1 beauty of the Sky Origin Demon Clan?" Sword Demon Patriarch laughed and said, "I also know that your name is Fox Immortal Fairy. Then why aren't you helping me?" Fox Immortal Fairy shrieked in anger, nearly having her chest pierced by the Immortal General's spear. "Haha, then you have to remember this favor." The Sword Demon Patriarch laughed and disappeared from where he was. Coincidentally, the Primordial Unity Immortal General was thrusting his spear at Fox Fairy, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the Primordial Unity Immortal General was gone, and the black-robed man was standing in front of her with his arm around her slender waist. He was smiling smugly, looking into her eyes gently and whispering, "Why don't we have a meal together after this battle is over?" Fox Immortal Fairy felt a chill in her heart, but she didn't dare to offend him. She forced a smile and said, "I already have someone in my heart." Sword Demon Patriarch was enraged. "Who?" Fox Immortal Fairy turned her eyes and pointed at Feng Xing, who was fighting Myriad Sarosi in the distance. Sword Demon Patriarch was taken aback. "This little bastard, aren't you going to help, Senior?" Fox Immortal Fairy asked. "If I help him, it will be the same as bullying a junior," Sword Demon Patriarch said. "You are so old?" Fox Immortal Fairy asked. Sword Demon Patriarch was taken aback. "Who said I am old? I'm going to kill that old man." As he spoke, he released Celestial Fox Fairy and flew into the air. He clenched his right hand, and black light flashed. A huge black sword had already appeared in his hand. Then, he laughed heartily and flew 3,000 miles away. His speed was unbelievably fast, and he actually broke through the layers of black shadows to arrive behind Wan Cho Hai. Then, he laughed heartily and slashed at Wan Cho Hai's neck. With a chi sound, an unexpected scene appeared. Myriad Sarosi's head flew into the air, and Sword Demon Patriarch picked up the head and turned to leave. Father, Wan Jianghen, the little fiendish demon lord, was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He cried out involuntarily. It's not that bad, is it?" Fox Immortal Fairy was taken aback as well. She didn't expect Sword Demon Patriarch to succeed so easily. Sword Demon Patriarch, on the other hand, fled 1,000 miles away with the head. Then, he turned around and frowned. Suddenly, he tossed the head to the ground, gripped the black sword tightly, and stared coldly at Sea of Sorrow's body. "Haha, even an old demon like you has shown up. It seems that it is time for the fiend Tao to prosper." The Sea of Sorrow's body had already lost its head, but his deep voice still rang out. As his voice rang out, the headless body suddenly turned into a black shadow and vanished from the world. The other shadow that was closest to him transformed into the Sword Demon Patriarch. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared coldly at the Sword Demon Patriarch. All of a sudden, the demon patriarch's demonic energy surged out of his body, and he shot forward like a black serpent at the sword demon patriarch in midair. But how many clones do I have? How many lives do I have? How can an old demon like you hurt me? Now that he had attacked with all his might, his power was completely different. The billowing demonic energy erupted like a volcano, blotting out the sun and covering the sky. Not only was Sword Demon Patriarch startled and forced to flee into some spatial rift, but even Feng Xing and Xiaoxue, who were fighting head-on, felt the pressure on them increase significantly. Even though they used all their strength, they could only block all the demonic shadows that were charging at them. They could barely protect themselves. Other than the freak from the Yuan family and the little white-robed monk, no one else dared to approach the battlefield. Even the old phoenix from the Nine-Ridge Phoenix Heaven had retreated from the battlefield and was getting further and further away from them. As for the immortal soldiers, demonic generals, and celestial beings who were fighting fiercely on the Spirit Star, they wanted nothing more than to cover their heads and flee as far as they could. Once the weak got close, they would become Myriad Sarosi's shadow and become a part of his divine ability. Even the stronger ones would face an opponent that could not be weakened through battle. He would only grow stronger and stronger. From this point of view, Myriad Sarosi was indeed invincible. In an era where even immortal kings were slaughtered, the Sea of Infinite Sorrow was undoubtedly the most courageous person in the 33 heavens, because he proclaimed himself as the Devil Emperor to challenge the 3 immortal emperors. The few devils of the 6 devil heavens all had their own unique traits. The extreme evil old devil was undoubtedly the one who displayed his unique trait to the fullest. He coveted power, which was why he pushed it to the extreme. The emperor's son of the Grand Mystery Heaven, Yan Zhaoge, and the princess of the Great Firmament, Lu Xiaojun, understood his devilish intent, which was why they didn't try to persuade him to submit. After all, in this world, what was more powerful than unifying the 6 devil heavens and becoming the one and only devil emperor? Of course, this required boundless power to become a true devil emperor. He didn't want to be slapped to death by the 3 immortal emperors who came out of seclusion one day. This was the most difficult possibility to achieve. After all, the birth of the 3 immortal emperors had already taken up all the fortune of the 33 heavens. It was almost impossible to have the same environment and sufficient resources to give birth to another immortal emperor. It was even more impossible for the Sea of Infinite Sorrow to be on par with the 3 immortal emperors in terms of cultivation. However, he actually obtained the Heavenly Devil's legacy, which made it possible for him to be independent of the 3 immortal emperors. Spirit-forming pill. Using the life forms of the world as a pill, it was equivalent to possessing endless resources. Perhaps his cultivation realm wasn't enough to reach the height of an immortal emperor. However, from the looks of it, given enough time, his personal strength would increase endlessly. It would increase to the point where the immortal emperors would be wary of him and acknowledge his existence. The Grand Mystery Heaven and the Great Firmament Heaven's lineage foresaw such a scene. A sense of despair arose within their hearts. Even the Emperor's son of the Grand Mystery Heaven, Yan Zhaoge, and the Princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, had the intention to protect themselves and abandon their subordinates. How could the others who had no choice in the first place? On the contrary, the Emperor's son of the Great Scarlet Heaven was still overestimating himself. He was still roaring loudly and teaming up with the white-haired, white-clothed devil woman to fight against the enemy. It was futile for them to continue the final battle. However, looking at their current state, they were all suppressed by the Sea of Infinite Sorrow. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. If the 6 demonic heavens were to form their own lineage, watching this great battle, the various lineages naturally had different thoughts. The carefree devil Lord Xiao Baiming and the great poor devil Lord Song Beggar did not share the worries of Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun. Instead, they could not help but exchange glances, seeing each other's restlessness and ambitions. If Boswan becomes a demon emperor, we will be the immortal supremacies by his side. We will be able to stay in the 6 demon heavens forever. We will always be above everyone else, and there will be no need for us to seek refuge in the arch palaces and be dispensable elders. Song Beggar's eyes flashed. And the resources in our respective domains will forever belong to us. We won't have to worry about being taken away by the 3 imperial palaces, and we won't have to worry about being sent to our deaths as cannon fodder when the 3 imperial palaces go to war with other forces. Compared to this, the promise made to us by Taishan Heaven and Great Firmament is like a joke. But, the carefree devil Lord Xiao Baiming let out a low sigh and said, in the past, we were sworn brothers with him. Now, we are no longer his subordinates. Song Beggar sneered, that's still better than going to the other imperial palaces, right? Only the extreme calamity devil Lord Xianxia said worriedly, when the three immortal emperors come out of seclusion, I wonder if the extreme devil lord will be able to. He will definitely be able to. At this moment, the one who interrupted was the extreme evil little devil Lord Wan Jianghen. His eyes shone brightly, and an unconcealable smile could be seen on his face. It was as if he was forcefully suppressing the ecstasy in his heart to allow himself to speak calmly. My father has always planned before taking action. Without absolute confidence, he would definitely not reveal himself in advance. Why do you think he declared himself an emperor now? Because almost 30% of the elites of the various imperial palaces and even the various major forces are here. These are all top-notch life spirit pills. It seemed that the joy of becoming a devil palace's emperor's disciple had made him completely abandon his usual rationality. At this moment, even his words became a little arrogant. When my father devours and refines everyone here, what level of strength will his strength reach? Ha 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 ha, what's so scary about the three immortal emperors? Maybe my father still has hope of unifying the 33 heavens. At that time, At least there was still a little bit of rationality left in his heart, so he stopped talking at this moment. However, the fanaticism in his words was enough to affect the minds of Xiao Baiming, Song Beggar, Xianxia, and the other devils. If this old devil really succeeds, then we'll really die without a burial ground. At this moment, in the distance, the Yuan family freak and the white-robed monk, Xianxia, also raised their heads to look at the sea of infinite sorrow in the sky. The two of them looked at each other, and this time, without delay, they were both prepared to attack. However, both of them were the kind of people who could see through the situation before attacking, so they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, their eyes were filled with immortal light as they observed the battle. Their auras had long been involved in the battle, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they had not moved at all. As for the golden-armored Ao Lai, he looked at the sea of infinite sorrow in the sky and was also eager to give it a try. However, he was held back by an old man beside him, who advised bitterly, after all, your cultivation has not reached the great accomplishment stage. You must not fight that old devil. At this time, the other forces who had rushed over to help were also in a heavy mood, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. The shadowless mountain rat king could not help but say to Fox Fairy, if there's no other way, let's quickly retreat. His suggestion made Fox Fairy really consider it. They had all heard what the Sea of Infinite Sorrow said just now. This old devil did not intend to let anyone go except the three princes. In other words, if they could not defeat the old devil, then they would only become his life spirit pills. If that was the case, instead of staying here and waiting for death, it was better to take advantage of the fierce battle between the little devil and the Sea of Infinite Sorrow to quickly leave this godforsaken place. At least they would be able to keep their lives, but as she thought this, she was a little hesitant. Looking at Fengxing from afar, she could not help but think of what the great sage of the demon race had said to her. We can't leave. If we leave, we will regret it. Fox Fairy suddenly shivered and said resolutely, I have suffered this kind of loss many times in the past. This old devil has refined the life spirit pills and can no longer be tolerated in this world. He should be subdued. Xianxia looked indifferent. After watching for a long time, he said in a low voice, he cultivates the devil path and refines the external demon body. It is really difficult to deal with him, but he is on the evil path, and his incarnation also has the devil will. If we fight head-on, I am afraid no one can kill his external incarnation, especially in this situation. Even the speed of killing his incarnation is not as fast as the speed of devouring and refining the demon body, the freak of the Yuan family said lightly. Do you have an idea? Xianxia nodded and said, the Buddha has a way to subdue demons. I can subdue his devil body with Buddhist dharma, but I can't hold on for too long, or even only for a breath of time. In this breath of time, can you cut off all his demon bodies at the same time? The freak of the Yuan family looked up at the sky and said lightly, it's very dangerous to do this in the 33 heavens, but I can try. It was also at this moment that the freak of the Yuan family and the little monk Xianxia, who had been watching the battle, also came to a conclusion. Then the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything else. The little monk Xianxia sat cross-legged in the void, and the sound of chanting slowly rang out. A faint Buddhist light had already descended between heaven and earth, as if it had dispelled a lot of the devil will in this world. In the distance, Wan Chou Hai, who was attacking violently, suddenly looked at him coldly. It was as if he had also sensed a hint of danger in his heart. The light of Buddha shines, abandon the butcher's knife. However, Xianxia also acted very quickly. Just as he looked over, he had already put his palms together, and his voice became like muffled thunder at this moment, sweeping across the sky. In an instant, he was like a great Buddha. His expression was calm, and his eyes were merciful. He looked down at the Sea of Sorrow, which was the head of the extreme demon in the sky. There was a pure Buddha will around him, dyeing the entire supreme doom sky with an indescribable spiritual light and Buddha will. It came from all directions, and like a slow tide, it surged toward the Sea of Sorrow. Rumble, something unexpected happened. The countless demonic shadows that Wan Chou Hai was riding all froze at that moment. The Buddhist light that filled the sky and the earth actually froze all the demonic shadows in the void. All the demonic shadows were Wan Chou Hai's hands and feet, and they were his divine abilities, but they were all frozen at that moment. In other words, it was as if he had been tied up at that moment. Even this old devil clearly hadn't expected this kind of change, and his eyes were full of shock and astonishment. In fact, there was even a hint of fear and panic in his eyes. It was also at that moment that the Yuan family freak suddenly stepped forward with the iron sword in his hand. Before he even arrived, his astonishing sword intent had already filled the entire world. In another direction, the sword demon patriarch, who had been hiding and fleeing like a stray dog because of Wan Chou Hai, also laughed heartily and rushed out of a spatial rift. With a shake of his arms, he rode the black light that filled the sky and charged toward Wan Chou Hai. Xiaoxue also made a move. A white snake soared into the sky, and her sword intent was like light that annihilated the four domains. Old devil, you still don't want to die? Fang Xing, who was fighting fiercely with Wan Chou Hai, also saw this opportunity. Overjoyed, he roared and rushed over. The heaven-deceiving barbaric saber drew a huge arc in the air, tearing through the void as it slashed straight toward Wan Chou Hai. At that moment, the 5 experts attacked at the same time, forming a huge encirclement. The insufferably arrogant Sea of Infinite Sorrow had fallen into a dangerous situation that even he himself had not anticipated. How dare you, demonic monk, harm my father? Just as Infinite Sorrow Sea's devilish body was locked in place by Xianxia, the heavens and earth fell into an indescribable state of shock. Even those with high cultivation bases like Lu Xiaojun and Yan Zhaoge did not expect that monk to actually be able to lock Infinite Sorrow Sea's devilish body in place. Even more so, they did not expect that the extreme evil old demon, who had clearly seemed to have everything under control, would suddenly have the tables turned and fall into an indescribable danger of life and death. All of this could only mean that while they had not underestimated the monk earlier, they had actually still underestimated him. His cultivation base had already reached an unimaginably high realm. It was also at this moment that they were all faced with a choice. The abominable young demon master was the first to react. The moment he discovered this dangerous scene, his eyes widened and he rushed forward. The power of the great Tao was boundless. Like a huge dragon, he ruthlessly swept towards Xiaoxue, who was the closest to him. Attack! The next to attack were the carefree devil lord Xiao Baiming and the great poor devil lord Song Beggar. These two were old foxes and naturally knew when to stop. Infinite Sorrow Sea becoming the devil emperor was extremely obvious to them. Thus, it was actually time for them to make a choice. If they wanted to obtain their rightful position in the devil emperor's lineage, now was undoubtedly the best time to show their sincerity. Otherwise, if they waited until the situation was settled and then submitted to Infinite Sorrow Sea, who knew if this old demon would be dissatisfied, just as they were hesitating on whether or not they should interfere in this battle, the opportunity came. Who would have thought that Infinite Sorrow Sea would suddenly encounter such a danger? Helping him now and stabilizing the situation would be even more meritorious than helping him earlier. Monk, how dare you be so arrogant? Xiao Baiming was the first to roar angrily and attack first. His target was precisely the little monk Xianxia. At this moment, the handsome little monk had a benevolent look on his face. He put his palms together, and the Buddhist light that filled the sky froze the demon body of the Infinite Sorrow Sea. However, he himself was like a lonely baby, completely defenseless. As soon as Xiao Baiming made his move, the violent winds that he conjured were like immortal swords that swept toward the handsome little monk one after another. The immortal soldiers and demonic generals that he encountered along the way were all smashed into meat paste. At this moment, Song Beggar silently summoned a gust of wind and rain and charged toward the freak from the Yuan family. Although the heavy rain could not stop the sword momentum of the freak from the Yuan family, it formed a terrifying domain. Not only did it weaken the power of the sword intent of the freak from the Yuan family, but if the freak from the Yuan family insisted on attacking, he would inevitably be restrained by his great Tao. If we attack now, the daughter of the Emperor of the Great Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, and the son of the Emperor of the Grand Mystery Heaven, Yan Zhaoge, conversed in an instant. Then, can we join forces with them and slay the infinite sorrow sea? If so, the 6 devilish heavens might still have a chance. As she spoke, the might of the Sword of Heavens had already risen from her body. As the daughter of the Emperor, how could she not seize this opportunity? However, Yan Zhaoge instantly answered her, why should we help the son of the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens? Makes sense. The daughter of the Emperor of the Great Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, instantly agreed with his logic. She still slashed down with the Sword of Heaven's will. Only, she didn't slash at the infinite sorrow sea, she was slashing toward the sword devil ancestor. The chance to slay the infinite sorrow sea had come too quickly and too abruptly. She and Yan Zhaoge had no time to think about it. They could only make a choice based on their instincts. If they slay the infinite sorrow sea, the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens would be the one to obtain victory. Even she and Yan Zhaoge might become prisoners. If that was the case, instead of slaying the infinite sorrow sea, they might as well help the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens. First, they could use the chance to slay the Emperor of the Great Scarlet Heavens, and second, they could earn a favor from him. Perhaps this choice was a little hard to believe, however, in that instant where sparks flew off a piece of flint, Lu Xiaojun and Yan Zhaoge's opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Rumble, an unexpected change occurred in the sky. Sigh, the freak of the Yuan family sighed. He turned around and slashed his sword towards the Forgotten Worries Devil Lord Xiao Baiming and the Great Poor Devil Lord Song Beg. In an instant, the sword light traversed the heavens and the earth. The gale controlled by the Carefree Demon Master and the gale and rain controlled by the Great Poverty Demon Master were slashed into 2 halves by his sword. Moreover, it was not only the 2 halves, but they were also slashed into pieces. The 2 old demons turned pale with fright and fled with all their might. A terrifying crack appeared on their bodies. It was caused by the sword light, and it almost slashed them into 2 halves. Xiaoshue's sword light could only slash towards Wan Jianghen in order to resist his light of the Great Tao. Her torrential devilish intent was like a strand of silver thread as it was sent flying. Wan Jianghen's cultivation base was not weaker than hers. In fact, it was even slightly higher. However, when it came into contact with her devilish intent, it dissipated like snow meeting boiling water. All of her divine arts directly collapsed. Devil, you, amidst Wan Jianghen's roar, his entire body was blasted away, and he seemed to be in a miserable state. Anyone could see that if he continued to fight Xiaoshui, he would definitely lose miserably. However, time had already passed, and Xiaoshue's sword was blocked by him. At this moment, if she wanted to condense her celestial pressure and slash out a second time, she no longer had enough time and opportunity. As for Sword Demon Patriarch, he let out a muffled roar as he was forced to dodge the sword light. It was supposed to be a situation where all the experts were present, but Fang Xing was the only one left. Fang Xing, with the Heaven Tyrant Barbarian saber in his hand, whistled through the air. Saber light shone brightly, and heaven and earth trembled in fear. 7 or 8 of the demonic shadows in front of Wan Chou Hai were cut down by his saber, and with the help of the 9 halberds, it could be said that he was killing to his heart's content. However, just as he was about to charge in, he was met with Wan Chou Hai's eerie and terrifying gaze. Only then did he realize that he had been targeted by the old demon. I don't know who you are, but I originally planned to spare your life. Wan Chou Hai's expression was unusually unsightly, and his voice was even more eerie. As he spoke, the demonic energy around his body fluctuated as if there were tens of thousands of demons following him. His voice was like a judgment calling Fang Xing to the death rain, and it carried with it an indescribable murderous intent. But since you are so insensible, this old man has no choice but to spare your life. When the demon emperor comes into being, there should naturally be a crown prince buried with him. You are just right. Rumble, the demonic energy around his body suddenly surged like an erupting volcano. At the same time, all the demons threw their heads back and howled at the sky. They actually broke free from the overwhelming Buddha will and regained their freedom, like butterflies breaking free from their cocoons. But now, I've changed my mind. Wan Chou-hai shook his arms, and it was as if he was stirring up heaven and earth. In an instant, the demonic energy blotted out the sky. It was also at this moment that a series of 7 or 8 black shadows rushed toward Feng Xing. The 7 or 8 black shadows were like 7 or 8 great overarching golden immortals. Each of them controlled the aura of the great Tao, and they covered the sky and earth. Old devil, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Feng Xing gnashed his teeth in hatred. He cursed and swung his 9 halberd to shatter the demonic shadows, but even he had to retreat at this moment. After all, Wan Chou-hai's attack was too ferocious, and it was unprecedented. One person seemed to be leading countless great overarching golden immortals to attack. In the eyes of ordinary immortals, this was impossible to defeat. Di Lu, I know your secret. Hand it over now, and I might spare your life. After experiencing the danger from before, the Sea of Infinite Sorrow seemed to have been truly infuriated. At this moment, he disregarded everything and executed his divine abilities to kill Feng Xing. He seemed to have become a completely different person from before. Earlier, he'd seemed to be especially lenient towards this Imperial Prince, yet now, he directly attacked to kill Feng Xing. He wished for nothing more than to swallow Feng Xing in one gulp and show no mercy at all. Little monk. At this moment, the freak of the Yuan family, who had forced back the 2 demons with one sword strike, also shouted in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Is this God's will? At this time, Xianxia also had a helpless expression, and there seemed to be a bitter smile between his eyebrows. Why is a demon who is originally of no benefit to anyone getting the help of so many people? Why is it that no one cares when he is supposed to get rid of demons and defend the Tao? As he murmured, he smiled bitterly, as if he also felt that what he said was unrealistic. They were originally enemies, so who had the right to criticize each other? However, looking at his confused expression, the heart of the freak of the Yuan family also sank. With his cultivation, he naturally understood that if this monk's Taoist heart was not strong, it would be even more impossible for him to use the Buddhist divine ability. Moreover, he had already used it once, but it was completely destroyed by someone. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to breaking his Taoist heart, and this was the case with the Buddhist divine ability, which was related to the Taoist heart. Once the Taoist heart was broken, it would be impossible to reappear in a short period of time. Are we really going to lose everything in the hands of this demon today? Even the freak of the Yuan family could not help but feel his heart sink at this moment. He secretly growled, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this time, their reinforcements were all trembling in fear and gnashing their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. The only opportunity had been destroyed. What else could they do? Only Feng Xing. At this moment, he charged towards the Sea of Infinite Sorrow while laughing maniacally. His eyes turned cold, as if he had made up his mind. He muttered to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to someone. He laughed bitterly, and his eyes became even sharper. He roared in a low voice, if there's really no other way, I can only use that last move. I don't care what demon or demon egg you are. As long as I use this move, it will be hard for you not to kneel. Feng Xing secretly gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I'll complain about you. Heavenly demon old bastard, look at how much trouble your lousy inheritance has caused. Aren't you going to do something about it? As the abominable demon lord charged towards him, Feng Xing could no longer hold it in. He sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his spiritual realm and cursed in the direction of the strange tower. His thinking was simple. Since this old demon had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly demon, he naturally had to take responsibility for it. This was the same principle as a child looking for its parent when it made a mistake. However, he was not willing to do this just now because he wanted to see if he could obtain any benefits from the old demon. After all, the heavenly demon seemed to have some sort of agreement with Di Lu. Feng Xing was worried that if he really came looking for him, this old bastard would give the benefits to Di Lu. What would he do then? Of course, now that the situation was critical, he could not afford to continue with this little scheme. Haha, I didn't say that I wasn't going to do anything. It's just that you didn't come looking for me, the heavenly demon's voice rang out from within the strange tower. He did not seem to be angered by Fangxing calling him an old bastard. Now that I've come looking for you, what do you think I should do? Fangxing was relieved when he heard this and shouted angrily. Haha, the heavenly demon laughed again, looking calm and collected. I am the demon emperor, and all living things in the world are my elixirs. At this moment, the abominable demon lord, roared and charged towards Fangxing. His entire body was like a ray of black light and a wave of demon chi that seemed to have no physical body. He charged towards Fangxing majestically. In front of him, numerous demon chi seemed to cover the sky and the earth. All of them controlled the great Tao and pushed towards Fangxing. Under this ferocious momentum, no one could resist his tyrannical demon chi. They could only subconsciously dodge because no one could withstand his demon will, but at this moment, Fangxing did not move. He only stared blankly at the abominable demon lord who was charging towards him. Compared to the devil chi, Fangxing was as tiny as an ant at this moment. On top of that, Fangxing's wisp of true spirit had sunk into his consciousness. In the outside world, he looked a little sluggish. If outsiders saw this, they would think that this emperor of great scarlet heaven was scared silly and didn't know how to dodge. He was just waiting for death. Stay away from my junior brother Feng. Everyone was shocked to see Fangxing standing blankly in front of the sea of infinite sorrow of the vile heaven. The old devil had already revealed his monstrous killing intent, but Fangxing didn't know how to dodge. Wasn't he really going to be killed by the old devil? And if this prince of the great scarlet heavens really died by the hands of the old devil, it would be very troublesome. Seeing this scene, the reinforcements of the various forces were all greatly shocked. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojun and Yan Zhaoge were rather happy inwardly. Boom! But just as the abominable demon lord was rushing towards Fangxing, the devil chi that surged to the heavens was about to engulf Fangxing. The devilish figure before him also split apart. Xiao Shui, who had forced Wan Jianghen into retreat with a sword, roared and turned to flee. A silvery sword light suddenly flew out from her palm, chopping towards the abominable demon lord. Her sword intent already contained some intent to go all out. Seeing your apprentice brother come back, the small monk Spirit Beauty was also greatly shocked. He suddenly formed a seal with his palms, Buddha light surrounding him. Fangxing, who was in midair, was pulled by a shapeless force, and he was pulled back. In another direction, the sword demon Grand Master was also shocked. He stopped smiling and released his devilish chi. Then, he controlled the devilish sword light that filled the sky and swept towards the abominable demon lord. The Yuan family freak even chopped down with his sword, directly cutting the space between the abominable demon lord and Fangxing into two. At this moment, all of them only had one goal, and that was to save Fangxing. However, the abominable demon Grand Master, who clearly saw that Fangxing had been intimidated by his devilish intent and was standing in midair in a daze, was instantly enraged by these people's interference. His devilish chi surged, and a large number of devilish shadows turned around and rushed towards the sword demon Grand Master. Then, his real body suddenly appeared. With a swoosh, he made a grabbing motion. With this grabbing motion, who knew how many illusions and laws had been broken through, and how many Tao lights and laws had been shattered? It was incomparably profound. He had already circulated a great Tao concept that he had cultivated for many years, royal power. If I want to catch you, then you will definitely be caught by me. Rumble. Because of this, a shocking scene appeared. The abominable demon Grand Master's grabbing motion was clearly aimed at the void, but the great Tao deviated and the laws shattered. Xiao Shui, who was hundreds of feet away from him, had her left arm directly caught by the abominable demon lord. Then, the abominable demon lord laughed sinisterly. If you want to save him, then use your life to pay for it. As he laughed, he had already activated the heavenly demon technique and frantically devoured Xiao Shui's qi. However, at this moment, Xiao Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned around and chopped her own arm with her sword. Crack! Her arm had already been severed in two, and she flew away. The severed arm that had fallen into the abominable demon lord's palm almost instantly withered and then turned into ashes. However, the abominable demon lord's expression was clearly somewhat ugly. He gloomily looked at the fleeing Xiao Shui, but in the end, his gaze still turned to Fangxing. At this moment, the great Scarlet Heaven Emperor, who had made him want to kill, was being dragged away by someone in a daze. I am the Demon Emperor. If I want you to die, then you must die, no matter who you are. The abominable demon lord intended to establish his might. With an eerie roar, he stepped on the void and rushed forward like a huge mountain. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Boom. 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 His ferocious might was truly unfathomable, and no one could stop him. His speed was simply too fast. Anyone who stood in front of him and Feng Xing felt a touch of horror from the bottom of their hearts. They wailed and tried to retreat, but those who were slightly slower were all devoured by the demon will on the abominable demon lord's body. In addition, Feng Xing was being dragged back, so his speed was too slow. He could only watch helplessly as the abominable demon lord caught up to him and was now less than 100 feet away. Not good. Seeing this scene, both the Yuan family freaks and the sword demon patriarch were greatly shocked. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. Feng Xing was actually scared out of his wits, and the abominable demon lord had gone mad with anger. The two of them rushed forward to stop him, but they were already unable to do so, because they didn't have the ability to slay the abominable demon lord with a single sword. Under such circumstances, as long as they couldn't slay the abominable demon lord, they wouldn't be able to stop him from rushing towards Feng Xing, and they wouldn't be able to save Feng Xing either. It was easy to kill someone, but difficult to save someone. He really wants to kill Di Lu? In the distance, Yan Zhaoge, the son of the Emperor of the Grand Profound Heavens, also revealed a surprised smile. Obviously, he didn't expect such an outcome. If he slays Di Lu, it'll only be beneficial to us. Lu Xiaojun was holding the Heavens Will sword. She spoke mildly, calmly analyzing the gains and losses. After losing the chance just now, they wouldn't have another chance to slay the Sea of Worries. This also indicated that the Sea of Worries becoming the Emperor was unavoidable. The Forget Worries Devil Master and the other abominable demon lords had already made their choice. This meant that a new Emperor Palace would soon appear in the 6 Devil Heavens. As such, they couldn't exclude the 6 Devil Heavens when calculating the benefits. Under such circumstances, if the Sea of Worries slew the son of the Emperor of the Grand Scarlet Heavens, it would be very beneficial to them. As the Sea of Worries got closer and closer to the son of the Emperor of the Grand Scarlet Heavens, things were already developing in the direction they hoped for. Haha. So that's how it is. However, no one expected that at this moment, Feng Xing would suddenly wake up and laugh loudly. Retreat quickly. The Yuan family freaks and the others were overjoyed. They shouted coldly, reminding Feng Xing to retreat. Just now, he was dumbfounded and could only be dragged away. There was no way he could escape the Sea of Worries pursuit. But now that he had woken up, he was much more agile. At the very least, with everyone's help, he could save his life for a little longer and not be swallowed immediately. Of course, they only relaxed a little. Then, Feng Xing's actions gave them a fright. Old thing, let's see if you die this time. They saw this guy, who had just regained his senses, roar loudly. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed towards the Sea of Worries. The Sea of Worries was already rushing over. Now that he rushed over, the distance between the two of them shortened like lightning. This sudden change in events was truly too unexpected, and no one present was in time to stop Feng Xing. Xianxia and the others were pale. They could hardly bear to see the scene of Feng Xing being swallowed. Xiao Shui, who had rushed over, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Her frosty face was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Ao Lai was even more shocked and frightened. He held angrily and turned into a real dragon, rushing forward as if he didn't care about his life. Croak. Little bandit, don't take things too hard. Even the great golden crow, who had been hiding to avoid being targeted by the Sea of Worries, could not care less and rushed over with a strange cry. You. Haha, you're courting death. Even the Sea of Infinite Sorrow was slightly taken aback by this action. Then, he was overjoyed. With a roar, he spread his fingers, and a palm wrapped in roiling demonic chi pressed out. It looked like a casual press, but the aura of the great path floated. Those who understood the Sea of Infinite Sorrow knew that he had already used his power of the great path. When this palm pressed down, no matter where it was pressed, it would definitely land on Feng Xing's forehead. And with the Sky Demon cultivation method that the Sea of Worries cultivated, as long as his palm pressed down on Feng Xing's forehead, Feng Xing would definitely die. but Fang Xing, who was rushing towards him, also roared loudly. His sleeves fluttered, and he also pressed down with his palm. Rumble, the distance between them was instantly shortened, and they could see the ferocious expressions on each other's faces. Then, they pressed down with their palms almost at the same time. Boom, the Sea of Worry's palm pressed down on Fang Xing's forehead. The surging demonic energy immediately surged, almost instantly drowning Fang Xing Pa. Fang Xing, who had rushed over, did not stand on ceremony. He ruthlessly slapped the Sea of Worry's face. In the blink of an eye, with a rumble, Wan Chou Hai's palm pressed down on Fang Xing's forehead, and he immediately activated his demonic technique to devour all of Fang Xing's vital energy. This was almost irreversible, but it just so happened that Fang Xing had slapped him across the face. Even though it was an almost humiliating slap, it wasn't enough to stun Wan Chou Hai. However, what followed after that slap was a change that the old devil could never have imagined. Before he could use his demonic technique, he felt himself drawn in by a strange vortex hidden in Fang Xing's sleeve. Caught off guard, he disappeared into the void without a word. In the distance, everyone who was watching the battle or rushing over to help was also stunned. They didn't even have time to hide the astonished expressions on their faces before they were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Generally speaking, after Wan Chou Hai used his demonic technique, his opponent's vital energy would be devoured by him, and then his entire person would turn into flying ash and disappear from the world. But now, he had indeed used his demonic technique, and one person had indeed disappeared. But why was it that old devil who had disappeared, and not the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven? What was going on? Looking at the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven standing quietly in the air with a somewhat lifeless expression on his face, all the immortals and demons in the world were stunned. At this time, old devil extreme fiend Wan Chou Hai was also stunned. He didn't know where he was. He also didn't understand why he hadn't devoured the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven after being slapped. Instead, he had come to such a strange world. Looking left and right, he felt that this world was almost real, but he just couldn't put his heart at ease. Haha, old devil, you still want to devour me? An insolent voice rang out from all directions. I might as well devour you first. Is this your small world? Wan Chou Hai could tell that it was the voice of the Crown Prince of Great Scarlet Heaven, so he didn't panic and asked in a low voice. Have you ever seen such a beautiful small world? Fang Xing sneered. His true spirit transformed, and his figure appeared in this world. Even a pocket world isn't that vast. He did not look at Fang Xing's true spirit. Instead, he looked around and muttered to himself, moreover, a minor world is a magical treasure. It only has a central array formation, but it does not have its own essence. But this world has its own essence, and it has its own laws. However, from the aura of my great Tao, although it has everything, it is only 70% real. Your aura is also strangely similar to this world, as if it is difficult to tell the two apart. Oh. I remember seeing something like this in some ancient text. He furrowed his brows and seemed to be thinking hard for a long time before his eyes slowly lit up. Sublime realm of consciousness? He looked around in surprise. Could this be the path that the Grand Supreme Path created 10,000 years ago? Io, you really know your stuff? This time even Fang Xing looked at Sea of Sorrow with some surprise. He had not expected Fang Xing to be able to guess it. Haha, this old man knew long ago that you were not the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, but I have always wondered who you are. Sea of Sorrow chuckled. Now I finally understand. Only a Grand Supreme Path disciple has the ability to infiltrate Great Scarlet Heaven, and even impersonate the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, right? Only the Grand Supreme Path disciple in the prophecy, sword-bearing heaven, would want to throw the 6 demon heavens into chaos and incite chaos in the 33 heavens, right? Only you, a relic of the Grand Supreme Path, have the right to defeat Yan Zhao and the Firmament Maiden. I missed something. Fang Xing reminded him with a smile. Only I, a disciple of the Grand Supreme Path, can devour an old demon like you, right? As he spoke, a desolate gale had already swept through the world, and yellow sand had already begun to fill the air. Everyone was able to discern that he already possessed terrifying strength, and after he arrived at the world of consciousness, his strength seemed to have instantly increased by countless times. If it was said that he could fight an immortal exalt in the outside world, then he wouldn't lose to an immortal king here. Devour me? However, when Wan Chou Hai heard those words, he chuckled. Then, he burst out laughing again, as if he had heard some kind of joke. You're thinking too much. I feel that with the heavenly demon's legacy and your very high domain, this old man's cultivation base can advance once again. If the heavenly demon's legacy can allow me to easily break through that one, then what will happen with this very high domain? He thought about it seriously, and a smile that could not be wiped away appeared on his face. Break 5? Or break 9? You overestimate yourself. Before Feng Xing could reply, another voice rang out from the depths of this world. Following that voice, rays of purple light shot out, and a monstrous power of the Tao descended, causing the entire world to tremble slightly. An invisible pressure affected everything. Who is it? Sea of Sorrow did not expect that there would be someone else here. His heart trembled, and he shouted in a low voice. In front of him, a thick purple fog suddenly appeared, and then the purple fog dissipated. In front of him, a strange tower suddenly appeared. It was clearly only 9 levels high, but it seemed endless. It connected the 9 heavens at the top, and suppressed the nether palace at the bottom. Even Sea of Sorrow's cultivation seemed somewhat small in front of this strange tower, as if he was about to sink into a speck of dust, and among the monsters in the tower, on the highest level, there was clearly a gaze looking at him. You cultivated my inheritance, but you still don't know who I am? That voice was indifferent and calm, but in Sea of Sorrow's ears, it was no different from thunder in the sky, deafening. His voice almost began to tremble, and he instinctively retreated. He said sternly, "Impossible. It can't be you, you should be able to tell whether this is me or not." The existence on the strange tower's voice was very indifferent as it said calmly, "Your farce should end. The situation is at hand, and this is not the time to fool around. Since you have received my inheritance, you are also my disciple, so I should give you a word. From now on, do not refine the life spirit pill. Leave a life lamp in the realm of consciousness. When you return, you can still be the demon emperor, but you have to be loyal to the grand supreme Taoist disciple, mm. Hearing this, the extreme demon lord Sea of Sorrow was slightly startled. He said in surprise, You want me to be loyal to him?" In the distance, Feng Xing's face was full of smiles, and he nodded his head heavily. The heavenly demon's voice did not evade at all. He said lightly, "Be loyal to the grand supreme Taoist disciple. After the great calamity, there will naturally be benefits for you." Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Sea of Sorrow coldly listened to the heavenly demon's words. The expression on his face gradually changed from shock to doubt, and then to a sneer and anger. When the heavenly demon's voice fell, he also said darkly, "Seeing that you are still alive, I am indeed a bit shocked. Just now, I wanted to ask you some questions about cultivation, but now it seems that there is no need. Because I want to ask, who do you think you are, that you dare to ask me to be loyal to someone else? Do you think that I can't see that you are only a wisp of spiritual light left?" These words were like a roar, and the demonic energy on his body also rose up, becoming boundlessly violent. In these 33 heavens, who is qualified for me to be loyal to? Those 3 celestial emperors are not worthy. Even if you are resurrected, you are not worthy. With a loud roar, he suddenly flew into the air and a monstrous amount of demonic energy swept toward the strange tower. This old man is the demon emperor. Since ancient times, I have been the demon emperor. Wait until I destroy your broken tower. Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense. However, in the face of the monstrous demonic energy, the surface of the strange tower was enshrouded in purple light, and there was no trace of it. When the large wave of demonic energy swept past, the strange tower was already a stretch of nothingness, and the strange tower had already reached the horizon. Haha, old senior, you said that you wanted to persuade him, but he obviously won't listen to you. Feng Xing also couldn't help but laugh loudly, and called out to the strange tower. Then suppress him. Within the strange tower, the heavenly demon's voice was still calm, as if he had decided on something insignificant. You want to suppress me? The abominable demon master, Wan Chou Hai, laughed loudly when he heard this. His laughter shook the heavens, and it seemed as if even this part of the spiritual realm was faintly trembling. Then, his gaze suddenly turned to the transmogrified true spirit of Feng Xing in midair, and he laughed sinisterly. This old man has cultivated this technique. Even if the celestial emperor comes out of seclusion, or the heavenly demon reappears, I have no fear. You are merely a remnant. Disciple of the Grand Supreme Path, and you haven't even taken that step, yet you want to suppress me? Haha, sucking me into your spiritual realm will be your biggest mistake. Rumble, he suddenly attacked. At this time, his entire body had already turned into a wave of demonic energy, but he did not rush towards the true spirit of Feng Xing in midair. Instead, he slammed heavily into the ground of the spiritual realm, and the huge wave of demonic energy turned into a demonic palm, Ka. 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 The ground cracked from the impact of this palm, and then all the immortal chi in the spiritual realm surged towards the demonic energy. This old devil actually treated the spiritual realm like Feng Xing's physical body, and wanted to devour it. You old devils, you really have a lot of bad habits. However, in the face of Wan Chou Hai's crazy actions, Feng Xing appeared unusually calm, as if he already had a plan in mind. He did not panic, but merely shook his head helplessly, and sighed softly. I originally thought it would be very interesting to have an old devil like you as my errand boy, but now that I think about it, I can't tolerate your bad habits, so I might as well just kill you. Haha, you want to kill me? The abominable demon master laughed loudly, and his voice rang out from within the demonic energy that was wreaking havoc in the spiritual realm. I've already cultivated that technique, and I'm immortal and indestructible. In your spiritual realm, which is filled with immortal chi, I will only become stronger and stronger. You want to kill me? I know you're getting stronger and stronger, Feng Xing sighed softly, and said with a smile, I also know that you indeed have the qualifications to call yourself the Demon Emperor now. But, are you sure you can withstand this kind of power? The Devil Lord of Extreme Malice couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to what Feng Xing was saying. Moreover, he had indeed displayed an invincible momentum in this realm of consciousness. The devil chi was wreaking havoc in the realm of consciousness. Wisps of immortal chi were attracted from all over the realm of consciousness and turned into his foundation. In this situation, his foundation was increasing at an indescribable speed, even surpassing common sense. This was also the reason why he didn't even care about the heavenly demons. After all, he was like a starving mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. No matter who came to persuade him to give up on filling his stomach and pledge loyalty to the rice in the rice jar, it would be a joke in his eyes. Compared to killing in the outside world to refine life spirit pills and devouring his enemies, how could it be as easy and simple as this? Moreover, he wasn't the least bit afraid of Feng Xing's suppression at this moment. Although the immortal chi in this realm of consciousness was endless, the master of this realm of consciousness hadn't taken that step yet. He hadn't cultivated to become a perfected golden immortal, so he didn't have the most powerful divine ability. It was like a baby facing a giant man who had his body tied up. The baby's soft fists couldn't hurt him at all. Only if the baby had cultivated the great Tao and obtained the most powerful divine ability would he be able to threaten the Devil Lord of Extreme Malice. However, what he didn't expect was that Feng Xing didn't attack him head-on. Feng Xing sighed softly as he looked at the Devil Lord of Extreme Malice, who was laughing like a madman as he absorbed the foundation of the realm of consciousness. Then, he slowly formed a hand seal. Countless immortal lights instantly appeared in the realm of consciousness. The Devil Lord of Extreme Malice's mind froze at this moment and he looked at him coldly. The old devil had obviously thought that Feng Xing would attack him at this time, but all Feng Xing did was make a hand seal. As he did so, his mental realm underwent a great change. Countless immortal herbs with the glow of treasures rose from all corners of the world, hanging in the air like rainbows. Most of the main ingredients were immortal herbs that he'd snatched from the 6 demon heavens not long ago. The rest were either those he'd snatched from Feng Xing or those produced in the Chaos Immortal Garden. They had accumulated in his mental realm and were no ordinary herbs. At that moment, they circled around old demon Extreme Fiend, their glow boundless and immortal chi surging. What do you want? As he looked at these indescribable immortal resources, even old demon Extreme Fiend couldn't help feeling greedy. He obviously hadn't expected that the Grand Supreme Tao's successor's consciousness would actually have such a rich reserve of immortal Tao resources. This was even stronger than the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the evil heaven. However, he did not understand why the successor of the Grand Supreme Tao would reveal such a trump card. Do you want to squash me to death with these immortal herbs? This kind of feeling made him want to laugh. It was like a naughty child taking out his precious gold leaf to show off. Of course I don't want to squash you to death. At this time, Feng Xing also chuckled and then sighed. I just want to stuff you to death. As he said this, his voice suddenly turned grim and a long howl filled the air. Ancestral Witches 12 Rituals. There was a loud boom, with the spiritual realm as the altar and the earth as the platform. All the immortal resources released dense immortal chi. These immortal herbs that Feng Xing had originally prepared for the Ancestral Witches 10 rituals were now used on Old Demon Extreme Fiend in an instant. In the outside world, the Ancestral Witches 12 rituals would take a long time to refine, but in this spiritual realm, Feng Xing could control everything. He directly sped up the Ancestral Witches 12 rituals and poured them all into Old Demon Extreme Fiend in one go. The Ancestral Witches 12 rituals had always been rough and simple when it came to enhancing one's cultivation. With Feng Xing's help, what the Sea of Infinite Sorrow experienced this time was even rougher and simpler. An indescribable treasure light erupted like a volcano. An indescribable foundation surged towards the Sea of Infinite Sorrow, causing the strand of demonic chi in the Sea of Infinite Sorrow to change continuously. In an instant, it turned from a loach to a giant crocodile, then from a giant crocodile to a giant serpent, and then the giant serpent followed suit and turned into a mystical dragon, but this change didn't stop. The divine dragon was also changing and had already turned into a fat divine dragon. In terms of size, the devil chi avatar was only a wisp of insignificant spiritual light compared to the realm of consciousness. However, at this moment, it had already become an endless chain of hills, filling up a tenth of the realm of consciousness. In this realm of consciousness, it was almost impossible to turn one's head. At this moment, the huge realm of consciousness became dim and withered. Almost all of the treasured light had been stolen by the Sea of Infinite Sorrow. The Sea of Infinite Sorrow also panicked for a moment, clearly frightened by the change just now. But as his power increased madly, his panic grew weaker and weaker. In the end, he suddenly laughed loudly. That laughter caused the entire spiritual realm to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment due to the power of his laughter. His voice was also filled with mockery and excitement. This is the method you thought of to deal with me? Ha 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 ha, he laughed madly, and the demon chi suddenly retracted. In the end, he turned back to his original appearance, but his presence was indescribably powerful. It was even more powerful than Celestial King Xianxia, who had appeared in Feng Xing's spiritual realm, and many times more powerful. Previously, when the Sea of Infinite Sorrow had just entered the spiritual realm, people had only suspected that he had reached the realm of Celestial King. But now, no one would think so, because he had clearly surpassed the foundation that an ordinary Celestial King could have. He was more like a Celestial Emperor. Childish, the Sea of Infinite Sorrow also lowered his head, sensing the change in his presence. There was uncontrollable joy in his voice. You want me to explode? Haha, just like feeding a person food that far exceeds what they can bear, and then making them explode? You underestimate me too much. With this cold laugh, he could not help but sigh, as if lamenting Feng Xing's stupidity. Perhaps you can use this logic on other people, but not me. This emperor seeks royal power, this emperor wants everything. This emperor cultivates a technique that devours everything. All food, when it enters my mouth, will be refined by me. In front of this emperor, there is no such thing as a limit. Everything you give me will be devoured by me, and in the shortest time possible, I will turn it into my foundation. You have miscalculated, crack, as he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, as if to prove something. He actually took the initiative to absorb some of the scarce celestial chi in the spiritual realm. Then, the aura in his body once again rose madly, and his foundation invisibly strengthened, and this action indeed proved his words. He indeed would not be stuffed to death. If a person ate far more food than they could handle, they would be stuffed to death. But this old devil had a way to refine everything. He could refine all the food in an instant, which also prevented the possibility of him being stuffed to death. There was no end. Of course I know you won't be stuffed to death, but at this moment, Feng Xing laughed softly, and then raised his head to look at the Sea of Infinite Sorrow. At this time, he looked a little haggard, and was clearly nearing his limit. But looking at the Sea of Infinite Sorrow's ferocious appearance, he sighed softly, as if he was looking at an idiot, and said with a smile, "When I said stuffed to death, that wasn't what I meant. If a person eats a pig, of course they will be stuffed to death. But for someone like you who can swallow everything, as if you have a stomach bigger than the heavens, of course you won't be stuffed to death. In the end, that pig was refined by you, and became a part of you. At this point, he paused for a moment, and then looked at the demonic aura emanating from Wan Chou-hai that even he could not control. He sighed and said, "And the result is that you will continue to grow fat. You will grow up, but don't forget, your cultivation is limited. You can continue to grow fat, but what happens after you reach a certain level? What happens when the foundation you control has reached the limit of what your cultivation can bear? Just think of it as if you have a bottomless pit, but what happens when this bottomless pit is filled?" What are you trying to say?" When the Sea of Infinite Sorrow heard this, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, and instinctively shouted. "What I mean is, you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation, but you can't break through." Fang Xing waved his hand lightly, and then pressed down with both palms. Within the realm of consciousness, what little was left of the invisible immortal chi gathered again. Like a raging tide, it surged towards the Sea of Infinite Sorrow, as if a long river had wrapped around him. "No, this is impossible." The Sea of Infinite Sorrow was shocked, and then enraged. He shouted, and wanted to escape, but in this realm of consciousness, the world was filled with Fang Xing. Where could he escape to? The immortal chi was still added to his body, and it had become a part of the demonic chi. But because of this, he gradually felt that he could not control this demonic chi. The demonic chi, which moved as he wished, became as heavy as a mountain, and he could not control it at all. It was like a fatty who had exceeded his limits, and could not control his own hands, and the result was that his demonic body actually began to crumble and shatter. "I don't believe it. How can this be? This doesn't make sense." The Sea of Infinite Sorrow was a cunning old demon, but at this time even he was panicking like a child. He was terrified, but he did not know how to stop it, so he could only cry out in panic. Of course, all of this makes sense, but at this time, the heavenly demon's voice rang out from within the strange tower, and it drowned out his panicked voice. "Back then, I cultivated from the external demonic path to the inner demonic path, and even took the life spirit pill. But I discovered the flaw in this method, so I gave it up. But you are different. You are too stupid, too stubborn, so I can only let you personally experience the consequences of this flaw." Hearing this voice, Fang Xing also sighed. Of all the people you could offend, you had to offend your ancestral master. There was a limit to one's cultivation. There was a limit to one's spirituality, and there was a limit to one's foundation. Even if one cultivated to the level of perfected golden immortal, there was still a limit. After reaching this limit, one needed to make a breakthrough. If the breakthrough was successful, one would step into a new realm. If the breakthrough failed, one would vanish into thin air. The problem that Wan Chou-hai encountered was that he had reached this limit, but he couldn't make a breakthrough. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for ignoring this problem, but he was far from being mentally prepared. In fact, if it weren't for Fang Xing, he might have had to face this problem a long time later. If he was in the outside world, he could still become stronger and stronger by cultivating this demonic method, until he was strong enough to rival an immortal emperor. Only then would he slowly discover where his limit was and seek an opportunity to make a breakthrough. That might be thousands or even tens of thousands of years later. At that time, he would realize that his cultivation on the demonic path had caused him to fall into a dead end, and it would be impossible for him to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Then, he would wait in despair for the moment when his body and Tao would vanish. If he couldn't take that step, only death awaited him. Now, Fang Xing was just helping him speed up this process in his realm of consciousness. The current Sea of Infinite Sorrow was close to madness. He held, struggled, and crashed around. The monstrous demon chi on his body began to crumble inch by inch, turning into pure essence that melted into the world. In order to send him to the end, the immortal chi in his realm of consciousness had almost dried up, but now it was returning at a speed several times faster than before. It was unfathomable. When cultivating the demonic path, one would eventually fall into a shackle and die, and all of one's foundation would naturally be returned to heaven and earth. But now, Wan Chou-hai was in his realm of consciousness, so he returned all of his foundation to Fang Xing. What kind of terrifying foundation was that? It contained the old devil Wan Chou-hai's tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, as well as the power of the immortal Tao resources that Fang Xing had forcibly given him, enough for him to perform 5 mega sacrifices, and the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal that the old devil had plundered from elsewhere. Because of this, at this moment, Fang Xing's consciousness was filled with an unprecedentedly powerful energy. If it wasn't for the fact that he walked the path of the Taishan Tao, turning his sea of consciousness into heaven and earth, and having unparalleled endurance, there would only be one outcome for him now, and that was to directly reach his limit like the old devil's sea of sorrow, and then have his consciousness collapse. Of course, no matter how terrifying his endurance was, he was still getting closer and closer to his limit. Hiss. 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 Only Fangxing knew that it was the sound of fates breaking. After his knowledge realm reached its limit, the fates were the ones that could withstand the strongest force. Then, there was only one result. Just like when he cast the ancestral sorcerer's 12 sacrificial rituals, these fates were breaking on their own. However, the speed at which they broke was a little too terrifying. They broke one after another, and even he could not count how many fates he had broken in that instant. This is probably the most powerful creation in history, right? Li Hongyi and the others, who were recuperating in the realm of consciousness, also raised their heads in panic at that moment. They hadn't had much time to recuperate in the realm of consciousness before they had experienced the danger of the old devil's sea of infinite sorrow wreaking havoc in the realm of consciousness and almost losing their lives. It hadn't been easy for them to get through it, but before they could even catch their breath, they had encountered this once-in-a-lifetime immortal opportunity. They didn't even understand where this extremely violent immortal chi and foundation were coming from. There was only one feeling, and that was that their cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Every time they breathed in and out, their foundation would multiply. This kind of experience was even like the legendary divine right bestowed by the heavens. It was as if the heavens had taken the initiative to give you cultivation, and it was hard to turn it down. Thus, even though they didn't know what was happening, they could only go through it all with ashen faces. I seem to understand something. At that moment, Fangxing sensed the changes in his knowledge realm, and his expression became a little strange. He looked in the direction of the strange tower, and his eyes were strangely devoid of joy or sorrow. What on earth happened? At this time, in the outside world, all the immortals and demons were also standing there in a daze, looking at the sky. After the Imperial Prince of Crimson Heaven and the old demon Extreme Fiend, Wan Chou Hai, fought at close range, a strange scene had appeared. Wan Chou Hai had actually vanished, and then the Imperial Prince of Crimson Heaven sat down cross-legged with an expressionless face. It seemed like he was still fighting Wan Chou Hai somewhere else. This strange scene stunned everyone in the surroundings for a moment, and then a battle erupted. The little demon Extreme Fiend, Wan Jianghen, was the first to attack, and he attacked Fangxing, who was in midair. He had obviously guessed that his father was fighting with the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, so he wanted to lend a hand, but how could the Yuan family freak and the others not realize this situation? When Wan Jianghen attacked, he, Xianxia, the Sword Devil Ancestor, the Demon Race's junior experts, Xiao Shui, and the others all rushed up, forming an outer encirclement, firmly protecting Fangxing inside, and blocking the extreme evil little devil's attack. Then, the carefree demon Lord Xiao Baiming, the great poverty demon Lord Song Beggar, the cowardly extreme calamity demon Lord Le Shan and the demon soldiers and immortal generals of the various demons also attacked, surrounding the encirclement and fighting fiercely. For a moment, the sounds of killing resounded everywhere, and immortal light filled the sky. At this time, the Tao protectors and immortal generals of the greater mystery heavens and the great firmament heavens who survived had doubts in their hearts, and did not attack. They still remembered the ferocity of the extreme evil old devil, and even now, they still did not see him as an ally. This is a rare opportunity. Help him. With us here at the extreme evil sea, they won't harm you anymore. However, looking at the chaos in mid-air, Yan Zhaoge, the son of the greater mystery heavens, made a decision and issued an immortal edict. With that, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the greater mystery heavens could only join the battle, followed by the immortal generals of the great firmament heavens. Lu Xiaojun thought about it for a while and approved of Yan Zhaoge's actions. Then, she commanded the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the great firmament heavens to join the battle, only, they had the same thought in their hearts. They surrounded the enemy and did not fight. They wanted to wait for the results first. They did not wish for the son of the great scarlet heavens to win, but at the same time, they did not wish for the extreme sorrow sea to gain the upper hand. In their eyes, it was better for the two of them to perish together. Of course, no matter how they thought about it, they still felt that the extreme sorrow sea had a higher chance of winning. Therefore, they were putting on a show now, so that after the extreme sorrow sea became exalted in the future, they could use this chance to negotiate terms. No matter what, they could not lose out. After experiencing so many twists and turns in the great calamity heavens, another great battle erupted. To the reinforcements of the various lineages, this was undoubtedly the most difficult battle. Currently, they did not dare to simply step aside. Instead, they could only grit their teeth and hold on, helping Fang Xing block the surrounding demonic soldiers and immortal generals. This made the pressure on their bodies even greater, fighting with fewer people against more people. It was originally like a person with fast movement techniques fighting against a strong but immobile person. Only by moving around could they slaughter their enemies. Not only could they slay the enemy's commander, they could also kill their enemies without a leader. They could also kill their enemy's courage, causing them to be unable to gather their strength. However, once they were locked in one spot and fought head-on, the situation would be reversed. Previously, they had sufficient strength to cause chaos in the great calamity heavens, killing the demonic soldiers and immortal generals in fear. However, now that they were locked in one spot, the weakness of their strength was immediately revealed. Those with slightly weaker cultivations were already injured at this moment, and only the Yuan clan's freak and the others were able to resist the pressure of the Grand Aura, but even so, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They might be able to move freely among the millions of soldiers and seize the leader of the enemy's generals, but it was difficult for them to contend with this vast army with one sword. Because to them, this was the stupidest way of fighting. To a certain extent, it was actually not much different from courting death. Boom. 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 The attacks of the surrounding army, including the immortal soldiers and demonic generals, came wave after wave like a tide. It felt like someone was taking a sledgehammer and smashing it at an egg. No one knew how long the egg could last, but from the looks of it, they could only grit their teeth and bear with it. But the most despairing thing was the change in Fang Xing's body. As the army attacked wave after wave, Fang Xing's aura became weaker and weaker, like an old man. His aura was so dispirited that it was almost undetectable. This undoubtedly made everyone feel as if a big stone was pressing down on their hearts. A terrible gas rose in their hearts. After fighting so hard for so long, could it be that Fang Xing would be defeated by that old devil and they would be attacked from all sides? If that was the case, then they would really be the biggest fools in history. No outsider would know who had thought of giving up on Fang Xing and running away in their hearts, but from what they had done, from beginning to end, no one had said a word. They were just gritting their teeth and fighting hard. In this situation, they finally saw a glimmer of hope after painstakingly defending. Behind them, Fang Xing's aura, which had been growing weaker and weaker at the beginning, finally became vigorous. Moreover, that vigor was like a volcanic eruption, unusually swift and violent. Not only did it reach the peak of its vigor at the beginning, but it was also strong to an unimaginable extent. After reaching a certain limit, suddenly, a series of muffled thunderous sounds rang out in his body. Following this series of muffled thunderous sounds, Fang Xing's aura had already skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Not good. At this moment, Carefree Demon Master sensed the changes in the body of the Great Scarlet Heaven Emperor and shouted anxiously, "Kill at all costs. Kill him, and my father will definitely reward you handsomely." Wan Jianghen, the evil little demon master, roared angrily and rushed inside as if he didn't care about his life. The surrounding immortal soldiers and demonic generals also roared. The army was like a tidal wave, pressing in fiercely. Based on this situation, they could squeeze people to death, let alone kill them. The celestial race army that the Sword Demon Patriarch had brought with him was almost completely wiped out at this time. Only a few experts stood in front of the army, and all of them looked on with ashen faces. At this time, even they did not know how to stop this army from coming over, but at this time, Fang Xing, who was behind them, let out a faint sigh. In fact, this group of reinforcements did not understand that Fang Xing was actually conscious. They thought that when Fang Xing closed his eyes to defend himself, he had already lost his consciousness. He could not move or fight, so they tried their best to protect him. But in fact, Fang Xing could even refine an avatar, so how could he not leave a wisp of his spiritual sense in the realm of consciousness to control his physical body? And because of this, these people thought that Fang Xing did not see his bitter battle, but Fang Xing saw it all. From the first time his spiritual sense entered the realm of consciousness to ask the heavenly demon, to the second time he entered the realm of consciousness to kill the sea of sorrow, his spiritual sense had accurately captured every change around him. He just pretended not to see it to avoid embarrassment. He did not know how to express his gratitude. Before coming to the 6 demon heavens, he had already treated this trip as a gamble. And now, he had undoubtedly won this gamble. However, seeing how much pressure they were under, he could not continue hiding. Therefore, he woke up at the right time. At that instant, he just happened to see Demon Master Carefree finding an opportunity to close in. His feather fan was like a knife as it slashed down fiercely at Fox Fairy, who was covered in blood. Fox Fairy's face was filled with terror, but it was impossible for her to escape from the old demon's fan. She could only take a step forward and stretch out her hand. Her fingers were like pincers as she grabbed the feather fan tightly, not letting it fall at all. When the bloodless Fox Fairy saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not say a word. She could only pant heavily. You're courting death. On the other hand, Carefree Demon Master Xiao Baiming was stunned, and then a wisp of joy flashed between his brows. He pressed his palm towards Fangxing's forehead. At this moment, everything was done instinctively because he was the first person to approach the Crown Prince of Crimson Heaven after being surrounded for so long. You're the one courting death. But Fangxing was simply too lazy to say a word and also swung a palm over. He held a saber in his hand and slashed out. Halfway through the slash, the heaven-deceiving tyrant's saber was already in his hand. Then, the blade directly tore through the power of the great Tao around Xiao Baiming, the Carefree Demon Lord, and slashed straight at his neck. Whether it was his physical body, spiritual soul, great Tao, or life-saving dermic artifact, they were all torn apart. Finally, it beheaded him. What's going on? The head was chopped off, but it fell flat on the side of the heaven-deceiving tyrant barbaric saber, its eyes still staring straight at Fangxing. Even after he finished speaking, his eyes refused to close. In reality, he was already dead. All of his great Tao and soul had been extinguished, and he was just unwilling to close his eyes, because he really did not know how he died. Old Demon Xiao, you. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the first person to see this scene was the great poor demon lord, Xianxia. This shocking scene made him forget to attack the one-armed white-haired demon lady's back. But before he could wrap his head around it, the great Scarlet Heaven Emperor, who had immediately killed Xiao Baiming, turned in his direction and smiled, then took a step forward. Not good, he's going to escape. The great poor demon lord had a thought, but he did not have time to act. A desolate pressure came crashing down on his head. This power was so terrifying that it was like the power of a great immortal realm was pressing down on him. He did not even have time to scream before he was directly crushed into a pile of flesh. All of his great Tao light and spiritual soul were also crushed into ashes. He did not even have time to think before he died. After that, Fangxing expressionlessly took another step forward. In another direction, the little evil demon lord, Wan Jianghen, led a demon army to kill the little Pun King and Kong Kong. But this demon army could not even get close to them. They only saw a chaotic saber light sweeping over. When the saber light rolled past them, everyone withered and fell to the ground. Then, they fell from the sky like hailstones. Among them was the little evil demon lord who was anxious to protect his father. He was no different from the other demon army. In other words, in front of Fangxing's saber, they were only ants. As for the great misfortune demon lord, Lishan, he was originally dawdling and did not dare to come forward to kill. He was just pretending to be on the periphery. He was the first to see that Fangxing had woken up, and he was also the first to run away. He managed to escape the disaster and escaped thousands of miles away in time. Then, he burrowed into a cave, leaving only his big buttocks outside. He was so scared that he was shivering. Fangxing actually saw him and wanted to kill him casually. But after trying left and right, he felt that no matter how he hit him, he would hit his buttocks. It was really a little disgusting and he could not bear to do it. So, he could only give up and simply turned around and let this guy go. No matter what, the situation had suddenly undergone a tremendous change. As Fangxing woke up and attacked, several demons were killed one after another. The demons were like a group of dragons without a leader. It was also at this time that many of them who reacted slowly realized the terrifying strength of Fangxing. Countless surprised gazes looked at Fangxing, whether it was his allies or the demons, they were all shocked beyond words. In the midst of chaos, he had instantly killed several demons. When did this Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven have such ability? Even if there was an element of surprise involved, it was almost impossible to achieve, right? If he really had such ability, how could the sixth demon heavens be in such a mess now? Of course, doubts were just doubts. No one had the time to think about it. As soon as the old demons died, the demon army under their command lost their courage and immediately scattered. Now, let alone the unfathomable Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven, they did not even dare to kill a chicken. Originally, their last bit of courage came from old demon Lord Infinite Sorrow's proclamation as emperor. In the end, the Emperor of Great Scarlet Heaven had attacked again, but old demon Lord was still nowhere to be seen. What was there to think about? Old demon Lord must have also ascended to heaven. At this time, if they did not escape, when would they be able to? Seeing the terrifying pressure from the surrounding army retreating like the tides, these reinforcements of Fangxing felt their bodies lighten. Then, they impatiently looked at Fangxing with a solemn expression, even a little fearful, as if they had something to say. Fangxing knew what they wanted to ask. He smiled and said, "I don't know how much strength I have." The freak of the Yuan family was the first to understand. He focused and said, "You're talking about strength. Does that mean your cultivation hasn't changed?" Fangxing nodded and smiled bitterly, "Not yet." The expression of the freak of the Yuan family became even weirder. He stared at Fangxing and said, "You're really a freak." Haha, Fangxing also felt that this sentence was amusing. He could not help but laugh loudly. Amidst his laughter, his gaze traversed an infinite distance and looked at a faraway corner. In that direction, Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojuan's expressions could not be described with words. Why did the ferocious extreme evil old demon Wan Chou Hai suddenly lose his breath? Why did the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens, who seemed like an ant in front of Wan Chou Hai, possess such a ferocious ability? They clearly could not explain it. Now, they did not have the mood to ask about it. After seeing the few devils being slain and the army collapsing, they looked at each other and made a decision at the same time. Then, they both rushed towards the 9 heavens, each circulating their strongest life-preserving abilities. If they did not escape now, when would they escape? Haha, this prince has already said that you are my fat sheep. Where do you still want to escape to? At this moment, the Prince of Great Scarlet Heavens laughed loudly and rushed towards them. He was so fast that the distance between them seemed non-existent. In their senses, they only felt a black shadow descending from the sky. No matter where they escaped to, they would be enveloped. Kill him, the two roared at almost the same time. Then, they unleashed 2 streaks of immortal light. One was a sword light that resembled snow. It was the Heaven's Will sword. As it slashed towards the black shadow above their heads, it also slashed towards the 9 heavens. The other was a talisman that possessed the terrifying aura of an immortal king. It possessed the ability to rip apart everything. Emperor Talisman. It was precisely the Emperor Talisman that Yan Zhaoge had kept hidden until now. It was the life-preserving talisman that the immortal Emperor of Supreme Profound Heaven had given to him before entering seclusion. Looking at the two simultaneously unleashing their strongest abilities, even if Fangxing's current strength was unfathomable, everyone could not help but feel slightly worried, because in their hearts, this wasn't something that an ordinary person could resist. Only those who had reached the Celestial King realm, or even those who were above the Celestial King realm, would be able to resist such a divine ability. Even the old devil Wan Chou Hai could only turn around and dodge in the face of these two abilities, but at this moment, in the face of these two terrifying abilities, Fangxing chuckled softly. He didn't quite understand how strong he was, but deep down, he wanted to give it a try. Thus, it took him less than 1/100th of a breath's time to ponder for a moment before he reacted. He continued to rush forward. Then, his large sleeves fluttered, and in a seemingly unintentional but ingenious sweep, the Emperor Talisman that flickered with a strange mysterious light flew diagonally towards the Heavens Will sword light and crashed into it. Boom! An unimaginably massive immortal might shot up to the 9 heavens and crashed into the firmament above the 9 heavens. That firmament had already begun to crack like a spider's web, and then it gradually began to shatter. This area of Supreme Doom Heaven, where the relic of the Taishan path had once been, had already been extremely fragile after a series of battles. Now, after this chaotic attack that contained the Heavens Will sword, the Emperor Talisman of the Immortal Emperor of Supreme Darkness, and the power of Fangxing's brush, it finally couldn't bear it anymore. It reached its limit and actually began to crumble. The heavens shattered, after the great battle of immortal kings, another world was annihilated in the 33 heavens. In an instant, the glazed dome in the sky began to collapse. Then, flames of the way descended from the sky. On the ground, what little was left of the celestial chi surged towards the 9 heavens like fireworks. It looked extremely magnificent. It was as if the earth was steaming with wisps of purple. It was extremely vast, and this piece of land seemed to have lost the original power that had brought it together in the first place. Huge cracks appeared. All the celestials present understood that these cracks would eventually grow larger and larger. In the end, it would split into pieces. Rubble flew across the sky, and it would also annihilate all life. In the end, no living creatures would be born here, and it would become an eternal dead zone. Heavens! My extreme doom heavens! From afar, a crying voice resounded. It was the extreme doom devil lord, Xianxia. He was crying for the sake of this heaven. In this chaos, the devil army and immortal army were in a mess. They fled in all directions to escape from this apocalypse-like chaos. Fortunately, the heaven domain no longer existed, so they could escape to the star domain freely. As for the immortals on Fangxing's side who came to help, they didn't think too much of it. The chaos between the heavens and the earth seemed vast and terrifying. However, it didn't pose much of a threat to them, who had the cultivation of grand heavenly golden immortal or were close to it. At this moment, they were all focused on Fangxing. Emperor Flo, don't go too far. We'll fight it out with you. Amidst the chaotic heaven domain, Xianxia and Lu Xiaojun were like mad devils as they attacked ferociously. Their heavenly will sword and emperor talismans were both blocked by Fangxing, completely extinguishing their final hope of escaping. Still, they were still princes and princesses at the end of the day. Even at this point, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, their bravery was ignited. The two joined hands and rushed towards Fangxing. Their respective divine abilities, immortal artifacts, and arts surged towards Fangxing, as if they wanted to perish together with him. Hee, even now, you still call me Emperor Flo? Upon hearing this, Fangxing laughed loudly. His eyes shone brightly, and his figure moved like a gust of wind. With a saber in his left hand and a halberd in his right, his killing intent overflowed as he fought against the two. To be fair, these two princes and princesses were quite strong. To a certain extent, their individual strength had even surpassed the other devils, excluding the Sea of Worries. Even without their heavens will sword and emperor talisman, their individual strength was already comparable to the Forget Sorrow's demon lord, Xiao Baiming. At this moment, the two gave up all hope of escaping and joined hands to attack. The ferocious might they displayed was even more tyrannical. In terms of strength alone, even existences like the immortal Lord Ling Su wouldn't dare to be careless in front of him. However, now, with a rumbling sound within his body, and a world-shaking change within his consciousness, Fangxing revealed a strength that could crush everything. Currently, the devil's might of the Sea of Worries had yet to disperse completely. The endless devil chi was constantly transforming into the origin and filling up Fangxing's consciousness. As a result, Fangxing's strength grew stronger as the battle went on. As he moved through the air, the heaven-deceiving tyrannical saber and the 9 halberd revealed a ferocious might that could crush everything, and pressed the two princes and princesses down. What was even more terrifying was what he said. At this moment, Fangxing no longer had any taboos. How could he still hide his identity? He directly yelled out. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately overwhelmed with shock. You really aren't an emperor, Xianxia roared with endless hatred and fear in his voice. Who exactly are you? During the battle in the Great Doom Heaven, he and the princess of the Great Firmament Heavens, Lu Xiaojun, had long been suspicious. The more they looked at the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heaven, the more suspicious they became. However, before they got any concrete evidence, they still regarded him as the Prince of the Great Scarlet Heaven. At this moment, when Fangxing said these words, it undoubtedly confirmed the doubts in their hearts, and also made them deeply frightened. If this guy wasn't an emperor, who exactly was he? If he wasn't an emperor, how did he manage to deceive so many people in the Great Scarlet Heaven? Could it be that the Great Scarlet Heaven and the mysterious enemy were colluding behind all this? Who exactly am I? Fangxing laughed coldly and shook his arms. All of a sudden, the somewhat illusory shadow behind him became clearer and clearer. In the end, it didn't seem like a shadow at all. Instead, it seemed like a real world had appeared behind him, appearing in the sky above the ruins, and rumbled downwards. At the same time, in the depths of the collapsed heavenly domain of the great doom heaven and the cracked earth, an aura instantly shot into the sky. That was an ancient aura that had been buried for who knows how long. That aura had been purposely erased by someone, leaving no trace behind. Only now did someone discover that this aura still existed, just that it was hard to detect. In the future, those who wield the sword to bury the heavens shall be my grand 11 disciples. An invisible roar reverberated through the chaos realm along with the appearance of that aura. At the same time, an illusion appeared in the chaotic domain. It seemed to possess an endless mountain range of pythons, as if an ancient orthodoxy had appeared and was built on the mountain range. The palaces and pavilions were faintly discernible, and countless people with ancient and calm auras came and went between the mountains, searching for friends, discussing the Tao, playing chess, drinking tea, worshipping the heavens and earth, and discussing the great Tao. Then, a calamity suddenly descended from the sky. Countless bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, destroying everything. The earth was dark, dead, and withered. An unwilling resentment floated above the ruins for 10,000 years, and now, all of this resentment had turned into an old roar. In the future, those who wield the sword to bury the heavens shall be my grand 11 disciples. Rumble. As the roar rang out, that aura was instantly added to the illusion behind Fang Xing. The addition of this aura immediately caused a series of muffled thunder to ring out in Fang Xing's body. That was the sound of his fate being broken, the Grand Tao. The Grand Tao had been destroyed 10,000 years ago. It had still left behind some things, hidden beneath the barren extreme hardship plains in a place that no one could detect. Now, following the collapse of the extreme hardship heaven, these legacies had all reappeared. Then, attracted by the aura of the Grand Tao's world of consciousness on Fang Xing's body, they were unceasingly added to his body, dispelling the endless doubts within his heart. Grand Tao, Grand Tao. Is this everything that you have foreseen and made your final decision? Even Fang Xing's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion when the aura appeared. Then, he muttered to himself, surprise, realization, and even a hint of unconcealable fear within his eyes. So you are a disciple of the Grand Tao. You are the prophesied person who will bury the heavens. The ones who were even more shocked were undoubtedly Yan Zhaoge and Lu Xiaojun. At this time, how could they still not see the connection between Fang Xing and the Grand Tao? This was even more shocking than discovering that emperors weren't actually emperors. After discovering this, they simply didn't know how to dispel the fear within their hearts. As for the world that was pressing down on them, they also lost all thoughts of resistance. They could only watch as that world came pressing down on them. They knew that in the face of such a powerful suppression, all divine arts and magic treasures would be of no use. They couldn't resist, and they couldn't escape. Sensing the danger, they soared into the sky. The aura of the great Tao that subconsciously tried to resist the danger couldn't even last for half a breath under the suppression of this illusory world, and was annihilated. Boom! 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 Smoke billowed, and the heavens and earth turned dark. All the tremors were subdued. Yan Zhaoge, the son of the Emperor of Grand Mystery Heaven, and Lu Xiaojun, the daughter of the Emperor of the Great Heavens, lost all power to resist at the same time. They were suppressed by that invisible yet incomparably real world. When Fang Xing retracted his power, they couldn't even stand up. So, you're a disciple of the Grand Supreme Tao. Yan Zhaoge raised his head with difficulty, and looked at Fang Xing with hatred in his eyes. There was even an unconcealable fear in them. You seem to be very unwilling to believe this? Fang Xing lowered his head to look at him, and a hint of ridicule could be seen in his eyes. No, I believe it. Yan Zhaoge shook his head heavily. Only a disciple of the Grand Supreme Tao could make me lose so miserably. It's impossible for you to be an emperor, because you're definitely not our opponent. It's precisely because we underestimated you and thought that you're just a mere emperor that we ended up in such a miserable state. Haha. Haha. If we knew that you're a disciple of the Grand Supreme Tao, then you, the current you. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing was slightly startled, and then he sneered. In his opinion, this identity of a disciple of the Grand Supreme Tao only made him like a stray dog, constantly thinking about saving his life. He didn't expect that this son of the Emperor of Grand Mystery Heaven would sincerely believe that a disciple of the Grand Supreme Tao should be so domineering, and should have such abilities. It was probably because that prophecy had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had left too deep a mark in their hearts. You've set up such a scheme, involving 3 emperor palaces and even the 6 devil heavens. You must be plotting something big. Now that we've all become your prisoners, and we're no longer a threat to you, can you tell us your true intentions? Lu Xiaojun appeared to have calmed down a lot. She sat cross-legged and asked in a calm voice. My true intentions? Fang Xing only understood what Lu Xiaojun meant after a while. This princess actually thought that he had some grand scheme to bury the 33 heavens. This sentence made him laugh. After a while, he turned around and yelled at the toad army in the distance, some people come over and tie up these 2 fat sheep for me. Then, write a letter to the 2 emperor palaces and ask them to obediently pay up. End of chapter 1770. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.